Zhang Erlai looked at her with deep affection. Xiao Xiao, don't have skin contact with second brother anymore. You're only mine, understand? And Xiao Xiao nodded, then shook her head. But if I don't agree, he'll hit me. But I've always liked you. Can't you be patient? Zhang Erlai left, full of anger. And Xiao Xiao's tense heart finally relaxed. And Sui Lan wrinkled her nose. These two were really disgusting, sneaking around even while working. She finished her work and told the two, Chunying, Xiaohe, I'm going to the commune to buy food. You keep working. Do you have pepper spray? They nodded. She quietly left. It was about an hour and a half until work ended, so she could make the round trip. But she wasn't really going to the commune. She went straight home and lay on the bed to rest. She entered the space and called Song Chingen, but no one came after calling for a long time. Forget it, they're probably busy. She steamed some rice and lay down for a nap. Soon she fell asleep. When she woke up, the food in the space was already prepared. That's great. She carried the food forward. Spring Welcome and Summer Lotus went back once more before bringing all the dishes over. Zhaodi looked at the shiny, red-brown braised ribs and pork, and her mouth watered. It smells so good. Before, whenever she ate, she never thought braised pork was this fragrant. She hesitated and stepped closer. Big sister-in-law, And Sui Lan waved her hand. Don't call me big sister-in-law. I don't deserve that. The parents are eating now. Hua looked at the two people in the second room and felt a bit sorry for them. But she wouldn't call out. This was money bought by Lan, and if she wasn't allowed to eat, she wouldn't. She specifically told Song Changsheng, I made corn porridge and pickled vegetables in the pot. Hurry and go eat. Song Changsheng didn't reply and turned to go into the kitchen. But Zhaodi's stomach was already craving, and her desire was so strong, she just stood there, unwilling to leave. Song Changsheng quickly pulled her away. Go heat up the food in the kitchen. What are you looking at? Zhaodi pouted, feeling a bit proud. Although she couldn't eat, the two girls were already eating there. She called out to the older girl and the younger girl, big girl, little girl, come over here to mom. Hua held them back. No, eat first, then go. The two girls looked at their mother and then at their grandmother, but in the end, they couldn't resist the tempting smell of the meat. Seeing this, Zhaodi clenched her teeth in frustration. The whole family was eating meat and rice. In the second room, they were eating a combined pancake. The two people smelled the meat and ate the corn porridge, the pancake, and the pickled vegetables. Zhaodi was almost crying from craving. Everyone was eating quickly with their chopsticks. Especially the kids. Little Stone happily said, Big sister, will we still be able to eat rice tomorrow? It's so delicious. And Sui Lan patted his head and scooped half of her rice into his bowl. If you want to eat, come to my house later, okay? Little Stone nodded. Big girl and little girl also raised their little hands. I want to go too. Can we go, big sister?
And Sui Lan nodded.
Yes, yes, yes. All three of you can go. Hurry and eat. Hearing this, the kids were all happy. You're the best, big sister. You're so nice. You're so pretty, big sister. Everyone's little mouths were full of sweet words. And Sui Lan was so happy, she smiled brightly. But the way she was called by that nickname gave her a slight headache. Mom, besides calling me big sister, are there any other ways to call me? I feel like when I hear big sister, I sound like a woman in her 50s. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Chunying and Xiaohe laughed so hard their stomachs hurt. Hua smiled so much that her eye wrinkles appeared. She thought for a moment and realized there were many ways to call her, but here they mostly called her big sister-in-law. Yes, big sister-in-law, auntie or ma'am, all are fine. And Sui Lan thought for a moment and said to the children, from now on, you are not allowed to call me big sister-in-law. You should call me great aunt. Understand? The children nodded. And Sui Lan smiled and said, try calling me that. The three children shouted together, great aunt. She clapped her hands and cheered, good job, good job. She took out a big handful of candies and said, here, one piece for each of you. You can only eat one at a time. Understand? Save some to enjoy slowly. The children nodded again, looking at their innocent and clear eyes, and Sui Lan gently ruffled their heads. All right, time to eat. The family happily sat together and had their meal. He Zhaodi and Song Chongsheng quickly finished their food in the kitchen and then went inside to rest. Zhaodi, don't cause trouble for the big sister-in-law anymore. You saw just now. She treats the children very well. She's a good person. If you don't bother her, she'll be easy to talk to. Later, we still need to support Big Brother. Big sister-in-law is very important to Big Brother. If you don't get along with her, she might say a few words and I might lose all my chances. He Zhaodi nodded, wiping her tears. Chongsheng, I understand. I'll apologize to her later, and we'll live happily from now on. Song Chongsheng nodded happily. He was very pleased that his wife recognized her mistake. Good. After they finish eating, we'll go together to apologize to big sister-in-law. The rest of the Song family had also finished their meal by then. Chunning and Xia he were fighting to wash the dishes. Older sister-in-law, you put it down. I'll do the dishes. You go sit over there and rest for a while. You'll need to go to work soon. And Sui Lan nodded and let the two girls wash the dishes. At that moment, Song Chongsheng pulled He Zhaodi over. He Zhaodi looked embarrassed and a bit uncomfortable, and Sui Lan raised an eyebrow, wondering what trouble they were up to now. Song Chongsheng awkwardly smiled and said, Big sister-in-law, I brought Zhaodi here to apologize. She's a bit slow-minded and speaks too directly. Please don't mind. I've already talked to her nicely, and she's realized her mistake. He Zhaodi stepped forward and bowed to her. Big sister-in-law, I was blinded by pig fat and confused. Can you forgive me? Li Erhua chuckled and said, Zhaodi, you're doing the right thing. We are family, so don't worry about small things. If everyone argues over everything, our family would fall apart long ago. He Zhaodi nodded and said, I understand, mother. She looked at Sui Lan, waiting for her to give an answer. And Sui Lan nodded and said, All right. You're right. I really can't cook. Here's the plan. From now on, when it's my turn, someone will help me cook for a day, and I will pay 2 yuan. He Zhaodi's face lit up with happiness. She immediately said, Big sister-in-law, I will help you cook. Du Chunmei also said, Big sister-in-law, I will cook too. I'm not pregnant, and I am healthy and flexible. Chunning and Xiaohe raised their hands and said, Big sister-in-law, we can do it too. And Sui Lan nodded and said, Okay. Everyone will have a chance. Come one by one. Next time, Chunning and Xiaohe will cook. Anyway, she herself wouldn't cook. Song Qing'an hadn't eaten her cooking yet, so why should she cook for them? No cooking. No learning. In case she learned, she would have to cook every day. When things were settled, Song Baoping and Li Erhua were also happy. That's right. You siblings should get along well. In the future, we will work hard together, and life will get better and better. He Zhaodi nodded and said, Father and mother, I understand. And Sui Lan smiled and said, I'm going to rest in the back. She called out to the room, Chunning, go work and call me from the back. After hearing Chun Ying's reply, she quickly left. She went back to lie down in the room and soon fell asleep. In the afternoon, when it was time to work, she was lazy and didn't want to do anything. The bottles in the room were still being used to make snow cream. In the evening, she didn't cook again. Chunning and Xiaohe helped her. When they finished cooking, she directly paid each of them 2 yuan. He Zhaodi and Du Chunmei looked on with envy. After the family finished eating, she told the team leader, Father, I want to take a day off tomorrow. Song Baoping asked, What do you want to take a day off for? And Sui Lan said, I'm exhausted. I want to rest for a day. Li Erhua quickly added, Then take a break and go back to work the day after tomorrow. And Sui Lan immediately stood up and said, Okay. Thank you, father and mother. She finished speaking and immediately left. So she wouldn't be worried about Song Baoping saying no later. Watching her run away, Song Baoping was surprised. He looked at his wife and asked, Why did you agree? Are you the team leader, or am I? Li Erhua waved her hand and said, "She doesn't work, and no one will notice. If she doesn't want to work, she won't. Just say she's not feeling well. Are you addicted to being the team leader, ignoring your own family? Just stop doing it." Song Baoping. He always says to stop. He lights his cigarette and walks away with his hands behind his back. And Sui Lan goes to the back, and Song Chung and has already returned. She immediately throws herself into his arms. "Song Chung, and you're back. I'm so tired. I'll rest tomorrow." Song Chung and hugs her and leads her to the bedroom. "Okay, rest tomorrow. How about I come back at noon and cook for you?"
You look so thin.
And Sui Lan shakes her head. "No, I'm still the same." The next day, and Sui Lan doesn't go to work. She wakes up very late, getting up only at 10 in the morning. She goes into the space to wash up and finds warm steamed buns. A bright smile appears on her face. Song Chung and specially bought them in the morning and put them into the space after buying. After washing up and eating a bun, she starts making snow cream. With the recipes she recorded last time, she makes it quickly. The only slow part is boiling time. The pot is a bit small, so she finds a large pot. She puts in a lot at once. Watching the bubbling in the pot, slowly turning milky white, she smiles. She reaches out and picks a cucumber, eating it while watching the pot. This batch should make hundreds of bottles. When she has time, she plans to ask Song Chung and to build a bigger stove in the space so she can make more. Once the snow cream cools down, she begins bottling it one by one. The bottling process is tiring and slow. All these products are made with real ingredients, so the quality is naturally good. By observing their faces, she realizes that her snow cream not only moisturizes and hydrates, but also whitens and removes acne scars and spots. It can be said to outperform some high-end skincare brands. That's the power of good products. She bottles about 100 bottles in the morning. She takes a sip of spiritual spring water and sits in the space to rest. Song Chungen, who has finished work, enters the space and sees the girl sitting there, looking a bit annoyed. He understands immediately when he sees the large pot nearby. It's hot. Sui, you've worked hard. I'll bottle the rest. What do you want to eat for lunch? And Sui Lan smiles and reaches out to hold his thigh. It's so hot. I just made snow cream, and I'm exhausted. You can bottle them first. Wait until they're completely cooled before sealing. Song Chingen nods. Okay. The man bottles them one by one. Before long, he has bottled quite a few. Alright, I'll go make lunch first. We'll pack up after eating. Song Chungen goes directly to cook in the space, steaming rice and braising ribs. While watching the fire, she also started applying snow cream. During a break from cooking, the two of them finished applying the snow cream and also finished preparing the meal. They ate in the yard. Channing came over and called her to eat. Big sister-in-law. Oh, why is Big Brother back? Song Chingen nodded. Yes, he's back. There's some in the kitchen. I'll bring it to Dad and Mom. Song Chunying cheerfully carried the ribs away. Mom and Dad, Big Brother is back. Let me bring this to you. Song Baoping nodded. Share some with the kids. We have wild boar meat at home, right? We'll cook it tomorrow. Everyone's tired from work, so we should rest and recover. Li Erhua nodded. Okay, we'll cook it tonight. Song Baoping took a piece of rib and thought, why does the eldest brother come back every day? Doesn't he worry about work? I'll ask him later. Li Erhua divided a piece of meat and 2 potatoes among the children. The 2 behind had already finished eating. Now, they were getting ready for a nap. Song Chingen, try to sell that snow cream. 20 yuan. Do you think that's a bit expensive? Song Chingen smiled. For the effect, this price isn't high, but now most wages are around 20 or 30 yuan, so it might be a bit costly.
Set the price at that. And Shui Lan not dead.
If these strong men couldn't sell it, she would step in herself. Skin problems are still common in this era. Some need whitening, some need to remove spots, and others need hydration and moisture. Her product worked very well. It would definitely be popular. Song Chingen hugged her as they rested. And Sui Lan worked hard all morning and was very tired, soon falling asleep. Song Ching'an stroked her hair, with a smile on his face. When she was asleep, he quietly got up and went to the front. His parents were sitting in the yard, and Song Baoping was smoking a dry tobacco pipe. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Song Baoping nodded. "Sit down." Song Ching'an casually took a stool and sat down. "Why do you come back every day? Don't let it affect your work." Song Ching'an smiled. "No, I've arranged everything for work. I'll go back in the afternoon." "Dad, I don't want Sui Sui to go to work anymore." Song Baoping nodded. "All right, I understand." Song Ching'an turned and left. Seeing him go, Song Baoping snorted coldly. "Look at what's become of him." Li Erhua smiled. "You're always saying that. Why do you insist that Lan Lan has to go to work? She's not the type to do hard labor. Besides, it's not just her in the village who doesn't work. You don't care about the others, so why do you have to watch over our family?" Li Erhua patted her and left. The captain carefully smoked his pipe, snorted coldly, and also went inside. In the afternoon, and Sui Lan slept at home again. Lately, she's been working so hard that she's always very tired. Now that she doesn't need to work, she can spend every day making cream in her space. Anyway, she has plenty of bottles, so she can make more and store them in the space without worrying about expiration. But for now, she probably has enough to sell for a while. She decided not to make more cream for now. The next day, Song Chung'an went back to work early in the morning. And Sui Lan was actually very bored staying alone at home. Thinking about it, since Song Chung'an could come back from her space to the county, could she also go from her space to the county? Thinking of this, she locked the front door. She also closed the door to the main hall, planning to try it out. She hadn't fully explored the uses of her space yet. She changed into a pretty dress and quickly entered her space. Looking around inside, she thought about going to the county committee's courtyard to visit Song Chung'an's room. In the next moment, she disappeared into her space. It really worked. She happily looked around Song Chung'an's room, which was still very clean. Recently, he only sometimes didn't come home, lying here for a while, but otherwise, he hadn't slept here. She opened the door to find Song Chung'an. In the courtyard, a few elderly women were resting under the shade of trees. Seeing her, they smiled and asked, "Who is this girl? Whose family does she belong to?" A woman nearby smiled and said, "Ma'am, this is Secretary Song's wife, right? I saw her once before." "That's her." The woman asked cheerfully, "Young girl, am I right?" And Sui Lan nodded with a smile. "Yes. I came to see him." The woman smiled and said, "Go ahead." Surprised the secretary. Young people really know how to have fun. And Sui Lan looked at the spots on the woman's face. She was very talkative. She chatted with them for a while. The woman said with a smile, "Look at this girl's skin. So white and tender. She's a perfect match for the secretary." And Sui Lan waved her hand. "Ma'am, actually, skin can be maintained with daily care. I also apply cream every day. Even without applying anything, you wouldn't be this white." She originally wanted to test her cream, but then she thought better of it. Since Song Chung'an was sitting in that position, it was unlikely no one envied her. If someone found a reason to complain, it wouldn't be good. So she just exchanged a few words, and then left. And Sui Lan headed to the county committee's office, but at the door, a guard stopped her. She helplessly said, "I came to see Song Chung'an. I am his wife. I visited before." Two guards suddenly shouted. That's when they let her in. And Sui Lan went straight to the third floor. Just as she was about to knock, Xiao Lu suddenly rushed out. Looking nervous, he said, "Sister-in-law, why are you here? How is it so coincidental? That woman came today, and sister-in-law is here too?" He always leaves difficult problems to him. He forced a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, the boss is busy. Maybe you can wait a bit?" And Sui Lan raised an eyebrow and directly asked, "Is Jiang Sueha inside?" Xiao Lu felt like he wanted to die. He quickly tried to defend the boss. "Sister-in-law, you can't blame the boss. No one knew she would come suddenly today. Every time she comes to see the boss, it's about money. She's here for work." And Sui Lan caught the meaning in his words. Every time? How many times has she come? Xiao Lu was speechless and wanted to slap himself. Sister-in-law, it's not many times, just 2 or 3 recent visits. And Sui Lan's face turned cold. Song Qing'an even said he wouldn't contact her anymore. Was he insulting himself? If he couldn't let go, why marry her? Seeing her expression turn icy, Xiao Lu quickly tried to explain with a forced smile. Sister-in-law, this woman always threatens the boss with her life to get what she wants. Now she's alone, without a job, and really can't survive. Without hesitation, and Sui Lan turned around and pushed open the door, walking straight in. This time, there was no intimate behavior between them, but Jiang Sueha seemed to have just cried, her eyes red. Song Qing'an looked annoyed. Seeing her suddenly arrive, Jiang Sueha was a bit surprised. Song Qing'an immediately stood up and greeted her with a smile. His voice was gentle. Sui, why are you here? And Sui Lan sneered. If I hadn't come, you might have been taken away by this woman. Jiang Sueha wiped her tears and said with red eyes, Comrade, you've misunderstood. I don't have that kind of idea. And Sui Lan shook off the man's big hand, turned to face her, her expression cold and icy, with a faint cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Her whole body radiated a chilling aura, enough to show she was very angry. She stepped closer to Jiang Sueha and asked with a smirk, You don't have that kind of idea, so why do you keep coming to see my husband? Jiang Sueha's tears fell in grievance. Comrade N, please don't misunderstand. I really didn't mean it. I just can't survive, so I came to see Qing'an. Suddenly, An Sui Lan raised her hand and slapped her across the face. You shameless person, don't think I don't see your little schemes in your mind. I tell you, it's impossible. Get lost. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for spreading your bad habits. Pretending to be innocent in front of me, thinking everyone is blind? After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Song Qing'an. Song Qing'an, your eyesight used to be really bad. Jiang Sueha didn't expect her to dare hit her. She covered her face, almost crying. Qing'an, look at her. I only said 2 words. Song Qing'an looked up at her, but his eyes were cold and lacked warmth. Actually, I wanted to hit you for a long time. Leave now. I already told you last time, don't bother me again. After speaking, the man turned around, pulled An Sui Lan onto the sofa, and gently asked, Sui, what do you want to eat for lunch? And Sui Lan thought for a moment. Pork ribs, braised pork, and rice. Good. Jiang Sueha no longer wanted to stay. She turned around and ran away. Xiao Lu saw Jiang Sueha finally leave and sighed.
Oh.
Boss is probably in danger.
Twice already.
Sister-in-law will probably be angry. After Jiang Sueha left, An Sui Lan stood up coldly. I'm leaving. I won't bother Secretary Song anymore. She was about to leave when Song Qing'an helplessly held her forehead. His big hand grabbed her. Sui, don't be angry. I haven't promised anything. And Sui Lan didn't want to pay attention to him. She felt very upset inside. Song Qing'an, I know you have feelings for her. If you can't let go, then let's divorce. Song Qing'an almost laughed out of anger. He looked at the time. His work was done. Sui, let's go to the big yard. And Sui Lan shook off his hand and left the office alone. Song Qing'an helplessly followed her. Xiao Lu watched nervously. What should he do? Boss is done for this time. And Sui Lan walked quickly, very angry. Why is she still entangled with that woman? If she hadn't come today, she wouldn't even know how many times they met or what they did. So she walked very fast, not wanting Song Qing'an to follow her at all. Sending Song Qing'an away was helpless. He drove to chase her. At a corner, and Sui Lan went straight into the space, and then went home. Song Qing'an looked around but couldn't find her. He had no choice but to drive back to the big yard. He parked the car and went straight to his room. He entered the space directly. When he came out, he saw Sui in her bedroom at home. Every year. Don't be angry. I really have nothing with her. She came to ask me for help today. And Sui Lan turns her face away, ignoring him. Just thinking about it makes her annoyed. Song Qing'an's big hand pinches her chin, forcing her to look at him. Dea, are you jealous? And Suelon pouts, feeling a bit wronged. But she remains firm. No. You said you had no contact with her.
Why?
I just happened to come, and she was here? How many times have you met her? Is there anything between you two? Song Ching'an, if you can't let her go, I can step back. Song Ching'an laughs angrily. He sits beside her. His big hand reaches for hers. Aya, what nonsense are you talking? Because of her, you're going to break up with me? And Suelon glares at him. Then why are you flirting with her? Song Ching'an hugs her. Who am I flirting with? I only flirt with you. Yeah, don't accuse me wrongly. She came to see me once last time. I gave her 300 yuan, which is to repay the 200 yuan she gave me to save my mother back then. Her life isn't good now. She asked for my help. Out of gratitude, I gave her money and told her not to come back. I don't even know she came again today. I already told her I wouldn't see her anymore. Today she said her money was stolen last time, and she wanted me to help her find a job. But I didn't agree. Gaya, don't be angry. Is it worth getting upset over someone unworthy? And Suelon shakes her head. But I am really angry. Last time, you said you wouldn't see her again. Why did you talk to her today when I was there? How many times have you met her? What did you do? Song Ching'an puts his arm around her shoulders, lifts her up, and sits her on his lap. Yeah, don't be angry. We won't see each other anymore. She asked for my help today, and I didn't agree. My brothers at home still don't have jobs. Why should I find her one? All right, stop being angry. Song Ching'an smiles and kisses her on the lips. Just as he was about to deepen the kiss, the little girl covered his mouth. And Suelon harshly says, "Punish you for a day not to touch me." Song Ching'an's face immediately falls. Yeah, it's been over 20 years. I finally started to enjoy life, and now you want to cut it off. I feel so frustrated. Can I collect some interest? He pulls her into his arms and kisses her fiercely. He held her very tightly, and Suelon struggled but couldn't break free. She angrily bit his lip, causing the man pain, and he finally let go of her.
Ow.
That was really harsh. Song Ching'an touched his bleeding lip. Why was this girl so fierce? It seemed she was truly angry. He smiled and shook his head, then got up to cook in the kitchen. Sui liked eating rice, steamed rice, and braised pork ribs. He also planned to cook a couple of small side dishes. Thinking about it, he started preparing the meal. And Suelon sat under a tree in the yard reading a book. She glanced toward the kitchen, snorted coldly, and continued reading, too lazy to pay attention to him. An hour later, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. She sniffed the air, but she was still upset, so her stomach growled. Just then, Song Chunning came over calling her to eat in front. Sis-in-law, dinner is ready. She paused, curious about the smell. Could it be her older brother was back? And Suelon smiled, pulled her to sit down, and said, wait a bit. Bring some back for Mom and Dad later. Your older brother is cooking. Song Chunning smiled. He cooks pretty well, even better than Mom.
And Suelon smiled.
From now on, he'll cook every day. I don't know how to cook anyway. Song Ching'an in the kitchen had already heard their conversation. He served some ribs and carried them out. Let's go back.
Sui, dinner time.
And Suelon stayed silent, her face expressionless. Chunning frowned. Usually, her sister-in-law and older brother smiled happily. Today, she hadn't smiled at all. Was she upset? She opened her mouth but couldn't ask. She carried the ribs away. Mom, Dad, my older brother is back. I brought you some food. She looked at her parents, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Mom, Dad, I think sister-in-law looks a bit upset. What happened? Did your brother do something wrong? Song Chunning shook her head. I don't know. I just feel like sister-in-law isn't very happy. There's something strange between her and my brother. Song Bopping nodded.
Got it.
Let's eat first. Later, I'll go check. This kid, what did he do to make her upset? Lear Hua waved her hand. Enough.
Don't worry about it.
It's their own thing. They'll solve it themselves. Don't interfere. The two sat at the table, staring at each other awkwardly. Song Ching'an kept feeding her food, and Suilon refused to eat what he offered. She returned his food to him and then served herself. This made Song Ching'an laugh in frustration, and Suilon didn't speak, just ate quietly. Although the food was delicious, she didn't want to praise him at all. Song Ching'an smiled and asked her, Sui, is it good? And Suilon did not speak, but her speed in picking up food became faster. Song Ching'an chuckled aloud, and Suilon finished eating, put down her chopsticks, and glanced at Song Ching'an. He gently pressed her head with his big hand. I'll do the dishes. You just ate. Don't lie down yet. Take a walk in the yard. And Suilon didn't say anything but listened to him and went for a walk in the yard. Song Ching'an washed the dishes, dried his hands, and came out. He walked over smiling and wrapped his arms around her. Sui, don't be angry. Shall we go to bed for a while? I have to work this afternoon. And Suilon didn't speak, letting him lead her back to the bedroom. Song Ching'an was sweating from cooking. Sui, I need to go to the space to cool off, it's too hot. And Suilon didn't say anything. She poured herself a glass of spring water, drank it, and then lay down on the bed. She closed her eyes. Before Song Ching'an came out, she was already asleep. She needs a nap every noon. She feels uncomfortable if she doesn't rest. Song Ching'an came out in his pajamas, saw she was already sleeping. He smiled and shook his head. This girl, when she's angry, can really be a handful. He bent down and kissed her on the face. Then he turned onto the bed, pulled her into his arms. The girl was asleep now and instinctively leaned into his embrace. Song Ching'an supported himself with one hand beside her. He looked down at her from above. He gently kissed her lips twice. And Suilon felt the pain and woke up. She glared at him fiercely and turned over, ignoring him. Song Ching'an reached out and held her, kissing her again. This time, he held her very tightly. And Suilon almost suffocated from the kiss, but her body softened into a puddle of water. He kept kissing from her lips down to her collarbone. That area was her favorite. Her slender, white neck and slightly exposed collarbone were very tempting. And Suilon unconsciously hooked her hands around his neck. He took the opportunity to gain the upper hand. By the time he finished, and Suilon was exhausted and glared at him fiercely. Song Ching'an, who told you to touch me? He looked wronged. You agreed. And Suilon's breathing was unsteady. When did she agree? Where did she agree? But now, saying anything more was useless. After the man finished washing her and lay back on the bed, he no longer wanted to pay attention to her. Song Ching'an hugged her from behind and whispered, Sui, don't be angry. I won't see her again, okay? And Suilon replied in a muffled voice, Got it. I'll watch your performance from now on. Finally, she started talking to him. She finally felt relieved. Sui, the snow cream I made, I've already asked them to sell it. Hopefully, good news soon. And Suilon nodded, closed her eyes, and ignored him. Unconsciously, she fell asleep.
It was 2 p.m. now.
Song Ching'an was about to go to work. He opened his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him. He felt very happy. He gently touched her forehead with his own and kissed her on the lips. Then he got up, changed his clothes, and disappeared quickly. When Suilon woke up, it was already past 3 p.m. She stretched lazily and turned over to get out of bed. Thinking about the good deed the man just did, she angrily grabbed the pajamas he had changed out of. She got up, washed up, and changed her clothes. Since she didn't need to go to work, she went into her space and picked some tomatoes and cucumbers.
They could eat them tonight.
She picked quite a few cucumbers. Later, she planned to deliver them to the front. There were many things in her space, and they couldn't finish eating them all. It would be great if she could use them somehow. But she didn't know how to make anything. There were also fruits, various kinds she had grown in her past life. In this era, fruits were rare and most people had never eaten or even seen them. She thought for a long time. Besides selling them directly, the only option was to make fruit preserves. Canning was easy, as long as she had rock sugar. She thought for a moment and started looking for canning jars in her space. She found a finished jar of fruit. After pouring out the fruit inside, She picked some peaches from her space. Then she set up a small pot, added some water and a drop of spiritual spring water. She started boiling the mixture. When the water boiled, she added the cut fruit. Boiled for 2 or 3 minutes, then she scooped it out. While still hot, she poured it into the jars. She waited for it to cool naturally. About an hour later, the preserves cooled down. She took the jar and called Song Ching-in her space. She wasn't sure if he was busy this afternoon. When Song Chung-in entered her space, he saw her waiting for him.
Sui, what is wrong?
And Sui-lan held the jar and asked, I just made this preserves. Can you tell if it's sellable? He gently twisted the jar open with his big hand. He tasted a piece and nodded. Very tasty. Better than most store-bought preserves.
And Sui-lan so mai li.
I saw so many good things in the space. I have to use them somehow. Song Chung-in pinched her nose. Yes, very tasty. Let's make more tonight. I'll order some more jars later. Okay. Since she had nothing to do in the afternoon, she boiled some mung bean soup in her space, adding rock sugar and spiritual spring water. First, chill the items in the freezer for a while. Carrying a small bucket of green bean soup, she went to the field. She was the first to see Song Baoping standing on the ridge. Dad, I made some green bean soup to bring to you. She set down the small bucket, took out a bowl, and handed it to him. Song Baoping drank a bowl of the chilled green bean soup, feeling much less hot and irritable. And Sui-lan smiled and said, I'll go find Mom and the sisters to see where they are, and let them have some too. Song Baoping nodded. All right, go ahead. Be careful, there are corn stalks in the field, don't fall. And Sui-lan found Li Erhua, Chuning, Xiaohe, and the 3 of them each drank quite a bit. She also met Kong Sisi and Yang Li Mei. Each took a bowl, as she had brought enough. Finally, she went to find Du Chun Mei and He Zhaodi. Wow, it's so sweet, sister-in-law, you added sugar. And Sui-lan nodded. Yes, I added some rock sugar. He Zhaodi wiped her mouth. Thanks, sister-in-law. And Sui-lan didn't say anything and was about to head back with the bucket. As she returned home, she saw Song Ching-in had already come back. Are you not busy today? Song Ching-in smiled, not busy. I've already ordered many Kanjar lids, but they haven't sold a single bottle of snow cream. And Sui-lan waved her hand. I think those men just can't sell it. Mainly because it's too expensive. She had to personally step in to help. Bring everything back, and I'll think of a way to sell it. Song Ching-in added, but I've already handled the black market dealings. The county town is now ours. And Sui-lan rolled her eyes. Song Ching-in, as county party secretary, you're running the black market? Aren't you afraid someone will report you? Song Ching-in shook his head. No one will report me. Don't worry. That evening, they cooked dinner. After eating, they went to the cattle shed to deliver some supplies to a few elders. On their way back, they encountered in Qiao Qiao and Zhang Dalao. The 2 were secretly meeting in the small woods. This was because Zhang Dalao was too cautious, so they didn't have a chance. But they didn't make a sound, listening to their conversation for a while. Zhang Dalao clearly didn't want to wait and wanted to confess directly. But and Qiao Qiao disagreed. Although they argued for a while, and Qiao Qiao finally calmed Zhang Dalao down. And Sui-lan snorted, and Qiao Qiao really has talent. She can handle 2 husbands at once. After they left, they went home. And Qiao Qiao was the first to return, while Zhang Dalao waited a bit before leaving. Recently, Zhang Dalao hadn't gone out to play much, which made Zhang Dalao very anxious. And Qiao Qiao finished cleaning the kitchen and then went back into her room. Zhang Erlai suddenly grabbed her and pressed her down to kiss her. And Qiao Qiao refused, saying, Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Otherwise, don't touch me. Only then did Zhang Erlai obediently go to wash his face and brush his teeth. Then he and Qiao Qiao started to get along again. Actually, Qiao Qiao enjoyed this kind of life. She had 2 men all to herself, and it made her very happy. But for Zhang Erlai, it was a kind of torture. Recently, he heard all kinds of sounds every day and felt very restless. He even started to dislike Zhang Erlai. After Qiao Qiao and Zhang Erlai finished, she lay on his chest, still thinking about how to get revenge on Sui-lan. Erlai, I want to take revenge. I won't let go of Ensuelon.
Can you help me?
Zhang Erlai waved his hand, already nearly falling asleep. No, I can't help. You should forget about it, he replied. He clearly remembered how Song Qing'an threatened him last time. Now, whenever he saw Ensuelon, he wanted to stay far away. He didn't want to bother her anymore. But Xiao Xiao didn't think the same way. Her desire to get revenge on Ensuelon had been around for a long time. Besides her hatred for Ensuelon, Wang Chunhua also hated her. Since Zhang Erlai wouldn't help, she decided to find Wang Chunhua. The next morning, she went to the fields and looked for Wang Chunhua. Wang Chunhua and Zhang Weiguo had broken up. Zhang Weiguo only cared about Ensuelon every day. She hated her to death. Wang Jiqing, I need to talk to you, she said. Wang Chunhua, exhausted and sweating from working every day, wiped her sweat and asked, What's up? They sat down to talk. Chunhua, let's work together. I don't want to let her get away with this, and Xiao Xiao said fiercely. Wang Chunhua looked confused. How do we work together?
She asked.
She's not working now. And Xiao Xiao's eyes turned fierce. She's not working, but someone else is. Are you talking about the Song family? Or her 2 loyal followers? And Xiao Xiao nodded. Either is fine. Wang Chunhua narrowed her eyes. She was now trying to talk to Zhang Weiguo, but he ignored her completely, only thinking about Ensuelon. She couldn't help but hate her. She looked at Xiao Xiao and made up her mind.
Tell me your plan, she said.
And Xiao Xiao leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Wang Chunhua nodded, but she was a little suspicious. What if it doesn't work? Who are you going to find? Who would be willing to do this? And Xiao Xiao quietly named someone. Wang Chunhua was surprised. Are you crazy? You're willing to target your own man? And Xiao Xiao curled her lips and said, You think he's clean now? Letting her do this is just right. Wang Chunhua nodded, since he wasn't her man anyway. She wouldn't feel guilty either. So, the 2 of them discussed and agreed. And Xiao Xiao left feeling proud. If she could really get back at Ensuelon, that would be great. If not, she would target the people around Ensuelon. As for how to carry out the plan, although Zhang Erlai wouldn't cooperate, she had ways to make him do as she wanted. Thinking about her hidden medicine, she knew this time it would be very useful. Let's see how she handles her revenge on Ensuelon. She had no idea about her schemes. Today, she was making canned food at home. Last time, she just did it casually. Today, she set up a pot, peeled and chopped apples, weighed them, and recorded how much rock sugar and fruit she used. It couldn't be too sweet or not sweet enough. She boiled some water and added a bit of spring water. Then she started cooking. When the time was almost up, she took out a piece to taste. It was pretty good, just the right sweetness. Following this ratio, once Song Qing'an finished preparing the bottles, she could start making canned food to earn money. After recording the recipe, she poured the finished canned food into containers. Later, she would bring some to the front to let everyone taste. She packed a few boxes and lunch boxes and planned to share some with the old master and others in the evening. She also kept some for Cici and Li Mei. In the yard, she read a book while waiting, and it was about time for them to finish work. She carried vegetables in one hand and canned food in the other, heading to the front. Dad and Mom, these vegetables are bought by Chung'an. I brought some over. We won't eat much behind us. This is my own canned food. Come try some? She went to the kitchen and brought back a few bowls, each with a couple of pieces. Each of the 3 children got 3 pieces. That was just enough to eat. Li Erhua took a bite of the peach and said, Lan, how much sugar did you put in? It's really sweet. Suelon smiled and said, I used rock sugar, so it tastes very sweet. He Zhaodi and Du Chunmei were also very happy. They usually hadn't tasted this before. They didn't expect their sister-in-law to know how to make canned food. That was impressive. He Zhaodi felt the benefits of getting along well with Suelon for the first time. She smiled and said, Thank you, sister-in-law. Suelon didn't reply, only gave her a faint look. After everyone finished eating the canned food, Du Chunmei and He Zhaodi went to cook dinner. Tonight's dishes were many, and Li Erhua specifically asked them to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. When Song Qing'an returned, he didn't see his wife at home. He went straight to the front.
Sui sui.
I'm back. Song Baoping frowned and said, Why are you running home every day? I'm worried about your work. Song Qing'an smiled, pulled out a stool, and sat next to his wife. It's okay. I'm not busy lately, so I can come home more often. The family finished eating, and the two of them held hands and walked to the back. And Sui Lan took the canned food she had kept. Let's go. Take these to Grandpa and the others. There's also steamed buns in the space. We'll deliver everything together. Okay.
And Sui Lan nốt dead.
First, let's go to the youth village. I want to give CC and Li Mei a box of canned food. Song Qing'an accompanied him into the yard and knocked on the doors of their rooms. At that moment, Shen Hualin came out of the house. Seeing Song Qing'an, he froze in surprise. Did something happen? Big brother, is there something wrong? Song Qing'an shook his head and handed him a box of canned food. My sister-in-law made this. Try it and tomorrow, return the box to her. Just as they finished talking, and Sui Lan came out of Kong Cece's room. Let's go. Shen Hualin quietly asked, Are you going to the cattle shed? Song Qing'an nodded. Shen Hualin smiled, I'll go too. Wait a moment. He put the foot basin back inside the house before following the others to the cattle shed. Grandpa, Grandma, the steam buns are still warm. Have a little. And this canned food, everyone come and try some. The elderly all felt a bit embarrassed. Every time they visited, they brought many things. Old Zhou waved his hand. No need, we've already eaten. Keep it for them to enjoy slowly.
And Sui Lan smiled.
I brought quite a lot, everyone has some. Grandpa Zhou, don't be polite. Come and eat. Shen Yifeng also called them all to come and eat together. In these hard days, everyone needs to stay together around the fire to get through. After watching everyone finish eating, the three of them left the cattle shed. The next day, and Sui Lan was bored staying alone at home, so she cooked mung bean soup, cooled it, and carried it to the fields. On the way, she met a pregnant woman, also carrying water to the fields. They approached each other, and Sui Lan thought she recognized her, but couldn't quite remember who she was. The woman saw her and smiled, calling out, Sister-in-law Song, you're also bringing water to the fields? And Sui Lan nodded.
Yes.
That's perfect. We can go together. And Sui Lan noticed her belly was very big, almost full term. Why was she still out delivering water? Can I help you? No need, no need. I'm used to it. And Sui Lan nodded. Are you about to give birth? The woman smiled and touched her belly. Yes, I am about to give birth, probably in the next few days. She nodded. Women nowadays really can do half the work. Even though she was almost ready to give birth, she still went to fetch water from the field. The two of them headed to the fields together. And Sui Lan saw her heading towards Zhang's house. She suddenly remembered that she was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. Parents, here's some water. When she arrived, Li Erhua and Song Baoping were talking together. Li Erhua smiled and said, Lan Lan, why are you here again? Didn't I tell you to rest at home? And Sui Lan waved her hand. Mom, I'm bored at home, so I thought I'd bring you some water. I can still do this little task. Li Erhua waved her hand.
All right.
Go find your sister. They're not far away. And Sui Lan carried some mung bean soup and went to find Song Chunying and Xiahe. But before she reached them, she heard Chunying and Xiahe screaming loudly. She dropped her bucket and ran inside. She grabbed a long knife. Chunying, Xiahe, use the spray I gave you. She ran a few steps and saw Zhang Erlai with red eyes, lunging at the two girls. And Sui Lan rushed over, kicked Zhang Erlai in the waist, knocking him down. She saw that Zhang Erlai's eyes were all red and looked very strange. Chunying, Xiahe, get up quickly. The two girls crawled up from the ground. Second sister-in-law, run. Zhang Erlai has gone crazy. At this moment, others heard the noise and rushed over. And Sui Lan was worried about the girls' reputation, so she quickly instructed them, fix your clothes and hair. Just say Zhang Erlai went crazy and tried to hit you. Don't say anything else. The two nodded and quickly tidied their hair and clothes. And Sui Lan took their hands and led them away, holding the mung bean soup with its lid, so it wouldn't spill. Just then, everyone arrived after hearing the commotion. What happened? Song Baoping looked a bit grim. What's going on? And Sui Lan explained quickly, Parents, Zhang Erlai has gone crazy and tried to hit my sister. I kicked him. Just as I was coming over, he was about to rush at her. Luckily, my sister wasn't hurt. Song Baoping understood her intention. The girl's reputation was very important. This matter must not be made public. He waved his hand, and a few men went to tie Zhang Erlai up. And Sui Lan muttered loudly, Dad, he's lost his mind. Quickly, push him into the river to sober him up. So, he wouldn't be discovered later, having taken medicine that could ruin his sister's reputation. As soon as she finished speaking, several men carried Zhang Erlai toward the river. He kept struggling along the way, trying to break free. By now, he had lost his mind and didn't know how much medicine and Xiao Xiao had given him. When they reached the river, the men pressed him down into the water. He was so exhausted he couldn't move. And Sui Lan quickly stepped forward to check on him. Her medical skills were well known throughout the village. She had no problem examining him. While checking, she secretly slipped an antidote into his mouth. And Xiao Xiao was really ruthless. Just then, Zhang Juhua and Xiao Xiao and Zhang Dalao all arrived. Zhang Juhua rushed to her son's side, crying out, Son, you can't die. What's wrong? And Xiao Xiao also pretended to cry. Inside, and Sui Lan sneered. She thought this and Xiao Xiao, unable to get revenge on her, was now targeting her loved ones. Since that was the case, she wouldn't hold back either. From now on, the Zhang family would definitely become lively. Soon, Zhang Erlai woke up. He had no memory of what just happened. Even if he had seen a cow earlier, he wouldn't have been able to walk. What was going on? He kept trying to remember. He sat up, startling everyone. What's wrong? What happened to me? Captain Gao snorted coldly. You just lost your mind. Zhang Juhua, take good care of your son. Or else, tie him up at home and don't let him go out. What a family of troublemakers. Zhang Juhua didn't believe it. How could her healthy son lose his mind? What exactly happened? How did my son go crazy? And Sui Lan squinted and looked closely at Xiao Xiao, noticing she looked miserable all over. She sneered and said, Let's go. We have work to do. Watching this kind of drama is just upsetting. She pulled Xia He-chun, and the two of them left. Are you okay? The two nodded, still shaken. We're fine, just scared. And Sui Lan nodded. Then don't go to work anymore. Stay at home with me. We'll read and study together. The two nodded but didn't speak. Their sister-in-law could skip work, but they probably couldn't. And Sui Lan sighed and patted their backs. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Dad will agree. The three of them went to stand near Song Baoping. And Sui Lan took the initiative to say, Dad, don't let them work anymore. Just stay at home with me, studying and reading every day. Song Baoping was still scared from earlier. Luckily, his daughter was safe. He nodded. No, they can't just stay at home. What will they eat? The house is already crowded. If all three of you stay home, what will we do? Just wait for hardships? And Sui Lan felt helpless. She had just promised the two girls, but now she was proven wrong. All right then. Tomorrow I'll go with them so no one else causes trouble.
Song Baoping nodded, okay.
And Sui Lan decided not to go back home, and instead followed the two girls. Drink your mung bean soup quickly. I've chilled it at home. If I don't come later, you should work with your mother. Don't stay too far from her. The two girls nodded. Just then, outside, things became lively again. Let's go see what's happening. There was noise and commotion. What was going on? The three of them headed toward the source of the noise. They saw a crowd gathered around Zhang's land. A pregnant woman was lying on the ground, holding her belly.
And Sui Lan Frauen.
She had been fine just a moment ago. Why was she about to give birth now? Everyone was busy and unsure what to do. And Sui Lan shouted loudly, Hurry, and take her to the hospital. Seeing how uncomfortable she looked, she wondered if it was a difficult labor. Her husband carried her as they hurried home. And Sui Lan said to Song Baoping, "Dad, I'll go check on her." Lir Hua was worried she couldn't handle it alone. "I'll go with you." They all went to the hospital together. On the way, the woman kept crying out in pain. But the cart couldn't go too fast. Finally, they arrived at the hospital. After an ultrasound, the doctor said directly, "It's not good. You need to go to the county for a cesarean. The baby's head hasn't turned yet. Our hospital can't do this kind of surgery." And Sui Lan took a look at the ultrasound picture.
It's okay.
"Take her to the delivery room. I'll perform the surgery. There's no time to go to the county. Her is already open." The doctor's eyes lit up. "You can do the surgery. This is a life and death matter. Young lady, you can't lie." And Sui Lan looked at the Zhang family. "Do you trust me?" Zhang Shunzi, her husband, nodded. "Yes. I trust you." The woman was still crying out in pain, each scream frightening him, afraid of losing his wife. The family agreed, and the doctor had no choice. And Sui Lan asked the doctor, "Can we use your delivery room? Also some clothes, and arrange for 2 assistants." The doctor didn't dare delay. If anything went wrong, she wouldn't be responsible. Immediately, 2 obstetricians were assigned to assist her. And Sui Lan looked at Aunt Zhang. "Everyone wait outside. She will be safe." Lir Hua was also worried. She believed in Lan Lan, but she was afraid something might go wrong, and someone could die. After thinking for a moment, she decided to call Chengzi. And Sui Lan entered the delivery room and put on disposable gloves. She said to the mother, "Now relax and don't shout. I will give you anesthesia soon." The mother nodded, "Okay." And Sui Lan turned to the doctor and called out, "Give me the anesthetic." Most hospitals now have anesthetics, usually local anesthesia, used for minor surgeries. But that is enough. After administering the anesthetic, the mother's lower body gradually lost sensation. 2 doctors watched with wide eyes. They couldn't believe such a young girl was having a cesarean section. Usually they had to go to big cities for training. They didn't expect to see one today. And Sui Lan didn't have time to think about what they were wondering. She coldly ordered, "Monitor the mother's blood pressure at all times. Begin the surgery."
Scalpel.
And Sui Lan's hands were steady, and her cuts were precise and smooth. She carefully cut open the mother's abdomen, layer by layer, until the amniotic sac was visible. She gently cut the sac open. And Sui Lan looked at the 2 doctors and wondered what they were doing. They looked pale and nervous. "Come here, help me hold the sides of her belly. I will take out the baby." Okay. And Sui Lan gently held the baby in her arms. Another doctor quickly cut the umbilical cord. And Sui Lan carefully wiped the baby's body with a soft cloth. She then gave the baby a gentle pat on the bottom. "Wah, wah, wah, wah." The loud cry of the newborn filled the room. She handed the baby to the doctor for care. And Sui Lan told the mother, "It's a boy. Don't worry." After cleaning and weighing the baby, another doctor came out holding the baby. "Please take the baby back to the ward. It weighs 5 pounds 3 ounces. Zhang Shunzi immediately asked, "Where's my wife?" The doctor smiled. "She's still sewing up her wound." And Sui Lan had already started stitching her wound. Although she used regular stitches, each one was neat and careful. She made sure there would be no ugly scars in the future. The female doctor's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Miss, you're so amazing. Your stitches are so beautiful." And Sui Lan smiled and said to the mother, "Your anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. You can't eat anything now. You have to pass gas first." The mother nodded, tears of excitement streaming down her face. "Thank you, Sister Song." And Sui Lan nodded and said, "It's okay. Rest well at home. When you leave the hospital, ask your man to buy a bottle of iodine solution and apply it to the wound twice a day. After 7 days, I will come to your house to remove the stitches." "Okay." And Sui Lan smiled and said, "Then let's go out now." When they reached the ward, she saw many people standing at the door of the operating room. And Sui Lan pushed the new mother out, and she was surprised. She frowned and said, "Everyone, please move aside. First, take the mother back to the ward. After the mother was taken back to the ward, and Sui Lan finally had time to change her clothes. When she finished changing, she saw Song Qing'an waiting outside. Song Qing'an, why are you back? Song Qing'an smiled and gently rubbed her head. You're amazing. My mother called me, so I just came back. At this moment, the hospital director was waiting outside for her. Comrade, I have a few things to discuss with you. And Sui Lan looked at Song Qing'an, who nodded slightly. I'll go with you. She nodded to the director.
All right.
Let's go to my office to talk. The two went to the director's office together. The director smiled warmly and poured them both a glass of water. Comrade, your medical skills are really excellent. I want to invite you to work at our hospital as a consulting doctor. How would the schedule work? And what about the salary? With my skills, I won't accept a low salary. Although she said this with a smile, it sounded like a joke. But Sui Lan was serious. The director chuckled and said, other colleagues earn 20 yuan a month. I can give you 30 yuan.
How about that?
Do I need to be here every day? The director nodded. You mean you can't come every day? And Sui Lan thought for a moment. Honestly, it felt a bit unfair to not use her medical skills to help people. But I don't have a medical license. Are you willing to use me anyway? The director waved his hand. That's perfect. You can take the exam, fill out your information, and I'll help you register. Then just take the exam when the time comes. And Sui Lan considered it. Right now, her most important task was to earn money, not to be a doctor. She could get the license later. Director, honestly, I have other things to do. But if you have patients you can't handle, you can find me at Qingshan Brigade. Or you can call me too. She got up and wrote her address and phone number on a notebook in his office. The director looked at the address and phone number, sighed with a smile, and nodded.
All right then.
And Sui Lan smiled. But I charge 20 yuan per consultation. That's fine. The director made a firm decision and agreed. Such talent should be recruited to their hospital first. Maybe they will stay there in the future. Let's go. Time to go home. They came on foot, but now they will go back by car. The Zhang family members are hospitalized here, so no one is left yet. Xiao Lu smiled in the car and said, Sister-in-law, you can practice medicine too? I didn't expect that. And Sui Lan smiled and replied, her condition is special. I only helped because of that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to. When they arrived home, many villagers gathered around. And Jiqing, how is Zhang's daughter-in-law doing? And Sui Lan smiled and said, Mother and baby are safe. They are still in the hospital and will return in a few days. The villagers nodded, and Li Erhua was taken away to discuss the matter. Li Erhua was very proud and said, You guys don't know. Zhang's daughter-in-law had a breech birth, and even the commune hospital couldn't save her. It was my Lan who volunteered to perform the surgery for Zhang's daughter-in-law. Mother and baby are safe. Is my Lan amazing? Yes, your daughter-in-law is really capable. She can perform surgery. Li Erhua chatted with the older women for a while, then got up to go home. Oh, I won't chat with you anymore. I need to go cook for Lan. She's probably hungry after all this. After she left, some people looked on with envy, some sneered, and others rolled their eyes. And Xiao pouted behind them and said, She doesn't even have a medical license. How can she perform surgery? The older women looked puzzled. Really? She knows medicine, but why doesn't she have a license? And Xiao replied, We grew up together. I don't know if she really knows medicine. Most likely, she just happened to see something and was mistaken for performing surgery. Hearing this, the older women also looked down on her. They thought she probably just went to watch and was falsely accused of doing surgery by Li Erhua. They knew nothing about these events.
Lan, are you hungry?
I'll cook now and make some egg custard for you. And Sui Lan smiled and said, Okay, thank you, Mom. She nudged Song Qing'an and said, Go home and bring that piece of meat. She winked at the man. Song Qing'an smiled, understanding what she meant. Okay. Soon he returned with a piece of meat. Mom, can we stew this meat at noon? Li Erhua nodded and said, Good. In the future, don't buy meat so often. We still have wild boar meat at home. Besides, when you have children, there will be many expenses.
Song Qing'an nodded and said, "Got it."
Just do some braised pork and add some potatoes. After speaking, he went outside. And Sui Lan asked him, "Kanjar, have you decided? When will you be back?" The man reached out and patted her head. "I'll be back in a few days, don't worry. I'll go see Chuning and Xiaohe." They were both scared today. Song Qing'an frowned and looked at his father. "What's going on?" Song bowing puffed on a cigarette and said, "Thanks to Lan Lan today. She went to the field to deliver green bean soup and looked for the two girls. She found Zhang Erlai trying to hurt them. She kicked him over and shouted loudly that he was crazy. That's how she saved your sister's reputation." Zhang Erlai looked clearly drugged. His eyes were red. Lan Lan said he was crazy, and she pushed him into the river. Luckily, nothing serious happened. Song Qing'an's whole demeanor suddenly changed, and his face looked very grim. But he didn't know what was really happening yet, so he decided to ask Sui later. Chuning and Xiaohe were inside reading books. And Sui Lan entered and asked, "Chuning, Xiaohe, how are you? Are you okay?" They shook their heads. "We're fine. Luckily, you came just in time. What's going on with Zhang Erlai?"
And Shui Lan Samai.
"In the future, stay away from him. When working, stay with your mother. Never go alone." They nodded. "Got it, big sister-in-law." Li Erhua cooked braised pork at noon, which made He Zhaodi and Duan Chunmei very happy. They were exhausted from working every day. They had no energy left. After Sui Lan and Song Qing'an finished eating, they went to the back. This was their chance to talk about what happened in the morning. "This morning, I was supposed to deliver green bean soup, but when I got to the field, I saw Zhang Erlai was drugged, and his eyes were red. He tried to attack the two girls. I kicked him over and told the two girls to quickly fix their clothes and hair. Luckily, he didn't take advantage. That's how I said he was crazy, and we avoided a big problem. But the fact that he was drugged must have been done by Xiao. She's always wanted to hurt me. I didn't expect she's still not willing to give up. I also don't want to let her go. Since she dared to attack someone close to me, I will expose her and Zhang Erlai's affair." Song Qing'an nodded. "What do you want to do?" "I'll help you. Create trouble between Zhang Erlai and Zhang Erlai. Make them fight each other. That way, and Xiao definitely won't have a good time. Or guide Aunt Zhang to find out about their relationship. Last time I caused trouble, but it was very secretive, and Zhang Erlai didn't notice. This time, I won't let her go easily." Song Qing'an was a bit worried. "Don't rush alone. When I come back tonight, we'll do it together." And Sui Lan nodded. "Okay. Since Xiao is so malicious, let her wait for her revenge. I just wonder if she can handle such intense retaliation." The two of them went back to wash up and rest. At the Zhang family home, Zhang Erlai still didn't know he had been drugged because Xiao's dose was too strong. Plus, Sui Lan gave him the antidote. He had no idea at all. Even Zhang Jihua thought her son had really gone crazy. "Erlai, are you okay? Should I take you to see a doctor?" She had been watching her son all afternoon, worried he might hurt someone again. Zhang Erlai waved his hand. "I'm fine. I feel much better." Since he said that, Zhang Jihua didn't say anything more. He looked normal now. And Xiao rolled her eyes. Crazy? That was just Sui Lan's nonsense. She was afraid the two young girls from the Song family would get a bad reputation. No one knew better than her. Even Zhang Erlai started to suspect something. But he didn't say anything. After the family finished eating, Zhang Erlai hurriedly pulled Xiao into the house. Today, he felt unusually strong desires. If it weren't for dinner, he would have dragged her inside just now. Watching the two go into the house, soon they started making noise. His eyes nearly shot fire. He looked at his mother. "Mom, can you tell me what's going on with them? I'm so tired of it every day. Even in broad daylight, they don't know how to hold back." Zhang Jihua chuckled. "It'll be better once she's pregnant. Later, I'll find some cotton for you. You can stuff your ears with it." Zhang Erlai really didn't want to hear their love noises at home. And Xiao was his woman. He was angry inside but couldn't say it. So he turned and went outside, wanting to take a walk to calm his restless mind. When can he openly be with Xiao Xiao? As he walked, somehow he ended up at the Song family's door. He looked at the door for a while before heading straight to the fields. It would be time to start work soon. And Suilon and Song Qing'an were now sleeping together peacefully, and today he didn't cause trouble for her. After what just happened today, and Suilon didn't dare stay at home. When it was time to work, she got up and went to the fields with them. Song Qing'an, I'm going to bed. When you leave, please lock the door. Song Qing'an nodded. Okay. Thank you, wife. And Suilon followed Li Erhua and two young girls. The four of them were assigned to work in one place. This morning's events were really frightening. They met Zhang Erlai and Xiao Xiao at the field ridge. And Xiao Xiao looked very satisfied, clearly just finished something. And Suilan's nose was quite sharp. She could smell the after effects. She frowned and quickly pulled the two girls to leave. What bad luck. Since they were there, she wanted to do a little something. Seeing that Xiao Xiao was still following, and Suilan's lips pressed tightly. She had planned to do it again, but she didn't expect her to be so alert. The incident happened in the morning. By the afternoon, they all started working again. After working all afternoon, and Suilon was very tired. She sat down with the two girls to drink water. While sitting there, she was thinking about how to punish Xiao Xiao tonight. When work was done, she headed home. Song Qing'an should have returned. They needed to discuss and plan their actions for the evening. That evening, they didn't go to the front for dinner again. After eating, they strolled like they were taking a walk, arriving at Zhang's door. They waited for a while, and Zhang Erlai came out. It looked like he was going out to play. Song Qing'an waved and called him over. Zhang Erlai, where are you going? Zhang Erlai awkwardly approached. Brother Cheng, I just went out for a walk after dinner. What are you up to? Song Qing'an smiled. We just went out for a walk too. We're about to head back. Zhang Erlai was about to leave, but Suilon called him back. Zhang Erlai, going out so late, aren't you worried your wife might be taken away? He smiled and waved his hand. What's there to worry about? I'm already married, no big deal. And Suilon waved her hand. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him run off, or you'll regret it. He laughed. I won't run. If I leave, you can take your walk slowly. And Suilon frowned. I've already warned him twice. Why is he so slow to understand? Song Qing'an smiled. Forget it. As long as they dare to do something, they'll find out sooner or later. We don't need to remind them. Besides, his wife Zhang Juhua is at home. If she finds out first, wouldn't that be more fun? Do you think she might help her eldest son hide things? And Suilon nodded. Probably. Let's go. Zhang Juhua probably won't come out now. Let's go back first and talk tomorrow. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll stay at home with you. The two of them went straight home. Zhang Erlai went out for a walk, which gave Xiao Xiao and Zhang Dalai a chance. Since they spoke quietly, Zhang Juhua wouldn't notice. Zhang Dalai sneaked into her room in the dark. He hugged her tightly. Xiao Xiao, did you miss me? I think about you every day. I almost go crazy. And Xiao Xiao held his neck. Did you just take a shower? Zhang Dalai nodded. Yes, I've been looking for a chance. Today, he finally went out. As soon as he finished speaking, he kissed Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, don't let him touch you anymore. Every time, it hurts me so much. And Xiao Xiao smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. Oh, forget about him. He just left, let's hurry. She said and reached for Zhang Dalai's clothes. Next door, Zhang Juhua was still awake. She kept thinking about what happened in the field today. And Jiqing said, he lost his mind? But she didn't quite believe it. If he wasn't crazy, then what was really going on? The Song family handled it quickly. She hadn't even figured out what happened before Erlai was pushed into the water. Now, thinking carefully, there must be something she didn't know. But after thinking about it, she still couldn't figure out what it was. She decided to wait for Erlai to come back and ask him. This kid runs around all day, acting crazy, while his wife stays at home, not making an effort. She hoped he'd hurry up and have a grandson. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound from next door. It was probably Erlai coming back. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she kept thinking it was strange. What really happened during the day? This Erlai just spends all day playing. It's really hard to deal with. She decided to ask him what really happened during the day. She got up, put on her clothes, and knocked on their door. Erlai, Erlai, come out. Mother has something to ask you. Inside, there was no response. And Xiao Xiao was almost scared to death. She kept pushing Zhang Erlai's arm. What should we do? Mother is coming in? Zhang Erlai's heart raced. He even wanted to tell his mother to forget it. But Xiao Xiao disagreed.
No.
Now's not the time. Zhang Erlai closed his eyes. Then what do we do now? Mother is still knocking. And Xiao Xiao took a deep breath. Mother, I was already asleep. What's wrong? Zhang Juhua asked, has Erlai come back? No, Mother, I was asleep. Let's wait until he comes back, she replied. Zhang Juhua nodded, but then she thought again. I just heard sounds from your room. You little girl, why are you lying? And Xiao Xiao sighed helplessly. Mother, let's talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Juhua smiled happily, thinking about holding her grandson. She couldn't be more pleased. But her daughter-in-law was shy and hesitant to speak. She turned and went back inside. And Xiao Xiao had just broken out in a cold sweat from fear. She pushed Zhang Erlai and said, hurry up and leave. Go quickly.
You scared me to death just now.
Zhang Erlai was also startled and quickly got up, put on his clothes, and went back to his room. Fortunately, nothing was discovered today. After Zhang Erlai left, and Xiao Xiao hurriedly tidied up. Not long after, Zhang Erlai returned. Zhang Juhua found it strange. Hadn't he already come back? Why was the door making noise again? Could it be that the eldest son also went out? She got up again and saw her second son coming in from outside. Second son, where have you been? Zhang Erlai chuckled. I just went out to play. What's up, Mother? Zhang Juhua was puzzled. What was that noise in their room just now? But she didn't think much of it. Maybe it was mice gnawing on the bed legs. She smiled and asked, Erlai, what's going on with you today? I've been thinking about it and I feel something's wrong. Zhang Erlai shook his head. Mother, I don't know either. Anyway, it's fine now. I'm going to bed. Before she finished speaking, he left. She shook her head. Forget it, talking about it tomorrow won't change anything. Zhang Erlai returned to his room, while Xiao Xiao was still awake. He sniffed and reached out to poke her on the back. And Xiao Xiao, did you sneak something? What's that smell in the room? And Xiao Xiao felt nervous. How could he notice? But she tried to stay calm. Crazy fool. What are you talking about? Isn't it just what you left last night? You're so annoying, come to bed quickly. And Xiao Xiao grabbed his arm and pulled him onto the bed. Zhang Erlai chuckled and hugged his wife. Now that he had a wife, sleeping together every night felt very comfortable. Soon, the two of them were making noise in the room again. Zhang Erlai covered his ears and hid under the blanket. To him, and Xiao Xiao was everything. His second brother's possession of her felt like someone taking his own things. He felt angry and jealous, and these feelings kept growing. But he was powerless. Every night, he watched helplessly as the person he loved was in his brother's bed. It was very painful, but he had no way to change it. That night, when his mother knocked on the door, he really wanted to tell her everything. This is a way to find a solution. But Chi-Chi has always disagreed. He likes her and can only listen to her. If he insists on doing things his way, he will make her angry.
Sigh.
For several days, the two of them have not been together. Zhang Juhua's doubts gradually disappeared. Maybe she heard it wrong, or maybe it was just a mouse. She didn't take it to heart. She only told her second son not to go out and fool around every day. She just wanted him to give her a grandson soon. That day, Song Qingan's canned food bottles arrived, and he put them directly into the space. He brought them back. And Sui Lan looked at so many canned bottles and was shocked. Oh my, how did you get so many? Song Qingan smiled. Aren't you starting to make canned food? Just make a bit more, and try selling some. And Sui Lan was speechless. There were already about 1,000 bottles. By the way, haven't you sold a single jar of snow cream? Song Qing'an nodded. Maybe the price is too high. Then just bring it back. I'll go out and sell the snow cream myself. Song Qing'an agreed. All right, let's make some canned food today. I'll take it to try selling. Good. The two went directly into the space. And Sui Lan directed Song Qing'an to work. Go pick some peaches, then we'll peel them. They cooperated quickly and worked efficiently. They picked the peaches one by one. First, they peeled and then cut them into pieces. And Sui Lan prepared a pot and water. The water was boiling. She added rock sugar. Song Qing'an put the peach pieces into the pot. They simmered for a while until the syrup looked slightly thicker. And Sui Lan felt it was just right. Try it. Does it taste like canned fruit? Song Qing'an picked up a pair of chopsticks, blew on them, and offered a piece to the girl. Sui, try it. And Sui Lan took a bite. Not bad. Once it cools a bit, we can bottle it. Make sure to tighten the lids. Song Qing'an nodded. Got it. And Sui Lan filled the bottles one by one, and Song Qing'an followed behind, tightening the caps. They didn't make many this time, about 50 bottles. Sui, what do you think is a good price for these? And Sui Lan tilted her head and thought, a few yuan on the market? 2 yuan, some 3 yuan. Isn't it more expensive on the black market? These are all peaches, so maybe sell them for 3 yuan each. What do you think? Song Qing'an nodded. Good. It's 3 yuan, but I think some people would buy it for 3.50.
Sui Lan smiled.
Just do as you see fit. I'm only responsible for making it, not selling. After dealing with everything, they washed up in the space and then went back to the bedroom to sleep. Of course, Sui Lan couldn't avoid being teased by Song Qing'an in the bathroom. When she came out, her eyes were red. Song Qing'an, are you still human? All you think about is this every day? His wife was angry, so he had to speak kindly to comfort her. All right, don't be mad. I'll be more careful next time. Next time, maybe on the bed, okay? Sui Lan raised her hand to hit him, but he held her delicate wrist. He bent down and kissed her lips, his face full of affection. All right, go to sleep, or else it'll happen again. Sui Lan quickly closed her eyes. Song Qing'an softly laughed, blew out the candle, then lay down and held her. The couple embraced and fell asleep. The next morning, Sui Lan woke up to bright daylight. Oh no! They had promised to work together with Chunning and Xiaohe. Why did she sleep so deeply? She hurried to get up, dress, wash up, and then took a meat bun. She ate while walking. They had already started working in the fields. Sui Lan carried several meat buns and first gave one to Song Baoping. Father, eat this bun. Qingzi bought it.
Good.
Song Baoping ate the bun, enjoying the envy of accountant Sun Daqian. Village head, your daughter-in-law is a bit lazy, but there's really nothing wrong with her. She doesn't work but still brings you guys mung bean soup and meat buns. Look at that, your family is the first in the brigade. Song Baoping was very proud and took a bite of the bun. Maybe intentionally? It smells so good. This girl has a kind heart and is filial. She always tries to make sure we eat well. Since my eldest daughter-in-law came in, I feel more energetic than before. Sun Daqian looked at the village head carefully, seeming skeptical. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. Hey, village head, I think your wrinkles have lessened a lot. Even the white hair at your temples seems fewer. Did you take some kind of magic pill? Song Baoping waved his hand. No, maybe it's because I've been eating well lately and look healthier. How can your hair turn from white to black?
Impossible.
Sun Daqian thought about it and shook his head. How could such a good thing happen? Maybe I didn't notice it because I haven't looked carefully for a long time. And Sui Lan listened to their conversation and shook her head with a smile. Isn't it all thanks to the spiritual spring water? She can feel it herself. Her spirit is full of energy. She walked around the field before finally finding Li Erhua and the two girls. Mother, eat a steamed bun. Chunning, Xiaohe, you each have one. I've already eaten mine. Hurry up and eat, or they'll get cold soon. The three sat down together and ate the buns. After finishing her bun, Li Erhua wiped her mouth and took a sip of water. Lon, don't let the older brother buy these things in the future. Next time you have children, there will be many places to spend money. Don't be so wasteful, understand?
An xui lan nốt det.
Got it, mother. We haven't been wasteful. You can rest assured. She stood in the field for a while, but didn't start working. Thinking about the snow cream she made, she knew it wouldn't sell well on the black market. The main reason was that the price was a bit high. So, she had to sell it herself. Villagers probably wouldn't want to buy it, but people in the county city might have money. If it could really help her problem, even 21 bottles would be worth it. Lost in thought, she said to Li Erhua, "Mother, I want to go to the county city this afternoon. I have some things to do. You must take the two of them with you. Don't let them work alone in one place, even if it means earning a little less."
Liawanudda.
Okay, I understand. You go back now. And Sui Lan smiled and turned to head home. As she reached the ridge, she saw Song Baoping chatting happily with the accountant. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go over and say something. "Father, I want to go to the county city this afternoon." The team leader nodded. "All right, be careful on the road. Maybe take those two girls with you?" And Sui Lan shook her head. "No need, I can manage by myself. I'll come back in the evening with Qingzi." "Good. Then go ahead." The team leader waved his hand, and Sui Lan started walking home. Just as she left the field, she saw Xiao carrying water coming over. She didn't want to pay attention to her and turned to walk away. But unexpectedly, Xiao called out to stop her. "Second sister." And Sui Lan looked back at her.
"What?
Want to get scolded?" And Xiao forced a smile. "No, I just want to say, my life isn't worse than yours now. You deliberately made me marry Zhang Erlai before, and now he's treating me very well. I don't even have to work in the fields anymore." And Sui Lan stared at her without blinking, a faint sneer on her lips. "Really? Is Zhang Er to blame for caring about you? Or is it someone else? You know the answer deep down." And Xiao feels nervous inside, but stays calm on the surface. "Second sister, what are you talking about?" And Sui Lan glances at her and says, "I'm just talking casually. Only you know what I mean." And Xiao, I hope you come to me if you have problems. Don't hurt innocent people, or I won't forgive you. If you make me angry and I do something extreme, it could ruin your plans and that wouldn't be good. And Xiao feels very anxious. Does this mean the mean girl knows about her and Zhang Dala? Impossible. No one could find out about this. How would she know? "Second sister, I won't talk anymore. I need to go deliver water to them." And Sui Lan turns and walks away. Doesn't Xiao really have such a charming skill? She can make Zhang Dala willingly stand behind her. It seems she is good at holding on to two men at once. That's really funny. If Zhang Juhua finds out, she won't know what to think. There will be good shows to watch. I hope Zhang Juhua notices soon. She really wants to see what Xiao's face will look like then. Back home, she doesn't stay long. She leaves the space directly and enters Song Qing'an's house in the city. She comes out of the house, finds a small boy carrying a basket on his back, looks for potential targets on the street. On a busy street, she walks a bit, but doesn't see anyone with very bad skin or good family conditions. Just as she's about to leave, two girls who look a bit better dressed appear. One girl's face is covered with pimples, teenage acne.
Perfect.
And Sui Lan greets her with a smile. "Miss, are you out shopping?" The two girls look at her. Seeing she's pretty, they don't think she's a bad person. They nod. "We're here to buy acne cream, but the department store doesn't have it." And Sui Lan smiles. "I have something. Do you want it? If I can't cure your pimples, I won't take a penny." "How about that?" The girl is a bit cautious, clearly having tried many times before. "You have it? I've seen many doctors and tried many treatments, but nothing works," she says. And Sui Lan smiles. "My stuff works. Try it for free. Want to give it a shot? It might work." The two girls exchange looks. The girl hesitates a little. "Does it really work?" And Sui Lan nods. "Honestly, I made it myself. My child at home needs milk powder, so I wouldn't come out unless I had to. All of it is genuine material. You can try it first." The girl nodded. Okay. And Suelon smiled and said, let's go. I'll go with you. You go home, get an empty bottle, and I'll prepare some for you. When you find it useful, come back to me. Is that all right? The girl nodded again. Sure. My family just finished using a snow cream jar. And Suelon followed them to a courtyard of an office building. She waited at the gate. Soon after, she came out holding an empty bottle. And Suelon took a jar of snow cream from her basket. I'll give you half. Use it first. If it works, come find me. How about that? Okay. And Suelon scooped out a little from her own bottle. Here, take it home. Use it twice a day. Wash your face in the morning and evening, then apply it. You should see results in 2 or 3 days. She turned to leave. The girl pulled her back. Sister, don't go. You haven't told me your address yet. And Suelon chuckled. It's okay. You should have enough for about 4 or 5 days. I'll come back to the city in 5 days. Then I'll wait for you on that street. How about meeting at 3 p.m. in the afternoon?
She nodded. All right.
And Suelon didn't dare give her address. What if she suddenly reported her? That would be the end. As for the days she used the product, the results would naturally show. She trusted her product and wouldn't report herself. This girl was her key to opening up sales. Once her task was done, she wouldn't have to run around selling things anymore. She packed up, clapped her hands, and headed to the county committee compound. She hoped she wouldn't run into that woman again this time. Thinking this, she entered the compound and headed straight to Song Chingen's office. She saw Xiao Lu diligently working on some documents in his office. Even he didn't notice her. She smiled and knocked on his desk. Xiao Lu looked up suddenly. Brother-in-law, why are you here? And Suelon smiled. What's wrong? Is there a woman inside? Xiao Lu quickly waved his hands. No, absolutely not. But that woman has come a few times. She hasn't entered the compound. And Suelon nodded with satisfaction. Good. Very good. She was pleased that the woman hadn't come in again. Although she knew it wouldn't really affect them, she still felt uncomfortable whenever she thought of her coming to see Song Chingen from time to time. Fortunately, this man knew how to avoid trouble. Xiao Lu smiled. Boss is inside. You can knock on the door yourself. And Suelon nodded and knocked on the door. Song Chingen only thought that Xiao Lu had come in for something, so he didn't pay much attention and asked in a deep voice, What's the matter? Suelon smiled and stepped forward to him. In a soft voice, she said, Secretary Song, I miss you. Song Chingen looked up in surprise, stood up, and pulled her to sit on the sofa. Why did you come over? Suelon pouted and said, It's because your people over there are useless. They can't even sell a little ointment, so I came to try. She probably explained her plan to Song Chingen. He replied coldly, You're really reckless. Aren't you afraid she'll shout in public that you're involved in shady deals? Suelon laughed happily. Isn't that what happened? Besides, I gave her a bit of the product to try. If it works, she'll come to find me. Song Chingen nodded, but still felt a bit worried inside. Don't do that again. It's too scary. They're still watching closely now. Suelon nodded and said, Okay, I understand. It's already noon. Shouldn't you go eat? Song Chingen smiled. Come on, I'll take you to eat. They got up and headed outside. This time, they didn't drive but walked straight to the state-run restaurant. Suisse, what do you want to eat? Suelon looked at the menu for today. Shredded pork with chili, stir-fried tofu. Song Chingen got up to order the food. Soon, the dishes were served. They ate and talked, with Song Chingen worried that she was taking too many risks. He didn't agree with her going around selling ointment on the streets. But for now, most black market sellers were men, and selling small amounts of ointment was manageable. A bottle of ointment costing 20 yuan was difficult for them. However, if they cooperated with other black market sellers, it might be possible. Suisse, I'll make a call this afternoon to see if they can work with other places. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way then. I'm really worried about you doing this. Suelon smiled, already having made up her mind to come over later. She simply nodded and said, Okay. It's good to try. After eating, they went straight back to his place. In the afternoon, Song Chingen still had work, so they returned to the dorm. Suelon was sweating all over. I'm going to wash up. It's too hot. When she finished washing and changed into pajamas, Song Chingen had already finished in the bathroom. He patted the spot next to him and smiled. Suise, come here. Hearing his voice, Isue Lan felt her legs go weak. She chuckled shyly. I'm tired and want to sleep.
Don't bother me.
Song Chingen helplessly rubbed his forehead. All right, come here. And Suelon stepped forward, but as she reached the bed, she was suddenly pulled by a strong hand. She ended up sitting on his lap. She quickly jumped up and turned to climb onto the bed. Closing her eyes, she said, I'm going to sleep now. Don't bother me. Song Chingen lay beside her, holding her in his arms.
Sleep now.
And Suelon pretended to be asleep for a while, without moving. She felt secretly happy and leaned into his embrace, closing her eyes. Song Chingen hugged her tighter. The two of them fell asleep together. When Suelon woke up, Song Chingen had already gone to work. Looking at the clock, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. In 2 hours, Song Chingen would finish work. So, she decided not to go out. She got up to wash up and sat in the living room reading a book. There was also a set of high school books here. Today, she knew Xiao Lu was aware of her visit. Could they not go back through the space today? They still needed Xiao Lu to take them back. Around 5 o'clock, Song Chingen returned home. The three of them first went to a state-run restaurant for dinner before heading back. Xiao Lu decided not to return home that night and stayed at the Song family house. The next day, he planned to take the eldest son back himself. Big brother, I won't be coming back tonight, okay? Song Chingen nodded. That's fine. You can sleep in Ji's room. Good. We can go back together tomorrow. When they arrived home, everyone else was already in bed resting. Li Erhua heard something coming from inside the house. Chengzi, I thought you guys weren't coming back. And Suelon smiled. Mom, we've already eaten. Go to sleep. Song Chingen also smiled. Mom, tonight Xiao Lu will sleep in Ji's room. Li Erhua nodded. All right, that room is clean. Just go to sleep. There's still hot water in the pot if you need to wash. Song Chingen nodded. Okay, we're leaving now. Xiao Lu, lock the door properly. They went to the back of the house. As soon as Suelon got home, she lay on the bed. Home is still the most comfortable. Song Chingen smiled. Hurry up and wash up. It's almost 10 o'clock. Finish and go to sleep. And Suelon grabbed her clothes and turned to the space. After washing up, she came out and lay on the bed, falling asleep quickly. When Song Chingen came out, he shook his head with a light laugh. It seemed she was really exhausted. She slept soundly through the night. The next morning, she was awakened by the sound of the work alarm. She turned over and tried to get up, but a big hand pressed her down. Sway, sleep a little longer. Don't get up so early. And Sui Lan was pressed down, and her sleepiness returned. She slept until more than 9 in the morning before waking up. After waking, she ate some food from her space and boiled a pot of green bean soup. Only then did she carry the soup to the field. Song Baoping thought she wouldn't come, and he was very thirsty now. The morning meal was made by his 2 daughters-in-law and was a bit salty. He was thinking about going back to get some water to drink. Just then she arrived. Father, I brewed some green bean soup. Please have a bowl. Song Baoping drank a bowl of green bean soup, and Sun Dequan came from somewhere else. Captain, your daughter-in-law is very filial. She didn't come to work, but brought you some green bean soup. Doesn't it feel good to have a bowl? Song Baoping nodded. Yes, the morning meal was a bit salty, but now it's just right. And Sui Lan smiled and asked Sun Dequan, Uncle Accountant, do you want a bowl? Sun Dequan waved his hand. No, I just drank some water. I'm not thirsty now. You should go deliver it. And Sui Lan took her things and went to find Li Erhua. Mom, have a bowl of green bean soup. She gestured to the 2 girls. Come over, 1 bowl each. The 3 of them each drank a bowl of green bean soup. And Sui Lan stayed in the field for a while longer. She also helped shell a lot of corn. Then she carried a wooden bucket back home. As soon as she left the field, she saw Xiao Qiao coming toward her. And Sui Lan silently snorted in her heart and didn't stop for long before returning home. That night, and Xiao Xiao was eating at home when she suddenly gagged. Zhang Juhua was very happy.
Oh.
Daughter-in-law, you must be pregnant, second son. Take your wife to see the village doctor and check if she's pregnant. And Xiao Xiao didn't expect to be pregnant. Zhang Erlai was obviously very happy. She didn't even bother to finish her meal and pulled her to leave. Oh, second son, slow down. Your wife is pregnant. You need to be careful. Zhang Erlai watched their figures walk away, fists clenched. Is the child his or his second brother's?
He didn't know.
But this month, he and Xiao Xiao had been together 4 times. He could still hear the creaking sounds from their room every day. He felt terrible inside, but was powerless. Clearly, she was his close person, but he had no reason to care. About half an hour later, Erlai and Xiao Xiao returned. He wanted to go over several times to ask whose child it really was, but he never got the chance. His mother kept smiling happily and was very pleased. Xiao Xiao, you're really amazing. Sit over there. I'll go cook an egg for you. Now that we have a child, you need to be careful. In the future, you must treat your wife well and never do anything reckless, understand? Zhang Erlai smiled and nodded. Mother, I understand.
Don't worry, wife.
Sit there quickly. Mother, stop talking and go cook an egg for my son. All right, I'll go now. Zhang Erlai helped her sit down, and Xiao Xiao felt calm inside. She didn't expect to have a child with Zhang Erlai, but she couldn't act too calm now. She could only smile and say, "It's okay, don't be too nervous." She was sitting face to face with Zhang Erlai, and she could see him watching her intently. And Xiao Xiao felt nervous, knowing he was probably unhappy. But since Zhang Erlai was still here, she couldn't say anything. She signaled him with her eyes to not worry. Zhang Erlai understood her meaning and wouldn't easily go against her wishes. He quickly finished his meal, left his bowl, and went out. And Xiao Xiao looked back, then immediately turned around and started talking to Zhang Erlai. Zhang Juhua brought out 2 eggs. Xiao Xiao, the eggs are ready. Hurry and eat. They'll get cold soon. Second brother, open the eggs for your wife. Zhang Erlai happily peeled the eggs and handed them to her. He watched her eat the 2 eggs with a bright smile. Wife, you should lie down in the room for a while. Now that we have a child, you need to rest well. And Xiao Xiao was helped into the house. Lying on the bed, she thought about how to balance Zhang Erlai's feelings. She never expected she could get pregnant. Zhang Erlai stayed inside, and the 2 of them enjoyed a moment of closeness. He was still happy about having a child, but his happiness only lasted a little while. He wanted to go out and play again. Just as Zhang Erlai was about to leave, Zhang Erlai came back. He didn't care that it was still daytime. He entered the house and asked in Xiao Xiao, whose child are you carrying? And Xiao Xiao smiled. Erlai, I know you're unhappy, but this child can only be considered Zhang Erlai's in name. Do you understand? Zhang Erlai's face lit up with joy. Xiao Xiao, are you saying this child is mine? And Xiao Xiao's face stiffened. She hadn't said that, so why did Zhang Erlai think so? But if he believed that, she would just let him think so. She thought carefully and honestly didn't know whose child it was. Anyway, she and Zhang Erlai were almost always doing that. Zhang Erlai had many chances, several times a month. But she truly didn't know who the child belonged to. However, if saying that could keep Zhang Erlai calm, she would let him believe it. And Xiao Xiao gently held his hand to comfort him. Erlai, don't be upset. Think of our child. You wouldn't want him to be blamed, right? Zhang Erlai nodded. Of course. Xiao Xiao, rest assured and focus on your pregnancy. Don't work in the fields anymore. Zhang Erlai sat on the bed, reached out, and held her hand, staring at her closely. Xiao Xiao, can I hug you? Lately, he's been at home, and I haven't had a chance to be close to you. Now that you're pregnant, you have a reason to refuse him. Please don't be intimate with him. I feel jealous, she said. And Xiao Xiao nodded. Okay, go rest now. He'll be back soon.
Zhang Erlai was reluctant.
How long would it take before he could openly lie on her bed? He didn't want to live like this anymore. He reached out and embraced in Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I'm going back to my room. Take care of yourself, he said, kissing her on the lips. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. It was Zhang Erlai. She was surprised to see her eldest son in the room. They quickly separated when the door opened. Luckily, Zhang Erlai didn't notice. Zhang Erlai awkwardly said, I came to see Erlai. I didn't expect him to be out. Mother, I'm going back to my room. Zhang Erlai looked strange and examined the two of them carefully. Then she smiled and said, Second daughter-in-law, you're not asleep yet? How about some steamed eggs for breakfast tomorrow? I'll steam 2 eggs for you. And Xiao Xiao nodded.
Okay.
Zhang Erlai closed the door after speaking. She could tell they were uncomfortable. Thinking about it, she turned and went to her eldest son's room. Big brother, what were you doing just now in your brother's room? Zhang Erlai shook his head. Nothing, I just want to see if my sister-in-law needed help. I was about to leave anyway. Who knew you would come? Zhang Erlai nodded. Then go back to your room. Although she didn't say it aloud, she felt suspicious. She had sensed something was wrong with the eldest brother these days, but couldn't quite figure out what. Zhang Erlai returned to her own room, unable to understand what was happening. She decided not to think about it anymore. She didn't know when the second brother would return, and she was worried something might happen. She drifted into a restless sleep. Zhang Erlai has not slept all night. He quietly opens the door and stands at his mother's door, listening to the snores inside. Then, he quietly slips into Xiao Xiao's room. Xiao Xiao, it's me. And Xiao Xiao is already asleep and is startled by his sudden appearance. What are you doing? It's late at night. Why aren't you sleeping? Zhang Erlai pulls her hand, feeling frustrated and uncomfortable inside. Xiao Xiao, I miss you. And Xiao Xiao feels helpless. I can't right now. Zhang Erlai says it should be fine, I'll be gentle. Don't you miss me? Actually, and Xiao Xiao also misses him a lot, so she agrees. Anyway, Zhang Erlai hasn't come back yet. The two of them start to do something on the bed. Mother Zhang was originally asleep, but suddenly she wakes up. She hears creaking sounds from the next room. This is very serious. Her pregnancy isn't stable, and she can't hold back anymore. She gets up and walks into that room. She pushes the door open. Second son, I told you not to mess around. Why don't you listen? This frightens both of them greatly. And Xiao Xiao quickly pushes Zhang Erlai to get down from her. Seeing that they don't speak, Mother Zhang feels puzzled. She turns on the kerosene lamp. When she sees clearly, she sits down the ground. Oh my goodness! Big brother, how could you? She's extremely angry and raises her hand to slap Xiao Xiao's face. It must be that this restless person is tempting her older brother. Before her hand falls, her son's hand grabs her arm. Mother, don't blame her. I forced her. Mother Zhang didn't expect her son to lie for this person. Big brother, you'll ruin yourself if you do this. Second brother should be back soon. What should we do about this? And Xiao Xiao lowers her head and says nothing. Zhang Erlai firmly says, Mother, this girl is mine. Let her divorce her second brother, and I will marry her. Mother Zhang is shocked and furious. Big brother, do you even understand what you're saying? She's your sister-in-law. You're a beast. Mother, it's already happened. I think this is the best solution. Mother Zhang keeps shaking her head. No, your second brother will never agree to divorce. This matter can't be let him know yet. Almost instantly, she has already thought of a way to handle this. Big brother, I will keep this secret from my younger brother. You all shouldn't do this again.
I'll pretend I don't know anything.
You go back to your room quickly. Otherwise, I will die for you to see. Zhang Erlai feels helpless too, but what his mother said is indeed the best way. Okay. He looked at Xiao Xiao and gently pinched her face. Take good care of the baby. I'm going back to my room now. And Xiao Xiao nodded. Zhang Erlai couldn't bear to watch anymore. She was furious that her rebellious son dared to do such things. Before leaving, Zhang Erlai warned her, Mother, please don't hit her. Otherwise, I'll tell second brother immediately. Zhang Erlai waved her hand. I understand. You should go back quickly. After he left, Zhang Erlai looked at Xiao Xiao with anger. Shameless woman. You ruined my son. If I had known you were a fox spirit, I wouldn't have married you no matter what. And Xiao Xiao looked up at her. I never wanted to marry your son. It was you and your family who forced me. Your son torments me every day. You see it clearly, but you never say a word. You all treat me badly. Can I find someone who treats me well? Zhang Juhua was so angry she wanted to slap her, but remembering what her eldest son said, she held back. She shook her hand and left. And Xiao Xiao smiled slightly. She knew everything, but she still had no choice because of her pregnancy. Zhang Erlai ruined his own life, so she decided to ruin everyone in the Zhang family. Zhang Juhua returned to her room and couldn't sleep anymore. What should she do? It seemed her eldest son cared about Xiao Xiao. She couldn't let her second son find out. Zhang Erlai only returned late at night. Zhang Juhua got up and opened the door. She looked at her son's face, hesitant to speak, but in the end, she said nothing. She was pregnant, whether with her eldest or second son's child. They all belonged to the Zhang family. She decided to wait until she gave birth. She pulled her son aside.
Adele, listen to mom.
Now she's pregnant. You must not mess around. If you hurt my grandson, it will be bad. Zhang Erlai nodded. I understand, mother. I'll go back to my room now. Watching her son go inside, she sighed heavily. What kind of sin had their Zhang family committed? They married such a daughter-in-law. A few days later, the Zhang family remained peaceful, as if nothing had happened. And Suilon thought about the time she had agreed with that girl. She told Song Baoping and Li Erhua, then went alone to the county town. She waited at the agreed place, and soon the girl arrived. I thought you wouldn't come today. Don't worry, I won't. The things you gave me are very useful. Look at my face. Does it look better? And Suilon nodded. Yes, it's much better.
See?
I told you my things are effective. The girl nodded and said, How much is one bottle? I'll buy 2. And Suilon smiled and replied, 21 bottles. 2 bottles cost 40 yuan. The girl hesitated a bit, surprised at the price. She said, Sister, my surname is Gua. I have many friends. Can you give me a discount? I'll introduce your products to others. And Suilon thought for a moment and agreed. All right, I'll give you a 1 yuan discount. Everything is made with real ingredients. The cost is already high, so I can't lower the price much. 1 yuan is still a fair amount. The girl's face lit up with a big smile. 1 yuan could buy more than a pound of meat. The two of them, avoiding others, exchanged money and goods quickly. And Suilon felt happy, even though she only sold 2 bottles. It was her first earned money, and that felt good. She hummed a little tune as she headed back home. Today, she decided not to visit Songcheng and thought it was better to go home quickly. First, she bought about 20 meat buns from a state-run restaurant to eat slowly. She found a quiet spot, opened her car from her space, and drove back herself. When she reached the commune, she found a quiet place and parked her car. Then she walked back to the village on foot. When she arrived at the team, the workers had just finished their work. It was time for lunch. Li Erhua saw her return and said with a smile, Come quickly, lunch is ready. And Suilon sat beside her and ate half a pancake. She had eaten a meat bun on her way back, so she wasn't hungry. Lon, go take a nap for a while. And Suilon went to the back, took a shower in her space, and came out after a long half-day, sweaty from the heat. After washing up, she felt much better. Just as she lay on the bed, a man appeared. And Suilon smiled and said, You're back. Song Chung and gently tapped her head with his long finger. Sleep now. I won't disturb you today. And Suilon snuggled into his arms, turned over, and closed her eyes happily. His big hand gently patted her. It looked like he was soothing a child. Soon, she really fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already 3 p.m. How could I sleep so long? I need to go to work quickly. Otherwise, that old man will call me lazy again. She said this, then got up to wash up, locked her door, and went alone to the fields. She spent the whole afternoon with Li Erhua and Channing Xiaohe. She helped a little, though not much, but it was tiring. After work, she told Li Erhua, "Mom, I'm going back. I won't come for dinner tonight. Song Chung and we'll be back later." Li Erhua nodded and smiled, saying, "Okay, go back and rest." And Suelon then returned home. As soon as she entered the yard, she smelled a lovely aroma. Her face lit up with happiness, and she headed straight to the kitchen. She saw the man had already returned, wearing an apron and cooking. She went over and hugged his strong waist. "You're back? What delicious food are you making?" Song Chingin chuckled softly, "Spicy chicken chunks. They're almost ready." And Suelon looked at the shiny, oily chicken in the pot, drooling with hunger. She released him and smiled. "I'll wash my hands now. When it's ready, you can send some to Dad and Mom." "Okay," Song Chingin nodded, watching her walk away with a loving smile on his face. And Suelon entered the bedroom, washed up thoroughly, and changed into clean clothes before coming out again. Song Chingin looked at her wet hair and frowned. "Why didn't you dry your hair before coming out?" "Be careful not to catch a cold. I don't want to dry it. My hair is too long, and it's too much trouble." Song Chingin nodded. "All right, I'll wash my hands and help you dry it later." He went to wash his hands, and then pulled her into the space. And Suelon sat at the dressing table, looking at him in the mirror. He was skillfully drying her hair, clearly used to doing this often. She smiled softly at her reflection. "Done, it's dry now." And Suelon stood up, reached out, and took his big hand. "Brother Chingin, thank you." Hearing her call him Brother Chingin, his eyes suddenly looked dangerous. He grabbed her waist and squinted. "Sway, sway. Can you call me that again?" Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly waved her hands to refuse. "No, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Let's go eat." He reached out with a big hand and pulled her into his arms, planting a kiss on her forehead. His voice then became a little husky. "Let's go eat first." And Suelon finally relaxed and said, "Okay, let's go." She sat at a small table waiting for him while Song Chingin brought out the dishes. She smiled and said, "First, I'll take some to Dad and Mom. I'll wait for you at home." "Okay." Song Chingin carried the dishes to the front. He set down the food and was about to leave. Song Baoping called out to him, "Brother, why are you back again? Coming home every day. Won't that affect your work?" Song Chingin shook his head. "It's fine. I know my limits." Song Baoping nodded. "All right, go back now." His older brother came home every day, which he didn't say aloud, but he was quite worried. He was concerned it might impact his work. However, the older brother is careful in his actions. He probably won't do anything reckless. Looking at the meat sent by the older brother, he sighed. His big family relies on him to support them, and it's rare that Lan Lan isn't a selfish person. He said to Li Erhua, "Old lady, share some meat with each of the children." Has he Zhaodi just smelled the aroma? Her greedy stomach is almost ready to be tempted. "Father, what did the eldest brother send? It smells so good." Song Baoping snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Li Erhua divided some meat among her grandchildren. Then she gave 2 pieces each to Chuning, Xiaohe, and her parents. Chuning picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mother's bowl. "Mom, you eat. You work so hard every day. You should eat more." Xiaohe also took a piece and gave it to her father. "Dad, you eat too." Li Erhua waved her hand. "No need. You two are still growing. Eat quickly." "We have enough in our bowls," they said, and each took a piece for their daughter. He Zhaodi wrinkled her nose, reached out, and touched her belly. "Mom, just 2 pieces of meat, and you're still arguing about it." She's pregnant, and her mouth is always tasteless, so she's craving food too. No one seems to see her hardship, but she dares not say it. Li Erhua rolled her eyes at her. "Just eat your food." He Zhaodi muttered silently in her heart. This big brother is really something, just sending a few pieces of meat. Not enough for 1 piece each. Both of her daughters are useless. Eating won't help. It's better to give it to her mother. Eating it might help the children grow more meat on their bodies. She thought about it and glared fiercely at the second daughter, sitting beside her. Daughter Daya trembled, holding a piece of meat that she was about to put in her mouth. She didn't want to eat or not eat. She shrank back and put a piece of meat into her mother's bowl. With a smiling face, she said, "Mom, This piece of meat is for you. Hijauti was finally satisfied. My girl is so sensible. Others looked on with speechless expressions. Du Chunmei wrinkled her nose, thinking she was shameless, fighting over food with children. Little Stone saw his sister had already given her meat to second aunt, and he lowered his head thoughtfully. He picked up a piece of meat from his bowl and gave it to Du Chunmei. Mom, this is for you. We each have one piece. Du Chunmei chuckled happily, feeling very proud. My son is so thoughtful. Come on, son. Mom won't eat it. You need nutrition now. Eat quickly. But Hijauti didn't care. She lowered her head and swallowed the meat in one bite. It was delicious. Big Brother's cooking is really tasty. Li Erhua felt helpless. After finishing a meal, Hijauti and Du Chunmei cleaned up the kitchen. The other two people were still eating. And Sui Lan ate very slowly, and Song Chungan was waiting for her intentionally or unintentionally. Anyway, there was no rush. Chungan, did you leave some vegetables and rice for Grandpa and the others? Song Chungan nodded. Yes, I did. And Sui Lan put down her chopsticks and rubbed her stomach. I'm full. Your cooking is so good. Song Chungan smiled, stand up and walk around to help digestion. He got up to wash the dishes and pots. And Sui Lan walked alone in the yard. After Song Chung and finished washing the dishes, it was already dark. They carried lunch boxes and went to the cattle shed. When they delivered the food, they met Shen Hualin and Li Kong. Big Brother, you guys are here too. Song Chungan nodded. Grandpa, try my cooking. Shen Yifeng smiled warmly and helped his wife up. Chungan, you shouldn't come here often. It's not good if others see. Song Chungan smiled. It's okay. We came secretly. Eat quickly, or it will get cold. They stayed for a while, waiting for the elders to finish eating before heading back. The next morning, and Sui Lan got up early. Last night, Song Chungan didn't bother her and went to bed early, so she woke up very early. She finished breakfast at home before leaving. She got ready, ate in the yard, washed up, and then went to the field. Most of the corn had already been harvested. When she arrived, she saw many people working from afar. She took out the meat buns she bought yesterday from her space. They were still steaming hot. She walked over to Song Baoping and directly put the bun into his arms. Dad, I just heated this bun. Hurry and eat. I'll take two to Mom. Song Baoping's grandson, Sun Dakian, looked surprised. He was standing very close to Song Baoping, and the smell of meat made his nose tingle. It was so tempting he couldn't resist. Captain, your eldest daughter-in-law is really something. Very filial. Look at these meat buns. She didn't even think twice before giving you two. He kept staring at the buns as he spoke. Song Baoping felt a bit speechless. The girl only needed one. Why give him two? Was she giving them to Sun Dakian? Or not giving any? If he took them, he'd feel bad. But with Sun Dakian's straightforward look, he didn't dare put the buns in his mouth. He smiled, broke one in half, and handed it to him. Try some too. Besides being a bit lazy, the eldest family has no other faults. Very good. Sun Dakian was surprised and flattered, not expecting the captain to be so generous with such a nice meat bun. He immediately took a bite. The aroma exploded in his mouth. It's so delicious. He usually couldn't eat such buns. Half a bun was finished in 2 bites. The captain ate quickly too, finishing in a few bites. And Sui Lan walked over to Li Erhua and took out a few buns.
Mom, yatagun.
She gave one to each of the 3 people. Li Erhua clapped her hands. Lan Lan, you keep these. Save them for later. We already had breakfast this morning. And Sui Lan smiled, took her hand, and placed a bun in it. Mom, we ate this morning. We've been working for a while now, and those things don't keep us full anyway. Hurry and eat. Chunning, Xiaohe, you two should eat quickly too. Only after eating can you work hard. The 4 sat on corn stalks, smiling at each other. Chunning, Xiaohe, are you both about to start school? Chunning nodded. Yes, almost. About 10 days left.
Liawashmilat.
We can only start after we harvest the wheat. It's always like this every year.
And Sui Lan not dead.
Now is the longest holiday for students. As long as it's busy farming season, there will be holidays. The three finished the buns and sat chatting for a while. Then they started working. They joked and laughed, and the morning quickly passed. At noon, she went back with Li Erhua. Today was Li Erhua's turn to cook. They had finished most of their work in the morning. The four of them went back together. Mom, what are we having for lunch? Li Erhua thought for a moment. There are some tomatoes at home, along with eggplants and green beans. How about making a mixed noodle dish?
An Shui Lan nốt det.
Sounds good. It should be delicious. Li Erhua started making dough, Channing lit the fire, and Xiaohui went to pick and wash vegetables. And Sui Lan sat under a tree in the yard to rest. Relaxing peacefully, a gentle breeze blew. Feeling very cool. Soon, everyone in the family came back one after another. He Zhaodi saw her sitting there with her eyes closed as soon as she entered the yard. She was almost exhausted, having worked all morning, and her stomach was already growling. Tired, hungry, and thirsty. When she returned, she saw her sitting openly and comfortably in the shade.
People really have different lives.
They are both daughters-in-law of the Song family, but her life is so hard. She doesn't have to work or cook. She is pregnant and has to do chores like going outside, cooking, and cleaning. Thinking about it, she feels uncomfortable inside. But she doesn't say anything aloud. She mumbles to herself and goes straight to the kitchen. She scoops a bowl of water from the water jar and drinks it all in one go. She feels much cooler afterward. The food is ready, and everyone has returned. Li Erhua carries out a big basin of noodles, which are cooled in cold water and chilled. Later, they will add hot sauce and it should taste very good. However, there is only a small amount of plain flour in the noodles, mostly mixed flour. And Sui Lan worries it might not taste good, so she takes half a bowl and adds some tomato sauce. It tastes okay, at least better than the thick, sticky pancakes that can make you choke. Li Erhua smiles and asks, "How is it? Is it okay?" She nods and replies, "Yes, with the tomato, it's delicious, sweet and sour, very nice. Next year, we can plant tomatoes in our vegetable garden. There are many tomatoes, cucumbers, beans, and eggplants in the space, but she needs a reason to take them out." Li Erhua nods and says, "Eat quickly, and then go rest for a while." And Sui Lan gets up and leaves. Today at noon, Song Qing'an has something to do and won't be coming back. She lies on the bed, but feels uncomfortable. She tosses and turns but can't sleep. Finally, she gets up and enters the space directly. Looking around, she sees many plants have been grown there. She walks to the cucumber vines, picks a tender cucumber, and bites into it without washing. It tastes sweet, with a fresh cucumber aroma. Very delicious. Seeing so many tomatoes and cucumbers in the space, she uses her mind to control and picks a full basket. She picks quite a lot of each kind. She plans to bring some to CC and the others tonight. They probably can't finish eating it all themselves. She bites into a cucumber and drinks a cup of spiritual spring water before leaving the space. In the afternoon, she goes to the field with Li Erhua. Their plot is right next to Kong Cici and Yang Limei. Lan Lan, you go to the field every day, but your skin isn't dark at all. Look at me. Kong Cici stretches out her arm, which is indeed darker. And Sui Lan smiles and says, "I gave you a jar of snow cream. Tomorrow you can put it on your arms too. Limei, you should put some on too. Each of you put some on one hand and leave the other hand untouched. Then you'll see the difference." Okay. The two nod happily. At that moment, Sun Hongwei comes over. He walks up and sees Sui Lan here, looking a bit surprised. Yang Limei looked a bit embarrassed and glanced at Sui Lan without saying anything. Sun Hongwei smiled and said, "It seems I came at the wrong time. Sorry to interrupt your chat." Yang Limei quickly replied, "No, we're just chatting casually." And Sui Lan sensed something was wrong. She saw Kong Cici repeatedly giving her signals with her eyes. She immediately understood. She pulled Kong Cici and said, "Cici, I have something to tell you. Let's go over there." Yang Limei's face suddenly turned red. She waved her hand, trying to stop the two. "Lan, Cici, you two. and Suelon waved her hand behind her back.
I really need to talk to Cece.
I'll be back soon. The two walked far away until they couldn't hear their conversation, then stopped. Cece, what's going on? With Li Mei and Sun Hongwei? Kong Cece nodded. Recently, Sun Hongwei has been coming to see her often. I think he likes her. And Suelon smiled. That's good. But I wonder what kind of person Sun Hongwei is. Li Mei hasn't agreed yet, right? No, he hasn't said clearly either. They've just been in contact more often. They chatted for a while, and when they saw Sun Hongwei leave, they returned. Yang Li Mei's face was still a bit red, and Suelon suddenly felt like teasing her. Li Mei, your face is red. Be honest. Yang Li Mei's face turned even redder. She stammered, no, I just feel hot. Seeing how shy she was, she didn't ask further. Li Mei, when it comes to men, you can't be impulsive. You need to observe carefully. It's a lifelong thing. Kong Cece almost rolled her eyes. Lan, are you feeling guilty when you say that?
And Suelon. Kong Cece kept going.
Lan, ever since we came here, you've been dating Comrade Song and talking about marriage. That's so fast, slow down a bit. And Suelon.
All right.
It really was quick. She smiled and reached out to pinch Cece's little face. You say I call this fate? When it's meant to be, nothing can stop it. But marriage depends on whether the man is worth trusting for a lifetime.
Yang Li Mei nodded.
Yes. I feel the same. I'm still thinking about it. Just observe a bit more. By the way, you two signed up to become teachers. How are your preparations?
There are many applicants this time.
We need to pass the assessment at the commune. They nodded. Yes, we're preparing lessons every day. Good. And Suelon returned to her work plot. Although she came to work every day, she kept busy. But she only worked 2 centimeters each day. If it weren't for her worry that in Xiao Xiao might cause trouble, she wouldn't even want to come. So, she went to work every day. For more than 10 days in a row. The village primary school was finally built, but no teacher had been chosen yet. That day, the team finally finished the autumn harvest. The corn was dried and stored. They were just waiting to deliver the grain to the commune. These days, everyone who signed up to become a primary school teacher was studying and preparing lessons. The exam was coming soon. Kong Cece and Yang Li Mei were also inside reading books. Even though the busy farming season was over, while others went up the mountain to gather firewood, they kept studying. Other young people at the youth station also signed up and were studying. Even In Xiao Xiao signed up. And Suelon was confused. Within Xiao Xiao's poor grades, if she managed to pass, there must be some trick. She didn't understand why she was even allowed to sign up. Her character was so bad, giving her children to her was just a mistake. Song Qing'an reached out and pinched her face. What are you thinking about?
An Shuilan smiled.
Nothing. I was just wondering why Dad let In Xiao Xiao also sign up for the teacher exam. That's just wasting time. At that moment, Song Baoping walked in with his hands behind his back. Song Qing'an stood up and pulled a chair over for him. Song Baoping sat down and took out a cigarette to smoke. And Suelon frowned. The smell was really unpleasant. Song Qing'an looked at his father and said, Dad, stop it. It's too strong. Song Baoping snorted coldly and finally put out the cigarette. Lan, do you really not want to be a teacher? And Suelon shook her head.
No.
It's too tiring. Kids are hard to teach and manage. Besides, the pay is too little. No matter who passed the teacher exam, they wouldn't get a salary. Only a small allowance. Just 10 centimeters a day. And so many people were eager for that. She didn't want to join the crowd. Song Baoping sighed. He wanted Lan to take the exam because he and the older brother had connections so she could pass. But she was a bit hopeless. No matter what, she seemed unable to improve. He wasn't willing to give up and asked again, Are you sure? It's a good job. Before she could answer, Song Qing'an immediately rejected it. Sui doesn't want to go, so she won't. Anyway, it's not a good job. Plus, she spent all her time at home studying and doing exercises, so she didn't have time to be a teacher. Song Baoping stopped talking. Forget it. He couldn't control everything. Everyone else was fighting hard for that job, but she didn't care at all. He sat for a while before getting up to go home. Before leaving, Song Ching-in brought out a lot of braised pork from the kitchen. He had just cooked it today. "Dad, take this home for Mom to try." Song Baoping nodded and reached out to take it. As he left, the two of them prepared to start eating. "Sway Sway, try the braised pork I made. Is it good?" And Sui Lan picked up a piece and took a bite. Her mouth was full of juice, and it was very tasty. The flavor was a bit different from what Li Erhua made, but it was still delicious. Yummy! Over here, Li Erhua had just finished cooking. She made a lot of braised eggplant tonight. She served a plate, planning to have Xiaoshi deliver it to the older brother and his wife. Just then, He Zhaodi was sitting in the yard, her eyes darting around. She took the plate from Li Erhua. "Mom, I'll go. I'll be quick." Li Erhua nodded and handed it to her. He Zhaodi carried the food and walked toward the back, meeting her father-in-law coming back with braised pork. "Dad, what are you carrying? It smells so good." Song Baoping smiled. The older brother made the braised pork. He Zhaodi chuckled happily, thinking she had chosen the right task this time. Later, she planned to take some for herself. She carried the dishes into the yard. "Big brother, big sister-in-law, Mom made these dishes. Let me bring some to you." And Sui Lan nodded and took the food from her. He Zhaodi looked at the dishes on their table, drooling with greed.
Wow.
Big brother and big sister-in-law are eating such good food. Braised pork, tomato scrambled eggs, and a cucumber salad. White rice that looks very fragrant. And Sui Lan was surprised. She had already taken the dishes, so why wasn't she leaving? Gurgle gurgle. He Zhaodi's stomach growled. She felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly smiled. "Big brother, the rice looks pretty good." While speaking, her eyes kept glancing at the dishes. She thought, since she said that, surely her brother and sister-in-law wouldn't refuse her. If they let her, she would immediately sit down and eat. And Sui Lan was speechless. Without saying a word, she directly told her to leave. "Second sister-in-law, we're about to eat. You should go back now." He Zhaodi was stunned. Was she really being sent away like this? But since they had already said so, she didn't continue to linger. "Okay, I'll go back." She turned to leave, looking at the nice house with some thoughts. Back at home, after dinner, she pulled Song Chongsheng into the room. "Chongsheng, I have something to talk to you about." Song Chongsheng lay on the bed and looked at her. "What do you want to say?" "So many things, every day." He Zhaodi smiled as she pulled his hand. "Chongsheng, look, our family now has 4 people and only this one room. I'm pregnant again, so it will be even more crowded." "I have an idea," she said. Song Chongsheng looked at her, unsure of what she was thinking. "Look, Big brother and the others built so many houses. They don't have children now, and all the other rooms are empty. How about letting Daya and Arya move in? They'd only share one room. It's not a big problem." Song Chongsheng immediately refused. "No way. Don't think about taking over Big Brother's house." He wouldn't agree either. But He Zhaodi didn't see it that way. "Why not? Daya and Arya are your family. Our current house really can't fit us anymore, and once I have the 3rd child, it'll be even tighter. They'd just stay there. They wouldn't eat there. This way, we'd have more space. Later, when we build a new house, we can move back. Anyway, the house is just sitting empty. Why not use it? We're all family. I don't think Big Brother and them are that stingy." Song Chongsheng was starting to lose patience. He thought, why does she always want to take advantage of others? "All right, go to sleep now," he said. "You'd better forget this idea, or you'll end up losing out," he warned. He knew she was thinking about it all too clearly. But He Zhaodi didn't think the same way. The current house was just too crowded. At first, she didn't have this idea, but today she saw how big her brother's house was, with 2 empty rooms. What's wrong with letting the kids stay there? They wouldn't be eating at her brother's place. They'd just stay there. If it were her, she'd agree. Her brother wasn't stingy, so he probably would agree too. She was worried and couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned all night, thinking about how to talk to her older brother and sister-in-law. Looking at her 2 sleeping daughters inside, she sighed. She reached out and touched her belly. Hopefully, it's a boy. It's already been 3 months, but her belly isn't showing yet, and her diet isn't nutritious. She kept thinking about it and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, the family finished breakfast. Xiaodi hesitated and stopped in Suelon. And Suelon looked up at the sky, speechless. Just say what you want. If you keep hesitating, I'll leave, she said. She had agreed with Qingzi to go up the mountain today. Qingzi was resting at home, so they planned to go for a walk.
Liawa fronat.
What does the second family want to do now? Xiaodi chuckled nervously. Big sister-in-law, you know, our room is too crowded. 4 of us live there, and when the baby is born, it will be even tighter. I was thinking since the room behind is empty, maybe the 2 girls could move there. No way. Lier Hua interrupted before she finished, firmly rejecting her. She glared. What are you thinking? Is there not enough space? You're always thinking about good things. Song Changsheng was also surprised. This woman is really something. She mentioned it yesterday, and today she just asked outright. Xiaodi, we have enough space. Don't trouble the older brother and his wife. And Suelon had been silent, watching her with a half-smile. This Xiaodi really knows how to think. She suggests the 2 children move to the back room. Why doesn't she say that girls should be raised by them? What kind of thinking is that? Why does she believe that the couple would agree? It's really funny. Seeing everyone oppose her, Xiaodi pouted. Mother, the 4 of us live squeezed together every day. When the baby is born, it will be even tighter. The older brother's room behind is empty. Why not let the 2 girls live there? She chuckled. Big brother, big sister-in-law, those 2 girls are very obedient. They definitely won't cause you trouble. After saying this, she secretly felt pleased. Luckily, she was clever. It looks like the older brother and his wife aren't so opposed after all. And Suelon laughed out loud and stepped closer to Xiaodi. Smiling, she said, Xiaodi, I have to say, you're quite clever. The 2 girls are quite good. Xiaodi's face lit up. Big sister-in-law. And Suelon immediately interrupted her. Your looks aren't great, but your ideas are quite nice. Your little plan is almost bouncing into my face. How do you have such a big face? Is your house not enough? What does that have to do with us? If you have the ability, build your own house. Xiaodi's face instantly turned pale. She thought this was a sure thing, but now her sister-in-law was so unkind. She couldn't believe it. Big sister-in-law. No matter what, we're family. Lier Hua was almost fed up. This second family just couldn't stay calm for a few days. Enough. Go do your work. This matter isn't settled now, and it won't be in the future. Every day, why do you have so many ideas? Xiaodi was very dissatisfied. They're all from the Song family, so why is there such a big difference? Anyway, she had already spoken today. Is there no point in saying more? Mom, why not? We haven't separated the household, so the house belongs to everyone. Big brother has a big house for his wedding, but we only have 1 room. It's just letting the 2 kids stay there, and they don't even eat there. Why is that a problem? Song Qing'an felt annoyed. Today was supposed to be his day off. He wanted to spend quality time with his wife at home. His second brother and sister-in-law kept causing trouble every day. Dad, maybe we should split the household. But that house isn't mine. I don't even have the right to build a house in the village. This house was built by Sui Sui. Everyone in the village knows that. Xiaodi curled her lips and said, You're just trying to fool the villagers. We all know that Big Brother built it. Song Baoping was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Enough. This is not up for discussion. It's impossible. Their older brother just got married, and they can't let the 2 kids bother him. They're newlyweds. They shouldn't be disturbed. He's still waiting to hold his grandchildren. That second family is really too much. Xiaodi also got a bit angry. Just this small matter, and everyone says no. Dad, Mom, why not? Big girl and second girl aren't your grandchildren. I think you're showing favoritism.
Ugh.
As soon as she finished speaking, Song Changsheng covered her mouth. Stop talking. I think you're just looking for trouble. Come back to the house with me. Xiaodi shook his hand off, but Song Changsheng didn't dare use force, because she was pregnant. Did I say anything wrong? If parents aren't showing favoritism, what is it? Didn't you and mom contribute money for the house? Didn't Gongzhong contribute money? We haven't separated the household, so this house belongs to us. Let the two girls sleep there at night. What's wrong with that? Li Erhua was so angry her hands started trembling. The ones who took advantage of the situation accused them of favoritism. She pointed at He Zhaodi's nose and said angrily, "You dare say we're biased? What about your conscience? All these years, has there been a month when the oldest didn't send money? And wasn't that money used to support your second and third families? Those who married early benefited the most, and now they say we're biased. If it weren't for the fact that you're pregnant, I'd slap you. It seems I, as the mother-in-law, am too easy to talk to, which is why you all think you can do whatever you want." She was so angry her chest heaved up and down. Old man, split the household. Let them go on their own so they stop always saying they're being wronged. And Sui Lan quickly said, "Mom, don't be angry. It's not worth damaging your health." When He Zhaodi heard about splitting the household, she immediately fell silent. "I dare not speak anymore. Du Chunmei has not spoken all along." Finally, she spoke. "Second sister-in-law, I can't believe you're so nosy, even interested in big brother and sister-in-law's house. If you have the ability, build your own house. That house was built with big brother and sister-in-law's own money. It has nothing to do with you." He Zhaodi felt upset as the family surrounded her and criticized her. Just as she was about to speak, Song Baoping glared at the second brother. "Why are you just standing there? Come inside. All you do is cause trouble every day. If there's a next time, you'll be sent back to your parents' home. Our family can't afford such a daughter-in-law." He Zhaodi was pulled back into the house by Song Chongsheng, and Sui Lan held Song Qingan's hand and said, "Let's go out for a walk so we won't get infected by some people." The two of them left the yard side by side. They went straight up the mountain. There were still mushrooms and wild vegetables on the mountain, and they met many people along the way. They encountered Kong Sisi and Yang Limei halfway up the mountain. "Lan Lan, you came out too?" And Sui Lan smiled and nodded. "Yes, we just finished breakfast and came out for a walk." They continued walking up the mountain. They picked a lot of mushrooms. They didn't bring anything with them, quietly putting everything into their space. And Sui Lan kept talking about her brother Hu and the tiger. Song Qingan listened and felt very nervous.
Sui, Yure so brave.
"Those are tigers and bears." And Sui Lan giggled. "I'll call them out later." They had almost reached the deeper part of the mountain. And Sui Lan made a horn shape with her hands and shouted loudly, "Brother Hu, Black Bear, sister is here. Come out quickly to greet us." The scene made Song Qingan laugh. They waited there for about 5 minutes, then they heard a tiger roar from the woods. It ran quickly toward them. Song Qingan's face tightened. He grabbed his wife's hand and pulled her behind him.
Sui, be careful.
They are animals after all. And Sui Lan was unbothered. "It's okay, just watch." And Sui Lan stood beside him. The two big animals had never seen Song Qingan before, so she was worried about his safety. "They're coming." As soon as she finished speaking, the two animals appeared in front of them. They showed a gentle side when they saw and Sui Lan, but they seemed a bit unfamiliar with Song Qingan. And Sui Lan held his hand and said, "Brother Hu, Black Bear, this is my boyfriend. You can't hurt him." Only then did Song Qingan believe it. He waved his hand and greeted them. He had seen bears before in the mountains, but he had never seen a tiger. Tigers usually stay deep in the forest and do not come out easily. And Sui Lan held his hand and placed it on the tiger's head. "Touch it, it's okay." Song Qingan gently touched the tiger, which affectionately rubbed against his hand. A black bear nearby looked pitifully and extended its paw towards Song Qingan. Song Qingan's mouth twitched. How is this like a person? So clever. He reached out and gently petted it as well. Only then was the bear satisfied. And Sui Lan smiled and said, "All right, you two have met. In the future, no more hurting each other when you meet again. Are there any good things nearby? Take us to see." The two animals turned to look at the two people, signaling them to follow. So, the two people followed behind the animals. They walked slowly. Along the way, They found many medicinal herbs, and Sui Lan dug quite a few. All were immediately planted into their space. The two people and the animals kept moving deeper inside. Song Qing'an was always alert. After about 20 minutes, the two big animals finally stopped.
And Shui Lan smiled happily.
Ahead were all medicinal herbs. The animals knew how to please her. She said, "Husband, quick, help me dig. Let's put everything into the space." They squatted there and dug for a long time until they finished this patch. It was almost time to go back. And Sui Lan gave each of them some spiritual spring water to drink. Then she let them take it back with them. There were many mushrooms in the deep mountains, and they picked quite a few along the way. Once dried, they could eat them for a long time. The tiger and the black bear saw them to the halfway point up the mountain before turning back. And Sui Lan waved her hand and said, "All right, you two go back. I'll come see you when I have time." The two of them walked down the mountain. They encountered Shen Hualin and Li Kong, who were carrying a wild rabbit. Seeing them, Shen Hualin smiled and said, "Big brother, sister-in-law, we just caught this in the mountains." He handed it over and said, "Take it back." Song Qing'an refused. "You keep it and stew it yourself. There's still meat at home." He quickly added, "Big brother, then you take it back and stew it. Can we come over to eat?" Song Qing'an looked at Sui Lan, who didn't react much. Since it was his younger brother, not his own. Song Qing'an nodded, "All right. Be careful outside in the future. Don't let others find out." "Okay." Shen Hualin smiled happily and followed them down the mountain. Since it was just a rabbit, they didn't go to the front, but headed directly to the back. When they arrived home, Shen Hualin took the initiative to process the rabbit. Song Qing'an looked at the time and realized it was almost time to cook. "I'll cook the rice." Li Kong hurriedly said, "I'll start the fire." And Sui Lan sat alone in the yard. The three grown men were busy preparing lunch. After about an hour, the meal was ready. Spicy rabbit meat, braised pork, scrambled eggs with chili, and sliced cucumbers. And Sui Lan ate happily, with sauce all over her mouth. It was very tasty. The rabbit meat was spicy and flavorful, very delicious. Shen Hualin couldn't eat much spicy food, but after trying a piece, he wanted more. Such great taste. "Big brother, you're such a good cook. So delicious." When no one was around, he casually called him Big Brother. Even watching Sui Lan, he felt more relaxed. Maybe he had let go of some worries. And Sui Lan smiled. "As long as he's at home, he cooks. He's a good cook." Li Kong grinned. "Today, I really benefited from Brother Lin. This is the first time I've had such delicious rabbit meat." Song Qing'an looked expressionless, feeling no goodwill toward these two people who kept trying to join the meal. He had finally taken a day off, and they kept bothering him. "If you like it, eat more. Finish quickly and leave." Li Kong pouted, almost knocking his chopsticks over. And Sui Lan had already eaten her fill. She put down her chopsticks. "I'm full. You guys eat slowly." Song Qing'an also put down his chopsticks and said to the two, "Wash the dishes and pots, clean up, then leave." Li Kong waved his hand. "Okay. I promise to finish." After eating, and Sui Lan broke out in sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. She went straight to her room to wash up. But as soon as she entered, Song Qing'an also came in. "What are you doing?"
"I'm sweaty."
"I'll wash up. You go out first." And Sui Lan shooed him out. Song Qing'an helplessly shook his head and took out 2 apples. After washing them, he cut them into pieces. The 3 of them ate and chatted. Perfect to cool down the spiciness. "These apples are so sweet." And Sui Lan went into her space, took a shower, and drank a cup of spiritual spring water. Only then did she come out. She had changed into her pajamas. When she came out, Song Qing'an was already in the house. "Everyone's gone?" He nodded. "Yes, they all left after washing the dishes and pots." And Sui Lan smiled. "You really made them wash the dishes?" Song Qing'an looked calm. "Of course. That's normal. Who gets free rice?"
And Sui Lan.
"Did they also take the rabbit?" But it didn't seem to matter. After all, they were brothers. A family is not considered a guest. Thinking this way, I feel like there's nothing much to worry about. Song Ching'an reached out and pulled her into his arms. Okay, rest for a while. And Sui Lan lay on his chest, her small hand resting on his chest, gently poking. Song Ching'an quickly grabbed her hand.
Sui sui.
His voice sounded a bit different. And Sui Lan quickly withdrew her hand and closed her eyes. Sleep now. Song Ching'an shook his head helplessly. Anyway, there was plenty of time at night. Let her rest well during the day. He pulled her closer into his arms, and Sui Lan leaned into him. Song Ching'an looked at his little girl with deep eyes and gently kissed her on the top of her head. Then he closed his eyes and went to sleep. The couple slept until 3 in the afternoon before waking up. After their nap, they sat in the yard. Song Ching'an brewed a pot of green tea, and they talked while drinking. Life was very comfortable. In the evening, they went out to eat. They found out that Zhao had already gone back to her parents' house in the morning. And Sui Lan felt a bit speechless. Who was she giving the cold shoulder to? Not letting the kids come over, then going back to her parents' house. Really, I can't believe it. Song Chongsheng had a bruise on his face. It was obvious that after they left, the two of them had another fight. Song Chongsheng wouldn't fight back, but the bright scar on his face showed how harsh Zhao's strike was. Li Erhua came out of the house and handed Sui Lan a cup of hawthorn water. Sui, drink some water. And Sui Lan took the cup and tasted it. It's good. She raised her hand and offered it to Song Ching'an. You try it, it's sour and sweet.
Liawasiga.
Tell me, what's really going on with that second family? They're always causing trouble, even scratched the second one's face. Luckily, she doesn't have to work now. Look at how the men in this village are treated. If I had known, I wouldn't have married her. She didn't even say a word, and went back to her parents' house. Song Baoping, smoking his pipe, snorted coldly. Living a good life, huh? Always causing trouble for no reason. Li Erhua sighed again. Chongsheng, go bring her back. With her mother acting like that, what good can come from her staying there? It's better to keep some distance. Song Baoping firmly refused.
No.
Let her stay as long as she wants. Song Chongsheng sat nearby, covering his face, still feeling the pain. And Sui Lan took out a small bottle. She had bought scar removal medicine after injuring her arm last time. She added a bit of spiritual spring water to it. Zhang Sheng, here is this for you. Use it once a day to apply on your wounds. It won't leave scars. Song Zhangsheng took it gratefully. Thank you, sister-in-law. This time, he also got angry at Zhao. He pulled her back into the house. While talking, they started arguing. Zhao said he was useless. Her older brother became a party secretary, but he could only work in the fields. If she had known, she wouldn't have married into this family. He was also angry, and as they argued, they began to fight. Song Zhangsheng sighed helplessly. This wife is now out of control and even dares to hit him. Seeing blood on his face, she was ashamed and furious. She packed her things and left. Song Baoping puffed on his pipe and said, Second brother, your wife is responsible for this. Don't blame your older brother and sister-in-law. Your wife needs proper guidance. Song Zhangsheng nodded. I understand, Dad. When she comes back, I will talk to her nicely. Li Erhua waved her hand. She said, Tomorrow, I will go pick her up. She can't stay too long at her parents' house. Song Zhangsheng nodded. All right, Mom. I'm going back to my room now. He said this, and went back to his room with his belongings. Dia came out with Ya and Little Stone. And Sui Lan smiled and waved at them. Come here, everyone. The children ran over to her. She took out a big handful of white rabbit candies from her pocket. Share these 3. Keep some to eat slowly. You can have at most 2 a day. Understand? Eating too many can harm your teeth. Got it, Andy? I only eat 1 a day. Little Stone smiled happily. Du Chunmei also looked pleased. The older sister-in-law is very kind, but the second sister-in-law really doesn't appreciate it. She is smarter. And Sui Lan patted Little Stone's head. The children took their candies and left. Li Erhua smiled and said, Lan, you gave too many. These are good things. Keep some for yourself, and give less in the future. And Sui Lan waved her hand. Mom, I'm not a kid. I don't need these. Sit down, I'll go cook. Du Chunmei quickly said, Mom, I'll light the fire for you. Song Baoping stood up and left the yard, not knowing where he went. Only in Sui Lan and Song Cheng'an were at home. Just then, and Xiao Qiao suddenly rushed in. As soon as she entered the yard, she pointed at Sui Lan's nose and scolded loudly. Vile woman! And Sui Lan, how could you be so unkind? Our parents raised you without asking for anything in return. And this is how you repay them? Dad is already ruined, and you still want to ruin my mom? I'll fight you. And Sui Lan calmly stood up from her chair. Looking down at Xiao Qiao, she said, And Xiao Qiao, are you crazy? Be careful of the child inside your belly, or the Zhang brothers might cause trouble for you. And Xiao Qiao choked and angrily glared at Sui Lan. You wicked person. I will beat you to death. Why are you so mean? And Sui Lan grabbed her chin, making her unable to move. Tell me, what's really going on? You came in shouting and fighting right away. And Xiao Qiao's face turned pale with anger. Recently, she wrote a letter to her family and received a reply from Zhang Xiaoli today. Her father had already been taken into custody. Only her mother was left at home, but at least her job was safe. She wasn't worried about starving. But this time, her mother said her job was taken away by someone. Now she was unemployed. She even lost her place to live. She could only find a temporary job cleaning manure. There was a small room nearby where she stayed. Something felt wrong to her. It must be that Sui Lan's real parents were behind this. Otherwise, why would everything happen so suddenly? Without reason, her job was taken away and her house was reclaimed. Now she felt hopeless about returning to the city. She had written to ask Zhang Xiaoli for help, wondering when she could go back. But now, not only would she have to have a baby, but she'd also have to stay in this mountain village forever. They had lost everything. How could she go back to the city? It was all because of that wicked Sui Lan. And Sui Lan understood everything now. So that was it. And Sui Lan, if you say it's not your parents, then who else could it be? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not leaving. Call your parents and tell them to return my mother's job immediately. Otherwise, how will she survive? And Sui Lan was amused by her. And Xiao Qiao, are you just talking nonsense? It's not my job anyway, I don't care. Do whatever you want. She deserves to starve. You. And Xiao Qiao angrily pointed at Sui Lan and started cursing. Wicked person, may you have a bad death. And Sui Lan rubbed her hands, feeling bored and ready to fight. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and slapped her.
Slap, slap, slap.
She slapped several times in a row. Then she pulled Xiao Qiao out the door.
Get out.
If you come back again, I'll beat you again. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaoli will lose her manure cleaning job too. And Xiao Qiao glared angrily. You know. And still say it's not you. And Sui Lan clapped her hands dismissively.
So, what if it's me?
If you come again, I'll make sure she can't survive. Seeing she couldn't fight or argue, and Xiao Qiao had no choice but to go back and think of another plan. That wicked person. And Sui Lan returned to the yard, pulling Song Cheng'an along. Let's go ask what's going on. The two went to the back and entered the space directly. Then they headed to the county town. They made a call directly to He Tailin's office.
Dad.
Sweetheart, my good girl, I miss Dad. He Tailin's cheerful voice came through. And Sui Lan smiled and asked, Yes, I miss Dad. About Zhang Xiaoli, did you have someone do something about it? He Tailin admitted immediately. Yes, it was me. If it weren't for their family, we wouldn't have to look for you all these years.
So?
Did she come after you? And Sui Lan shook her head. No, she can't find me. I just wanted to ask. After hanging up with her dad, she called her mom and older brother. Then she returned home. Let's go to the front. Mom probably already finished cooking. It seemed that this time, and Xiao Qiao was a bit anxious. Sui say, if I'm not home in the future, you still need to be careful around them. And Sui Lan nodded.
I know.
After returning home, and Xiao Qiao was still very angry. Zhang Dalaikong saw everything clearly. He went to the commune and wondered how it had become like this. While Dalai Kong was not home, he quietly asked, "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?" "She's been distracted since she came back." Hearing his caring words, tears couldn't stop falling from in Xiao Xiao's eyes. Aunt Zhang rolled her eyes in frustration. If it weren't for her being pregnant, she would have beaten her to death long ago. And now she still wants to flirt with his eldest son? Big brother, go find your younger brother and tell him to come back quickly. Don't interfere if it's not your business.
Mom,
I can't just ignore this. This child is mine. Aunt Zhang almost choked to death. What are you talking about? This child belongs to your brother. From now on, don't talk to this girl. Dalai Kong didn't listen and kept asking in Xiao Xiao, what's really going on?
tell me.
And Xiao Xiao cried even more sadly. My mom lost her job because of Insuelon's family, and she has no place to live. She's alone in the city of Shanghai. How is she supposed to survive? Wah wah wah. Dalai Kong. He felt helpless about this too. Aunt Zhang snorted, all right, stop crying. Come over and light the fire. It's time to cook. Crying is useless. And Jiqing's parents are capable people. Crying won't help. She said this and pulled in Xiao Xiao away. Go light the fire. Dalai Kong held in Xiao Xiao's hand. You sit down, I'll go light the fire. The mother and son went to the kitchen. Zhang Juhua grabbed her eldest son's ear. Big brother, I've told you many times, this child is your younger brother's. Stay away from her in the future. Your younger brother doesn't know yet. Do you want mother to die? Zhang Dalai replied, Mother, this will come out sooner or later. I think they should divorce. I want to marry Xiao Xiao. Zhang Juhua was so angry she almost couldn't breathe. You're really blinded. What's so good about her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. I've already found a matchmaker. There's a widow in the next village who has a little girl. Tomorrow, you go on a blind date. Zhang Dalai refused. I won't go. I like Xiao Xiao. I will never marry anyone else in my life. Zhang Juhua was furious. Big brother, please, I'm begging you. Just go see her, okay? If you keep this up, do you want me to have a bad ending?
Just go see her.
If it's okay or not, we'll see. She was determined. No matter what, she couldn't let her eldest son and daughter-in-law have any connection anymore. If they kept going like this, something serious would happen sooner or later. And Xiao Xiao overheard everything clearly outside. She narrowed her eyes. This won't do. Zhang Dalai can't go on a blind date. Otherwise, her life wouldn't be as good as it was now. Zhang Dalai didn't say anything else, but he wouldn't go, right? Xiao Xiao had already said the baby in her belly was his. He must take responsibility for her and her son. He was waiting for her and her second brother to divorce, so he could openly be with her. He came out of the kitchen and saw Xiao Xiao still sitting in the yard. She was just looking at him. He walked over and asked, Xiao Xiao, did you hear everything? And Xiao Xiao nodded. Don't worry, I won't go. Take good care of the baby. And Xiao Xiao didn't say anything. At that moment, Zhang Erlai came back from outside. And Xiao Xiao immediately stood up to greet him. You're back. Zhang Erlai nodded. Is dinner ready?
I'm starving.
Zhang Juhua looked helpless. She opened her mouth and said, Erlai, from now on, if you have free time, stay at home and keep her company. Don't always go out. She almost said it directly. But this second son had no ideas at all. He didn't seem to be aware of anything happening around him. She, as a mother, still had to hide things from her younger son to protect her eldest son. It's truly a sin. Thinking about it, she really wanted to scold Xiao Xiao to death. She felt she had ruined both her sons. Once she had the baby, she'd probably be kicked out. This person was just a troublemaker. Zhang Erlai smiled and said, Mom, I understand. Is the meal ready? I'm starving. Zhang Juhua. Forget it. She had already said a lot, but it didn't matter. She didn't take it to heart at all. Forget it. With such a big mess, she didn't want to get involved anymore. That's it. The Song family was eating at this moment. Li Erhua had steamed a chicken egg cake for Insuelon, something she hadn't eaten in a while. Suddenly, it smelled quite good. But after eating the egg cake, She couldn't eat much more ice. The two finished their meal and went to the back. They would be busy tonight. As Song Chingin said, he was going to work. Shouldn't she do something to make it up to him? And Sui Lan was speechless. The next morning, she woke up at 10 o'clock. She felt her whole body hurt. She went to eat breakfast and heard that her father had taken some applicants to the commune for exams. Cici and Li Mei weren't sure if they would be chosen. After eating, she sat in the yard talking to Li Erhua. Li Erhua was drying mushrooms in the yard. Recently, she had collected quite a few from the mountain. Mother and daughter-in-law chatted happily. Has He Zhaodi returned to her mother's house? She looked a bit swollen around the eyes, as if she had been crying. She looked very tired. It seemed she hadn't slept all night, with red, swollen eyes. Seeing them at home, she lowered her head and said, "Mom, sister-in-law, I'll go back to my room first." And Sui Lan noticed something was wrong. What was going on? Why did everything seem off? What had happened? Why did she come back so suddenly? And Sui Lan didn't pay much attention. It didn't concern her. Li Erhua just slightly curled her lips, clearly disapproving of He Zhaodi. Not only was she petty, but she also looked down on her family background. Elder son had fought hard to marry her. If it weren't for fearing something might happen to their son, she wouldn't have agreed for He Zhaodi to marry in.
Sigh.
She sighed inwardly. Song Chongsheng went up the mountain to chop wood today. He Zhaodi was alone in the house, lying on the bed, tears flowing uncontrollably. Ya and Arya came out of the house. They walked over to Li Erhua. Timidly, she said, "Grandma, I'm scared." Li Erhua patted her head. "Don't be afraid. Grandma will protect you." The two girls nodded. At this moment, and Sui Lan heard He Zhaodi's inner voice. What should she do? She couldn't let Chongsheng find out. If Chongsheng finds out, she will definitely want to divorce her. She doesn't want a divorce. And Sui Lan frowned. What? Divorce? What exactly happened? But He Zhaodi seemed to only have these two sentences. Thinking of what Song Qing'an once said, that He Zhaodi's family is quite poor? Thinking of this, she asked proactively, "Mom, what is the family of the second younger sister-in-law like?" Li Erhua sighed bitterly. "You came in late, so you don't know. Her mother has no sons, and her husband died early. She raised 4 daughters alone. Because life was hard, she resorted to other means. She started doing some shady business in the village, mostly with lonely old men. Now she's so old, who knows if she's still the same as before. That's also why I don't think much of He Zhaodi. But she married in, so it's understandable. She's never done anything out of line." Longshan was determined to marry her from the start, and we had no choice.
And Sui Lan not dead. No wonder.
He Zhaodi's appearance and behavior made her think she might have been mistreated or worse. But she didn't say it out loud. She wouldn't do anything to break up a marriage. Some things, if left unsaid, will eventually be discovered. In the afternoon, Song Baoping returned with the exam candidates. Some were happy, some worried. There are only 2 teachers for the elementary school, and over a dozen people signed up. And Sui Lan cheerfully asked Song Baoping, "Dad, who passed?" Song Baoping sat on a chair, smiling broadly. 2 people, Kong Jiqing and Yang Jiqing, passed the exam. Yang Jiqing? Yang Xiujuan? Song Baoping nodded.
Yes.
And Sui Lan was very happy. Even Li Mei signed up, but she didn't pass. She wondered if she would be upset. But sometimes, passing isn't necessarily a good thing. There are so many single men in the village now. If they become teachers, they might be targeted or schemed against. She got up and went to the youth station.
Cici, congratulations.
Li Mei, don't be too sad. There will be other chances. Yang Li Mei smiled. It's okay. I didn't have high hopes anyway. It was just to go play with Cici. Seeing that she was genuinely not upset, and Sui Lan relaxed. But Cici, in the future, you need to be careful around those single male comrades in the team. 10 centimeters a day, and they're from the city. Be cautious, that's for sure. To prevent anyone brave enough to plot against you. Kong Cici smiled and raised her small fist, saying fiercely, "If anyone dares, I will beat them to death. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. And Suilon sat at the youth station for a while, then prepared to go back. As she just entered the front yard, she heard the noise of Song Changsheng and He Xiaodi arguing. They were arguing again over something unknown. Li Erhua saw her return and pulled her into the kitchen.
Lan, in got him.
I'll cook the food quickly. Will the older brother be back soon? And Suilon replied, I don't know either. That night, the couple was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, the front door was knocked loudly. She turned over and nudged the person beside her. Who's at the door?
Go see.
Song Qing'an was already awake. He turned over and kissed her on the lips. Go to sleep first.
I'll check.
Song Qing'an got up and went to the door, where he saw his mother standing outside, looking anxious. Big brother, ohre islanlan? Hurry and call her. The second daughter-in-law's child has had a miscarriage. Song Qing'an was startled and immediately returned to the bedroom. And Suilon had already heard this and was now dressed. Let's go and see. The three of them went to the back. At this moment, He Xiaodi was on the bed, holding her belly and crying in pain. There was a large amount of blood underneath her. And Suilon looked and said, the baby can't be saved. Eat this. She took a pill from her pocket, which was from her space, and directly put it into He Xiaodi's mouth. He Xiaodi grabbed her hand tightly and begged, Sister-in-law, please save my baby. Please, I beg you. And Suilon withdrew her hand and said, stop shouting. Even the heavenly king himself can't save this now. It's too late to send her to the hospital. Mother, send someone to boil water. Everyone else go outside. Mother, stay and help. She bent down and spoke to He Xiaodi. It might hurt a lot later. Your amniotic fluid is almost gone. Cooperate with me, okay? She looked seriously into He Xiaodi's eyes. He Xiaodi nodded hard, though it was difficult. Her belly was already 3 months pregnant. The fetus had developed. Now, she was in labor, with no difference from childbirth. Li Erhua found a worn-out quilt to place under her. And Suilon took out her acupuncture kit. Luckily, her clothes had pockets today. She lifted He Xiaodi's hand and quickly and precisely inserted a needle into the Higu point. Then she moved to the San Yin Jiao point. Next, the Ji Yin point. These 3 points stimulate contractions and strengthen their force. He Xiaodi's contractions were too weak to expel the fetal tissue. At this moment, hot water was brought in. There were no disinfectants at home. There was only hot water available. Mother was here, but she couldn't conjure anything out of thin air, especially since He Xiaodi has always been very clear-headed. Mother, take off her pants. He Xiaodi bit her lip, showing some resistance. Li Erhua thought she was just shy and comforted her. Don't be shy. It's nothing, we're all women. And Suilon looked at her with some discomfort. When the pants were taken off, and Suilon checked if her was open. Good, it's ready. But something seemed off, especially since she had just experienced a couple's intimacy. Li Erhua, being experienced, looked grim. She was very angry. She thought it was because Error was naive and insisted on having intimacy, which caused the miscarriage. She kept muttering he only cares about himself. Later, I must beat him to death. Such a good grandson lost. It's truly a sin. And Suilon had to interrupt, saying, Mother, please help clean her up. He Xiaodi's belly was already hurting badly. And Suilon pulled out a silver needle. She pressed her hand to stop her. All right. Breathe in, push hard. About 5 minutes later, the embryonic tissue was expelled. Li Erhua looked and saw it was a fully formed male fetus. Now she was furious and wanted to curse Song Changxing to death in her heart. He Xiaodi covered her face and cried bitterly. She deeply regretted coming back to her mother's house, knowing what kind of person her mother was. But she still went back. She was bullied for no reason. And now, her child was gone. And Suilon understood that she had been bullied, but she pretended not to hear anything. Better to tear down a temple than destroy a marriage. She wouldn't do such a thing. Poor Song Changxing. He was about to take the blame. After all the embryonic tissue was expelled, He Xiaodi fainted. and Sui Lan fed her some spiritual spring water. When she woke up, she gave her a pill. It was time to leave. Third sister-in-law, how is she? Before Sui Lan could speak, Li Erhua came out holding something, looking very unhappy. She walked step by step to Song Changsheng and slapped him across the face. Song Changsheng was slapped, confused and unsure why. Mother, what's wrong? Why did you hit me? He covered his face, shocked, looking at Li Erhua. Li Erhua wished she could slap him more.
Good job.
If I don't hit you, who will I hit? Do you know she's 3 months pregnant? It's a dangerous time. You won't believe this. Li Erhua couldn't scold anymore. She pointed at Song Changsheng's hand, trembling all over. Song Changsheng was even more confused.
He didn't do anything.
He couldn't understand what his mother was saying at all. Big sister-in-law, what is mother talking about? What's really going on? And Sui Lan shook her head. It's not good for me to say much about your marriage matters. Song Changsheng felt even more puzzled. He felt that his sister-in-law's look at him was hard to understand, like she was looking at a scapegoat, with a hint of pity. This made him even more confused. Angrily, Song Changsheng slapped his hands hard twice. He pushed the door and went into the room. Zhaodi, how are you? Zhaodi looked nervous at first, but when she saw him, she forced a smile.
I'm fine.
As soon as she finished speaking, she started crying.
Changsheng, I'm sorry.
I didn't protect the baby well. It's my fault. You can hit me, scold me. It's all my fault.
I'm sorry.
I just saw that it's a boy, and he's already formed.
Changsheng, I'm sorry.
She tried to hit herself, but was stopped by Song Changsheng. All right, I know you're upset, but we will have more children in the future. Go to sleep first. I'll go out now. Big brother and sister-in-law are still outside. Zhaodi nodded.
Okay.
When he left, Li Erhua handed him something. Find a place to bury it. Song Changsheng took it, grabbed a shovel, and went out. And Sui Lan and Song Qing'an returned home. She first cleaned her hands inside and out with alcohol, then wiped them with iodine solution. Only then did she feel at ease and rest. The two lay on the bed, completely awake. Sui, what exactly happened? And Sui Lan hesitated whether to tell him, but finally decided to speak. She knew only she felt terrible. She wanted to tell him, so he would feel the same pain. I found out that Changsheng might have been betrayed.
What?
And Sui Lan explained little by little, without saying she could read minds. Yesterday afternoon, I was in front. She looked tired when she came back from her mother's house. Her eyes were swollen, and she looked like she hadn't slept all night. Now she suddenly had stomach pain, and the baby was lost. I think she might have gone through some married life, but her mother just hit Changsheng, and he had no reaction at all, didn't realize he did anything wrong. I'm just suspicious. Only suspicious. What do you think? Song Qing'an nodded and said, That's possible, but it's their family matter. We have no proof, so we can't talk nonsense. This kind of thing can only be discovered by Changsheng himself. Exactly, so I haven't said anything. And Sui Lan turned over and said, Oh, Changsheng is really unlucky. Why did he marry a girl from such a family? Song Qing'an patted her head and said, I don't know. Let's go to sleep. The couple embraced and slept. But the atmosphere between Zhaodi and Song Changsheng was not so good. They lay in bed, neither speaking. Zhaodi kept crying. Song Changsheng kept sighing. At this moment, Li Erhua came in with a bowl of brown sugar and egg noodle soup. Zhaodi, eat this. Take good care of yourself. There will be more children in the future. Don't be too sad. She glared at Song Changsheng and said sharply, Hurry up and get up to feed your wife. Always doing nothing good. Song Changsheng quickly got up and fed Zhaodi bite by bite. I'm going back to rest now. Second child, take good care of your wife, understand? Song Changsheng answered, and she went back to her room. Once inside, she sighed deeply. What a good child. Gone just like that. Tell me, what kind of sin has our Song family committed? Song Baoping comforted her. Enough, don't think about it. This child isn't meant for us. When she recovers, there will be more children. Go to sleep quickly. The next day, and Suilon woke up feeling very hungry. Her stomach was growling loudly, as if she could eat a whole cow. She got up, washed up, and went to the kitchen. She saw that Song Ching'en had left her some vegetables, a steamed bun, and a bowl of hot egg noodle soup. It was steaming hot. She carried the food to the small table outside. One bite of bun, one bite of vegetables, so delicious. But she felt something was missing from the taste of the vegetables. She got up and went to the kitchen to get some chili oil and vinegar. She added a little of each to the vegetables, making them taste even better. Delicious. She ate a bun and wanted more, so she ate a meat bun in the space. Then she suddenly realized she had eaten so much. At this moment, in the conference room of the county committee compound, many people were seated inside and outside. Song Ching'en was holding a meeting. Suddenly, he felt a wave of nausea and stomach upset. He frowned, clutching his stomach. He hadn't eaten much, just the food he made in the morning. It was clean and hygienic. It shouldn't happen. Fortunately, the person finished reporting. He got up and left. Take a 5-minute break first. Xiao Lu felt confused. What's going on? He got up and followed him. Boss, what's wrong? Song Ching'en walked straight to the office, where there was a trash can. As soon as he entered, he started vomiting into the trash can. Xiao Lu was startled. Oh my God, what did you eat? What's going on? He hurriedly poured a glass of water for Song Ching'en. Drink this quickly to rinse your mouth. Then he patted his back. Song Ching'en stood up, his face pale. Boss, should I take you to the hospital? Your face is so white. Song Ching'en took a sip of water and sat down to rest for a while. He felt much better now. He waved his hand. Xiao Lu, you go out first. I'll host the meeting. I need to rest a bit. Okay. If you feel worse, just call me. After he left, Song Ching'en locked the office door and went directly into the space. He returned home from the space.
Sui.
Yes. What's wrong? Why did you come back so suddenly? Why do you look a little pale? Let me check. She grabbed Song Ching'en's wrist and started to take his pulse. It's nothing. What's wrong? Song Ching'en smiled and said, It's nothing. I just vomited a moment ago. My stomach feels a bit upset.
An Shui Lan Berlin Ket.
Did you sneak something? Song Ching'en rubbed her head. I ate breakfast at home. Nothing's wrong. He said it's fine, but Sui Lan still took out a pill for him. Take this. Drink it with spiritual spring water. It works even better. Song Ching'en smiled. I already drank spiritual spring water before I came back. That won't help. Is the spiritual spring water useless now? What exactly is going on? This morning, I ate the food you made and I'm fine. Why is it only you who has a problem? Could it be the water in your courtyard? Song Ching'en shook his head. The water I drink every day is the same. There's no problem. And Sui Lan looked at her pulse with suspicion. But when she checked again, she was so shocked she nearly jumped. No, how could this be? She was still not convinced and checked a second time, but the result was the same. Her unusual reaction made Song Ching'en worried. Sui, is there a problem? This time, and Sui Lan was sure. No problem. I think I might be pregnant. What? Pregnant? Her face suddenly fell. Song Ching'en, you said you always use the little umbrella, right? What's going on? Song Ching'en awkwardly smiled. I forgot to use it once. Maybe we shouldn't do it for now.
You're still young now.
And Sui Lan waved her hand and said, It's okay. Since we are here, it's fate. How can I refuse? Moreover, I am healthy and with the spiritual spring water, there won't be any problem. Song Ching'en was very excited and reached out to touch her belly. It's hard to imagine that a little person is growing inside. It's his child. And their child.
Ugh.
Song Ching'en was happy at first, but suddenly his stomach started to feel uncomfortable again.
And Sui Lan.
So, was she helping to throw up during her pregnancy morning sickness? No wonder she suddenly vomited. She couldn't stop. After understanding, she suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
She laughed while pouring a glass of water. Stop vomiting. Have some water. I'm pregnant, not you. Why are you vomiting? Song Ching'an sat up straight and took a sip of water. He looked a bit wronged and said, I don't want to either, but I can't control it. What's going on? And Suelon looked mysterious and said, this is called a husband's pregnancy reaction. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. She found it hard to imagine a county party secretary suddenly vomiting uncontrollably during a meeting, looking like a pregnant woman. How funny is that? Ha! Song Ching'an's face was hard to describe. Such a rare illness, and he happened to catch it. And Suelon smiled and said, don't be nervous or anxious. It will be fine. Being pregnant and having a baby is a good thing. I think you were probably frightened by what Zhao said yesterday, which caused a stress reaction. Coincidentally, I am pregnant now. Maybe it will be better by tomorrow. Last night, Song Ching'an was indeed a bit worried. He was worried about Sui's health. Seeing them busying around and bringing out bowls of blood, he couldn't help but think about what would happen if Sui got pregnant. He couldn't even imagine that scene. It came so quickly that he didn't expect it. He felt a little regretful for not using an umbrella last time, because he thought it was troublesome. Sui, maybe we should just not do it.
I'm worried about you.
It's too scary. And Suelon glared and said, no. It must stay. You don't get to decide. Come on, let's go tell Dad and Mom, so they can be happy too. The two of them went ahead together. Li Erhua was still scolding Song Chongsheng, and Suelon immediately pulled her aside and said, Mom, we have something to tell you. Song Ching'an smiled and said, Sui is pregnant. Li Erhua, really? Song Ching'an nodded and said, yes, really. Li Erhua quickly pulled in Suelon to sit down. Good, very good. Sit down quickly. Big brother, you need to be more careful in the future. Pregnancy is a big matter. You can't be reckless. Song Ching'an smiled and said, Mom, I know. Song Baoping was also very happy. He didn't expect that after losing a grandson, the eldest son's family would be pregnant. Song Chongsheng had just taken a few steps outside. He heard everything clearly. Thinking about losing a child himself, he felt a bit uncomfortable inside. But he also felt happy for his older brother. Song Ching'an smiled and said, Mom and Dad, I usually am not at home. Now that she's pregnant, you should take care of her more in the future. Before he finished speaking, Li Erhua was startled. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly want to? And Suelon covered her mouth and giggled secretly. Mom, it's okay. He has pregnancy-related symptoms.
Liawa fronat. What?
Pregnancy symptoms for a man? What's going on? And Suelon explained, it means I am pregnant, and he reacts to it. I don't react, but his body does. Li Erhua was extremely shocked. She had never heard of such a condition before. Really? Big brother, you're quite something. Your wife is pregnant and it made you. Song Baoping also found it very strange. A grown man experiencing morning sickness. He couldn't even imagine that. Li Erhua kept looking up and down at her son, but she couldn't see anything unusual. Song Ching'an was about to again. Li Erhua looked at him and thought he did look a bit like that. She covered her mouth and laughed happily. And Suelon also laughed along. Song Baoping's lips twitched tightly, but he couldn't hold it anymore and finally burst out laughing too. Chuning and Xiaohe, who had just been inside, also heard the laughter. They started laughing so hard they doubled over. They had never dared to laugh so loudly at their big brother before. Now they finally had a chance. Song Ching'an's face darkened. Was it really that funny? Zhao, who was inside, was also awakened by the noise. Her children were gone, and they all looked so happy. When she saw Song Chongsheng come in, she asked, What's going on outside? Why is everyone so happy? Song Chongsheng sat down beside her. It's nothing. Sister-in-law is pregnant, and our parents are happy. Zhao's hands suddenly clenched the quilt tightly. Her children had just left. And now her sister-in-law was pregnant. Such coincidence, no way. It must be that her child caused her child's death. She was angry, distressed, and tears uncontrollably fell down her face. There are no such coincidences in the world. Her child was lost just yesterday in her sister-in-law's hands. Today, she is pregnant. Her child has caused the death of her own baby. Zhaodi, Zhaodi, what's wrong? Song Chongshin called her several times, but she didn't respond. Her face was twisted and a little frightening. He shook her several times, and only then did he Zhaodi react.
I'm fine, Chengsheng.
Please close the door. I don't want to listen. Her child had just left, and everyone was so happy. Aren't they all hoping she wouldn't have a son? At this moment, anger and resentment filled her heart. She actually thought Sui Lan was her enemy, and Sui Lan and Song Qing'an didn't sit in the yard for long before they left. Song Qing'an still had work to do. After returning to the city, Sui Lan carried back a pound of brown sugar.
She went to see He Zhaodi.
Second sister-in-law, here is some brown sugar for you to help strengthen your body. Even Du Chunmei brought half a pound of egg cakes. But He Zhaodi wasn't in the mood to entertain them. She just said a few words briefly, and they left. Seeing her tired expression, Sui Lan and Du Chunmei didn't stay long and left. She still didn't know that He Zhaodi had already started to resent her. But even if she knew, she wouldn't care. He Zhaodi stared at their backs, her teeth almost grinding in anger. Lan Lan, you should go back and rest. Now that you're pregnant, don't run around everywhere. Sui Lan smiled, and Du Chunmei, learning she was pregnant, also smiled. Big sister-in-law, you're quick. You just got married not long ago, and you're already pregnant. Congratulations, congratulations. Sui Lan gently touched her belly, thinking of the little life inside. Her smile was hard to hide. It would be a lie to say she wasn't happy. Li Erhua smiled and said, go back and rest. Don't run around. Sui Lan nodded and slowly left the yard. She went to the back and directly entered her space. The strawberries in the space were ripe. She walked over, picked a small basket of strawberries, and sat in the villa's living room to eat. The strawberries that hadn't been treated with medicine were very sweet. Each one was full of flavor, with just a hint of sourness. They were very delicious. Snuggling on the sofa, eating strawberries, she sat for a while and started to feel sleepy. Unconsciously, she fell asleep. She was awakened by Song Qing'an. When he returned, he found her sleeping in the space. Gently touching her fair, tender cheek, he softly called her, Sui Sui, wake up. Sui Lan slept very deeply, mainly because the sofa was very comfortable. It was more comfortable than her bed or Kong at home. Soft and cozy. She was pregnant and had no other reactions, just very sleepy. Song Qing'an chuckled softly. How could she sleep so soundly? He bent down and picked her up. Only then did Sui Lan wake up. She reached out and hugged his neck. I'm so sleepy. What time is it? It's noon, 12 o'clock. Are you hungry? My mother just came over and called us to eat. Wash your face, and we'll go together. Sui Lan nodded and got off him. Song Qing'an patted her back and smiled. Sui Sui, sit for a while. I'll get you some water to wash your face. When he left, Sui Lan lay back down on the sofa. She instantly fell asleep again. By the time Song Qing'an returned, she was already asleep.
He was a bit surprised.
How could she fall asleep so quickly? Sleeping like this all the time isn't good. Not eating, just sleeping. How can her body handle it? Especially with a baby inside her. He helped her up and wiped her face with a towel. Sui Sui, wash your face, and you won't feel so sleepy. He wiped her face gently with the towel, and she finally opened her eyes. I'm still a little sleepy. Song Qing'an helped her up. Don't sleep anymore. Let's go eat first, and sleep more in the afternoon. Or should I carry you there? Sui Lan shook her head. No more sleeping. I'm a bit hungry too. She sat up and rubbed her head, feeling fully awake now. They went to the front together. Li Erhua had already prepared the meal. Fried cured meat, made from wild boar meat. Some steamed rice. She served a bowl for the children and Sui Lan. The others still ate the traditional flatbread. There was a little rice left in the pot, which Li Erhua scooped out and handed to Song Chongshin. Old second, this is for your wife. Put a couple more pieces of cured meat on her plate. Song Chongshin carried the rice back to the room. Sweetheart, your mother steamed rice and cured meat. Hurry and eat. Heo Zhaodi nodded, sat up from the bed, took the food, and ate a few bites. She looked at her husband and urged him to go eat quickly. Go eat. I can handle it myself. Song Chongsheng looked at her, seeming to feel a bit better, and then went out. Later, I'll wash the dishes. Don't move. Heo Zhaodi nodded. Watching him leave, she bit into the cured meat, her eyes instantly turning red. Tears fell one by one. These days, her life felt like years, and she couldn't face Song Chongsheng directly. Her heart was torn apart. Seeing Song Chongsheng, I felt I had wronged him. But I couldn't say it aloud, only tormenting myself. She closed her eyes briefly. Her body was weak, but she still had to eat. Outside, people were talking and laughing. She listened to Sui Lan's cheerful voice, but she always felt that Sui Lan was the one who harmed her child. Otherwise, her child wouldn't have just been lost, and it was Sui Lan who caused her to have a miscarriage. How could she be pregnant again the next day? If it wasn't for her harming her child, what else could it be? She was fine when she returned that day, with no reaction at all. But by evening, her stomach started to hurt. It must be her. She couldn't stand the thought of being pregnant, feeling that she had taken the spotlight from her, which caused her to lose her own child. It was a male fetus, a fully formed boy. Thinking of this, she hated her intensely. And Sui Lan always said her medical skills were excellent, so why couldn't she save her own child? She only bled a little. Wasn't her medical skill good? Why couldn't she save her child? Instead, she had to have her child removed from her body. Her heart was filled with unspeakable hatred. In her view, as long as the child hadn't come out, everything was fine. But she clearly forgot how much her stomach had hurt that day. If Sui Lan hadn't promptly given her acupuncture to bring out the child and the placenta, she might have been in danger of losing her life. Because her miscarriage wasn't normal, it was caused by, which led to her losing the baby. If she was careless, both could have died. Listening to her thoughts outside, Sui Lan sighed silently. She saved her, yet she was now blaming her. She really couldn't understand how her mind worked. Such foolishness. Besides cooking, Erhua also specially made her a chicken egg cake. Thinking she was pregnant, she worried her appetite might worsen. Sui Lan took 2 bites but found it too greasy. She directly handed the plate to Erhua. Mom, it's too greasy, you eat it. She used a spoon to scoop it up, it wasn't left over. Erhua stood up and went to the kitchen to get a small bottle. She dripped 2 more drops of sesame oil onto the egg custard. Eat it. Now it shouldn't be greasy. Sui Lan tasted a bite. It did smell better than before. She had added sesame oil earlier, but in too small amount, so the aroma wasn't noticeable. Now it smelled very good. She took a bite. It was indeed very fragrant. But she didn't eat much rice, giving most of it to Song Ching'an. After eating, the 2 of them went back to the rear. After Song Ching'an gently put her to sleep, he took a bag of 50 jin of rice from the space and went ahead. Mom, this is 50 jin of rice. I often am not at home, and Sui likes eating rice. She doesn't like eating pancakes because she can't swallow them. Please take good care of her. Erhua waved her hand. You don't need to tell me that. I already know. Song Ching'an smiled. I was just thinking, we can usually cook some porridge with this rice. Let the kids also eat it. After it's finished, I'll buy more. Don't be stingy. Dad, and you are both getting old, and you can't eat pancakes every day. He took out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to his mother. Mom, autumn is coming, and you and Dad's cotton clothes are several years old. They aren't warm anymore. Take this money and go buy some cotton fabric. I'll bring back some cotton when I return. Each of you can make a thick set of cotton clothes and pants. Song Baoping sighed. Ah, big brother, you've worked hard. The whole family relies on you. Song Ching'an smiled. It's okay. I'm the oldest, and I should do this. I'm going back now.
You 2 should get some rest.
After returning, he thought about the good people in the cow shed. Probably they didn't have cotton clothes or pants. Fortunately, the space has plenty of cotton. One day, He plans to have his mother come over and make a set for each of them. That way, they'll stay warmer. And Sui Lan was sleeping soundly. When she felt someone lying down beside her, she instinctively curled into his arms. Song Qing'an patted her back gently to help her sleep more peacefully. Pregnant women do tend to sleep a lot. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt like vomiting again. He quickly got up and ran outside to the yard. He couldn't anything out, which was really uncomfortable. He couldn't imagine how hard it must be if Sui vomited every day and couldn't eat. Fortunately, it was him. He was strong and healthy, and not eating for a few days wasn't a big problem. He drank 2 sips of spiritual spring water outside and felt much better. He went back to lie beside his wife, letting her rest her head on his arm, which made sleeping more comfortable. When it was almost time, he went back to the space to work. As soon as he started work, he immediately called his parents. He told them the good news. Actually, he was a bit nervous inside. They had agreed to wait until Sui was 20 before having children. But now, the baby came unexpectedly, and they hadn't expected it. Since it arrived, they had to keep it. Song Qing'an was worried they might be unhappy. He first called Qin Yuezhen. Fortunately, Qin Yuezhen wasn't busy at the moment.
Mom, it's me, Song Qing'an.
Qin Yuezhen smiled happily. When she heard her daughter was pregnant, she was not angry but said, "It's okay. These things depend on luck. Since it has happened, it means luck is on our side. Let Nan take good care of herself and have a healthy pregnancy." Song Qing'an finally relaxed. "Yes, I understand," he replied. After chatting for a while, he hung up and then called He Tailan. When He Tailan heard his daughter was pregnant, he was very happy to become a grandfather. But he was also worried about his daughter's health. "Xiao Song, you must take good care of her and make sure she stays healthy." Song Qing'an nodded. "Yes, don't worry. Dad, after the baby is born, we will come back to visit you all." After hanging up, he felt at ease and went back to work. Meanwhile, Qin Yuezhen finished her call and started thinking about preparing clothes for her granddaughter. But she didn't know yet if it was a boy or a girl, so it was hard to buy clothes. She decided to wait a few more days. That night, after He Qingjun came home, he found out his sister was pregnant. He was a little angry. He wondered why Xiao Song didn't call him to tell him first. He took out 500 yuan and said, "Mom, if you want to send something to my sister, just include this money. She's pregnant now. She needs to eat well and take care of her health." Qin Yuezhen waved her hand. "Forget it. Keep your money for your own marriage. You're already over 30 and still don't have a wife. Your sister has a child, and Nan even said she wants a big sister. Go and arrange it quickly." He Qingjun. It's not like buying things with money can solve everything. He's over 30 and no longer cares about getting married. His main focus is on his career. Marriage, he thinks, should come naturally. Qin Yuezhen smiled and asked, "Recently, I heard that the girl next door has been chasing after you every day. Is that true?" He Qingjun replied, "Mom, you should think about it. She's only 20. I'm over 30, so I could be her uncle. Her grandfather and my dad are the same level. I even call her grandpa's friend bro. That's not right, is it? Don't overthink it." Qin Yuezhen waved her hand. "You decide for yourself. What's wrong with being an uncle? There's no blood relation. It's just that her grandfather and your dad are familiar." He Tailan chuckled. "All right, about my son, he knows what he's doing. We don't need to worry." Qin Yuezhen stopped talking. She had only mentioned it casually and didn't think much of it. She no longer felt as eager about her daughter-in-law, mainly because her son wasn't doing well, and no matter how much she wanted, she couldn't force it. As for Song Qing'an, he started vomiting as soon as he went to work. Xiao Lu found out because his sister-in-law was pregnant. When her morning sickness reflected onto him, he stared at her curiously for a long time. "Big brother, this is so strange. I've never heard of anything like this before. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, and you're also experiencing morning sickness." He laughed so hard he couldn't stop. Song Qing'an was feeling very annoyed. "What's so funny?" Xiao Lu's waist was almost straight from laughing so hard. Until he saw Song Qing'an's face turn dark, he quickly covered his mouth. But He just couldn't hold back his laughter. Song Chingen looked serious and said, "Tell them to go up the mountain tonight. You're coming too." Xiao Lu. He didn't dare to laugh anymore, in case the big brother told him to go hunt wild boars tonight. He definitely didn't want to do that. He couldn't kill a wild boar. Those things are too dangerous, and he didn't have the strength of his big brother. But since the big brother gave the order, he had to follow through. He timidly said, "Big brother, can I not go?" Song Chingen glared and said, "No."
Oh.
Xiao Lu awkwardly smiled and turned to leave. He still had to make a phone call. But once he left the office, he still found it very funny. After closing his door in his office, he kept laughing nonstop. Someone came over and asked, "What are you laughing at? Why so happy?" Xiao Lu quickly shook his head. "Nothing, nothing." He didn't dare to say more. Otherwise, his big brother would definitely get angry and punish him. At the end of the workday, Song Chingen returned home on time. And Sui Lan was already awake and sitting in the yard reading a book. She was studying Chinese from high school. Now she was reading more books and doing exercises so she could score a few more points on the exam. "You're back?" Song Chingen nodded and took out a meat bun from his space. He had just bought it.
Try it?
"I just bought it." And Sui Lan nodded, took a bite from his hand, then stopped eating. It was too greasy. "Not eating anymore, it's too greasy." Song Chingen brought it close to his mouth, but before biting, he started to cough and spit it out. And Sui Lan was confused. Why was he vomiting? "Are you okay? Why are you vomiting again? You should drink some water. Maybe you'll feel better. I think you shouldn't eat that meat anymore." To avoid overreacting. This sounded very awkward, as if she was the one pregnant. Song Chingen coughed for a while, then drank some water and felt much better. He didn't know how long he would. Feeling better, he sat beside his wife. Sui, tonight I need to go hunting wild boars to earn some extra money. That way, I can better support you and the baby." And Sui Lan nodded and said, "Okay, just be careful." Seeing how uncomfortable he looked while vomiting, she felt a bit guilty. "Chengzi, does vomiting like this affect your work?" Song Chingen shook his head and said, "It's okay, I have a strong body. Besides, I don't every day." And Sui Lan gently touched his face with her delicate fingers, noticing he looked a bit thinner. "You've lost weight, so you should eat more food." Song Chingen smiled and took her hand. "What do you want to eat? I can go make it." And Sui Lan thought for a moment. "Braised eggplant, smashed cucumber salad, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. How about that?" "I don't want to eat meat. It's too greasy." "Okay." Song Chungen rubbed her head and got up to cook. "I'll cook, you stay here and be good." Watching him go to the kitchen, a smile appeared on her face. When Song Chungen returned, she didn't feel like reading anymore. She sat there, just able to see his busy figure in the kitchen from the yard. She felt unexpectedly happy inside. Holding her belly with her palm, she smiled. Song Chungen was quick, soon. He had prepared a few dishes.
Sui, come eat.
That evening, instead of making rice, they warmed 2 steamed buns, made 2 bowls of noodle dumpling soup, and added 2 eggs. It was very tasty. And Sui Lan took the first bite of the braised eggplant, squinting happily. "Delicious. Chengzi, your cooking skills have improved again. You should eat more too." Song Chungen smiled. "It's just home-cooked food, nothing special. I saw lobsters in the fridge at home. I'll cook some for you another day." And Sui Lan nodded. Sounds good. That night, and Sui Lan ate quite a lot. She ate half a steamed bun, a bowl of noodle dumpling soup, and many dishes. She ate a lot of food, especially the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which she mostly ate herself. She rubbed her stomach and said, "Chengzi, I think I ate too much. I feel a bit full. Why did I eat so much?" Song Chungen smiled. "Now you're eating for 2, so naturally you need more. It's still early, the sky isn't dark yet. Let's go for a walk. Good for digestion."
And Sui Lan not dead.
The 2 locked the door and went for a walk on the main road outside. There were many people outside, mostly just finished eating and out for a stroll. They met Kong Cc and Yang Li Mei. "Lan Lan, you look a bit different today. Kong Cece looked at her and tilted her head, feeling that something about Lon Lon had changed. And Sui Lon covered her mouth and smiled. Nothing has changed. It's still the same. As they were talking, and Xiao Qiao and Zhang Erlai walked over. Her belly wasn't showing yet, but the pregnancy was obvious. Seeing and Sui Lon here, she pulled Zhang Erlai and turned to leave. Erlai, let's go. Some people are just too annoying. And Sui Lon didn't bother to respond. Now that she was pregnant, she didn't want trouble. She had to think about the baby in her belly. And Xiao Qiao was busy every day and had no time to deal with her. The two of them wandered outside for a while before heading back. That evening, the weather had cooled down. Suesu, are you cold? Let's take a warm shower. I think the weather might change tomorrow, and Sui Lon said.
She nodded and said, okay.
Holding her clothes, she turned and went into the space. Song Ching'an also followed her inside. I'll help you, he offered. And Sui Lon was a bit speechless. I'm not 9 or 10 months pregnant now. I can take care of myself. She closed the bathroom door with a bang, not allowing him to come in. Song Ching'an could only wait outside helplessly. After she finished washing, and Sui Lon came out with her wet hair. Song Ching'an took her hand. Sit down, I'll dry your hair. It's getting cold, you shouldn't stay like this. You might catch a cold. She obediently sat down as he styled her hair freely.
Done.
It's dry now. Go rest. Her hair was completely dry. She tiptoed and kissed his face. I'm going out first. Song Ching'an touched his face, smiling foolishly. He came out of the space, and Sui Lon was almost asleep. Someone beside her lay down and held her in his arms. Tomorrow might be a weather change. You should wear more clothes. Okay. She nodded and snuggled into his embrace. His eyes narrowed slightly. Suesu, don't tease me. You can't now, and I don't dare. And Sui Lon smiled slightly. Who would tease you? I didn't. Now that she had a talisman, teasing him was no problem. Thinking of this, she smiled even more happily. Song Ching'an knew she was doing it on purpose, but said she wasn't. She rested her head on his chest, her small hand on his belly, moving lower and lower. He grabbed her hand, his eyes turning red. His voice was a little hoarse. Suesu, don't. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Seeing he was truly affected, she didn't dare to tease him anymore. Otherwise, she would be the one suffering. All right, go to sleep. She closed her eyes and stopped bothering him. Song Ching'an waited until she fell asleep before getting up, locking the door, and going up the mountain. The people on the mountain were already waiting there. They were very experienced at hunting wild boars. 2 or 3 hours passed, and they had almost caught 10 wild boars, each person carrying one down. They took the animals to the commune or county town to sell. When they returned, they started another round of hunting. This second round caught more animals than the first. There were about 30 wild boars. That night, they had a good harvest. Even if he took 30%, it was still a lot. He was covered in blood, and on the way back, the temperature had dropped. He felt a little uneasy and went to the main road to check for any bloodstains. Fortunately, they were very careful and there was no blood. He had given detailed instructions, afraid of revealing any clues. He looked at himself and thought his smell was too strong, so he went straight into the space at his door to avoid bothering his wife. After washing himself and making sure he was clean and fresh, he pushed the door open. And Sui Lon was sleeping soundly. Her movement when he returned woke her up. She rubbed her eyes and looked at him. Did you go up the mountain? Song Ching'an nodded and reached out to pat her head. Go back to sleep. It's still early. You should sleep too. What time is it? Will you have enough energy for work tomorrow? The next morning, the wind was blowing outside. The temperature dropped sharply. Song Ching'an woke up feeling that even wearing a pair of thermal pants wouldn't keep him warm. He found a sweater and put it on, feeling much warmer. He also found Usue's clothes and prepared everything before going to make breakfast. After eating, he kept the leftovers warm in the pot for her. Back in the bedroom, he kissed her on the forehead before heading to work. When Sui Lon woke up, she felt very cold. She even thought about putting on her cotton padded jacket right away. But it wasn't the right time yet. Thinking about the cold weather and that the old people in the cow shed would be suffering, she found a lot of cotton and cotton cloth in the space. She called her mother-in-law over to make cotton clothes. When she went to the front, Li Erhua was in Hijadi's house. She had a miscarriage a few days ago, but hadn't left her room. Their second household's work was all done by Song Chongsheng. Usually, nowadays, people only stay in bed during the postpartum period, and after a miscarriage, they wouldn't stay in bed all day. But Hijadi seemed to be stuck in her thoughts and didn't want to move. She had been lying in her room the whole time. She was waiting outside for Li Erhua to come out. "Lan Lan, you're awake? Have you eaten yet?" As soon as Li Erhua came out, she saw her standing in the yard. She quickly walked over, took her hand, and headed inside. "Hurry and get inside. The weather is cold now, you need to take care of yourself. Look at how cold your little hands are." Hijadi came out of the house and saw the scene. It truly showed deep mother-daughter love. Not just mother and daughter, but almost like family. Grandmother had never been so warm and caring to her daughters-in-law from the second and third households. She always claimed she was fair. When Li Erhua came in earlier, she was trying to comfort her, telling her not to think too much, that things would get better. But she didn't agree. And Sui Lan was now living a good life, and if it weren't for her, her own child wouldn't have been lost. Hearing her feelings, and Sui Lan felt a bit speechless.
She didn't bother to respond.
"Mother, I've prepared some cotton and cotton cloth. Go to the back and help make some winter clothes." And the old men in the barn, the weather is getting colder, their days are hard. Each of them should have a warm outfit. Winter will be a little better for them. The barn didn't have a heated brick bed, so their lives must be especially tough. Helping them even a little is good. They are all heroes for the country and people. Li Erhua nodded, and the two went to the back together. Du Chunmei saw them leave and said with a smile, "Mother, I'll go help too. The eldest sister-in-law is pregnant, and she probably can't sew clothes." Li Erhua nodded. "All right, let's do it together. We'll finish quickly." She looked at Sui Lan, who smiled and said, "Okay, let's go." When she left, Xiao Shi too naturally followed. The three went to the back, where the sewing machine was in the second bedroom. Li Erhua looked at all the cotton and was shocked. "Lan Lan, how much cotton did you buy? This is too much. Hurry and put it away so no one sees it. It wouldn't be good if someone finds out." And Sui Lan smiled. "It's fine. Do you think it's enough? If not, I have more. My parents sent some." She couldn't say it was from her space. Only her parents knew. "Mother, calculate how much cotton and cloth we need. Your father and I each need one set, and then I want to make one for me, and Qingzi too. Let's start with these few sets." She originally wanted to mention the old men in the barn, but since Du Chunmei was there, she couldn't say anything. Anyway, Li Erhua knew.
Li Erhua knew that, okay?
And Sui Lan added, "Mother, start with yours and Dad's." Li Erhua waved her hand. "We have enough. With such good cotton, we should save it for later, when we have children." They decided to make new clothes. "Your cotton clothes have been worn for many years, and making new ones will keep everyone warm and allow for variety." Li Erhua felt a little touched. She is very thoughtful in her work. The eldest has already given money to buy cotton and fabric. They also prepared a lot of cotton here to make clothes for the two of them. This child has a kind heart and is very filial. It's mainly because the family is struggling, so they help as much as they can. Her eyes were a bit red, but Sui Lan saw through it and said nothing. "Mother, let's get started. I've already prepared the sewing thread. How about using this sewing machine? I haven't used it before." Li Erhua secretly wiped her eyes. And Sui Lan took out 2 spools of thread, one black and one white. She also brought a larger piece of cloth and some chalk. In her previous life, she saw elders making clothes using these things. "Mother, do you think this will work?"
Li Erhua knew that.
"Yes, I'll first measure the size and cut the fabric. For the third family, you should quickly prepare some of this cotton now. Lay out the cotton layer by layer so it will be easier to use later." "Okay." Du Chunmei worked quickly and was capable. She urged Sui Lan to go outside. "Big sister-in-law, you go out. This cotton has some fluff, which isn't good for your throat. And Sui Lan smiled, took a handful of candies from her pocket, and handed them to Little Stone. Put these away and eat them slowly when you get home. Remember to share some with the two sisters, okay? Sharing is important. You shouldn't eat everything alone. Little Stone nodded. I know, big sister. If there's something tasty, I'll share with my sisters. And Sui Lan patted his head. Good boy. She turned around and went back to her room, bringing out a piece of egg custard. Quick, go eat it. Sit here. There's cotton in that room. Don't get it on your clothes. Du Chunmei watched her sister-in-law give the children so many good things. She felt she wasn't as wise as her sister-in-law. Now she realized that the eldest sister-in-law is really kind. Getting along well with her would definitely be good. The second sister-in-law is really quite foolish. The eldest brother is so capable, and now he has such a strong in-law family. She doesn't think about getting along well with her sister-in-law, but instead always finds ways to clash with her. It's no wonder life will be hard in the future. All in all, Du Chunmei is quite clever. Li Erhua's sewing skills are very good. Her clothes usually fit well. But she hasn't yet measured the sizes of the elderly. Tonight, after Song Qing'an returns, she still needs to go and measure them. Li Erhua took out a ruler, measured around in Sui Lan twice, and checked the size a few times. Then she went back inside to work. Lan, I'll make yours first. I'll make you a thick cotton coat for winter when it gets cold. Okay. She held a piece of gray-blue cotton fabric, but felt that the color didn't look very good for making something for Lan. She stood up. I'm going back now. Mother, where are you going?
Lia was milat.
I remember I have a piece of red cotton fabric. I'll use it to make your coat. It should look very nice.
And Sui Lan.
No need, this is fine. I'll wear an outer coat when it gets cold. Just keep it for Chuning and Xiaohe to make clothes. Li Erhua waved her hand. No need, I'll go back and get it to see. She ran back quickly and returned soon after. The more she looked at the fabric, the more she liked it. Lan, do you think it looks good? Your skin is fair, and it will look nice on you. She even pointed at Sui Lan to show how good it looked. Let's use this. Do you like it?
And Sui Lan nodded.
Yes. I'm fine with anything. Li Erhua worked very quickly. From cutting the fabric, sewing, to filling with cotton, she could make a whole coat in about a morning. By noon, Sui Lan's coat was almost finished. She stretched lazily. Wow, this sewing machine is really useful. Making clothes is so fast. It's noon, time to cook. What do you want to eat? Sui Lan said, I want to eat plain rice. Okay. Thinking about it, Sui Lan walked quickly to the kitchen. She secretly took out many tomatoes, eggplants, and some green vegetables from her space. Mother, take these back to cook. These were bought by Chengzi. Li Erhua was a little surprised. What kind of weather is this? And such fresh vegetables, they look like they were just picked.
And Sui Lan.
Aren't they just picked? But she couldn't say that. Chengzi brought these back yesterday. I don't know where she found them. They probably grew late. As she spoke, she wondered if the space should plant some winter vegetables like potatoes, radishes, and cabbages. And onions, she thought, could probably be grown too. Thinking this, she followed Li Erhua to the front. Their family's small plot was right next to the house. She looked for a chance to check the garden. There were potatoes, cabbages, onions, and radishes growing there. When she returned, she asked Li Erhua, Mother, did you plant all the vegetables in the field? Li Erhua nodded. Yes, that's right. How do you plant potatoes and onions? You can sow seeds for cabbage and radishes, but can you do the same for these two?
Lia was shuklat sufli.
No need for that with potatoes. They sprout naturally. Just cut the sprouted potatoes and plant them. Or simply toss a whole potato into the ground. Sui Lan thought deeply. But it seemed she hadn't planted seeds for other vegetables. Thinking this, she turned and headed back home. Once inside, she went straight into her space, where she saw Song Qing'an just entering. Chengzi, you're back. By the way, bring some vegetable seeds next time. Any kind of seeds are fine. The space isn't seasonal. You can plant any time. Okay. Song Qing'an patted her head. Why do you want to plant vegetables now? Sui Lan pouted. You said I shouldn't take out the vegetables from the space. I just gave some to Mother and said you brought them back. But it's better to plant seasonal ones. Song Ching'an nodded. All right, I'll bring some tonight. The two of them went to the front together. Song Ching'an was still carrying a piece of pork. Mother, let's do this meat for lunch. Just as they were talking, Song Zhenhua and Song Joy returned. Big brother, you're back too? Song Ching'an nodded. Why are you two back together? Song Joy grinned. We met at the commune. He still looked well-fed. It seemed life at the factory was good. Mother, what delicious food are you making?
I'm starving.
I didn't have time to eat breakfast. Song Joy handed over what he was holding. I bought this milk powder for you and Dad to strengthen your health. Here's a pound of egg cakes for the children to eat. Song Zhenhua also brought a pound of egg cakes, handing some to Du Chunmei. Share a few pieces with the kids, keep some for yourself, and try some too. Du Chunmei smiled happily and immediately gave a piece to Li Erhua. Mother, try it. Li Erhua waved her hand. I won't eat. You can give it to the children. Du Chunmei handed some to Sui Lan, but she refused. I don't want it. Keep it for Little Stone. She was tired of eating this. Du Chunmei had no choice but to take it back. Li Erhua took the meat and went into her room. Help out. Third brother's family. You come light the fire, I'll cook. Du Chunmei put the eggs in the room and went straight to the kitchen. He Zhaodi was standing at the door, watching them with sharp eyes. Song Joy greeted her with a smile, but she only responded faintly. Everyone else's men have jobs, but her husband does not. She feels annoyed whenever she sees people from the Song family. The eldest son can find work for the third and fourth brothers, so why isn't her husband qualified to have a job? After learning about her miscarriage, Song Joy specially set aside some eggs and handed them to his second brother. Second brother, take these home to your wife and help her recover. Song Chongxing accepted the eggs without hesitation and took them back to his room. Zhaodi, these are from fourth brother. Try one. Zhaodi nodded happily, okay. The only comfort she feels now is that her husband is still quite kind to her. It's been nearly 10 days since her miscarriage. She stays in the house every day, and Chongxing hasn't made her do any work or wash clothes. Li Erhua steamed some rice for lunch, thinking her sons had all returned. She steamed enough rice so they wouldn't have to eat coarse grain cakes today. She cooked braised pork with potatoes, sliced cucumbers, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The smell of the food wafted far away. Aunt Lu from next door could smell it from afar. She really hopes her eldest daughter will marry into the Song family. Mainly because Li Erhua doesn't nag her daughter-in-law. Song Joy is good-looking, and she is very satisfied. But her daughter hasn't been very helpful. When the family returned, she didn't know how to approach them. So she pulled her daughter along to visit. Her eldest daughter, Xiangling, is actually very pretty, but her personality is too honest. Seeing them arrive, Li Erhua's mind was as clear as a mirror. But she doesn't want to interfere too much in her children's marriages. Now that Joy has a job, the whole brigade considers him very desirable, and many want to marry him. She prefers to let him decide for himself. Aunt Lu came in smiling and greeted Song Joy warmly. Joy is back. Song Joy nodded. Yes, not busy at the factory lately, so I came back to visit. Good. I feel like this child has gained weight and grown taller. Xiangling stood beside her, called out to Li Erhua, and then stopped talking. Aunt Lu was almost furious. Why is this child so unhelpful? Everyone sat down on a bench. Song Ching'an said, since everyone is back, we don't have much firewood at home. We'll go up the mountain this afternoon to chop some. Winter is coming, and we need a lot of firewood for the stove, so we should prepare more. The brothers agreed happily. Okay, after eating, we'll go together. Ceylon asked him, are you not working this afternoon? Song Ching'an nodded. Not busy lately, so I can rest this afternoon. Aunt Lu didn't stay long. She had to eat too, and she couldn't just stand around without eating. Li Erhua's cooking smells very good. She smells it and starts to drool. Li Erhua brings out the braised pork. Time to eat. Come and eat. And Sui Lan looks at the braised pork and feels a bit sick of it. Before she can speak, Song Chung and already starts to.
Ugh.
Everyone. Song Jiuyi is shocked. Big brother, what's wrong? Are you pregnant too?
Ha ha ha.
Everyone laughs. Song Baoping clears his throat and says, "What are you talking about? That's nonsense." Song Jiuyi just laughs and says he's joking. Song Zhenhua also asks, "Big brother, did you eat something bad?" And Sui Lan smiles and says, "No, he just has morning sickness like pregnant women." Everyone's faces show surprise.
What kind of illness is that?
It's the first time they've heard of it. Song Jiuyi is the most shocked. "Older sister-in-law, are you joking? How can someone have such a sickness?" And Sui Lan knew they wouldn't believe her. "I'm not joking. It's true. I don't react to food. The reactions are all on him. It's just that he's too nervous, which causes this. It will get better slowly." She explains this, and everyone starts to believe her a little. But Song Jiuyi looks at his older brother's expression and feels a bit sympathetic. "Big brother, you are really pitiful. Then later, can you still eat this meat?" Song Chang'an doesn't say anything, and his mouth twitches. "Stinky kid, are you trying to say you'll eat my share too? I knew you wanted to do something sneaky." Song Jiuyi just laughs and says, "Anyway, you can't eat it, so I'll help you eat it." Li Erhua waves her hand and says, "Enough, enough. Let's eat. Hurry up, bring the food and dishes. Today, everyone in the family is back. Changsheng, go call Zhaodi out. Everyone's back, and we can have some fun." Song Changsheng is very happy. His brothers are back. He is also happy. When his mother says so, he happily goes to call his wife out. "Zhaodi, everyone is back. Come and eat with us. Let's have some fun together." Zhaodi shakes her head and says, "I'm not going. You help me bring the food inside." She doesn't want to see those people. She especially doesn't want to see Sui Lan. Her child is gone. And Sui Lan's child is back. It's the one she caused to die. She hates her. She hates her to death. But she can do nothing. She can only sit and watch helplessly. Song Changsheng came out of the house. "Mother, she doesn't want to come out." Li Erhua was a bit annoyed. Whose daughter-in-law stays in confinement for so long? She doesn't leave the house or do any work. Her mother-in-law has already been very kind, but she still pushes her. She was so angry she took a spatula and went to the second room. "Zhaodi, you've rested enough. It's been so many days, almost 20 days. The confinement period is over. Hurry up and come eat. If you don't come out, there won't be any food." Seeing her mother-in-law angry, Zhaodi knew she had no choice but to come out. She put on her clothes and followed her mother-in-law out. When Song Changsheng saw her come out, he quickly made space for her to sit and brought over a small stool. And Sui Lan looked at Zhaodi silently. She doesn't eat meat, only vegetables. Li Erhua kept offering her meat, but she could only manage to eat 2 small pieces of lean meat. She couldn't eat more. All the other vegetables were very tasty. She ate only a small bowl of rice. The rest was given to Song Chang'an. "I can't finish it.
You help me eat."
"Okay." Song Chang'an ate her leftovers without any disgust, acting as if it was natural. Zhaodi lay in the house every day, not working or moving much, so she wasn't very hungry. She gave half of her rice to Song Changsheng. He said, "I can't finish mine either. You can take a little from your bowl." Zhaodi's face turned red suddenly. What does this person mean? Is he looking down on her? She glared fiercely at Song Changsheng, but didn't say anything else. And Sui Lan found her a bit strange. After the family finished eating, the brothers went up the mountain to collect firewood. And Sui Lan didn't go with them. Du Chunmei washed the dishes and pots, and Li Erhua followed in Sui Lan to the back to continue making cotton clothes. Mother, grandpa, grandma, and a few other elders' sizes need to wait until tonight. Let Qingzi measure them.
Liawash milat.
Yes, no rush. I'll make Qingzi's first, then your father's. And Sui Lan nodded. Make them warm and thick. Li Erhua nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. And Sui Lan helped her arrange the cotton nearby. She tried to imitate Du Chunmei, spreading the cotton evenly little by little. Mother, look at this. Does it look okay? Is it even? Li Erhua smiled. Yes, I'll check again later. Don't bother with it anymore. The cotton fuzz getting into your throat is uncomfortable.
Sit down and rest.
Li Erhua was cutting fabric for Song Chang'an and Song Baoping. Over the years, she had mostly made their clothes. She knew their sizes with her eyes closed. She was very quick with her hands, drawing lines in just a few strokes before starting to cut. And Suelon suddenly had a bright idea. Since her mother-in-law was so good at making clothes, maybe if she designed some styles, she could make them and have the black market sell them. Would that make money? She just wasn't sure if her mother-in-law would agree. Li Erhua is a traditional woman. If she knew her daughter-in-law was selling clothes on the black market, she would definitely be very scared. All these years, they only knew that Song Ching'an was working and sometimes selling wild boar meat. They didn't know anything else. If the whole family found out, it would be a big problem. Just one person, He Zhaodi, would cause a lot of trouble. She wanted to get more money from him every month. She decided to test the waters. Mom, your clothes are so well made. If you sell them, do you think anyone would buy? Li Erhua smiled. No way. I make them myself. They're not as pretty as machine-made ones. Besides, who would buy them? The red sleeves are too strict now, so it's not possible. And Suelon nodded, but didn't say anything. She turned and went back to her room. After a while, she came out holding a notebook. It was her doodles of design ideas made when she was bored. She flipped to a page and showed Li Erhua. Mom, look at this dress.
Can you make it?
Li Erhua looked it over and nodded. Yes, it's not hard. The only different part is the collar and the waist. That's easy to handle. And Suelon was very happy. Mom, I like this dress. Can you make one for me? Li Erhua said it's already cold now. It's not suitable to wear it now.
And Suelon.
She thought about it. The fabric in her space was abundant. In this era, there are no autumn or winter dresses. She thought for a moment and went back into her room. She found a batch of thick fabric in her storage, also bright red. The thickness was enough to make a winter dress. The weather wasn't too cold now, so maybe someone with money would buy it. She found a long-sleeved dress style, perfect for winter. Mom, look at this.
Can you make it? Liawanudda.
Yes. She took out the fabric. Mom, look at this fabric. How does it look? It's just right for wearing now. Li Erhua nodded again. Yes. And Suelon smiled. Great, then let's get started. I can't wear the cotton coat anymore, so I won't make it for now. Use this piece of fabric to make this long-sleeve dress. Okay. And Suelon watched her draw lines, cut, and sew beside her. Step by step, Li Erhua found it easy to do most of the work. When she encountered something she hadn't done before, she just looked at the drawing and understood quickly. In a short while, the dress was already cut out, and Suelon praised her generously. Not bad, mother. Your hands are so skillful. You can do everything. I've learned to see it, but I still can't do it with my hands.
Liawa shuklat.
It's not that hard. You need to actually make things to find the tricks. All right, that's about it. I'll start sewing now. She made this dress based on Lanlan size. The dress has a simple design, just a long-sleeve dress, very straightforward. Li Erhua didn't take long. She finished it in less than 2 hours.
Done.
Try it on and see if it fits. And Suelon happily took the dress to try on. She took off her inner clothes and pants inside the house, since it wasn't very cold here. Looking in the mirror, she saw herself in the dress. The dress was mostly bright red, with the shoulders made to sit straight, and 3 pleats on each side at the waist to shape it. The waist design made her look slim and curvy. There was a button on the sleeve, for convenience. She spun around inside the house, satisfied and nodded. Looks good. It's no different from the ones bought outside. She came out wearing the dress and spun around in front of Li Erhua. Mother, do I look good? Li Erhua nodded, full of admiration. Her eldest daughter-in-law is really beautiful. Sometimes she couldn't help but look at her more, and she felt proud of her. Yes, you look good. You're pretty, so everything you wear looks good.
And Shuilan Zitgo.
But she felt the collar wasn't quite right. It wasn't very comfortable. It was a bit too long. Mother, can we change the collar? It's a bit too long. Just a small stand-up collar is enough. No need to wrap around the neck.
Sure.
And Suelon went back inside to change. Li Erhua took the dress and made modifications. After fixing it, she put it on again, and it felt very comfortable. The small stand-up collar design was not only stylish but also warm, perfect for this era. Now, in big cities, they already have wool coats, and even in county towns, they're starting to have them. She is wearing a dress like this and high heels underneath. It is definitely the most fashionable outfit right now. If she also wears a coat, it will look even better when she goes out. She decided to do it right away. She also said to Li Erhua, "Mom, if you have that kind of wool fabric, can you make a coat? I'll give you the style, and you can make it." Li Erhua nodded. "Sure, no problem. I've never been afraid of making clothes." She knew Lan Lan loved to look good. She thought Lan Lan just wanted her to help make clothes. She didn't expect Lan Lan to dare to sell them for money. Okay. She already had an idea. When Song Qing'an and the others came back, she would ask him to check with the factory in town. The people going up the mountain had already cut a lot of firewood. Song Joy piled all the firewood together, planning to take it back when they returned. "Big brother, is it almost done?" "I think there's still some firewood left at home." Song Qing'an shook his head. "Cut a little more. Better to be prepared. It's good to have extra, so we won't run out of firewood in winter and have to go hungry or freeze." As they walked, suddenly a gray wild rabbit jumped out nearby. Song Qing'an waved his hand, signaling them to stay quiet. He quietly bent down, picked up a stone, and threw it at the rabbit's head. There was a soft sound, and the rabbit instantly fainted. It showed his strength was quite powerful. Song Joy ran over excitedly, grabbed the rabbit's forelegs, tied it with a rope, and threw it into the basket. "Now we have meat for dinner. How about spicy rabbit, big brother?
Can you eat it?"
"Don't again." Song Qing'an glared at him. His words were so cheeky. Song Joy shrugged, afraid to say more. Song Qing'an scolded sternly. "You've gotten bolder now. You went out to work for a few days and dared to mock me. Are you feeling itchy?" Song Joy chuckled, quickly waving his hand. "No, I was just talking randomly." Song Zhenhua and Song Chongsheng laughed loudly. "Look at how timid you are. Big brother hasn't even said 2 words, and you're already scared. Such a mouth." Song Joy's eyes widened. "Second brother, third brother, you're saying I too? Aren't you afraid? I can still say a few words, but you wouldn't dare to say anything." Song Qing'an waved his hand. "All right, enough talking.
Get to work and stop joking."
The brothers worked together to pile all the firewood and tie it with a rope. Today, they didn't use a cart to go up the mountain. They had to carry it back themselves. Each person carried 2 bundles of firewood down the mountain. Everyone in the village looked on with great envy. It's better to have more children. Look at the Song brothers. They spend the whole day gathering firewood, enough to last a long time. Unlike my family, I have to go collect firewood too, or there won't be enough. Look at Li Erhua. She has never gone firewood gathering. Aunt Lu happily chatted with a few other women nearby. She immediately spotted Song Juri. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she was. Her own daughter was careless. She wished she could take the initiative, but she just made a sound. It's like the emperor's eunuchs rushing. She felt helpless. "Jui, you haven't come back for a long time. How long will you stay this time?" "And Zhenhua, look, he has a job in the city now. It seems good. Everyone has gained weight." Song Joy chuckled carelessly. "Just stay for a few days. Then I'll go back to work." "Auntie, we're leaving now. It's getting dark, so you all should come down the mountain." "All right, you go ahead. We'll gather a little more firewood and then head back." They carried the firewood down the mountain together. After arranging the firewood, Li Erhua hadn't returned yet. Song Qing'an went back behind. "I'll go check on her. She's probably sewing clothes." And Sui Lan was still wearing her newly altered dress and didn't want to take it off. "It looks so good on her. She likes it very much." Li Erhua finished her dress and also completed Song Qing'an's cotton coat. Even Song Baoping's coat was cut out. She clapped her hands. "I'll make more tomorrow. I'm going to cook now." Song Qing'an walked in. "Big brother, you're back. I'll go cook." Song Qing'an nodded. "All right, we'll come over in a bit." He saw Sui standing at the door. Seeing she was still wearing her dress, his face darkened instantly. He strode over and hugged her tightly. Aren't you cold? You're wearing so little. Go inside and put on some clothes. And Sui Lan smiled happily and spun around in front of him. Qingzi, how do you like this dress? I had my mom make it. Song Qing'an nodded. It's pretty. And Sui Lan mysteriously pulled him into the bedroom. He reached over and pulled the blanket over her legs, took off her shoes, and helped her sit on the bed. Don't catch cold. I have an idea. Since Mom makes such nice clothes, I want her to make clothes at home and sell them to earn money. Do you think that's okay? Song Qing'an nodded and said, It can be done, but Mother is timid. She probably won't dare. She smiled and said, It's okay, I have a plan. Mother will agree. Is this skirt okay? With so much fabric, you can make some woolen cloth later, and Mother can turn it into a wool coat. Pairing this skirt, if I wear it to the city, do you think the city people will buy it? Song Qing'an firmly nodded. Yes, they will. And Sui Lan thought this idea was very good. All right, let's do it this way. You're not the factory director anymore. Can you still buy fabric? Song Qing'an nodded. Yes, leave it to me. The two of them agreed on this plan. And Sui Lan already seemed to see a lot of money. Change your clothes, and let's go eat in front. And Sui Lan quickly changed her clothes, and the two went to the front. Lier Hua made corn pancakes at night and heated some steamed buns for her. There was a little leftover braised pork from noon, and she added potatoes to cook. It was very tasty. They also cooked a few small side dishes. They didn't make the rabbit today, saving it for tomorrow. The family enjoyed a lively meal together. Song Qing'an instructed his brothers, I need to go to work tomorrow. You guys keep collecting firewood at home, as much as possible. Don't slack off. The three nodded, got it.
Songji sighed. Ah.
I just got back, and I still have to work. Song Qing'an said, Winter is coming soon. You should be on holiday. Won't you heat the Kong bed? Song Jui didn't say anything. And Sui Lan covered her mouth to hide her smile. She pulled Song Qing'an back home. They still had important things to do tonight. After returning to her room, she found the measuring tape. Later, we'll go to the cattle shed and make a cotton-padded coat and pants for each of them. Winter is coming soon. We need to hurry. Song Qing'an nodded, looking at her with gentle eyes. Okay. The two waited until it was completely dark. By around 9 o'clock, most people were already asleep.
It was cold now.
Those who liked to go out at night also stayed inside. They locked the door and slowly walked toward the cattle shed. And Sui Lan had prepared the meat buns in the space. When they reached near the cattle shed, she took out a basket and pulled out more than 10 meat buns from the space, enough for 2 each. They entered the cattle shed. Grandpa, Grandma. Shen Yifeng was almost asleep, but was awakened by their calls. And Sui Lan happily handed over the buns. Song Qing'an had already woken up the other elders. Eat the buns, 2 each, just right and still warm. Hurry up and eat. She also took their pulses casually. With her herbal medicine treatment and their frequent visits to bring things, they started to feel better. They ate well, and their health improved naturally. Ma Tsuewe got up and lit the kerosene lamp. And Sui Lan looked over and saw their faces had become rosy. No longer the pale, yellowish look of before. Grandma, how is your health lately? She asked, finding the kettle in the corner. She secretly poured 2 cups of spiritual spring water. Drink some water, don't choke. Ma Tsuewe smiled warmly, sat down, and held her hand, very fond of her. She liked this granddaughter-in-law very much.
I'm fine.
Maybe it's because you're helping us old folks get better, or I might not have lasted long. And Sui Lan frowned and said, Don't talk nonsense. We all have to stay healthy in the future. She took out her homemade herbal pills from her pocket. Qingzi, share these with everyone, 1 bottle each. Remember to eat them the way we used to. Don't forget. These are good for your health. She used quality ingredients like ginseng and lingzhi. Although they are very nourishing, she mixed them with other herbs. The herbs are gentle because their bodies are weak. Strong herbs wouldn't be suitable. Everyone took the pills and felt grateful to Sui Lan. This girl, she must have spent quite a bit on these herbs. We have nothing now. We can't give you anything. You've worked hard for us. Don't bring more things in the future. We're all better now. And Sui Lan waved her hand and said, It's okay.
These are just herbs from the mountain.
There are plenty of herbs here, so don't worry. Just eat as usual. Hurry up and eat the buns. After the elders finished their buns, Song Chung and started measuring their sizes. And Sui Lan recorded their names and measurements carefully to avoid confusion. When they heard that 2 people would make them cotton clothes, they felt moved and grateful again. But these words didn't fully express how they felt inside. Now, they felt powerless to do anything. Once all the measurements were taken, the 2 of them left the cattle shed. We're leaving. Take good care of yourselves, they said. They went home together. And Sui Lan reminded them again, Don't forget to ask about the fabric tomorrow. Song Chung nodded and said, Okay, I won't forget. The next morning, Song Chung went to work early. When he left, his mother had already come to prepare clothes. She was afraid that if she waited until he left and Lan Lan was sleeping, she would disturb her. Today, she didn't let the 3rd daughter-in-law come along. It was inconvenient for her to do things with her around. Making so many cotton coats all at once, the 3rd wife will definitely ask about it. The sewing machine has the size marked on it, no name, only numbers. And Sui Lan and Song Chung know about it. She just follows the measurements. First, she cuts the fabric, then fills it with cotton and sews it together. Finally, she adds buttons. The buttons are all taken from finished products made by Lan Lan. Unlike before, when she had to make buttons from cloth herself. Now, she only needs to make buttonholes, which is easier and more convenient. And Sui Lan sleeps until 10 o'clock before waking up. As soon as she wakes, her stomach growls. She washes up, gets dressed, and comes out the door. She hears the sound of a sewing machine from the next room. Mother, you came so early? Li Erhua smiles. I need to hurry or others might start to suspect. Are you hungry? I'll go make some food for you. And Sui Lan nods. Okay, Li Erhua gets up and goes to the kitchen. There are steamed buns, prepared vegetables, and tomatoes. Lan Lan, how about scrambled eggs with tomatoes? And Sui Lan nods. That's fine. Li Erhua quickly finishes cooking. She even specially makes a bowl of egg noodle soup for her. Hurry and eat, it will get cold soon. And Sui Lan doesn't eat quickly, so she sits in the living room to eat, looking up at Li Erhua sewing at the machine. Just then, someone knocks on the door. It's Song Baoping. He's bored and comes to visit. His sons have gone to the mountain to chop firewood. Thinking his wife is here, he comes over out of boredom. Have you finished a few sets?
Not yet.
With so many people, it'll take a few days. And Sui Lan smiles. Dad, eat some more. Song Baoping waves his hand. No, you eat quickly. It's getting cold outside. Li Erhua has been busy all morning. She works the machine swiftly. Her hands move without slowing down. She makes 2 sets of clothes in the morning, only missing the buttons. Once she's seated, she sews them together. And Sui Lan looks at the cotton coat and feels something is missing. Mother, they're in the cow shed. They have different identities, and this new coat shouldn't be worn outside. Once all are finished, you can find some old fabric and sew it on the outside. That way, it's safer. Otherwise, if those people come someday and find out, it won't be good. Doing this isn't helping them, but hurting them. Li Erhua nods. Yes, you're right. You're very thoughtful. I'll go find some old fabric now. The older the better. Song Baoping nods with satisfaction. His eldest daughter-in-law is very considerate. He looked at the leaves in the yard. He got up and took a broom to sweep the yard. Li Erhua returned shortly after. Lan Lan, what do you think? Is it old enough? Yes, it's fine. Usually, we patch the areas that wear out the most. But their clothes can't all be patched in the same spot. And Sui Lan thought for a moment, then turned back into the house and found some old cotton fabric from the storage space. It was a different color from these. If they all wore clothes made from the same fabric color, it wouldn't look good. Let's use this color for the remaining clothes. Good. Others go to great lengths to make sure their clothes look new. They go to great lengths to make their clothes look old and worn out. In the morning, the brothers from the Song family finished eating and went straight up the mountain. They spent the whole day chopping firewood. Song Ching'an didn't come back for lunch, and Sui Lan ate her lunch in front. After eating, Li Erhua continued making clothes in the afternoon. When Song Ching'an returned in the evening, he was holding a piece of fabric. Sui, look at this. Will it do? There's also black. He was holding red and earth yellow fabrics.
And Shui Lan not that.
Yes, this color is good now. How much does it cost? This wool fabric has about 40% to 50% wool content, so it's a bit expensive. Let's sell it at wholesale price, 5 yuan per meter.
And Shui Lan not that.
That's fine. It's already good to have such wool fabric. Each color needs 50 meters, is that okay? Song Ching'an nodded. Okay. I'll bring it back tomorrow. But you should think about how to tell your mother. She smiled and patted her chest. Don't worry, I know. Mother will definitely agree. Song Ching'an held her hand and led her back to the bedroom, picked her up, and laid her on the bed. He sat on a stool. His big hand held hers. Are you cold? Soon we'll start heating the Kong bed stove. If it's cold, we'll start earlier. And Sui Lan shook her head. It's not very cold yet. At least it's warm enough at noon. We don't need to heat now. It's fine to wait until it snows. The next day at noon, Song Ching'an brought the 3 types of fabric she wanted into the space. And Sui Lan was overjoyed. She was thinking about how to tell Li Erhua. Li Erhua was working on making cotton clothes alone, which was too slow, and she didn't know how to sew. Lost in thought, she went straight to the second bedroom. Li Erhua was still making cotton clothes today. Mother, you've worked hard these days. Have some water and rest for a bit. She handed her a glass of spiritual spring water. Li Erhua took it and drank it all in one gulp. I initially felt a bit tired, but after drinking water, I suddenly felt full of energy. And Sui Lan smiled and said, Mother, you're free now. Please help me make a coat. Chungzi bought the fabric back. Okay. Once I finish this cotton padded jacket, I'll make one for you. The rabbit from yesterday was not cooked yet, but tonight we plan to eat it. She prepared lots of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. That night, she made spicy rabbit meat. The flavor suited her taste very well. It was especially delicious. It wasn't greasy at all. Song Chung'an was also fine. At least he didn't after coming back. He ate quite a lot that evening. Li Erhua saw that and Sui Lan ate a lot and clearly liked this flavor. She thought they could make more of this kind in the future. After the family finished eating, Li Erhua directed her 2 daughters-in-law to wash the dishes. Second daughter, you go wash the dishes. Third daughter, you clean the kitchen. He Xiaodi looked unhappy, upset that she, who had a miscarriage, was asked to wash dishes. She wondered what her mother-in-law was thinking. She immediately opposed. Mother, I haven't finished my month yet. Li Erhua waved her hand. It's been so long. You've recovered already. Don't be so delicate. Hurry up and do some work. If this were someone else's house, they'd be glad to let you stay in bed for 3 days. Hurry up. He Xiaodi looked at her husband and her father-in-law. Neither of them responded. Song Chongsheng also thought his wife was almost recovered and could go back to work. Even after having a child, she should be healthy again. He Xiaodi felt unhappy inside. Seeing Song Chung'an and in Sui Lan, her heart was even more upset. Why was her treatment so different from theirs, even though they were all daughters-in-law of the Song family? She felt uncomfortable and her face showed it. She had already lost her child and resented in Sui Lan. Her mother treated them so differently. She felt bad inside. She rolled her eyes. Mother, I can't wash dishes. My body isn't well and my stomach hurts. Let the eldest sister-in-law do it. When I was pregnant, I had to do everything too. She just got pregnant and she acts like a queen.
And Shu Lan.
Why does she keep staring at me? I haven't done anything to her. Li Erhua was furious, pointing at her in anger. Song Chongsheng, look at the good daughter-in-law you married. Other daughters-in-law always watch their mother-in-law's face, but I think I've been too good to you. Your miscarriage was so long ago, and now you're unwilling to work? Today, you have to work whether you like it or not. He Zhaodi was calm and said, "If I work, my sister-in-law should work too." Song Juri couldn't bear to watch anymore. "Second sister-in-law, I see you're strong and healthy. The eldest sister-in-law just got pregnant and isn't settled yet. Why are you so petty?" Song Qingyan waited anxiously for Song Chongsheng, who kept trying to pull his wife away. But whenever he touched He Zhaodi, she pushed him away. He awkwardly looked at his older brother. "Zhaodi, stop talking now." He Zhaodi was angry. "Why can't I say anything? We're all daughters-in-law of the Song family. Why are the treatments so different?" A Ceylon kept pinching his hand to stop him from speaking. Song Qingyan pulled his hand away and subtly rubbed his fingers. He gave her a reassuring look. Then he looked at everyone and said clearly, "Our eldest sister-in-law is delicate and weak. She can't do the housework, nor the farm work. But I asked myself honestly, we've never taken advantage of the family's resources. Since the second sister-in-law keeps bothering Sui Sui, let's split the family." Song Baoping sighed heavily. "Elder brother, we can't split the family now." Song Qingyan continued, "Then let's divide the main household. If we do, I want to see who dares to say a word." He Zhaodi instantly panicked. Her husband's job hadn't been settled yet. If they split the family, they wouldn't get any benefits. The third and fourth brothers had jobs, but her husband didn't. That didn't seem fair. A Ceylon, hearing her thoughts, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He Zhaodi wanted to take advantage of them but couldn't stand her, always trying to push them down. What kind of person is she? She wants everything. It's so shameless. Before Song Baoping and Li Erhua could speak, He Zhaodi immediately refused. "No way." Everyone looked at her in confusion. Song Chongsheng knew what she was about to say. They were always together, and as soon as she opened her mouth, he knew trouble was coming. Before she could speak, he sternly scolded, "Zhaodi, shut up." He Zhaodi glared at him, but ignored him. Third and fourth brothers both have jobs, and Chongsheng needs one too. Otherwise, you won't live alone. Everyone. A Ceylon couldn't stand it anymore. "Zhaodi, do we owe you anything? We're not your parents. Honestly, you're so ugly, and yet you think you're so beautiful." After she finished, she looked at Song Chongsheng. "Song Chongsheng, do you think the same?" He awkwardly smiled. "Big sister-in-law, I don't think so. Zhaodi is talking nonsense. Don't think too much. I'm going to go home and have a serious talk with her." He pulled He Zhaodi aside and told her not to speak anymore. He Zhaodi's face was dark, and her expression when looking at Sui Lan was also very unhappy. It's all because of that mean person. If it weren't for her, her child wouldn't have been lost. She blames her for killing her own child. And Sui Lan was speechless and felt exhausted. She didn't bother to pay attention to her. It's sad that she lost her child, especially since it was her long-awaited son. She didn't want to argue with her. Hopefully, she won't go down the wrong path. And Sui Lan went over to Du Chunmei. She smiled and took a 1 yuan coin from her pocket, then slowly handed it to Du Chunmei. "Chunmei, help me wash the dishes. This is your payment. Do you agree?" Du Chunmei was very happy and nodded repeatedly. "Yes." And Sui Lan changed the subject. "You only need to wash half of the pots and bowls in the kitchen. The rest is He Zhaodi's. Understand?" Du Chunmei nodded. And Sui Lan pulled Song Qingyan and left. He Zhaodi was left staring in shock. Li Erhua was furious and glared at her harshly before turning back into the house. Song Baoping shook his head and sighed, then also left. He Zhaodi looked at Sui Lan's back, opened her mouth to say something, but didn't. She felt disdainful. Having money was such a big deal. Du Chunmei happily went to work with the money. Even without money, she usually did chores with her second sister-in-law or her mother. Now that she had money, it was an unexpected gain. She hoped her second sister-in-law would cause trouble every day. Then she would have money every day. Song Chongsheng tugged at He Zhaodi's sleeve. "Zhaodi, stop talking. Mother asked you to work, so just do it. I think you're almost recovered." He Zhaodi nodded and glared fiercely at him. Her man protected others, but her own husband sided with others. And Sui Lan and Song Qingyan returned home. She muttered, "Qingzi, what do you think is going on with He Zhaodi? Why does she keep bothering me? I haven't done anything to her. Song Qing'an rubbed her head. Don't be angry. I think she has some mental issues. And Sui Lan nodded. Now she hates me, thinking I killed her child. But her child just disappeared, and our child came instead. She must be crazy. Song Qing'an believed he Zhaodi wouldn't give up so easily. He told his wife, Sui, be careful with her in the future.
Keep your distance. And Shui Lan not dead.
Let's go inside. It's too cold tonight. The next morning, she was awakened by the loudspeaker from the village team. When she woke up, she realized that the school had already been built. School registration is about to begin. Li Hua is still making cotton clothes in the West Room. She walks over and asks, Mom, will I still go to school before the new year? Li Hua smiles and replies, yes, but your dad says it's just for practice. Some children start school late, so they practice first and let the teachers assign classes. Next spring you'll start real classes. What do you want to eat? I'll go cook for you. As she speaks, Li Hua heads to the kitchen to cook, and Sui Lan washes her face and brushes her teeth. She has already prepared the meal and brings it into the living room.
Lan, come eat.
And Sui Lan sits down and eats a boiled egg and a small side dish. She's not very hungry in the morning after waking up. After eating, she goes to the bedroom and sees Song Qing'an sitting inside. She is startled. You're back? He points to the cloth beside him. Here's the fabric you wanted. After saying that, he takes her small hand in his and rubs it a couple of times. I'm leaving now and won't be back at noon. I have a lot to do these days. Okay. And Sui Lan looks happily at the fabric on the ground. She picks up a piece of fabric and goes to the West Room to find Li Hua.
Mom, look at this fabric.
How is it? I want you to help me make more coats. I want to sell them for money. Li Hua. Lan, we can't sell it now. Hong Xiuzi is very strict. If she catches us, she might hit us. She tries hard to dissuade her, but Sui Lan doesn't care. Mom, I want to try. Your clothes are so well made. If I sell them, I can make some money. That could sell for quite a bit, right? I asked my dad. Now, the rules aren't so strict. Just be careful, and it'll be fine. My dad won't lie to me. Li Hua hesitates. And Sui Lan continues, Mom, when we sell the clothes, we can split the money. What do you think? She waves her hand. I don't want the money.
I'm just worried about you.
And Sui Lan pulls her arm. Mom, just agree. Later, I'll ask Qingzi to help. If I don't go, it's fine, right? Li Hua didn't want to agree at first. But she thought about how raising children costs money and now earning a little is good. As a mother-in-law, of course, she hopes they will have a better life. After some persuasion, Li Hua finally agrees. Li Hua's worry is that the coat isn't finished yet. Lan, why are you thinking about selling clothes? The family isn't lacking food or drink.
Oh.
Since she agreed, she has to do it. Today, Li Hua finished making clothes for the old men in the cow shed. And Sui Lan doesn't stop. She immediately begins making coats. Song Qing'an used to work in the clothing industry and knew how to bring back some pattern materials. Nowadays, most people are very thin. Only a few city folks are a bit chubby. And Sui Lan thinks making 3 sizes is enough: small, medium, and large. Li Hua made patterns for all 3 sizes and cut the fabric accordingly. It took her a day to finish one set, mainly because the pattern cutting was a bit time-consuming. After several adjustments, she finally confirmed the design. And Sui Lan looked at the finished small-size clothes and was very happy. Now, only buttons were left to add. She still needed Song Qing'an to buy them back. That evening, after talking to Song Qing'an, he immediately bought the buttons. Du Chunmei cleaned the kitchen and brought Xiao Shirtu over. She wanted Xiao Shirtu to go to school. But the money for that had to come from the public funds, so she had to ask her mother first. When Xiao Shirtu arrived, and Sui Lan took out a piece of egg cake and handed it to him. Go and eat, she said. Xiao Shirtu, though small, was very polite. Thank you, Auntie. And Sui Lan thought the Annie sounded a bit awkward. She called her too old. Du Chunmei smiled and said, Mom, Xiao Shirtu should go to school. I've already registered her name.
Liawanudda.
Good. Has Dia registered yet? She shook her head. No, yesterday I called second sister-in-law. She said it's useless for girls to go to school. Li Erhua's eyes widened. That fool. When I get back, I'll deal with her. And Sui Lan covered her mouth and smiled, realizing her mother-in-law was so gentle before, but now she was starting to be assertive. It's better to be strong. At dinner that night, Li Erhua said directly, tomorrow, you two go and register Dia and Xiao Shirtu for school. He Xiaodi immediately refused. Dia won't go. Even if she does, it's useless. She's just a worthless girl. Li Erhua was furious. You're not a worthless girl. No matter what, Dia is my Song family's granddaughter. The Song family doesn't allow blindness. If you want to be blind, don't drag my granddaughter into it. I'm telling you again, tomorrow I'll register the kids. From now on, whether boys or girls, they all have to go to school. He Xiaodi still wanted to refuse, but Song Chongqing had already agreed. Mom, I'll take Dia to register tomorrow. Li Erhua sat down. Song Baoping also said it's a good thing for the kids to go to school. Don't worry about the money. It's paid from the public funds. The family finished eating. Song Qing'an called Song Jui to the back. Jui, how is your work now? Song Jui feels it's okay and nods. Not bad, pretty good. I have money to spend every month. Song Qing'an nods. Jui, even though your job looks good now, it might change in the future. I think you should focus on studying. If a few years from now the college entrance exam is restored and you get into university, life will be better. Have you thought about that? Song Jui shakes his head. Big brother, I wasn't good at studying before. Do you think I can get into university? In the past, everyone knew that going to university was hard. It was mainly for learning to read. Being able to recognize a few characters was already good enough. He never even went to high school, so how could he get into university? Big brother, I think I can't get in. And Sui Lan smiles. You say you can't get in before even taking the exam. You're really something. Think about a good life in the future. When you go to a big city, isn't that better? Much better than staying in this small place, working in a small factory. Song Jui nods. Big brother, what exactly do you want to say? Song Qing'an, I want you to study. When the time comes, take the university entrance exam. Do you have confidence? He shakes his head. No, I don't. Song Qing'an, even if you have no confidence, you must learn. You're smart, I believe you can do it. Now, the new year is coming soon. After the new year, it will be 1975. Sui says that in 1977, the college entrance exam will be restored, but 2 years is very tight. It's not easy to review all the knowledge from middle and high school, especially since Jui's foundation is weak. So, he wants Jui to come back, give the work to Chongsheng, and focus on studying. He looks at Song Jui and says, Jui, if I ask you to give the work to Chongsheng, would you agree? Song Jui's eyes widen. Big brother, why? Song Qing'an pats his shoulder. I know you find this a bit hard to believe. Right now, the job is good, but the future is more important. Honestly, in 1977, the college entrance exam will be restored. We still have 2 years. I want you to spend these 2 years thoroughly reviewing all the middle and high school knowledge. Your wife will also study, and I will do the same. Song Jui is a bit surprised. Big brother, you won't even be a secretary anymore. Song Qing'an laughs. Just forget about me. Think carefully about what I said. He nodded and said, yes, I know. Big brother, you can give me some, and I will think about it carefully. And Sui Lan added, remember to keep this to yourself and not tell others. He waved his hand and replied, I understand. Then he turned and left. That night, Song Qing'an waited until his wife was asleep before going up the mountain. A few of his men were already waiting there. Tonight wasn't very good. They only caught about a dozen wild boars. But they also caught a wild chicken and a rabbit. Song Qing'an came down the mountain directly with the wild chicken and rabbit. He planned to stew the wild chicken for Sui tomorrow. In a good mood, he carried the catch home. After cleaning up in the space, he went to the bedroom, and Sui Lan, with a keen sense of smell, turned over and mumbled, Did you go up the mountain again? Song Qing'an gently stroked her face with his big hand. She shivered from the cold. It's so cold. Come in quickly and warm up. And Sui Lan lifted the quilt, urging him to get into bed. Once he was lying down, she snuggled into his arms. I caught a wild chicken. I'll stew it for you tomorrow. The next morning, the sky was gray and drizzling. Song Qing'an got up early and slaughtered the wild chicken and rabbit. He left them in the kitchen and went to work. Li Erhua came over and saw the meat in the kitchen. And Sui Lan got up. She had already prepared breakfast in the kitchen. She made a fried egg pancake and a spicy pork stir-fry. There was more chili and a little less pork. Eating too much meat in the morning isn't good for digestion. There was also a bowl of noodle soup with dumplings. While she was eating, Du Chunmei and He Zhaodi came over. As soon as they arrived, they saw her eating. He Zhaodi couldn't take her eyes off her. She felt extremely jealous inside. And Sui Lan was truly lucky, having such a good breakfast early in the morning. The egg pancake was nice enough, but there was also meat. They started eating meat in the morning. Now her breakfast was directly prepared by her mother-in-law here, so she didn't go to the front to eat. And Sui Lan ignored her inner thoughts, feeling really annoyed. Du Chunmei forced a smile and said, Big sister-in-law, you eat first, don't mind us. We just came to talk to Mom. Xiao Shi too is still young. The teacher said he can wait 2 more years before starting school. And Sui Lan nodded. Li Erhua overheard their conversation and came out of the west room. She saw He Zhaodi looked a bit unhappy. What are you here for? Don't you know you just finished your confinement? And Sui Lan was a bit confused. What did her mother mean? He Zhaodi confidently said, It's nothing. We're all family, and we haven't divided the household. Li Erhua pointed at her angrily. You, from the second family, really? Hurry up and go back home. Du Chunmei also smiled awkwardly. She had already told her sister-in-law when she arrived. She insisted on coming along. It's unclear whether she truly didn't understand or was pretending not to. And Sui Lan understood well. She just finished her postpartum rest and shouldn't go to others' houses. It's just some customs and traditions. He Zhaodi is really something. How could she not know about such things? She was just doing it on purpose. Going to someone else's house would be rude. He Zhaodi was scolded by Li Erhua and angrily went back home. Li Erhua pointed at Du Chunmei and scolded her. You too. She just finished her postpartum rest. Why did you bring her here?
Du Chunmei felt ronged.
Mother, I came by myself. She insisted on coming along. I told her not to, but she wouldn't listen. I couldn't do anything. Li Erhua turned to Sui Lan. Lan, don't be angry. The second family hasn't been thinking clearly lately. And Sui Lan smiled. Mother, it's okay. We haven't officially divided the household. Li Erhua waved her hand. You should go back quickly. If Xiao Shi can't come up, just stay at home for a couple of years. After saying a few words, Du Chunmei left. Li Erhua was much faster today. She finished 3 tasks in half a day. And Sui Lan thought this speed was too slow. If she could do about 10 tasks a day, that would be better. She watched Du Chunmei's figure walking away and felt a bit motivated. Mother, can Chunmei sew clothes? Can she help out? Li Erhua directly refused. No, it's better if she knows less about such things. She was very afraid of others finding out. If they did, and it turned out they were involved in some shady dealings, they could end up in trouble. And Sui Lan didn't say anything more. At noon, Li Erhua cooked chicken soup and rice for her. And Sui Lan drank 2 bowls. The wild chicken from the mountain was very fresh. She only added salt, with no fishy smell at all. She ate 2 chicken legs, 2 bowls of soup, and half a bowl of rice. She felt very full. After lunch, she went for a walk. School officially started today. Their brigade didn't invite outsiders. Only 2 teachers, Yang Xiujuan and Kong Sisi. As she walked, she reached the school gate. She looked inside and saw Kong Sisi joking with the children in the classroom. She didn't want to disturb her, so she headed home. But halfway there, she met Xiao. They hadn't seen each other for a few days, and her belly seemed a bit swollen. Since she got pregnant, it seemed like they had agreed to take a break from each other. Anyway, she felt that these days were quite good. As long as Xiao Xiao didn't come to bother her, she didn't want to pay attention to her. Recently, life has been tough for Xiao Xiao. Because of the children, Zhang Jihua wouldn't do anything to her. But lately, she hasn't been working and is very cautious about herself. She completely forbids herself from contact with Zhang Dalao. This made Zhang Dalao very unhappy. And Xiao Xiao looked at Sui Lan, who was glowing with happiness, and felt very jealous. Since she came to the village, her skin has darkened a lot. Now, she can't even use snow cream, not to mention clam oil. Zhang Erlai wouldn't buy it for her either. A few days ago, Zhang Dalao bought her some, but she didn't dare to use it, afraid that Zhang Erlai would find out. And Sui Lan smiled as she walked past her. And Xiao Xiao looked at her back with a fierce gaze, full of hatred. One day, she would definitely get rid of that little troublemaker and Sui Lan. She returned home. Zhang Jihua was very anxious. Where did you go? You're pregnant and running around everywhere. Zhang Jihua now treasures this child very much. Her plan is to let this woman leave as soon as she has the baby, so she won't harm her eldest son. Once the second child is born, she won't be afraid anymore. Anyway, someone will take care of her in old age. And Xiao Xiao can't stay. If she does, she might harm her two sons. Zhang Dalao saw her come back and wanted to go over and talk to her. Zhang Jihua directly said, Dalao, go light the fire. I'll cook. Don't think about those useless things. Zhang Dalao was helpless, but if he didn't do it, Xiao Xiao would have to do the chores. He felt sorry for her and wouldn't let her do such rough work. Song Baoping went to a commune meeting today. He came back feeling very down. Li Erhua frowned. What's wrong? You came back from the meeting unhappy? Song Baoping sighed. Today, the meeting asked us to repair the reservoir. I drew the short straw. Li Erhua. Then you should gather people quickly. Song Baoping said, but the people for repairing the reservoir have no money and no work points. That's decided from above. What to do? No work points, who would want to go? And Sui Lan sat in the yard, smiling happily. Dad, no work points, no wages, but maybe we can get an extra 2 gene of pork at the end of the year. Just said no wages and no work points, didn't say no to giving meat. Song Baoping. That could work too. Of course, if there's nothing at all, who would want to go? Your work will be very hard. Song Baoping nodded. Then it can only be like this. Honestly, people from the city are quite clever. How did he not think of this idea? He immediately turned around and headed towards the village office. Soon, the loudspeaker started to sound. There was a village meeting at night to announce important news. By evening, everyone in the village had come. Only Song Qing'an and Sui Lan did not go. The team leader discussed with the accountant and the party secretary according to Sui Lan's suggestion. They announced the news. Some people thought there was less food, but there were many workers at the reservoir. 2 pounds of meat was enough to satisfy a craving. These days, it's rare to eat meat all year round. There will always be someone going. The team leader carefully selected 10 people, and they would set out tomorrow. Song Qing'an returned at night with the vegetable seeds and Sui Lan wanted cabbage and radishes. The two worked in the space. Potatoes were already at home. These could be eaten all year round, so they planted more. They also planted cabbage, radishes, garlic sprouts, scallions, and cilantro. Anything edible and available outside, they planted in the space. The space's land was large enough. Not using it would be a waste. And Sui Lan ate a cucumber from the space, feeling refreshed and relieved of greasy feelings. Song Qing'an took out the money from selling pork twice from his pocket. And Sui Lan didn't bother to count it and just put it in the money box. Their family wasn't short of money now, so she didn't bother counting. Now we're not short of money at home, so maybe we should go up the mountain less in the future. Don't let anyone find out, or there will be too many problems then. Song Qing'an smiled. It's okay, don't worry. We went at night, and even the bloodstains on the ground are cleaned up. Rest assured. And Sui Lan nodded. Good. Then you should be careful in the future. Song Chingin gently pulled her into his arms. Sway, sway. Now that you have a child, I need to work even harder. Plus, the weather is getting colder, and the new year is coming soon. The amount of meat we need will be more than before. So, I will go up the mountain often from now on. And Swaylon nodded. Are you going today? Yes, I'll go after you fall asleep. After washing up, they returned to the bedroom. And Swaylon lay down and soon fell asleep. Song Chingin gently touched her head and smiled softly. He turned over carefully to avoid waking her. Recently, the black market has been very short of meat, so he couldn't stop. Besides him, no one else had the ability. He moved through the darkness into the mountains. When he reached their agreed place, he saw a few people waiting there.
Boss.
Song Chingin nodded. Let's go. Today, Song Chingin and his family spent a long time on the mountain. The main reason is that meat is in high demand now and the black market prices are very high. Every household is busy curing and salting meat at this time. Tonight, they plan to hunt more wild boars. Because of that, more people came today, and they will send 2 groups to the commune later. Not only the commune needs meat, but the county town does too. Although they can get some pork from the market, wild boars from the mountain are much better. Wild boars are overpopulating now, and every harvest season, they come down the mountain to destroy crops. Several hours have passed, and they have already sent 1 group to the commune. This will be the last trip tonight. Song Chingin is carrying a wild boar down the mountain alone. It's getting cold now, and his mother also needs to salt some meat. Their family always does it this way every year. He walks straight into the front yard. He knocks on his parents' door, and Li Erhua comes out wrapped in a coat. Seeing him carrying a wild boar, she's used to it by now. Big brother, is it too early this year? No, it's not early. It's cold enough now, so it's just right. Mom, you can handle it. Every year, their family sneaks to dry the cured meat because sometimes people come to visit. Song Chingin adds, maybe I should do it at the back, and you can go there to handle it? Li Erhua agrees. All right, call everyone over and go to the back to work. Song Chingin starts to regret a little. Won't that wake up Sway Sway? But since he already said it, he has no choice but to do so. Soon, his brothers all get up. Even Du Chunmei gets up. Song Chongxing feels sorry that he Zhaodi just finished her confinement and didn't want her to get up. He'll do more work himself. Song Chingin carries the wild boar again and heads to his own yard. He reminds the 4th brother, Jui, watch out and clean up the blood on the road. Okay. Song Jui nods and quickly goes out with a flashlight. Song Chingin places the pork directly in the yard. Li Erhua looks at the big pig and feels a bit worried. Go boil some water. Big brother, do we have a big enough pot? They also need to remove the pig's hair, which is quite troublesome. Everyone starts working quickly. Song Chingin lowers his voice and says, be quiet, Sway Sway is sleeping. As soon as he finishes speaking, Song Chingin, what are you doing? He turns around and sees the little girl standing at the door of the living room, wrapped in a coat. He strode over quickly, his face turning cold. Hurry inside. It's too cold outside. You're dressed too lightly.
And Shuilan not dead.
I'll go back inside to put on some clothes. Song Chingin still had blood on him. He was worried it might smell bad, so he didn't go in. And Sui Lan went inside, dressed neatly, and then came out. Why aren't you sleeping anymore?
And Shuilan Samai.
I want to see how it was done. Everyone was busy, and she wanted to join in. But it looked quite bloody. She had never thought these things would be a bit bloody before. Maybe because she was pregnant, her attitude and feelings had changed. Li Erhua kept urging her to go back inside. Lan, go back to sleep. It's very late. Be careful not to wake up late tomorrow.
And Shuilan Jonder.
I've already slept for a long time. Now my mind is clear. She stood nearby, watching a few people cut and prepare the meat. Song Chingin just let her watch. All right, you stand here. I'll change my clothes. This is too dirty. Song Chingin went straight to the bedroom and locked the door. He went into the space, took a shower, and changed clothes. Then he came out. They had already started dividing the meat. And Sui Lan watched for a while, then felt sleepy again. She got up and went back to her room to lie on the bed. Soon she fell asleep again. Because she was pregnant, she was very sleepy all the time and wanted to sleep every day. Everyone worked until almost dawn before the meat was fully prepared. Song Chingen asked them to put the meat in the kitchen, which was big enough. All right, everyone go back to sleep. We've worked all night. When the new year arrives, the meat will be plenty. Everyone washed their hands and prepared to leave. But Song Chingen stopped Song Jui. Jui, wait a moment. Song Jui looked unhappy. He knew what his brother wanted him to do, but he really wasn't good at studying. He slowly turned around. Big brother. Song Chingen nodded. It's almost dawn. Sit for a bit. He sat down on a stool. Tell me your thoughts. Song Jui chuckled. Big brother, I mainly think I'm not cut out for studying. I didn't do well in school, only finished middle school. You want me to go to college, but I don't have confidence. Song Chingen nodded. If you don't study, how will you know you lack confidence? Your sister-in-law will also take exams, so let her study with you. I'll also take the exams. This is my advice, and it's the best way. You are now working and will remain a worker. If you pass the university entrance exam, your situation will be very different. Second and third siblings are not suited for school, so I won't let them go to school. How about trying? Big brother won't hurt you. Song Jui nodded, knowing that Big brother only wanted to help him. It's just that he himself couldn't make up his mind. But since Big brother said so, he was willing to listen. In this life, he had decided to rely on Big brother and sister-in-law. If he didn't listen to them, how could he rely on them? Yes, Big brother, I'll listen to you. Song Chingen nodded. Good. Finish your work from before the new year, stay at home for a few days, and then go back to work. After the new year, let second brother go to work, and you can stay at home to study. Okay. Big brother, if I don't know something then, you must teach me. Song Chingen patted his shoulder. Don't worry, first take the high school exams tomorrow, and get your high school diploma before you can sign up for college entrance exams. Yes, I will listen to Big brother. Good. Go back now. Don't tell the family about this for now. After he left, Song Chingen turned back to his room. He hadn't slept all night. He went back to his room and lay on the bed. And Suelon kept crawling into his arms, mumbling, You're so cold, sleep for a while. When Suelon woke up, he was no longer at home. She shook her head. How can this person have so much energy? No sleep all night, still working the next day. She was bored to death staying at home every day. Hua came early in the morning to make clothes. Feeling bored at home, she thought about going to the county town to take a look. Last time she sold snow cream, and this time she wanted to try her luck again. Mom, I want to go out and play for a while. I'll come back later. Okay, go ahead. Don't play too long, come back early. And Suelon left directly, turned into her space. When she came out, she was at Song Chingen's house in the county town. She changed her clothes before leaving the courtyard. She headed straight to the busy street. She looked for people with bad skin. Walking on the street for a while, she saw few people, so she turned to the department store. Most people who go to the department store are relatively well off. She stood at the door for a while. She spotted someone dressed very well, wearing a coat and small leather shoes. Although dressed nicely, her skin was not good. Her eyes lit up. This person was her target. Someone with good conditions probably had many similar friends. She approached her with a smile and said, Sister, are you here to shop? The woman looked at her curiously. Do you know me? And Suelon shook her head. Not anymore. But now I do. Your elegant style makes people like you at first sight. Women love to hear nice words. Being praised like this, she relaxed immediately. She also smiled happily. It's nothing. Good looks are great, but your skin is so good. So, how do you take care of it? Being young is such a blessing. Your skin looks like it's glowing. And Suelon smiled and touched her own face. I don't do much. I only use homemade products twice a day. Isn't my skin pretty white? The woman nodded. Yes, very white. While talking, her eyes kept fixed on Suelon's face. She looked so impressed and envious. If she had such good skin, her partner wouldn't be flirting with other women outside. She touched her own face, full of envy. And Suelon saw this clearly. She smiled and said, "Since we get along well today, sister, I want to give you this. Try it at home." "Really? Is this what you usually use?" And Sui Lan nodded. She opened the container, took out a little, and spread it on her hand. "Look, sister. Isn't it very moisturizing? It works well. Use it for a week, and you'll see good results. If you don't believe me, try using half your face for a week, then compare. You'll see I'm not lying." "Okay. Thank you so much. How can I find you later?" And Sui Lan thought for a moment. "Come back here in a week, and I'll wait for you, all right?"
All right.
After they agreed, the woman took the product and left. And Sui Lan didn't stay long and went straight home. She didn't tell Li Erhua the truth, so she couldn't stay longer. Li Erhua was still sewing clothes. "Mother, I'm back. What should we eat for lunch?" "I'm so hungry." Li Erhua smiled. "I saw there are vegetables in the kitchen. I'll check later and cook for you." And Sui Lan hugged Li Erhua's arm and acted spoiled. "Mother, I want plain rice, not bread." Li Erhua smiled. "All right, plain rice. I'll cook it for you." This girl loved to act spoiled. Her two daughters never did this before. But she couldn't help feeling that she truly couldn't bear to refuse in Sui Lan when she acted like this. She just wanted to present her with good things. No wonder this girl can tame the stubborn boss. It turns out she has a special trick. Thinking about her using this method on the boss made her get goosebumps all over. She quickly got up to cook. "I'll go cook. You wait here." She went to the kitchen to check. There were chili peppers, tomatoes, and cucumbers. She didn't know where she always got such fresh vegetables. Anyway, the boss has many connections. Maybe he bought them. She didn't think too much about it. Tomato scrambled eggs and stir-fried greens. While she was cooking, she saw the boss come in. The boss often comes home for lunch every day. It seems he's afraid his wife will go hungry. "Mom, what are you cooking?" Li Erhua said impatiently. "You come home for lunch every day. You're so free." Song Chingen. "It's okay, I haven't been busy lately." He was carrying a piece of lean meat. "Mom, fry some meat. Cece needs nutrition now." "All right." And Sui Lan came out of the room after hearing the voices. "Chungzi, go see what's going on." Song Chingen walked outside. And Sui Lan followed. They entered the yard. They saw He Xiaodi being pulled away by a woman. Song Chongsheng kept asking what was happening. Why wouldn't He Xiaodi go willingly? "Mom, I won't go back. I'm not feeling well. I'll go back later to see you."
"No."
"Go help with the chores. The clothes and bedding at home need washing. Hurry back and help me wash the clothes." He Xiaodi was speechless. Her mother didn't say it outright, but she knew. Probably that man from last time was here again. He slept with her once, and now he wants to do it again. She wouldn't go. And Sui Lan understood in her heart. How could a mother act like that? Song Chingen scolded, "Stop it.
Talk nicely."
"Cece, go call your mother over." Her father was a man, so he couldn't do much either. Just as she finished speaking, Li Erhua came in. "What's going on?" "Dear, what happened?" He Xiaodi's mother was holding her tightly, not letting go. "No, I must go back with her today. There's a lot of work at home waiting for her." Li Erhua pulled her hand away and released the two women. "Let go. We can talk nicely." He Xiaodi got her freedom and kept hiding behind Song Chongsheng. "Chongsheng, I don't want to go home." Song Chongsheng nodded. "If you don't want to go, then don't." He Xiaodi's mother glared fiercely. "If you go back, I have to wash those clothes. I'm too old to do it anymore. Hurry up, finish washing, and then you can come back." He Xiaodi kept shaking her head. Li Erhua and the others didn't understand what was happening. They just thought she was going home to wash clothes. "Xiaodi, since your mother is here, why don't you go back with her? Chongsheng can go help you. Relatives, is that okay?" "Grandma," he waved her hand. "No need. Washing clothes is a woman's job. Men shouldn't do it. Let's go. Go early and come back early." "Grandma," he pulled He Xiaodi to leave. Song Chongsheng saw that his mother-in-law wouldn't give up easily, so he said, "Xiaodi, why don't you go back first? I'll come pick you up tonight." Xiaodi felt like she wanted to die. She didn't want to go back. But everyone kept persuading her to wash clothes and then come back. Little did they know, it wasn't just about washing clothes at all. In the end, Zhaodi almost knelt down to Grandma He. Mother, I'm not feeling well. When I get better, is that okay? She turned and pulled Li Erhua. Mother, my mother just needs some money. Can you give her a few yuan? I don't want to go back. Mother, I beg you. Li Erhua helped her up. Look, it's just to wash some clothes. Why does it seem like you're about to be harmed? And Sui Lan originally didn't want to get involved. But because of how Zhaodi treated her, she didn't want to say a word. However, she and Chengzi were the only ones who knew the truth. Big sister-in-law, look, my sister-in-law really isn't fully recovered. She stays at home every day, never doing any work. Maybe wait until she's better, then she can go back to wash clothes. Clothes can be washed anytime, no rush, right? As a mother, you should care more about your daughter. Since she's not feeling well, don't force her. Grandma, he finally noticed the two of them. Song Qing'an also spoke. Second sister-in-law doesn't want to go back, so don't go. You should leave quickly. Chongsheng, take your mother-in-law back. Jui, Zhenhua, you two also go together. As soon as Song Qing'an spoke, the three of them hurriedly pushed Grandma He away. Zhaodi heaved a sigh of relief. She looked steadily at her eldest sister-in-law, feeling like she knew something. Fear, panic, and discomfort flooded her mind. No, they couldn't possibly know. She turned around and hurriedly went back into the house, looking disheveled. It felt like she was stripped and standing in front of them completely exposed. But her mother wouldn't regret it. Last time, that man gave her 5 yuan at once. But she received a large sum of money, and her mother tasted the sweetness of it. She kept calling her to go back. She must not go back. Otherwise, she would be doomed forever. Although Li Erhua noticed her strange behavior, she thought she was genuinely unwell and didn't say anything. Whenever her mother called her to come home, she used to go happily. But she always felt something was off. Still, she didn't think much of it. She turned to Sui Lan and said, "You two should go back and eat. I've already prepared the food." Third brother's family, is the meal ready? Du Chunmei smiled. Yes, it's ready. Du Chunmei was clever. She went to the back every day, never asked questions or inquired. She did whatever she was told. And Sui Lan pulled Song Qing'an back to the kitchen. After closing the door, they started talking. Qingzi, do you think that Mrs. He came to find Zhaodi to ask her to go back for something? No way a mother would do that. Second brother is so unlucky. You see, I feel so conflicted inside. I can't tell him. They were living well before, Song Qing'an nodded. Let's just pretend we don't know. This wasn't Zhaodi's choice anyway. She's also a victim. Now she knows she shouldn't get too close to her mother. There's no need to tell second brother. They'll probably fall apart if they find out. Song Qing'an gently patted her head. All right, let's eat. Her mother made 3 dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, small green vegetables, and shredded pork with cucumber. They sat in the kitchen to eat, and Sui Lan ate half a bowl of rice. Chengzi, I went to the city today. Song Qing'an raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you come find me? I just took a walk, found someone, and asked her to try my snow cream. I'll go again in a few days. Song Qing'an felt it was not right. Don't go anymore. You're not alone now. The baby in your belly is the most important. And Sui Lan was unhappy. My belly isn't big yet, and staying at home every day is so boring. Besides, you guys can't sell this stuff anyway. Can I go out and find customers myself? I'm not going to dangerous places. I just went once and came back. It's fine. Song Qing'an was helpless. Next time you go, tell me. I'll go with you. Okay. And the canned food, when will you make some more? It's selling quite well. But you can't overexert yourself now. And Sui Lan thought it was no big deal, as long as she could make money. It's almost New Year, and this stuff is essential. Song Qing'an nodded and said, all right, I will stay home tomorrow. We can do it together then. The next day, Song Qing'an indeed did not go to work. The two of them worked in the space, making canned food, while Li Erhua sewed clothes in the west room. And Sui Lan only peeled the fruit, and Song Qing'an handled the rest. Today, they were making apple cans. Apple peels are easy to peel and don't require much effort. She peeled the apples, Song Ching-in cut them into pieces, then boiled them. They bottled the jars afterward. At the same time, they placed 2 pots side by side. They worked together well, dividing the tasks. They spent the whole morning making 2 pots of canned apples. By noon, the 2 of them came out of the bedroom. Li Erhua had almost finished 10 coats. And Suilon looked on happily. Qingzi, you can take these clothes tomorrow to try them on and see how they fit. Song Ching-in nodded. Okay, I'll go cook. Mother, you always eat here. Don't go to the front. She waved her hand. No, with so many people at home, how can I not come back? And Suilon pulled her.
Why not?
You cook every day but never eat here. Today, Qingzi is cooking. You can eat here. I'll go call Dad too. She turned and went to the front. Dad, Qingzi is cooking lunch. Come and eat with us. Song Baoping nodded.
All right.
But who knew Song Jui overheard? Big sister-in-law, I want to go too. Let big brother cook my meal.
Got it.
And Suilon went back. Song Ching-in added 2 more dishes, 1 braised pork ribs and the rest vegetarian dishes. There were plenty of ribs, enough for a few people. When Song Jui arrived, he took the initiative to start the fire. Big brother, I'll do the fire. With Song Jui helping, Song Ching-in cooked faster. After more than half an hour, everyone sat around the table. Song Jui was drooling with hunger. Big brother, how can you cook so well? I think it tastes better than the state-run restaurant. Song Ching-in remained calm. I haven't learned. I was born to do it. Song Jui pouted.
Bah.
I only praised you twice, and now you're bragging. Li Erhua slapped him. Enough, your mouth can't be stopped even at mealtime. Hurry up and eat. After eating, it was Jui's turn to wash the dishes and pots. He looked at his mother, then his father, then his older brother and sister-in-law. No one dared to say anything, so he had to go wash the dishes himself. While Jui was washing, Baoping asked Song Ching-in, Big brother, have you visited your grandparents recently? It's cold now. They must be suffering. I am now most worried about the people from Hongxiazi coming. They can't be stopped if they want to come. We should just let them do whatever they plan. They should be returning soon. We are waiting for Dad and their notice, as they are the first to know the news. Dad, if Grandpa gets his official position back, have you thought about what will happen to our family? After the squad leader spoke, the air suddenly became quiet. Song Baoping had no particular thoughts. If Grandpa and the others really go back, that would be good, but since they just returned, we can't hold them back. We should wait until they are settled before discussing our own matters. Since everyone already recognizes each other, there's no need to rush. What do you and Lon Lon think? Song Ching-in nodded. He shared the same idea. Pretty much, it's similar to what you think. My idea is that the higher-ups already have some clues. In a few years, there might be a chance to restore the college entrance exam. Today, I told Jui to give his job to the second son and come back to study properly so he can take the exam with us later. Song Baoping was a bit surprised. Qingzi is already thinking this far ahead. Qingzi, are you sure about this news? Song Ching-in smiled and said, of course. You don't know my father-in-law's methods. What he says is always true. Song Baoping nodded. All right, but I'm worried he might not pass the exam and then lose his job. Ching-in firmly replied, it won't happen. As long as he studies well, and with about 2 years left, there's no reason he can't pass. Okay, as long as Jui agrees. Don't tell the second son about this for now. The situation isn't certain yet. When Jui comes back, we can discuss it then. Song Baoping looked at Suilon. Lon Lon, your health isn't the same as before. When you study, be sure to take care of yourself and don't overexert. And Suilon smiled and said, it's okay, I'm fine. Li Erhua spoke up. Oh, don't worry about it. Qingzi is responsible. Rest assured. He's a secretary. He's probably more capable than you as the squad leader. Song Baoping glared at Li Erhua. That's enough, go back now.
Li Erhua pouta.
I'm not going back. I have things to do. Just go home yourself. Song Baoping snorted and left. About 4 or 5 days later, and Suilon went to the county town again. This time, She told Song Ching-in the night before, so she went with him early in the morning. Li Erhua also knew about it. After arriving in the county town, she was so tired that she slept in Song Ching-in's small house. She slept until 10 a.m. before waking up. Song Ching-in asked Xiao Lu to buy some steamed buns, which were kept warm in the space. When she woke up and went to wash up in the space, she saw everything clearly. And Sui Lan finished her cleaning, applied some snow cream, ate the buns, and then went out. She went to the place she had agreed with her older sister. After waiting for a while, the sister arrived. She immediately pointed to her face and showed in Sui Lan. Look at this face. Is the difference obvious? This product really works.
An Shui Lan surmised.
Since she made the product herself, it naturally worked well. She kept saying how surprised she was. She couldn't believe that just a small bottle of this thing could solve her long-standing problem. If she kept using it like this, would her skin become as good as the young girl's? At the right moment, and Sui Lan said, "Sister, your skin looks amazing. I made this myself, using good ingredients. If it didn't work well, I wouldn't sell it." The woman laughed happily, still excited. She knew there was no free lunch in the world. "Girl, tell me, how did you buy this? I want to buy some too." "I'll tell you, sister. I'm not short of money, as long as it works." And Sui Lan covered her mouth and laughed. "Sister, the product is good, but it's not cheap. One bottle costs 30 yuan. Originally, she planned to sell it for 20 yuan, but she thought, since her product was good, she shouldn't price it too low. People who don't have much money wouldn't buy it anyway. So she changed the price at the last minute. The woman was a little surprised when she heard this. She found it a bit hard to believe. Snow cream on the market usually costs only a few yuan, yet this one costs 30. But she thought it was worth the price. Even if it cost 100 yuan per bottle, she would buy it. Without much hesitation, she said, "Okay, I'll take 3 boxes." And Sui Lan didn't expect her to want so many at once. "Wait a moment, I'll get them for you." She carried a basket behind her, reached inside, and took out 3 boxes of snow cream. "Here you go, sister." The woman then took out a large bundle from her pocket and counted out the money, handing it to Sui Lan. "Girl, I haven't asked your name yet."
An Shui Lan smiled.
"Just call me Xiao, and from now on, I'll introduce clients to you. Come, let's go to my house to get to know each other. Next time, you can come directly to my house." And Sui Lan thought for a moment. Okay. She followed the woman to an alley. The house at the entrance of the alley was her home. "Little Lin, from now on just call me Sisterly. Come back in a few days and I will introduce you to more people. It's such good stuff. It would be a shame not to let my sisters know about it." And Sui Lan nodded. "Thank you, Sister Li. Thanks for taking care of me. I'll be leaving now. I have things at home, so wait for me to come back." And Sui Lan left the alley, thinking about the money in her hand. It really felt wonderful. Her own strength was still too small. She still needed to sell on the black market. It seemed she must make the trial outfits as soon as possible. Those big bosses wouldn't buy from her without trial outfits to start with. Because the supply and demand of the snow cream from the supply cooperative rarely ran out. With that cheap one, who would buy her expensive ones? Thinking about this, and Sui Lan headed back to the courtyard. When she got home, she entered her space. She called Song Ching-in inside. "Qingzi, you still need to quickly finalize the trial outfits for me. Otherwise, I can't do this alone. You definitely can't be the one to handle it." Song Ching-in nodded. "Okay, I'll ask around." And Sui Lan thought that plastic was not yet widespread. Only glass was available. Small glass bottles are fine, but they are a bit more expensive. Song Ching-in rubbed her head. "How about, did that woman buy today?" And Sui Lan proudly showed her today's earnings. "Look, I made 90 yuan just when I appeared." Song Ching-in looked at her with gentle, watery eyes. He gently pulled her into his arms. "Wow, Sui, you're so amazing, great job. But in the future, try to go out less. It's dangerous. What do you want to eat for lunch?" And Sui Lan thought for a moment. "I want to eat chicken." Song Ching-in smiled. "If you want chicken, we have to cook it ourselves. The state-run restaurant doesn't have chicken soup today." And Sui Lan nodded. Then, let's make it in the space. I want to drink chicken soup. Okay. I'll go out and ask Xiao Lu to bring back a chicken. Song Qing'an said, then suddenly disappeared. He returned to his office and called Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, go get that old hen. My sister-in-law wants chicken soup. Just bring it to my house.
Got it.
Xiao Lu brought a chicken over. After Song Qing'an returned, he started preparing the old hen. He steamed rice, stir-fried dishes, and made soup all in the space. Anyway, everything was complete in the space. And Sui Lan sat nearby watching. Song Qing'an, feeling helpless, went to the strawberry field and picked some strawberries for her. Only then did she go to the living room to eat strawberries. And Sui Lan looked at the large TV and air conditioner in the living room, feeling they were a waste. It would be so good if they could be connected to power. In winter, it would be nice to turn on the air conditioner directly. She couldn't help but think of her father again. She touched her belly, thinking about how her father was doing now. She was only a child in this life. Losing her daughter in old age must have been very sad. When Song Qing'an came in, he saw her looking a bit down. He quickly noticed something was wrong. Suesu, what's wrong? Are you unhappy about something? And Sui Lan leaned on his shoulder. Qingzi, do you think Dad is living well? Song Qing'an thought for a moment. He's definitely living well. Think about it. Why does Dad look exactly like Grandpa now? Maybe Dad just hasn't remembered his past life yet. Is that so? Or perhaps Grandpa has also traveled through time, but he just doesn't remember. Maybe he came earlier than you, and the time stream just made you arrive later. All possibilities. Thinking this way made Sui Lan feel happy instantly. Since Song Qing'an thought it was very possible, she could have traveled through time too. Her father and Grandpa looked exactly alike. There must be some mystery behind all this.
Oh well.
Thinking about it was pointless. In the end, she probably wouldn't find out what was really going on in this life. She reached out and picked a strawberry, putting it into Song Qing'an's mouth. She hugged his neck and asked, I'm so hungry. Is the chicken soup ready? Since I got pregnant, I've realized I eat a lot. I get hungry easily every day. Song Qing'an pinched her little nose. Okay, sit and wait. I'll bring it over. Song Qing'an brought the food over, and Sui Lan could smell the delicious aroma from afar. Smells so good. The man used his big hand to give her a chicken leg, half a bowl of chicken soup, and 2 pieces of chicken. Eat first, I'll serve more later. And Sui Lan drank all the chicken soup because Song Qing'an was worried she might get tired of it. He scraped off all the oil floating on top of the old hen. The entire chicken soup was fragrant and fresh, with no excess oil. She was very full at noon because the chicken soup was so tasty. The flavor of the old hen was just perfect. I'm full. I won't eat anymore. Song Qing'an shook his head helplessly, saying he could eat a whole cow when he's hungry. Now, he could only eat a little at mealtime. He quickly finished his meal, leaving the rest in the space. He could eat it any time later. Song Qing'an washed the dishes and pots, while Sui Lan wandered around in the space. After he finished washing, the 2 of them left the room. They lay on the bed for a nap. In the afternoon, Song Qing'an was not very busy, and they returned home quite early. As soon as they arrived, they heard noise from the yard. It turned out that He Zhaoti's mother had come again. The reason was always to call her back home to do laundry. And Sui Lan was speechless. She had never seen such a mother, calling her daughter to do such things. Did He Zhaoti refuse to go back? This caused Li Erhua and Song Baoping to be very confused. In the past, He Zhaoti was very eager to visit her mother's house. Now, she was very resistant. Even Song Chongxing thought his wife was very strange. He only thought his wife and her mother had a disagreement. Why was He Zhaoti so determined not to go back? Mom, I won't go back. I have something to do. I'll go back in a few days. But mother, he didn't listen. If you don't go back today, you still have to go. So many clothes. Who will wash them if not you? They argued and struggled until Li Erhua couldn't stand it anymore. All right, dear mother-in-law, if she doesn't want to go back, then you can wash the clothes yourself. Mother, he was so anxious, she almost fainted. They paid her 5 yuan once. Why wouldn't Zhaoti listen? She didn't understand what was so good about the Song family. In the end, he Xiaodi pretended to faint to escape the situation. Mother, he cursed and left angrily. And Sui Lan felt sure there would be more trouble later. She wouldn't let it go so easily. Once Mother he left, he Xiaodi woke up, feeling bored, and Sui Lan pulled Song Qing'an and left. They went back home. And Sui Lan sighed, I think he Xiaodi will get into trouble sooner or later. With a mother like that, she won't have an easy life. Her mother won't let her go easily this time. She'll probably come again. If no one is home next time, it will be really bad. The next morning, Grandma Song and Song Zhengwo came to the Song house. Their only goal today was to ask for money. Song Baoping felt helpless. Although he knew she wasn't his real mother, he still couldn't be too harsh because she raised him. Mom, there's really no money. Grandma sat heavily in a chair, while Zhang Xiuhua went straight to the kitchen, took a plain steamed bun, and handed it to Grandma. Mom, look at how well they eat, and they say there's no money. Grandma took a bite of the bun. Plain flour was still tasty. Zhang Xiuhua also asked for her half of the bun. As soon as she put it in her mouth, Grandma hit her with a stick. Shut up. Save that piece for your daughter-in-law. She's not feeling well now, and she's having trouble conceiving. Every day, it's either this matter or that matter. Zhang Xiuhua was very unhappy, but still listened to her mother-in-law. The old lady ate half a piece of plain bread. Then she continued speaking. Eldest son, you know how hard it is for Zhengwo to find a wife. Please have some pity on him. Borrow some money. His wife isn't feeling well, and she needs proper care. Can we borrow 10 yuan? Would that be okay? Song Baoping still shook his head. Mom, I really don't have any. Li Erhua didn't say anything. And Sui Lan got up in the morning and saw her mother-in-law wasn't coming over. She was curious. Usually, she was already busy making clothes early in the day. What's going on today? She locked the door and came outside. When she entered the yard, she heard the old lady loudly demanding money. And Sui Lan's face immediately darkened. Who asks for money like that? Song Zhengwo kept staring at Sui Lan with his eyes fixed on her. She said calmly, if you don't want your eyes, I can help you take them out. Song Zhengwo snorted, but didn't reply. She went over to Li Erhua. Mom, don't be afraid. They wouldn't dare do anything to you. Just as the old lady was about to cause trouble, she saw the girl approaching. Thinking about the trouble she had last time, she didn't dare to act up. And Sui Lan smiled at her. Old lady, if you want something, you should ask politely. With your attitude, not only 10 yuan, even a dime, you won't get it. The old lady almost choked. She glared at Sui Lan, remembering how she handled people before. She didn't dare to confront her directly. She turned to Song Baoping. Son, are you just going to watch your mother be embarrassed? I know you hate me, hate how I treated you badly, but I have my reasons. Just because I've been taking care of you day and night, can I borrow 10 yuan? If I had any other way, I really wouldn't come to you. And Li Erhua, I remember you have a piece of red cloth. Bring it to me. I want to make clothes for my grandson.
And Sui Lan.
Red cloth? Isn't the fabric her mother used to make her cotton-padded jacket and pants also red? The old lady had a good memory. And Sui Lan spoke again. It's gone. My mother already made clothes for me. If you want to use it, it's no longer available. The old lady. She waved her hand, took a step back. Baoping, I don't want the cloth anymore. Just give me 10 yuan, okay? And Sui Lan shook her head. No, not possible. All the money in the house belongs to me. My parents don't handle the money. The elderly woman blushed with anger, and her neck turned red. She didn't believe it. Who in the household would let a new daughter-in-law manage things? She couldn't believe it at all. Erhua, Baoping, this girl is telling the truth.
Liawanudda.
Yes, Lanlan handles the money. We don't interfere. When we're old, we won't keep track of accounts. The elderly woman was furious. But today, she had to take this money. Wang Saixia lay in bed every day, her body lacked nutrition, and she was already in poor health. She worried she might not keep her children. She couldn't let old Song's family lose their roots. Song Baoping sighed and took out 50 cents from his pocket. Mother, this is all I have. I can't give more. Think of other ways. Let's go quickly. There's no point staying any longer. Even this 50 cents was given out because of past kindness. Since he was young, he had never received his mother's love. All her affection was given to the second son. Now he had come to terms with it. Since he found out he wasn't the biological son of Grandma Song, he felt everything made sense. It was reasonable that she didn't treat him well. The elderly woman took the 50 cents, feeling it was better than nothing. Let's go. The people left. The house became quiet again. Li Erhua sat down with Sui Lan. Lan, I'll cook for you. What do you want to eat? I'll eat anything. The elderly woman's family took the money and left. Song Jiangwo was unhappy. Grandma, 50 cents isn't enough to buy anything. How can it help Saixia regain her strength? The elderly woman squinted her eyes. She looked at her second son. Baomin, why don't you take Jiangwo up the mountain tonight and try your luck? Maybe you'll find something good. Song Baomin didn't want to go because it was too dangerous. Mother, the mountain is too risky. I don't dare go. The elderly woman was anxious and grabbed her walking stick, ready to hit. Now that the eldest can't threaten or bribe anyone, we have to think of our own ways. Whatever it takes, we must hold onto Tsaisha's belly. Otherwise, our Song family will be cut off. The elderly woman was at her wit's end, suffering from a terrible headache. She decided directly, no, we have to go to the mountain. Song Baomin had no choice but to obey. That night, Song Baomin and Song Jiangwo went up the mountain together. Because they had no experience and dared not go deep into the forest, they only stayed at the edge. So, they didn't find anything. They also couldn't recognize medicinal herbs. Song Baoping shined his flashlight and took his son down the mountain. We can't go on like this, and we don't even know what they're harvesting. Guangua, let's go to the black market tomorrow and take a look. We can see what people want, and then find it ourselves. Song Jiangwo nodded. Okay, let's go tomorrow. The next morning, Song Jiangwo went to the black market. It was his first time, and he didn't know the rules, so he just went without disguising himself or changing his appearance. Someone under Song Qing'an's command recognized him. As soon as they saw him, they informed Song Qing'an. He only said, don't worry about it. Song Jiangwo wandered around the black market, but didn't find anything useful. Most of what was sold were rice, flour, grains, oil, and some meat and vegetables. There was almost nothing from the mountains. Traditional Chinese medicine was almost gone. Even if it wasn't, people wouldn't come out to show themselves. After a whole day, he found nothing and left feeling disappointed. Luckily, he didn't run into the red sleeve. And Sui Lan had no plans today and stayed at home all day. Bored, she went to visit Yang Limei. Kong Sisi, now a teacher, was too busy to spend time with them. Yang Limei was going up the mountain to gather firewood, so Sui Lan went with her. They went together up the mountain. Yang Limei didn't want her to go, mainly because she was pregnant. Lan, maybe you shouldn't go. Your body isn't fit for the mountain right now. And Sui Lan waved her hand. It's okay.
I'm fine.
I look normal now and don't feel pregnant at all. It's fine. They didn't go deep into the mountain, only to the halfway point. Limei, New Year is coming soon. Are you going back? Yang Limei shook her head. No. There's nowhere to stay at home. The house I live in is being used for my older brother's wedding. So even if I go back, I won't have a place to stay. Better not to go back at all. And Sui Lan nodded. I won't go back either. I don't know if Sisi will go. Yang Limei smiled. She probably won't go back either. Yang Limei was worried about Sui Lan, so she didn't gather too much firewood. They only picked a little, and then headed down the mountain. And Sui Lan went straight home. It was almost noon, and Li Er was already cooking. And Sui Lan entered the kitchen and grabbed her arm. Mom, what are we having for lunch? I'm so hungry. Li Er smiled warmly. Steamed rice and stir-fried vegetables. Eat more later. Duo Chunmei, who was lighting the fire, laughed. Big sister-in-law, are you expecting twins? You're so hungry every day. And Sui Lan was surprised. Could it really be twins? Since she became pregnant, she hasn't had a checkup yet. Although she is a doctor, She hasn't felt her own pulse, so she can't tell how she's doing. Thinking about this, she feels it's time to go to the hospital for a checkup. Li Erhua chuckled happily after hearing this, feeling even more pleased. Having twins is better, but Lan Lan, you'll have to endure some hardship. It's not certain yet, but in a few days, when Chengzi has some free time, let him go with you to the hospital for a checkup. Okay. And Sui Lan touches her belly, thinking about the best time to go. At noon, Song Chung and also returned home. He brought back a special dish from a state-run restaurant, braised pork ribs. Song Jiu Yi hasn't gone to work yet. Seeing his older brother, who is carrying 2 lunchboxes filled with braised ribs, he quickly goes to greet him. Big brother, what delicious food did you buy? Song Chung and sets down the lunchboxes. Why didn't you go to work today? I'll go this afternoon. Luckily, I didn't leave earlier, so I get to enjoy some good food. Song Chung nods. Have you gathered enough firewood at home? He looks around and sees that the firewood is almost enough for the winter. After the family finishes eating, Song Ju-yi laughs and says, Big brother, you said you weren't going to work today. Take me with you? Song Chung replies, I can't take you. I have something to do this afternoon. You'll have to figure out how to get back yourself. Let your second brother ride his bike to take you to the commune, and you can take the bus to the county. Song Chongsheng immediately agrees. Okay, Jiu-yi, I'll take you to the commune later. It's not that Song Chung doesn't want to take him, but he simply can't. The space can only be used by Sui Sui and them. It's not possible to bring others. After lunch, Song Jiu-yi returns to the city. Song Chung-un and Sui Lan go to the back. Song Chung-un looks at the clothes his mother made and says, Next time you come back, bring the buttons so they can sell them.
Okay.
Song Chung-un urges her, Sui Sui, go rest for a while. And Sui Lan takes off her outerwear, lies on the bed, feeling warm, and soon falls asleep. In the afternoon, she wakes up to strong wind outside, making it even colder. As it gets dark, light rain begins to fall. She just got up from bed and feels very cold. Her clothes are no longer enough. She needs to wear a padded jacket and warm clothes. Li Erhua laughs and says, You should wear thicker clothes. It's raining, and it's even colder now. Once it gets colder, Chengzi will build a stove. Pregnant women can't stand the cold. And Sui Lan sits on a chair in the main hall, looking at the sky outside. A dull, gray sky. Mom, will it snow heavily in winter? Yes, winter snow is usually quite heavy every year. Then we can stay at home all day, not go out, and just eat 2 meals a day. Because we usually wake up late in the morning. So we only eat 2 meals a day. Li Erhua, while talking, started to worry about the situation at the cattle shed. She and Song Baoping sometimes go to check on it at night. Now that the weather is cold. Lan Lan, when the big brother comes back tonight, ask him to send all the clothes over. It's getting cold, so we should wear cotton clothes. Okay.
Hey.
I never thought that your father is actually from the city. That old lady Song has kept her mouth shut all these years. And Sui Lan pouted. Of course, she won't say anything, or else she wouldn't be able to squeeze all our value out of us. Once we go back to the city, we won't have to see her old face anymore. That evening, Song Ching'an and the others didn't go to eat in the front. He cooked 2 small dishes himself at home. They enjoyed a nice meal together. When it got a little darker, he took the leftover food and clothes to the cattle shed alone. Everyone saw him bringing over cotton clothes and pants and expressed their thanks. Without these things, this winter would be very hard for them. Little Song, thank you so much. Old Shen, you're really lucky. Growing old and still having such a filial grandson and son. And your daughter-in-law is so good too. I'm so jealous.
Hen jeg finnes smiled. Igusan just lucky.
Otherwise, I might never have a chance to see them again in this life. Song Ching'an stayed with his grandparents for a while, then, before leaving, gave them the herbal pills made by Sui Sui. Seeing their health improve more and more, he felt much more at ease. Recently, life has been very good. No annoying people bothering them. And Xiao Xiao is very quiet, focusing on her pregnancy. Wang Chanhua naturally couldn't stir up any trouble alone. That day, before Song Ching'an returned, He put the small bottles he made in the space. And Suilon was happy when she saw the bottles, just right for storing a little bit of snow cream. That way, she wouldn't have to run around looking for clients herself. With the bottles ready, in the evening, the two of them started making snow cream and filling the bottles nonstop. The next morning, Song Ching'an asked Xiao Lu to deliver the items to the contact points in the county and the commune. Following his wife's instructions, they each took some to sell. There were also 10 sets of clothes made by Li Erhua, packed separately. If the results are good, then continue doing it. A few days later, the response was still pretty good. Orders kept coming in one after another. With small bottles for testing and seeing the effects, naturally, some people were willing to pay. This also brought in a good amount of income. And Suilon, feeling bored, looked at so many mature cabbages in the space. Thinking about the pickled cabbage from each country in her past life, she asked Li Erhua, "Mom, do you know how to make pickled cabbage?" Li Erhua nodded. "That's easy to ask." "Of course I can. We usually make sour vegetables with cabbage here." And Suilon waved her hand. "I don't want to make sour vegetables." Li Erhua was a bit confused. "Then what do you want to do?" "I can try." And Suilon explained, "It's the kind where you make a paste with chili powder, apple juice, pear juice, and then add chives and green onions, spread it on the cabbage, and let it ferment. It's very tasty." Li Erhua said, "I've never heard of such a way. Apple and pear are so expensive. Using them to make pickled vegetables is too costly."
And Shulan.
There are plenty of fruits in the space, but she couldn't say anything. "Mom, we happen to have some apples at home. Try making a little. If it tastes good, then we can make more."
Liawa nudda. Ukay.
The two started working together. And Suilon occasionally took some apples out of the bedroom. "How much fruit did you buy? They're so big." They looked delicious. And Suilon awkwardly smiled, realizing she hadn't brought them any before. Mainly because things in the space grew too large. These were the smallest ones she had taken out. "Mom, try some." She cut one in half, giving each of them a piece. Li Erhua followed her method, starting to make it step by step. They only made 5 cabbages in total. Even if it didn't taste good, they wouldn't waste it. If it was tasty, they would make more. The two of them spent the whole morning busy with it. "All right, in a few days, we'll see if it tastes good." The new year was coming. Song Ching'an had been very busy lately. He usually didn't come home for lunch. Even in the county town, he hardly had time to rest at noon. Time quickly passed to the 12th lunar month. Their family had already prepared the Zhang Erlai. And Suilon stayed at home every day. Since it started snowing, Li Erhua also stopped making clothes. She was alone every day. Sometimes, Li Erhua would come over. The children were on holiday and Kong Sisi and Yang Li Mei occasionally came to visit her. One day, they braved the snow and came over. Lon, staying at home every day is so boring." Suilon nodded and said, "Yes, Song Ching'an didn't let me go out. He's afraid I might fall alone. Anyway, it's too cold outside, and she couldn't stand it." Since they came, Suilon also became interested. Song Ching'an placed a small stove in the main hall, with a chimney venting outside. So, the main hall was very warm. She took out tea leaves, and the three of them sat around the stove to brew tea. She also brought out fruit and snacks. While eating and drinking tea, they chatted happily. It was very relaxing. But after drinking a lot of tea, she kept needing to go to the bathroom. Suilon knew they all wouldn't go home for the new year. She took out 2 pieces of cured meat from inside. "Sisi, Li Mei, these 2 pieces of cured meat are for you. My mother-in-law made them. They're quite tasty." They didn't refuse politely. Whenever they had good things, they shared with each other. "My family said they want to send me some stuff, but I don't know when it will arrive. With this weather, the postman might not come." Kong Sisi looked outside and commented on the weather. Suilon smiled and said, "Later, Chungzi can bring it back for you. Anyway, he's coming back." At this point, Suilon also prepared many things for her parents: cured meat, sausages, and some local mountain products. She also made snow cream and canned goods, all ready. In the next few days, Song Ching'an would stay in the city and send everything back to her parents. Kong Cece and Yang Li Mei played at her house for most of the day and only went back at noon. Because of the snow, Song Qing'an couldn't come back every day. It would attract suspicion. The roads were difficult, so he naturally wouldn't come back every day. He only came out of the space after everyone was asleep. He went into the space right after work, cooked there, and waited until Isue Lan ate a little from the front. Then he came out. They ate together. Recently, the weather has been too cold, and Isue Lan hardly went out. At night, when Song Qing'an returned, she held his hand and asked, "When will you have a holiday? It's almost the new year, and you still don't have time off?" Song Qing'an smiled and patted her head. "What's wrong? Bored staying at home alone?" She nodded. "Yes, very boring and uninteresting." Song Qing'an reached out and pinched her face. "Tonight, I'll make some snow cream. It sells pretty well." Isue Lan finally felt energized. "That's good. Have the clothes been sold?" Song Qing'an nodded. "Yes." He then took out some money from his pocket. A total of 50 pieces of clothing. Lier had been coming over every day to make clothes these days. About 60 bottles of snow cream had been sold. With the small sample product success, the snow cream sells very well. This opened up the market. "I only left them some pocket money. The rest you give to mother." And Sui Lan took the money and counted it. He only kept 10%, which was 3,420 yuan. Not bad, not bad. This stuff still makes good money. Do you think mother would be surprised if she saw so much money? She said this while taking out the snow cream money. There was still 1,800 yuan left. Song Qing'an took out 500 yuan from it. "Just give mother 500. No need to give so much. I give them money almost every month. They don't lack cash. Giving too much might scare them." And Sui Lan nodded. "Okay." Even 500 yuan would surprise them a lot. After discussing, they guessed that their parents were probably still awake. They dressed up and prepared to go out. Song Qing'an looked at his wife, feeling she was dressed too lightly. He reached out to grab her hat and scarf. Sui, put on your hat and scarf so you don't catch a cold." He pulled her close and gently put her hat and scarf on. He only forgot the gloves. And Sui Lan muttered unhappily, "Look at me, I'm almost as clumsy as a bear." They tiptoed out the door. Their parents' oil lamp was still lit. Song Qing'an knocked on the door. They sat on the kong, a traditional bed, and Song Baoping got down from the kong and sat on a stool. Li Erhua took in Sui Lan's hand to warm it. "It's so cold. Why are you coming now? Anything can wait until tomorrow. Hurry into the bed to warm up." And Sui Lan smiled, leaning on Li Erhua's shoulder, her hand inside the quilt, feeling very warm. Li Erhua felt a bit embarrassed. Usually her two daughters-in-law thought their kong was dirty and never came up to sit. Nor did they cover them with blankets. Actually, she washed the blankets often and kept them very clean. She wasn't a lazy person herself. She didn't expect Sui to dislike it at all. Seeing and Sui Lan like this, Song Baoping felt even more pleased with her. Hearing their thoughts, and Sui Lan's lips curled into a smile. How could her kind mother-in-law dislike someone so clean? Was it because she didn't know how to rely on others? Where could she find such a kind, capable, and clean mother-in-law? She took out 500 yuan from her pocket. "Mother, take this money." Li Erhua was surprised. She usually only received 100 or 200 yuan. This was too much. "No, I can't take it. Qingzi already gave the money for the new year. Our family has money, so if you have money, keep it for yourselves. Don't be so wasteful." And Sui Lan smiled and put the money into her hand. "Mom, this money isn't just anything. It's for the 50 clothes you made." As soon as she finished speaking, both women were shocked. "What? Clothes money? Did you really sell them? I thought you were just talking, but you sold so many." And Sui Lan smiled and said, "I kept some for myself, and the rest is for you, Mom. Keep it safe. This is what you deserve. You worked hard, so keep the money for yourself."
Lia was milat.
This was her first time earning money, and she earned so much for the first time. Song Qing'an also said, "Mom, keep it. You deserve it." The two women sat for a while longer before heading back home. At the Zhang family house, Zhang Dalao hadn't been close to Xiao for several days. Because it was almost the new year, it had been snowing almost every day, and Zhang Erlai mostly stayed inside. He stayed at home with his wife, so he didn't get a chance to talk to Xiao. Seeing his beloved girl laughing and talking with others every day, he felt uncomfortable inside. And Xiao also couldn't find a chance. First, Zhang Juhua kept a close watch, and second, Zhang Erlai was also at home. This caused the two of them not to speak for many days. Zhang Dalao's gaze at Zhang Erlai changed, becoming different. Zhang Juhua was very worried. She was afraid the brothers would grow apart. That evening after dinner, the family was together. Zhang Erlai went straight into his room, and Xiao was still in the kitchen washing her feet. Zhang Dalao squatted down suddenly, grabbed her foot, and wanted to wash it for her. Seeing her pregnant belly and that she wanted her feet rubbed, he felt very tender. Zhang Juhua loudly put down the spatula. This eldest son was too much. She was still here, and he had no shame? Since she found out, the two of them had no sense of boundaries at all. It was almost like they were about to be caught together. Elder brother, what are you doing? Go back to your room. And Xiao actually enjoyed Zhang Dalao's service. He had washed her feet before, and it was very nice. So she smiled and said to Zhang Juhua, Mom, since Erlai isn't here now, my elder brother is helping me wash my feet. I can't reach myself. Zhang Juhua was furious listening to her words. She pushed Zhang Dalao away. Get lost. Let me wash her feet. She bent down and grabbed her foot, viciously pinching it. Ouch! That hurts. Zhang Dalao immediately became nervous. Mom, what are you doing? If you don't want to wash, just say so. I'll do it. Zhang Juhua angrily pushed away Xiao's foot, nearly causing her to fall. She slapped Xiao across the face. Fox spirit, I will definitely get rid of you someday. In front of Zhang Dalao, and Xiao was slapped by his mother. Zhang Dalao was furious. Mom, why did you hit her? He quickly walked over to Xiao, lifting her chin and noticing the bright red slap mark on her face.
He felt very distressed.
His mother was really harsh. He was very angry and glared fiercely at Zhang Juhua. She had never seen such a terrifying look before. She was scared. Big brother, I just can't stand it. She keeps hanging around you. I asked you to go on a blind date, but you didn't go. When will this end? If you keep acting like this, second brother will find out sooner or later. Zhang Dalao didn't care. If he finds out, so what? I hope he does. Anyway, we will have to clarify everything sooner or later. He and Xiao will eventually get divorced. Zhang Juhua was so angry she tried to hit him. Zhang Dalao didn't dodge or hide. And Xiao felt very satisfied inside. Big brother, my water is almost cold. Hearing this, Zhang Dalao quickly squatted down to wash her feet. And Xiao happily washed her feet and went back to her room. Zhang Juhua pulled Zhang Dalao into the kitchen and scolded him harshly. But Zhang Dalao seemed to be very sure about Xiao. He went back to his room, looked at the next door, and listened to the laughter coming from inside. His heart was full of anger, jealousy, and hatred, but he endured it all. The day before the Lunar New Year, Song Qing'an finally got a day off. Song Joy and Song Zhenhua had already returned home early. They stayed at home every day. On the day Song Qing'an returned, he specifically asked Xiao Lu to prepare 3 old hens for his wife to nourish her health. He also bought a lot of pork ribs, pork belly, pig's feet, and other meats. Although there was cured meat at home, they still needed fresh meat for making dumplings during the new year. He bought 20 jin of meat for the dumplings. The pork belly and other meat were counted separately. Their family had some meat at home, but they still felt that the new year should have a festive atmosphere. Carrying the 20 jin of meat, he went to the front, also bringing some pig's feet and pork belly. Mom, this meat will be used for making dumplings. The pig's feet will be braised later. We have yellow soybeans at home, so I'll add some. Sui likes to eat it. Du Chunmei and He Zhaodi looked at all this meat and were very happy. Li Erhua smiled and said, bought too much. I don't even know how much money I spent, just trying to save a little. Song Chingin waved his hand. Since there are many people at home, this isn't too much. Later, we can make some pickled cabbage dumplings. Sui Sui has never tasted her mother's pickled cabbage dumplings before. Let her try some then. Li Erhua chuckled. All right, just wait. We'll start making dumplings tomorrow. She carried the meat to the ice tub they prepared in advance, as they do every year. They store meat, vegetables, and other things in the ice tub. Actually, there isn't much for the new year now. They just do this out of habit. Song Chingin talked in the front yard for a while. Mom, I'll go to the back first. Sui Sui might be getting impatient. Li Erhua waved her hand. Okay. Go quickly, don't be a bother. Song Chingin smiled. Then we won't come over for lunch. After saying that, he walked away quickly. And Suilon saw him return and asked with a smile, Did you send everything over? He nodded. Yes, I did. Good. Now I can finally stay home and spend time with you. Are you feeling bored lately? And Suilon leaned on his shoulder. She hadn't left the house all day because it was too cold outside. But inside, it was too quiet. Song Chingin's big hand reached for her belly. Thinking about the months ahead, his eyes looked a bit sad. What do you want to eat at noon? I'll go cook later. And Suilon thought for a moment. I don't know, I ate a lot this morning. I'm not hungry right now. Song Chingin pondered for a moment. How about keeping it simple for lunch? I'll make you some hot and sour noodles. How does that sound? And Suilon nodded. Meanwhile, at the Jiqing Youth Station, it was getting close to the new year, and things were lively there. Shun Hualin and Li Kong weren't very good at cooking. Later, they decided to team up with Kong Sisi and Yang Limei. It was during the New Year period. Anyway, they shared whatever good things they had, cooking together and eating together. Kong Sisi and Yang Limei weren't stingy people. Everyone got along well. But this made Sun Hongwei a little jealous. He had already expressed his feelings to Yang Limei, but she hadn't agreed. It wasn't that Yang Limei didn't want to, but she was afraid of bad guys. Sun Hongwei originally wanted to win her over slowly. But now, seeing Shun Hualin and Li Kong eating with them, he got anxious. Ma Xiaojun was also teasing nearby. Hongwei, hurry up. Look how fast they're going. Knowing that young workers all have children, you are not worried. Thinking this way, Sun Hongwei couldn't hold back anymore. He pulled Ma Xiaojun to join him. They found Yang Limei and Kong Sisi. Young workers Yang and Kong. Can we also join you? We don't know how to cook either. We also have good things sent from home. We'll bring them out too. After some discussion, Kong Sisi and Yang Limei agreed. But they made a request, you can eat with us. But you need to help with chores, chopping wood, fetching water, washing dishes, cleaning pots. We only handle cooking. You four handle these tasks. Salt, soy sauce, vinegar, can we do that after 15 days? We have those here. Just give each of us $1. This way, no one takes advantage of anyone else. Everyone gets along peacefully. Since there are many people, eating together is lively. The four of them didn't think much about it. To them, it was just a small request. Only Ma Xiaojun hesitated a bit. His family is well off, and he never did chores at home. But now his family was sent away, and he was only sent to the countryside because of the relocation. He couldn't lift heavy things or carry loads. He hadn't done these chores before. He wasn't sure if he could do them well. So, he said proactively, I haven't done much housework before, but I will learn quickly. Hongwei, you need to help me then. Sun Hongwei patted his chest. Don't worry, we're good brothers. I will help you. He secretly gave him a look, indicating he would also help with his and Limei's matters later. Ma Xiaojun understood his meaning and nodded heavily. It was decided. But some people at the young workers' station didn't like this. That person was Wang Chunhua. Since Suilon got married, and Xiao Qiao also married. She couldn't cause much trouble alone. Even Zhang Weigua ignored her now. They had broken up completely. She was determined to win Zhang Weigua back. Now, seeing Kong Sisi and Yang Limei so popular with the young workers, she felt uncomfortable. She watched from the side and rolled her eyes.
Kong Sisi snorted lazily, ignoring her.
She carried a basin of dirty water. Just as she was about to splash it, Wang Chunhua quickly moved away. She glared fiercely at Kong Sisi. Just like that little troublemaker in Suilon, she was not liked. Sooner or later, they would all get what they deserved. On New Year's Day, the Song family was getting ready to make dumplings. They made a lot every year, regardless of how much meat they had. If there was less meat, they added more pickled vegetables. Today, there was plenty of meat. Hua had already taken out a lot of pickled vegetables in the morning. Song Baoping also rarely helped out today. The whole family was busy working. Only Song Qing'an and Suilon hadn't come yet. Hijadi felt very unhappy and said to Du Chunmei, third sister-in-law, "Why hasn't the eldest sister-in-law come? Everyone is busy, but she's so lazy." Du Chunmei didn't bother to respond. She didn't want to waste her energy. She also didn't think about the fact that the meat was bought by the eldest brother and the pork belly was also bought by him. Even that chicken was bought by him. And all the things the eldest brother bought, weren't they all taken advantage of by their second and third families? Even if the eldest sister-in-law didn't do anything, she wouldn't say anything. If the eldest brother didn't buy anything and the eldest sister-in-law didn't work, that would be normal. So when Hijadi spoke, she immediately carried her pickled vegetables into the kitchen, ignoring her completely. Seeing Du Chunmei hurriedly leave, Hijadi frowned, her nose and eyes not quite right. Hua, nearby, glared at her fiercely. During the new year, why look for trouble? Just do your work properly, and don't talk so much. Otherwise, don't eat those things. As soon as she said that, Hijadi fell silent. Although she disliked Suilon now, she didn't have a grudge against those good things. Hua finished speaking, and Suilon and Song Qing'an came in. "Mother, I woke up late," and Suilon said with a smile. Hua waved her hand. "It's okay. Now you need to rest well, and don't work. Go inside quickly. Sit on the Kong bed. It's too cold outside." And Suilon shook her head. "No need. I want to see how you all do things so I can learn." Song Qing'an pulled her. "Then hurry into the kitchen and sit by the stove, so it's not cold." Hijadi watched them nervously fussing over Suilon. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. What's there to worry about? She's just a person, not a fragile glass bottle that will break if dropped. Really, some people are just born differently. Thinking this, she glared fiercely at Song Chongsheng beside her. Song Chongsheng scratched his head and comforted her. "Zhaodi, if you're tired, go back to your room and rest for a while." Zhaodi shook her head. His words sounded nice, but when the mother-in-law said something, she still had to come out and work. Her parents-in-law favored the eldest family very much. The favoritism was obvious. Now, the more she looked at Song Chongsheng, the more she thought he was hopelessly useless. And Suilon listened to her inner thoughts in the kitchen and felt extremely annoyed. She wished she could block her ears. Whenever she came here, Hijadi kept muttering in her mind. She really didn't want to hear it. It was so irritating. Now she even dares to criticize Chongsheng. Does she really think she's something special? What's wrong with Chongsheng? He's a good person, very kind to her, gentle and caring. A month after her miscarriage, Song Chongsheng hardly let her wash clothes. And Suilon shook her head, thinking that Song Chongsheng was truly blind. How could he fall for Hijadi? With a mother like hers, if she hadn't hooked up with Song Chongsheng, probably no one would want her. In this era, reputation is very important. Although her mother's actions were discreet, most villagers had some idea of the situation. Even the slightest rumor kept people from proposing marriage to her family. Hijadi still dares to be with Song Chongsheng now. She really is living too comfortably. When Song Qing'an saw her shake her head and sigh, he asked confusedly, Sui, what's wrong? And Suilon smiled and said, nothing. You should go help with the work. Song Qing'an washed his hands and went to help his mother chop meat. Today they were making dumplings, so the meat had to be minced finely. Hua turned to wash the pickled vegetables. Since they also needed salt and seasonings for the dumplings, the pickled vegetables needed to be rinsed thoroughly to remove excess salt. Go help your older brother chop the meat. With so much meat, how long will he take alone? Song Joy smiled and found a knife in the kitchen. Big brother, I'll help you. Both of them were strong and chopped the meat quickly. There was enough space on the chopping board for both of them to work. And Sui Lan watched their figures chopping meat in the kitchen. Song Qing'an, a county secretary, came home and still washed dishes and cooked. He carried no burdens at all. Li Erhua prepared to knead the dough. For making dumplings, they needed white flour, but they didn't have much, so she planned to mix in some cornmeal. And Sui Lan quickly stopped her. Mother, no. Qing'an, there's white flour at home. You go get it. Use only white flour for the dough. Mixing in other things will make it taste bad. Moreover, adding cornmeal would make the dumplings more likely to break, and the texture wouldn't be as fine as in later times, making it less tasty. Song Qing'an washed his hands and strode to the back. He bought everything else, but he forgot the flour. Li Erhua put down the cornmeal, feeling a bit distressed for them. Sui, mixing in a little cornmeal won't make much difference, just a small amount. And Sui Lan smiled and said, Mother, I usually wouldn't stop you, but since it's the new year, we should eat something better. Li Erhua thought that since their family was large, eating some cornmeal was normal. If they used only white bread and dumplings, how much stuff would they need? It's okay, we won't need much, she said. There is plenty of wheat in the space, but they can't grind it into flour. Thinking about wheat, and Sui Lan suddenly had a bright idea. She seemed to remember something from her past life. There was a big storm in the neighboring city that broke the dam, causing a flood and many deaths. Their current location was not affected. She wondered if things were different now compared to her past life. If they could prevent the disaster early, many people could be saved. Thinking of this, she planned to tell Song Qing'an tonight, so he could find a way to contact the people in the neighboring city and help them prepare in advance. This was very important. If those people didn't listen, and Sui Lan still wanted to talk to her father about it. But it wasn't too late now. She remembered the flood happened in summer, which was half a year away. While she was thinking, Song Qing'an had already returned. Actually, he didn't go home. He just came outside from the space. Mom, look, is this enough? Li Erhua looked at the white flour and felt it was such a waste. Such good flour. Using it for dumplings, isn't that a waste? Song Qing'an smiled. Mom, what we put in our stomachs isn't a waste. Hurry up and make the dough. Li Erhua decided not to think too much and quickly kneaded the flour into a ball.
An Shui Lan wat chet kudio si li.
How did they knead such a big lump of dough? The work of chopping the filling outside had already been taken over by Song Zhenhua. Song Chongsheng was chopping pickled vegetables. Song Qing'an had some free time. Once the filling outside was chopped and placed in a basin, Li Erhua started seasoning. Because there was a lot of filling and plenty of pickled vegetables, and they would be eating this all winter, not every day, but at least every 2 or 3 days. So, they added a lot of pickled vegetables. With more filling, stirring became especially tiring. Song Chongsheng and Song Zhenhua rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Big men have lots of strength. Together, they stirred quickly and evenly. Okay, let's start wrapping. Bring everything into the main hall. The kitchen is too small to move around. Everyone worked together to move all the necessary items into the main hall. Once inside, they felt much warmer. Li Erhua opened the door to their bedroom, and warm air flowed out. 3 women were rolling dough. Chuning, Xiaohe, and the Song brothers were sitting together, making dumplings. Only in Sui Lan was sitting alone on the Kong, heated bed. Besides a few children, she was the only one left. Everyone was making dumplings, and she wanted to try too. So she moved closer. Mom, I want to try too. Song Qing'an handed her a dumpling wrapper. And Sui Lan pinched some filling, wrapped it up, but her hands were unsteady. Although she managed to pinch it together, the dumpling looked funny. Li Erhua smiled and said, If you don't know how to make it, just don't. We have so many people. Go play on the Kong. Song Qing'an pushed her gently to go back inside. Hurry up and go in. The main room is still a bit cold. Don't catch a cold. And Sui Lan had no choice but to go back to the Kong. Sitting there, Xiaoshi too and Arya played with her inside the room. She took out a handful of white rabbit candies from her pocket. Here, share these 3 ways. Don't eat too many at once. The children were very easy to satisfy. She gave each of them a piece, and they all cheered happily. The Song family made dumplings quickly because they had many people. While making, they took some outside to freeze in the yard. The ground was covered with a clean snakeskin bag. Erlai washed it clean. Once frozen solid, they put it in the ice chest. Every day, they took out a little to eat. It was very convenient. They only made dumplings once for the new year. As they kept making, it was already noon. Erlai went to the kitchen to cook the dumplings. Everyone else washed their hands and waited to eat. The remaining filling would be used for more dumplings the next afternoon. A pot of dumplings was boiling, and Suilan took a bite, and her mouth was filled with a delicious aroma. So fragrant.
Just right.
Sour vegetable dumplings are so tasty. She had never eaten them before. Song Cheng'en smiled and brought over the sauce prepared by Erlai. Sui, add some of this. It will taste even better. And Suilan scooped a little with a spoon. Delicious. Song Cheng'en took her by the hand and led her to the main room. Careful, it's hot.
Put the bowl on the table.
The family enjoyed a lively dumpling feast. In the afternoon, they continued making dumplings. At the Jiqing Educated Youth Point, Kong Sisi, Yang Limei, Shen Hualin, Li Kong, Sun Hongwei, and Ma Xiaojun, 6 people, were also making dumplings today. They made and ate them fresh. Because there were too many Jiqing in the yard, they couldn't make an ice chest like the villagers to store food. They set up a Kong inside the house, so they couldn't keep the dumplings inside. If they stored them outside, how many could they really share? The gathering at the youth point was crowded and noisy. It's better to be cautious. They only packed enough for one meal. Next time, they will pack more in advance. The 6 people got along quite well. Originally, Shen Hualin wanted to go to the Song family for dinner. But now, except for Li Kong, no one knows about their relationship. He couldn't go to the Song family openly. So, he decided to wait until it was darker in the evening before going. After lunch, he told Kong Sisi, Kong Youth, Yang Youth, don't cook for us tonight. We have some things to do tonight. They didn't ask much or pry into others' affairs, which is polite. They just nodded. In the afternoon, and Suilan couldn't hold on anymore, so she went to the back. She always takes a nap at noon and can't skip it. Song Cheng'en stayed with her inside until she fell asleep, then went to the front. In the afternoon, the family continued making dumplings. And Suilan slept until 3 o'clock before waking up. Song Cheng'en was worried she slept too long. He thought she might have trouble sleeping at night. He asked Chuning and Xiaohe to go to the back and call her. When Suilan was called, she felt groggy and still wanted to sleep. But she was pulled up by the 2. Big sister-in-law, don't sleep anymore. Big brother asked us to wake you. Dinner will be ready soon. If you keep sleeping, you won't be able to sleep tonight. And Suilan was pulled up. She rubbed her eyes and finally felt more awake. I've slept too long. I still feel sleepy. She shook her head, put on her shoes, and got out of bed. Let's go to the front. The 3 of them went to the front together. Others were still making dumplings, but Suilan went into Erlai's room anyway. They worked all day, and as it got dark, they finally finished the big bowl of dumpling filling. That night, Suilan and the others didn't eat in the front. Song Cheng'en was worried she might get used to eating dumplings twice a day, so he took her back to the back. He went home and steamed rice and stir-fried vegetables. Before the meal was ready, Shen Hualin and Li Kong arrived. Shen Hualin carried fruit and egg cakes. Big brother, big sister-in-law, we're here for a free meal. Song Cheng'en nodded, just cook. It'll be ready soon. They put down their things and helped out willingly, and Suilan sat in the kitchen waiting to eat. Soon, the 3 of them finished preparing the meal. Because 2 more people came, Song Cheng'en added 2 more dishes. It took a little extra time. Since today was the little new year, Song Cheng'en took out a bottle of wine. He didn't drink, and neither of them drank much, just 1 glass each, as a small gesture. After finishing their meal, Song Cheng'en brewed tea. The 3 of them drank for a while, until it was completely dark outside. Only then did they prepare to go to the cattle shed to deliver food to Grandpa. Hua had already cooked the dumplings. When the three of them passed by, he went to the kitchen and brought out the cooked dumplings. Let's go quickly. Don't let anyone see us. Song Chingen nodded. When they reached the cattle shed, Song Chingen opened the lunchbox. Besides the dumplings, there was also a lot of the dishes he cooked that evening. It was enough for the elderly to eat. Grandpa, Grandma, Old Zhou, Old Zheng, Old Qian, come over quickly and sit together to eat. It will get cold soon. The elderly looked energetic. Recently, Hong Xiuzi hadn't come by again. They hadn't faced any more hardships either. It was just that they worked a bit more than others. They could accept that. They enjoyed hot dumplings and tasty stir-fry dishes. Some of the elders had tears in their eyes. Song Chingen had to comfort them. Don't be discouraged. Our country is getting better and better. It won't stay like this forever. One day, that day will come. Is everyone feeling okay? If anyone feels unwell, tell me right away. I'll ask Sui Sui to come and check on you. The others waved their hands. It's fine. She's pregnant now, so don't let her run around. It's cold outside. Be careful not to catch a cold. After everyone finished eating, the three of them headed back home. Big brother, we're going back to the youth communist training station. If everything goes smoothly, Grandpa and Grandma's issues should be resolved after the new year. Maybe they will return to Beijing. When that happens, their official positions will be restored. What are your plans? Song Chingen smiled. That's good news. We have our own path to follow, but sooner or later, we will also go to Beijing. Your sister-in-law's parents are there too. It's just a matter of time. Shun Hualin nodded. Yes. Song Chingen braved the snow and wind to return home, his clothes covered in snowflakes. Before entering the house, he carefully dusted himself off with a feather duster. He warmed himself in the main hall for a while before going into the bedroom, so he wouldn't bring cold air inside.
Sui Sui, I'm back.
And Sui Lan had just finished washing and came out of the space. Anyway, the space didn't have seasons. It always maintained the same temperature. They were used to taking baths every day. Not bathing felt uncomfortable. She sat on a stool, applying snow cream to her body. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Song Chingen was captivated. He felt his whole body's blood rush to his brain. Recently, because his wife was pregnant, his suppressed desire suddenly surged up. Her eyes changed color. Song Chingen's large hand gently embraced her from behind, and he suddenly sniffed. Smells so good. Sui Sui, you smell so nice. And Sui Lan saw his expression and felt uneasy. Song Chingen, what are you trying to do? I can't do this right now. Song Chingen pinched her chin, forcing her to turn and look at him. I haven't said anything. Why are you so nervous? Or are you thinking about it too? And Sui Lan's face instantly turned red. You're like this, I really didn't mean it, don't say nonsense. Even if she did think about it, she wouldn't say it. Song Chingen's breath brushed her ear, making her feel even more ticklish. She shrank back, turned around, and immediately retreated. Song Chingen, stop it, I can't. Song Chingen helplessly shook his head and chuckled. Yes. Sui Sui can't do this. He reached out with his big hand, hugged her for a while, then slipped into the space. She decided to go take a cold shower herself. Song Chingen took a cold shower in the space for about half an hour. Finally, he cooled down the desire inside him. He dressed and left the space. And Sui Lan was already lying on the bed, but she wasn't sleeping. She was staring at the ceiling. Noticing someone had come out, carrying a fresh, cool scent, she knew he had gone for a cold shower. She smiled and asked, Chingen, did you take a cold shower? Song Chingen nodded casually. And Sui Lan held his hand, not daring to provoke him again. Go to sleep now. They slept until dawn. When she woke up, Song Chingen was no longer in bed. According to their local customs, they had to get up early to clean the house. Song Chingen got up early and cleaned the entire house thoroughly. Only the bedroom was left to tidy up. He was waiting for his wife to wake up so he could finish cleaning it. Hua and the others got up early and had been busy until now. The house was cleaned, and it looked much better. He Zhaodi, tired, sat in a chair, and looked up to see her older brother and sister-in-law walking over. She pursed her lips. They would be comfortable later. They had finished cleaning, and the others only came over afterward, clearly avoiding work. Anyway, the sister-in-law was the family's favorite. She could do anything she wanted. Seeing how well-dressed and healthy they looked, their overall condition was even better. Especially the sister-in-law, who looked like a city girl. She even looked more lively and charming than some city folks. Hijiaoti's mouth was quicker than her mind. "We've finished all the chores. Did the sister-in-law just get up? Big sister-in-law is really lucky. We can't compare because we have to get up early to work. It seems the dishes in the kitchen haven't been washed yet." She hadn't finished speaking when Song Chongsheng scolded her. "Xiaoti, shut up." And Sui Lan looked at Hijiaoti with a forced smile. "Hijiaoti, do you know that your behavior really makes people upset? I don't want to argue with you during the new year. But if you really want to fight, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Don't think just because I'm pregnant now I won't hit you even if there are 10 of you. Try me if you don't believe it." After she finished speaking, she flicked her wrist. Hijiaoti suddenly remembered how sister-in-law used to hit people. She shrank back and turned around without looking back, going into the house. And Sui Lan shrugged her shoulders. "Look at her, so timid. I just scared her a little, and she ran away in fear. She's really cowardly. Ah. I thought I could do something, but this is it?" Song Qing'an pulled her into the house. "All right, she's like that. You should go inside quickly." Song Chongsheng chuckled. "Big sister-in-law, Xiaoti has that temper. Don't take it seriously." Since they were about to have a serious fight, and Sui Lan didn't hold back either. "Song Chongsheng, how can your eyes be so blind? How did you marry such a petty woman?" Song Chongsheng could only smile politely and dared not argue. He knew how much his older brother loved his wife and didn't dare challenge her authority. Hijiaoti inside clearly heard everything and gritted her teeth in hatred. But she felt helpless. When it came to fighting, she couldn't beat Sui Lan. In words, she was even worse. "Big sister-in-law, stop talking. She used to be good, and I will talk to her nicely later to make her change." And Sui Lan said nothing more and pulled Song Qing'an back into the house. Before turning around, Song Qing'an gave Song Chongsheng a meaningful look. It made Song Chongsheng feel very uncomfortable. He turned back angrily and went into the house. This wife of his had recently been irritable. She got angry just seeing big sister-in-law. She always tried to provoke a few words. "Hijiaoti, are you crazy? Big sister-in-law hasn't done anything to you. What's wrong with you?" Hijiaoti saw her husband also shouting at her, and the anger she just felt found a place to vent. She pointed at her nose. "Am I causing trouble? Where did I cause trouble? It's because you're useless. She doesn't work every day, just eats and relaxes. We work ourselves to the bone, and I can't say a word? Your whole family favors her, and she's just so good." She kept saying more and more unreasonable things. Song Chongsheng also lost his temper. His voice grew louder. "Am I useless? How am I useless? You still say you're not useless? 4 brothers in the family, 3 of them have jobs, and you don't. If you're not useless, who is?" This remark hit Song Chongsheng's sore spot. Is he not willing to work? These days, having a job isn't something anyone can just get if they want. You need opportunities. You still care about work. If you want to rely on your older brother to find a job, then stop offending your sister-in-law. Don't you know that your sister-in-law is like the apple of your older brother's eye? From now on, be polite to your sister-in-law. Remember, she is your elder sister-in-law. Understand? Hijiaoti was furious and about to explode. It was one thing if others bullied her, but how could her own man do it? Her child had also been harmed by that woman. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She pointed at Song Chongsheng and scolded him loudly. "All you do is blame me. Others have harmed your son, and you still blame me? Are you really so ungrateful? You're incapable and pathetic, yet you're still here throwing a fit at me." Song Chongsheng was repeatedly told he was useless and pathetic. Any man couldn't stand that. His face turned red with anger. Useless? Incapable? Then why didn't you find someone capable back then? If you had that ability, you wouldn't have married me. Don't you know what your family is like? How dare you criticize me? I fought so hard to marry you, enduring so much gossip. And now you're starting to look down on me. Was her family background her weakness and her Achilles heel? Sure enough, when Song Chongqing said that, she suddenly fell silent. But then she burst into loud tears. Everyone outside could hear her crying like a mourner, and they all found it annoying. It's the new year, and this is so unlucky. She was still holding a broom, and she stormed in with it. Hey, second sister's family. Why are you crying like that? Can't you say things nicely? Why do you have to cry like that? Such bad luck during the new year. If you keep crying, go cry at your mother's house. He Xiaodi already felt wronged. She had been feeling upset for many days. Although that incident had happened a long time ago, she was still gloomy every day, pretending to smile all the time. She didn't even dare to cry. Now her mother-in-law said that, and she felt even worse and wanted to cry more. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Li Erhua was so annoyed she couldn't stand it. Just now they were talking inside the house and everyone heard them. She also wondered why her daughter-in-law would say such things. Clearly, she was not pregnant, but was blaming her eldest daughter-in-law. She thought, what's wrong with her? Second son, take your wife back to her parents' house. She's always so gloomy. Seeing that he seemed serious, He Xiaodi indeed stopped crying. And Sui Lan rolled her eyes, feeling speechless. She was too tired to watch. Since someone was acting, she pulled Song Qing'an outside. When they came out, Li Erhua said, second family, third family, go back to your parents' house. Each of you take 2 pieces of cured meat. He Xiaodi. She didn't want to go back. But in the past, she had reasons. Now, how could she refuse? Every year before the new year, she would send 2 pieces of cured meat to her parents. She didn't want to go back. Her parents' house had become her nightmare. Chongsheng, please help me send her back. I don't want to go. The snow is too heavy, and the road is difficult. Li Erhua said, why didn't you mind the snow in previous years? Hurry up, after this village, there's no shop. If you don't want it, just forget it. Song Chongsheng saw that his mother was really annoyed. He quickly pulled He Xiaodi away. If he didn't leave now, his mother might really get angry. He Xiaodi was resisting him the whole way, not wanting to go back to her parents' house, and he was afraid. Song Chongsheng held her with one hand and urged her with the other. Hurry up, we'll be back soon for lunch. He Xiaodi was pulled along by him, and Sui Lan shook her head helplessly. They wanted to remind her, but there was nothing to say. They couldn't just say, you can't go, Song Chongsheng, have you been betrayed? Song Qing'an and Song Qing'an didn't intend to say anything. She thought it was better to let things take their course. Otherwise, He Xiaodi would only hate her more. She couldn't understand why He Xiaodi disliked her so much. She hadn't done anything annoying. What's her problem? She always thought the child was the reason she was cursed. It was so frustrating. Song Qing'an led her into the house. Mother, is there any place that hasn't been cleaned? I'll do the chores. Li Erhua smiled. Everything's clean now. Have you finished tidying up behind you? He nodded. Yes, everything's done. Did He Xiaodi and Song Chongsheng go all the way to her parents' house? He Xiaodi looked full of resistance. Chongsheng, I don't feel well. You go in first. I'll wait here for you. You've already sent the meat, come out now. Song Chongsheng sighed. We're already home. Hurry up. We've sent the meat, and then we'll go home. We won't eat here. He Xiaodi was pulled into the house. When He Posey saw that He Xiaodi was willing to come back, she smiled happily. Xiaodi, why don't you stay at home for a couple of days? The new year is coming soon, and you can keep me company. He Xiaodi quickly waved her hand. No need, there's still work unfinished at home. Besides, the 2 girls can't be left alone. After saying that, she stood up and pulled Song Chongsheng to leave. Let's go back. The older and younger girls are inside playing. Song Chongsheng felt it was too rude to leave just after sitting down. He was about to leave when He Xiaodi almost felt like vomiting. She looked at the door of the room inside. That day, she was sleeping in the inner room with that old man. She didn't want to stay here even for a minute longer. Changsheng, I can't breathe. I'm going out first, she said, then quickly left. Song Changsheng felt helpless. Mother, let's go back first, he said. He posy smiled happily.
All right.
One day, let Zhaodi come back and stay for a while.
Okay.
After leaving the yard, Song Changsheng saw He Zhaodi standing at the door. Zhaodi, let's go. He Zhaodi heaved a sigh of relief. But Song Changsheng noticed she seemed extremely reluctant to go back home. She didn't stay inside for even a minute before coming out. He saw her change clearly. Since she returned last time, she hadn't come back again. Even when her mother called her from home, she looked resistant. They walked back slowly, one step at a time. Zhaodi, is there something you're hiding from me? Song Changsheng couldn't help but ask. He Zhaodi was startled, and her face turned pale. No, Changsheng, why would you think that? Song Changsheng nodded. That's good. If there's anything, you must tell me. They returned home. The argument was just a thing of the past now. When they arrived, they had already started eating lunch. Mother, we're back. Good you're back. Sit down quickly and eat. I just made food for you. And Sui Lan had finished eating and was sitting aside waiting for Song Chingen. He Zhaodi sat next to her. She felt a bit crowded and moved closer to Song Chingen. Zhaodi, are you looking down on me? She was upset and couldn't hold back her anger. She put down her chopsticks heavily and looked at Sui Lan. Big sister-in-law, do you really dislike me? You're sitting next to me and you still look down on me? And Sui Lan was shocked. What kind of situation was this? She had never seen someone so unreasonable. Song Changsheng quickly pulled her back. Zhaodi, shut up. What's wrong with you? Always causing trouble, every day. Sui Lan rolled her eyes. She really didn't want to hold back anymore. This person is simply crazy. Are you crazy? I never said I disliked you. I just felt a bit cramped, so I moved over here to eat. How did that turn into disliking you or looking down on you? Forget it. If you say so, then it's so.
I don't dislike you.
Just say what you want to do. Look at you, always causing trouble or looking for trouble. What did I do wrong to you? Do you think I killed your child? He Zhaodi was not surprised at all. When she argued with Song Changsheng earlier in the room, she deliberately made sure they heard her. She intentionally spoke loudly. Since it had come to this, He Zhaodi no longer wanted to pretend. She suddenly stood up.
Yes.
That's it. You are the one who caused my child's death. My child just left, and your child came right after. Who do you think caused the death? Sui Lan was so angry she laughed. As a doctor, she saved He Zhaodi's life. Now she's being accused of killing her child. Which doctor would be willing to say such a thing? She pointed at her own nose. He Zhaodi, I find you really ungrateful. Why did your child die? You know very well yourself. Do I need to spell it out for everyone to hear? He Zhaodi didn't understand what she meant. Does she already know?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Even Changsheng, her close partner, didn't know. How could Sui Lan possibly know? He Zhaodi, your child is gone. In the middle of the night, I performed surgery for you. Do you think I wanted to? If it weren't for fearing for your life, do you think I would want to? You're really ungrateful, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin and not recognizing kindness. He Zhaodi was terrified, anxious, extremely nervous. She was afraid the Song family would find out. But Sui Lan's attitude felt very wrong. Could they really have found out? At this moment, Song Chingen finally spoke. Second sister-in-law, you shouldn't be so unkind. Cici saved you, and instead of thanking her, you're blaming her. Song Baoping sighed heavily. You all just won't stay calm for a day. Youngest brother-in-law, you're still so young. How can you believe in those superstitions? Apologize to your wife. You wrongly accused her. We should all live happily as a family. Stop arguing and making noise. He Zhaodi was extremely angry. Impossible. It was her who caused my child's death. Otherwise, how could she have lost the baby? And Sui Lan rubbed her forehead. Chengnan, let's go. No more talking. Don't ask us for help again in the future. We won't help her anymore. Jiuyi, you might as well stop your work too. Later, your older brother will take you to the county town. Since work is so scarce, someone will want to hire you. Song Juyi nodded. Okay, I understand. He Xiaodi was stunned. What work? And Sui Lan explained clearly. Song Juyi thought He Xiaodi was being too much. He took the initiative to explain. After the new year, I don't plan to go back to work. My older brother said he would give you the job, but you didn't want it. So, I will find someone else. Anyway, there are plenty of jobs out there. Song Changsheng. He Xiaodi. Both were stunned. How could this be happening? Seeing them about to leave, He Xiaodi immediately called out to Sui Lan. Big sister-in-law, I apologize. Can you give Changsheng the job? He needs to work to support the family. And Sui Lan waved her hand. No need. Your apology is worthless. She pulled Song Cheng'an by the arm and left.
Lia Hue shook her head.
The more she looked at He Xiaodi now, the more she disliked her. She seemed petty and narrow-minded. Du Chunmei was smiling happily nearby. Second sister-in-law, you've lost big this time. If you had waited until second brother got the job, then you could have acted later. He Xiaodi was now regretful. If she had known there was work, she would have endured a little longer. Asking for help from them was useless. She could only look at Song Baoping and Li Erhua. Parents, it was my fault, but this has nothing to do with Changsheng.
It was my mistake.
I apologize to the big sister-in-law. Please let the older brother give the job to Changsheng. Our family needs him to work and earn money. Song Baoping said nothing, turned around, and walked away with his cigarette. She had no choice but to look at Li Erhua. Mom, please help me say some good words. Li Erhua waved her hand. I can't manage it. I really can't control the older brother's matters. You handle it yourself. Who asked you to be so mouthy? He Xiaodi still wanted to speak, but was pulled into the house by Song Changsheng. Enough, stop talking. Is it better now? I warned you before, not to do this. Why do you always go down the wrong path? It's really frustrating. Now you've lost your job. Are you happy now? He Xiaodi felt even worse. Everyone was blaming her, but no one understood her. Song Changsheng, I am not doing this just for you. You didn't say a word. Am I not a man? I even want to say you're not a woman. You get angry so easily, causing trouble. Look at you now. Where's your gentle womanly side? The two of them argued again inside the house. Li Erhua found it very annoying. Why does He Xiaodi always cause trouble every day? She pulled Song Baoping into their room. Can you two stop fighting? It's the new year, and you're arguing every day. Don't you want me and your father to live peacefully? Song Changsheng said nothing. Li Erhua pinched his ear. Second brother, can't you just let it go?
Try to talk it out.
It would be better if you could clear things up. Look at you, arguing 3 times a day. If this keeps up, we might as well not live here. Life was hard before, but now it's better. We eat white bread and have plenty of meat. So, don't you all want to live a good life? If you don't want to live well, then just leave. He Xiaodi also dared not speak anymore. But she still cared about the work matter. Mother, about work. Li Erhua glared at her. Shut up. When there's work, you'll have it. When there isn't, stay at home and do chores properly. Every day, fighting and making noise. Aren't you tired of it? And you, what's wrong with you now? Your sister-in-law clearly gave you a place to sit and eat, but you not only wrong her, but also hold a grudge. If you don't speak today, I wouldn't even know. I knew it. Recently, you've been acting strange. Your nose isn't right and your eyes aren't right. What's wrong with her? You had a miscarriage and it's not her fault. You wouldn't be alive otherwise. And you still have the nerve to say that you can't even carry your own child properly and blame others. From now on, behave yourself. If you keep acting like this, just leave. Li Erhua lost her temper. He Xiaodi finally fell silent. Song Baoping also looked helpless. Changsheng, the second family, doesn't live like this. Fighting every day isn't good for the children either. If it happens again, we'll split up the family. You each go your own way. Speak nicely, don't argue. After saying that, Song Baoping took Dia and you're out. Li Erhua also left with them. Seeing them made her even more annoyed. No one was sensible. and Sui Lan and Song Chung and went back home. She didn't take a nap. Tonight, she goes to bed early, but if she sleeps again now, she won't be able to fall asleep later. While she was eating, another layer of snow covered the yard. Song Chingin was sweeping the snow with a broom, and Sui Lan was watching outside from the main hall. She called out to him, "Song Chingin, I want a snowman. Please help me build one." Song Chingin nodded at her. "Okay, stay inside and don't come out. It's too cold outside. You can't stand it." Soon, Song Chingin finished building 3 snowmen. One big, one medium, and one small. And Sui Lan saw the 3 snowmen and smiled. "Qingzi, is this one yours?" He nodded and pointed at another. "That's yours." And Sui Lan smiled happily. "So, this is our baby?"
Yes.
Her finger touched the baby snowman, her eyes full of affection. "Very good, very nice." She tiptoed and kissed his lips. Song Chingin's nose caught a sweet scent. His expression changed instantly. He had been eating vegetarian every day, which was a kind of torment for him. Now, he was too sensitive and couldn't resist any temptation. Of course, and Sui Lan knew this. After kissing him, she was about to leave. But Song Chingin wouldn't let her go. He quickly wrapped his arms around her and held her tightly. Gently, he kissed her sweet lips. He kissed lightly, afraid to be too forceful. And Sui Lan, pregnant, was soft as a puddle of water in his arms, letting him hold her. Suddenly, he lifted her up and carried her into the bedroom. He gently laid her on the bed. And Sui Lan quickly covered her belly, scared. "Chingin, no." Song Chingin softly called her name, "Sui Sui, I just want a kiss, nothing more. Let me get some interest back, too." Hearing this, and Sui Lan knew he was cautious, so she gave up resisting. They kissed for a few minutes, and her clothes were taken off until only her inner clothes remained. She shyly hid under the blanket. Song Chingin held her tightly, afraid to continue. If they went further, he was afraid he would lose control. "Sui Sui, you're so charming. I'm afraid I really can't handle it." And Sui Lan pushed against his chest. "Go take a shower quickly." "I can't do this right now." She was less than 3 months pregnant and hadn't reached the safe period, so of course, she couldn't. Song Chingin, helpless, turned and disappeared. And Sui Lan hid under the blanket, secretly smiling. Then she quickly put on her clothes, worried he might come out and tease her again. Fortunately, his mind is still fairly clear, and he doesn't act recklessly. Next time, she definitely won't dare to provoke him again. While Song Chingin took a cool shower in the space, she was already in the living room brewing a pot of tea. She sat there quietly, drinking tea and watching the snow. Although she could only see a little bit of the snowy scene, it was still nice. It felt very comfortable. Song Chingin came out wrapped in a cool breeze. And Sui Lan looked at him and felt cold. But inside, the fire was burning hot, so it wasn't cold. She mostly wore only a thin autumn shirt and a light jacket inside. When she went outside, she changed into a thicker coat. "Chingin, come here and have some tea to warm up." He sat down and took a sip. "It's pretty good. Do you want some fruit?" And Sui Lan nodded. "Strawberries, please. They are nutritious and tasty." Song Chingin disappeared again. When he came out, he was holding a plate of washed strawberries. And Sui Lan tried one. It was very sweet. Suddenly, she remembered something from her past life. "In my previous life, I remember there was a big flood in the neighboring city just this year. Can you find a way to contact them and help move the people?" She mentioned a few places, only vaguely remembering. She had heard about it from her father, only then realizing what happened. She wasn't born yet at that time. Song Chingin nodded. "If the timeline is the same as in my past life, it probably will happen too. But the flood happened in summer, so there are a few months to prepare. I think they should stock up more food locally. If they don't listen, we have enough food in our space. Now, the wheat and corn are ripe and growing well, even better than outside. No need to worry about food. The only concern is that they might not believe it." Song Chingin nodded. "Besides food, there are vegetables. We can plant more stored vegetables too." And Sui Lan smiled. The space potatoes have grown very big. I haven't harvested them yet. And there are cabbages too. It looks like she will need to be more diligent in the future. Song Chingin gently ruffled her hair with a smile. I'll go into the space and harvest them now. It's just a matter of a moment. He stayed in the space for a few minutes, collecting ripe fruits, vegetables, grains, and potatoes. The potatoes in the space are really big. They are almost as big as a small basin. One potato is enough for a family to cook a meal. He came out holding a large potato.
Wow.
It's so big. It doesn't even look like a potato anymore. Where are the radishes and cabbages? Song Chingin replied. They are also bigger than usual. Most things in the space are better than outside. And Sui Lan was very happy about this. Yes, that's right. Try to store as much grain as possible. If there's anything useful from the black market, just sell it. Anyway, the space is developing very quickly. Song Chingin waved his hand and produced a large cabbage. And Sui Lan looked at the big piece of cabbage taking up a large part of the table. She was shocked. This was the biggest cabbage she had ever seen. Use this cabbage to make pickled vegetables. I wonder if it can be properly preserved? Take it to show my mother. She'll probably be very surprised. Song Chingin smiled. Don't give it to her.
We should keep it for ourselves.
Anyway, she won't notice. At this moment, He Zhaodi knocked on the door. Song Chingin saw He Zhaodi standing at the door and felt annoyed. What do you want? His words were not polite. Just go back if there's nothing urgent. He Zhaodi blocked the door as it was about to close. Brother, I'm here to see the eldest sister-in-law. Can I come in? And Sui Lan heard everything inside. She wrinkled her nose. Who is this person? She just spoke about her, and now she's here again. So annoying. But she couldn't just refuse her entry. Chingin let her in. She was curious to see what tricks she might try this time. Hearing his wife's words, Song Chingin finally allowed He Zhaodi to come in. He Zhaodi awkwardly walked inside. She saw Sui Lan sitting in the main room, with lots of food on the table. There were also fruits she had never seen before. They all looked very tasty. The fruit was strawberries. And Sui Lan hadn't finished eating them. A few were left. She didn't even give her a glance. Just say what you want. If nothing's wrong, then go quickly. He Zhaodi forced a smile. Elder sister-in-law, I just want to ask about Chongqing's work. And Sui Lan pretended not to understand, and responded with a
Huh.
Song Chongqing? Does he have a job? He Zhaodi felt embarrassed and awkward. But she couldn't lose her temper, so she had to hold back. Elder sister-in-law, fourth brother said he would give Chongqing his job, but yesterday brother said. And Sui Lan waved her hand. The job belongs to fourth brother. You should ask him. He Zhaodi almost couldn't hold back and clenched her fists tightly. If fourth brother could be the head of the family, she wouldn't need to come begging this unkind woman. And Sui Lan suddenly stood up from her chair. This He Zhaodi was really hateful. She still wanted to ask her for favors and was cursing her in her mind. It was truly despicable. He Zhaodi was startled, thinking she was about to stand up and hit her. She quickly stepped back a few paces. Noticing that Sui Lan showed no signs of attacking, she smiled awkwardly. Big sister-in-law, you scared me. And Sui Lan pointed at the door and said, Hurry up and leave. We can't help with work matters. If you have the ability, figure it out yourself. He Zhaodi was publicly embarrassed. Her face turned pale with anger, but she tried to hold back. Big sister-in-law, we are family. How can you do this? And Sui Lan sneered. Family? Are we really family? If we are family, why do you always look at me with dislike, and I mean dislike? Are you still angry that I caused your child's death? Don't you curse me in your mind every day? He Zhaodi gritted her teeth in anger. Big sister-in-law, are you really unwilling to help? Yes, I dare not help. If I do, you might blame us again, saying all sorts of things. People like you, we can't help. Just leave now. You're not welcome here. Since they had already torn their relationship apart, there was no point in pretending. She was repeatedly pushed to leave. Her temper suddenly flared. Fine, I'll leave. I came here because I wanted to. If it weren't for us being family, do you think I'd want to see your disgusting face? It's really disgusting. And Suelon shook her head helplessly. This person just wouldn't change her ways. Since she wanted to act like that, there was no need to show her any kindness. She swung her arm and grabbed Hijaoti's collar, pulling her in front of her. Then she slapped her twice across the face.
Get out.
Don't let me see you again. Is this how you beg? Hijaoti was slapped twice and nearly went crazy with anger. She wildly rushed toward Suelon, but Song Qing'an stepped out and tripped her. With a loud crash, Hijaoti fell down, tumbling head over heels. And Suelon couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha, this is too funny. Hijaoti, lying on the ground, hit the floor hard several times. She got up and ran away. As soon as she left, Song Qing'an immediately locked the door to prevent her from coming back and bothering everyone. Suise, are you okay? And Suelon shook her head. Don't be so impulsive next time. Be careful not to hurt the baby. She nodded in agreement. I was so angry. She begged me on the surface, but cursed me inside. Can you imagine how mad I am? Song Qing'an's face darkened. This Hijaoti was really a troublemaker. Tell me, how did an honest person like Chongqing end up marrying Hijaoti, this troublemaker?
And now?
Forget it, don't mention them. We don't care about their affairs. If Hijaoti dares to cause trouble again in front of her, she'll teach her a lesson. Song Qing'an hugged her waist. All right, don't be angry. I'll make you a cup of tea to calm down. I'll cook something delicious for you tonight.
And Shuilan not dead?
For dinner, they didn't go out to eat. Mainly because she didn't want to see Hijaoti's face. It was simply annoying. Song Qing'an had been simmering chicken soup at home since around 4 in the afternoon. It had been over 2 hours, and the broth was thick. Each of them drank a bowl of soup. And Suelon thought it was a shame to use this soup for hot pot. Qing'an, why don't we use this soup to make hot pot? I really want to eat hot pot. Song Qing'an nodded. Sure. Tell me what vegetables you want, I'll wash them. And Suelon smiled. The vegetables from the garden are fine, just don't make too many. We can't eat that much. You also cooked other dishes. Song Qing'an prepared 4 or 5 different dishes, along with some hazelnuts and mushrooms. While eating hot pot, and Suelon felt content and closed her eyes happily. Oh, life is really good. The chicken soup is great, and the hot pot is delicious. It's a pity there's no chili, but she couldn't have spicy food because she was pregnant. Song Qing'an gently rubbed her head. All right, once the baby is born, you can eat as much spicy food as you want. They both enjoyed their meal happily. But someone at home was crying and upset. After being scolded, Hijaoti ran back home. She grabbed Li Erhua's arm and pointed at her face, complaining. Mom, look, I tried to talk nicely to my sister-in-law, but she hit me. Look at this. Mom, you have to stand up for me. Li Erhua was fed up. Are you causing trouble again? Or saying annoying things that others dislike? Otherwise, how could Lon Lon hit you for no reason? Don't I know your temper? Enough, stop crying. Go back inside, and stop making a scene. Second sister, quickly take your wife back inside. Every day, she was so annoyed. She didn't even want to look at Hijaoti anymore. She really had no self-awareness, always looking for trouble. Song Chongsheng had seen her get beaten and come back, and he felt helpless. He told her not to go out. If she had work, she could do it. If not, what's the big deal? But she still went looking for trouble. Now she was beaten and came back to complain again. He felt exhausted. That's how he felt. This wife went into the house. Zhaoti, can you stop causing trouble? Whether you have a job or not, we can get by. Just let things take their natural course. If you keep causing trouble, I really won't have the face to see my older brother and sister-in-law. Hiaodi pushed his hand away and pointed at her nose. Do you think I'm causing trouble? I'm just doing this for our family. Look at how we're living. What kind of life does my sister-in-law have? There's plenty of food at home, and fruits and pastries I've never seen before. I just want us to live a little better. What did I do wrong? Song Chongsheng felt very helpless towards her. How did she become like this? She wasn't like this before. He shook his head, feeling really annoyed. Li Erhua stood outside in the yard, listening to their arguing. She shook her head. Why is Hiaodi so annoying? Why is she always causing trouble? It's almost New Year, and she still doesn't feel embarrassed. She strode over and stood at the door.
Stop arguing.
No matter what, get out of here. You're so annoying every day. Without a job, can't you just live your life? There are so many unemployed people in the village.
How do they get by?
Hiaodi, you're just a troublemaker. Always causing trouble. If you keep causing trouble, get out of this house right now. Hiaodi was scolded harshly by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. How could she accept this? Mom, you're just being biased. Our sons. Isn't Changsheng the hardest worker?
They all have jobs.
Big brother is a county official, yet he can't even help his brothers find work? I think this official position might be his limit. Li Erhua's hands trembled with anger. Song Baoping came out of the house and heard this. The family relies heavily on the eldest son. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have such good days now. And now, the second daughter-in-law is saying this. That's his bottom line. He waved his hand. Second son, your wife doesn't fit here. Take her back to her family. Song Changsheng was so anxious, he scratched his head. Hiaodi refused to back down. I didn't say anything wrong. You're just biased. Nothing good ever comes to us. When there's something good, it's always given to the eldest. The eggs and meat at home are all for the sister-in-law. When do we get such treatment? And you still think you're not biased? I think you're so biased you might as well be at Grandma's house. Li Erhua felt so angry, she almost felt her chest hurt. She covered her chest, looking shocked at Hiaodi. Clearly, the oldest daughter at home suffers the most. She has contributed the most. Now, Hiaodi claims that the oldest daughter benefits the most. How can she not be angry? Everyone in the family came out. Chuning and Xiaohe helped her, trying to pull her away. Mom, don't be angry. Go inside and rest so you don't get sick. Li Erhua waved her hand. Chuning had no choice but to run out and call her older brother and sister-in-law. Li Erhua straightened up, feeling much better inside. She rushed to Hiaodi and started hitting her face. You're so unkind. Truly unkind. Hiaodi was hit again, and her anger was clearly hard to hold back. She was unwilling and grabbed Li Erhua's hair. This single act caused big trouble. Which daughter-in-law dares to fight back against her mother-in-law? This is disobedience, rebellion. And Sui Lan and Song Cheng'an came in and saw the door of Hiaodi's room open, with one hand grabbing Li Erhua's hair, about to hit her. And Sui Lan's face turned extremely grim. This person is simply crazy. She's hitting her elders. Song Cheng'an hurriedly ran over, while Song Changsheng had already pulled apart Hiaodi's hand. The house was noisy and chaotic. Neighbors heard the commotion and came to watch. Aunt Lu was also there. She exclaimed, pulling Li Erhua away. How could Li Erhua let Hiaodi go? She shook off her hand and rushed toward Hiaodi. It was simply outrageous. I think you're crazy. Today I'll make you see who the real oldest daughter is. Li Erhua pulled Hiaodi toward the yard, and Sui Lan reached out and grabbed a stick, handing it to her mother-in-law. In the yard, she swung the stick at Hiaodi. The yard was full of people. Could Hiaodi escape? Song Changsheng closed his eyes. He felt his wife had been too much these days. Let her mother teach her a lesson. If this keeps up, they won't even be able to celebrate the New Year. Li Erhua used all her strength, and Hiaodi cried out in pain. Finally, she was beaten to the ground, rolling and crying. No one in the house tried to stop her. Song Changsheng just watched. Eventually, she lay on the ground without moving, letting Li Erhua hit her. When it was almost over, Song Baoping finally spoke. Stop, enough. Li Erhua stopped, holding the stick. She walked to Hiaodi, squatted down, and grabbed her hair again, pulling her back harshly. Hiaodi, I've been giving you face every day, letting you all get above me. Can't tell who is the big or small boss, right? It turns out I was too weak, too kind to you all. This time, she was really furious. This Hiaodi was simply too bold. She grabbed Hiaodi's hair with one hand and twisted her ear with the other. Hiaodi, let me ask you, Do you dare to cause trouble again in the future? He Zhaodi shook her head, too scared to do it anymore. Today, her mother-in-law was too terrifying. She was just like when she hid in Suilon. Li Erhua stood up and let her go. All right, everyone, you finished watching the show.
Go do what you need to do.
She waved her hand and spoke to the neighbors in the yard. Everyone awkwardly smiled and quickly left. He Zhaodi struggled to get up from the ground, feeling pain all over her body. But she dared not shout. Carefully, she was about to go back inside. Li Erhua scolded, He Zhaodi, go make lunch. Don't try to slack off. He Zhaodi quickly nodded and turned to go into the kitchen. Du Chunmei was also almost scared to death. She had never seen her mother-in-law so fierce since she married in. She also smiled and said, Mom, I'll go make lunch too. The new year was coming soon. Now, people either wrote their own couplets or bought ready-made ones from the commune. And Suilon was in a very good mood today. Song Qing'an brought back a lot of red paper. That day, the two of them sat at home writing couplets. Everyone else in the family was watching them write. Most of the couplets written in this era were related to the revolution. Other types were not allowed to be posted. And Suilon took a brush and thought for a moment. She casually wrote, with a patriotic revolutionary spirit, hearts dedicated to the people. The upper line, follow the party's guidance. Song Qing'an was very experienced in this, so he didn't need to think much. Promote revolution, boost production, improve further, promote work, ensure quality, innovate again. The upper line, produce for the country. The two of them competed to see who could write faster. Others, watching, felt eager to try. Even the team leader was eager to give it a shot. Seeing he was a bit anxious, and Suilon voluntarily handed him the brush. Dad, you write a set. Song Baoping smiled, and also wrote a set. Even Song Jui followed and wrote a set. But his calligraphy was not as good as Song Baoping's. Next door, Aunt Lu heard they were writing couplets. She quickly brought over her own red paper. Oh, Secretary, you're writing couplets. Can you help me write some for my family too? We can't read or write. Song Qing'an nodded with a smile. Once everyone finished, Song Qing'an went to write for Aunt Lu. His handwriting was very beautiful, strong and vigorous, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. Lu Auntie smiled happily while watching. Oh, Secretary, your handwriting is so good. And Suilon listened to her laughter, and also moved closer. Beautiful, so beautiful. With Lu Auntie's start, others from different families also brought red paper over. Song Qing'an was not impatient at all. He had been writing all morning. Some people's work was not finished yet. Song Qing'an felt a little tired. Mostly because the table at home was uncomfortable. Song Baoping wanted to help others write, but they didn't like his handwriting, which made him very annoyed. In the afternoon, after they ate, someone came over. Song Baoping volunteered. Come on, I can help you write. My writing is just as good. Since the team leader said so, they had no choice but to agree. So, the team leader took on this task. After eating, the two went straight to the back. So no one else would come over again. The next day was the 28th of the 12th lunar month. Their tradition was to put up decorations on that day. Huahua means couplets. A family got up early and started working. Li Erhua was in charge of mixing the glue. A few sons helped put up the couplets. There were many doors inside and outside the house. They worked all morning and finally finished putting up all the couplets. For lunch, He Zhaodi and Du Chunmei cooked. Since yesterday, He Zhaodi had been very obedient. She did the cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning without slacking off, afraid of being beaten again. And Suilon wrinkled her nose. Really, they bully the weak and fear the strong. It's disgusting. That evening, the couple didn't eat at home, but went back to their own house. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, Song Jui and Chuningshi and He came over. What are you here for? Big brother, we're here to eat. Second sister-in-law's cooking is terrible. Song Qing'an nodded. All right. If you want to eat, you have to work. No problem. The three divided the chores, washed the vegetables, and cut everything. Only then did Song Qing'an go to stir-fry. That night, They didn't eat rice but warm white flour buns and a pot of egg noodle soup. Everyone ate happily. Most importantly, the food was delicious that night. After dinner, Song Jui asked Big Brother, "What about my work? Are you really not giving it to second brother?" Song Ching'an shook his head. Now he thought He Zhaodi was not very good. No matter what, she shouldn't have hit her mother-in-law. He was originally going to give it to Chongsheng, but now he hesitated a bit, mainly because He Zhaodi was not a good person. He looked at his wife and asked, Sui, what do you think? And Sui Lan shook her head and said, if it were me, I'd rather sell it than give it. He Zhaodi has no limits. Just look at what she's done. Yesterday, she even argued with her mother. If her mother weren't so strong, she might have hit her. I think she must really hate her mother now. Probably she'll cause trouble again in the future. Let's not give it to her for now. If she really changes later, it's not too late to give it then. Anyway, we can't give it now. Song Jui nodded and agreed. I think so too. Marrying a good wife is very important. From now on, I'll be more careful. And Sui Lan covered her mouth and smiled. So, your eyes were blind before, but now you see clearly? Song Jioye's face stiffened. Big sister-in-law, why are you passing on others' gossip? That's not blindness. I was thinking, she's from the same village, I couldn't think she'd be too bad. But who knew once she got a job, she'd start messing around outside. And Sui Lan nodded and said, it's not too late to wake up now. Be more careful in the future. After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Chunning, Xiaohe. Both of you, remember, never fall in love on your own. Most of the students now in school aren't very good. When we go back to Jing City, you can find someone then. You'll see the difference. Xiaohe muttered, big sister-in-law, you're still teaching us. Isn't it true you wouldn't look for a city guy, but prefer a rural big brother?
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Chunning and Song Jioyi both burst out laughing. Even Song Cheng-an couldn't help but laugh. And Sui Lan rolled her eyes in frustration. That's just making excuses. How good is your big brother? You tell me. Xiaohe nodded again. Really good. In the whole county, there's only one like him. Young but already a secretary. Isn't that enough? I didn't just pick him randomly. I have good judgment. If he weren't good, I wouldn't want him.
Right?
Xiaohe nodded once more. And Sui Lan asked again, and what about me? Am I good? Xiaohe hesitated this time. Before she could answer, Song Cheng-an jumped in. Yes, Sui is very good. Xiaohe looked a bit speechless. She hadn't said anything, but her brother was so eager. Song Cheng-an waved his hand. All right, go to the main hall. I'll wash some fruit for you. Everyone went to the main hall. He was alone in the kitchen, washing a few apples and pears. He didn't dare to prepare anything else. There were sunflower seeds, peanuts, candies at home, and in Sui Lan took them out. Come, eat some sunflower seeds. During the new year, she eats sunflower seeds every day, but not too much, just a handful or two each time. Song Cheng-an brings over some fruit. He also takes a small knife. He cuts the apple into pieces, sharing one piece with each person. Almost ready for the TV. But the Spring Festival Gala hasn't started yet. It only began in 1983. The three of them play until 9 p.m. And Sui Lan is tired, so they leave. Since it's nearby and Song Jui is with them, they're not worried about their safety. On New Year's Eve, Erhua gets up early and eats a quick breakfast. They have a big meal at noon on New Year's Eve. In the evening, they eat dumplings. After breakfast, He Zhaodi just finished washing the dishes. Erhua calls her. Old second, hurry up and bring out a piece of cured meat, cook it, and we'll stir-fry it at noon. And also take out a piece of pork belly for braised pork. Other side dishes are ready, you can look after that. There are many people, so they prepare a lot of dishes, which takes time. Du Chunmei looks proud as she watches He Zhaodi. She can slack off a bit, because He Zhaodi does a lot of work. Erhua doesn't want to be so nice to them anymore. Did He Zhaodi's actions hurt her? Being too kind to her daughter-in-law makes her feel entitled. She doesn't take her seriously. Just look at He Zhaodi's behavior these past 2 days. She dares not go east when asked to go west. It's rare to have 2 quiet days at home. No more arguing or noise. Although Zhao is angry inside, she only dares to complain to Song Chongsheng. She doesn't dare to cause a big fuss. She works very diligently. And Sui Lan and Song Qing'an arrived early. She was settled on the Kong bed in Li Erhua's house. Outside, it started snowing again, very cold. Song Qing'an was worried she'd catch a cold. Stay inside, I'll go check outside, he said. He took some ribs to the kitchen. Mom, this set of ribs should also be braised. Good idea. Go outside quickly. It'll be ready soon. You all can go to the main hall and play. Li Erhua cooks quickly. Fortunately, there are 2 pots at home. Both pots are cooking at the same time. One is braised pork, the other is braised ribs. Once the 2 main dishes are ready, the other dishes will be easier to prepare. While the dishes are simmering, Li Erhua starts preparing other side dishes. She stir-fries dried pork with chili. The dried pork is already cooked, so it will taste better when stir-fried. One after another, the other dishes were prepared and set aside. At home, there were naturally many people cooking. Besides the 2 main dishes, there were just some stir-fried vegetables. They waited for the 2 main dishes to be taken out of the pot. Li Erhua covered something to keep it warm, or it would get cold soon. Then everyone started stir-frying their dishes. And Sui Lan sat on the Kong, a traditional bed, just smelling the delicious aroma. Especially the spicy pork with chili. The smell was absolutely wonderful. And Sui Lan was drooling just smelling it. She loved spicy foods so much. But Song Qing'an usually didn't let her eat spicy food. He was worried she would get a sore throat. She couldn't sit still anymore. She turned over and got off the Kong, ready to go to the kitchen. Song Qing'an was outside playing chess with the captain. This chess set was bought with his first paycheck when he started working, as a gift for his father. The captain valued it very much and rarely took it out to play. Sometimes, when someone in the team wanted to play, he wouldn't bring it out. Except during festivals, he hardly ever took it out. Seeing his wife come out, Song Qing'an was surprised and asked, Sui, why did you come out? I didn't want to stay in the room, and Sui Lan smiled. I smelled the aroma and wanted to see the kitchen. It smells so good. The captain chuckled. You're really craving it. And Sui Lan pouted. I just want to eat something spicy. The captain was surprised. Spicy food? There's a saying, sour children, spicy girls. He knew that saying too. But he didn't say anything. He thought their daughter was fine. They didn't necessarily need a son. Song Qing'an also stopped playing chess, stood up, and took her into the kitchen. Mom, the smell has spread to the main hall. We all smell it. Li Erhua smiled happily. And Sui Lan looked at the dishes on the small table. The cured meat was already stir-fried, with a nice color, looking very appetizing. Song Qing'an turned around and picked up a pair of chopsticks. He turned and took a piece of cured meat. Du Chunmei raised her hand to stop him, thinking, today was New Year's. How could they sneak food? But after thinking for a moment, she decided not to say anything. Their mother hadn't said anything, so she didn't need to either. Li Erhua smiled and said, it's a little spicy. Be careful not to choke. And Sui Lan opened her mouth and took a bite, full of fragrant flavor. Delicious, so fragrant. Maybe because she hadn't eaten spicy food in a long time, she thought it was really tasty. After one bite, she pulled Song Qing'an out of the kitchen. If she didn't leave now, she thought she might finish the whole plate. Zhao, who was tending the fire, made a face but didn't say anything, probably afraid of Li Erhua. And Sui Lan ignored her directly. This made her teeth itch with frustration. And Sui Lan did not go back to her bedroom but stayed in the main hall, watching the father and son play chess. She only understands chess but doesn't know how to play. Still, she watches with great interest. The brothers also sit there watching. Song Jui feels itchy to try. Big brother, let me try. Let me play a game. After one game, the team leader wins. He smiles happily. Song Qing'an shakes his head and stands up, giving a seat to Song Jui. That was fun. I want to win once. Actually, his father is not good at chess, he's quite bad. He often regrets his moves. Only they play with him. When they go out, others don't want to play with him. The brothers take turns playing chess. The team leader plays wildly. They just play for fun, and the brothers are happy to let their father win. The team leader keeps winning. He wins easily every time. And Suilon notices this, but doesn't realize it herself. She thinks her skills are pretty good. Lierhua comes in wiping her hands. All right, enough, stop playing. With your skills, even I can't beat you. Hurry up, it's time to eat. The team leader puffs up his cheeks and glares. Everyone busy tidying up the table. Because there are many family members, they move the small kitchen table together.
Dishes are brought out one by one.
While others serve the food, Song Ching'an steps out of the yard. Soon, he comes back holding a bottle of Mao Tai and a few bottles of soda. Dad, want to try this today? The team leader's face lights up with a big smile. Yes, let's all try it today. The wine tastes really good. Song Joy quickly takes the wine. He opens it, pours a glass for each person. He even pours a glass for his mother. Mom, come, have a drink today. It's been a year. You've worked hard. Li Erhua's face shows wrinkles from smiling. Okay, just this one. I can't drink more. Song Joy pours the wine, and Song Zhenhua gives out soda. Each person gets a bottle, including the children. Song Baoping happily raises his glass. Come on, let's toast. It's been a year. Everyone has worked hard. Eat more today. Those with alcohol hold their glasses, and those without drink soda bottles. Except for He Zhaodi, everyone else is very happy. He Zhaodi forces a smile. She doesn't cause trouble either. The whole family gathers happily for lunch. Li Erhua also steams rice. Song Ching'an stands up to serve a small bowl of rice to Suilon. Today, she eats a lot because she really likes the dishes, especially the plate of cured meat stir-fried with chili. It was very delicious. Song Ching'an didn't stop her. After all, it was just this once, and the chili wasn't very spicy. After drinking a glass of wine, Song Joy picked up the bottle to pour more. Song Ching'an shook his head. You all can drink. I won't anymore. Song Joy was unhappy. Big brother, you don't need to work now. Just have a little more. Song Ching'an shook his head again. No, I need to take care of your sister-in-law.
Joy.
This is what wives do. He didn't try to persuade himself anymore. If they wanted to drink, let them. There was only one bottle of wine, but their alcohol tolerance was very low. After dinner, everyone's faces were a little red. Fortunately, they didn't drink too much and didn't get completely drunk. Li Erhua brewed some hangover tea for them. Everyone sat in the main hall, drinking tea and chatting. The women and children were on the side, eating sunflower seeds and taking care of the kids. They spent the whole afternoon like this. In the evening, the leftover dishes from lunch were reheated, and Li Erhua added 2 more dishes. She cooked some dumplings. Since it was New Year, there was a lot of oily food, so they didn't eat many dumplings. After dinner, the 2 daughters-in-law washed the dishes and cleaned the pots. Everyone else went to the main hall to stay up for the New Year. That's the tradition. On New Year's Eve, people stay up all night. Once everyone was ready, Li Erhua went into the bedroom. She came out holding money. The children were very happy. This was the happiest time of the year for them. It was time to receive red envelopes. Red envelopes are here. Grandma is giving red envelopes.
Du jamais pated xiao shitues shulde.
Little rascal, what are you shouting for? Hurry up and bow to Grandma. Now, instead of kowtowing, they bow with a deep bow. Li Erhua sat down on a chair. She beckoned, calling the children over. Xiao Shirtu was the first to bow deeply to Li Erhua. Grandma, Happy New Year. Li Erhua smiled, rubbing her grandson's head. Good, here's yours. Daya and Erdaya imitated him, bowing one after the other. Li Erhua gave each of them the same amount of red envelopes. After all the children received theirs, she took the money and went to Suilon. Lon, this is your first year married here. This is your red envelope. Hearing this, He Zhaodi's expression became a little uncontrollable. The year she got married, her mother-in-law only gave her 2 yuan. It probably wouldn't be much for the eldest sister-in-law either, just 2 yuan. Sure enough, the next moment, Li Erhua took out 10 yuan from her pocket. Lon, this is for you. And Suelon smiled and accepted it. Thank you, mother. Du Chunmei didn't think much about it. When she got married the first year, she received some too, but not as much as the eldest sister-in-law. She could understand that her older brother contributed the most to the family, and it was okay for her sister-in-law to get a little more. Besides, the 10 yuan was something that slipped out of someone's fingers. She had nothing more to say about it. She glanced at her second sister-in-law's uncontrollable face and frowned in silence. This Hijaudi had no sense at all. She was always causing trouble over trivial matters. It made her very annoyed, even thinking about living separately from Hijaudi. Living in the same yard every day, her mood was easily affected by her. Hijaudi simply couldn't hold back anymore. Mother, why did I only get 2 yuan in my first year after marriage? Chunmei also got 2 yuan. Why does the older sister-in-law get 10 yuan? Du Chunmei quickly waved her hands. Mother, I didn't say anything. I have no opinion on how much you give the older sister-in-law. The oldest brother contributes the most to the family. Second sister-in-law, don't pull me into this. I don't want to make mother angry. Li Erhua shot her a sidelong glance. Hijaudi, do you understand? Today you ate the cured meat, sausage, braised pork, and braised ribs. Which ones did the older brother bring back? You ate less? Don't let me slap you during the new year. This 10 yuan is too little. Do you know how much the oldest brother has to give to the government each year? Aren't those subsidies for you all? And you still have the nerve to complain? I think you're just stubborn. Don't make me hit you. After speaking, she looked at her second son. Song Chongsheng. Properly discipline her. Women who don't listen or are unruly deserve a lesson. It's because I was too good to her before. Song Chongsheng nodded. Mother, I understand. I will talk to her properly. Hijaudi felt ashamed and lowered her head, saying nothing more. Even Chunying and Xia now looked down on the second sister-in-law. Why is she always causing trouble every day? Chunying was not afraid of her, so she said, Second sister-in-law, why are you so narrow-minded? You always calculate the family matters more clearly than anyone else. How can you not understand this simple truth? Or are you pretending to be naive? Chunying didn't give her any face. She was tired of her always causing trouble. Shaha also spoke up. Exactly. Second sister-in-law, think carefully. The older sister-in-law hasn't done anything wrong to you. Why do you keep chasing after her? Hijaudi didn't answer, feeling too ashamed. Both younger sisters-in-law had turned their faces away from her. This mean person was so good at winning people's hearts. And Suelon raised an eyebrow but didn't pay much attention. Anyway, Hijaudi's nature was like that. When she got her own way, she didn't give enough. When it was others' turn, she couldn't stand it. I have long been used to it. I just don't bother to pay attention to her. And Suelon smiled and waved at a few children, saying, Come here, everyone. Wish me a happy new year, and I'll give you lucky money. Little Stone likes Annie the most, so he ran the fastest. He stood in front of Suelon, bowed respectfully, and spoke in a soft, childish voice. Auntie, Happy New Year. I wish you good health and eternal youth. His words made everyone laugh instantly. Li Erhua looked surprised and asked, Child, when I give you lucky money, why don't you wish me well? Why is it that when you're with your auntie, your words are so sweet? Little Stone scratched his head and said, I just thought of it suddenly. Actually, Du Chunmei had been teaching him these days. From what she knew about Suelon, she was sure she would give the children lucky money for the new year. So, every night before sleeping these days, she would whisper good wishes in Little Stone's ear. She wasn't scheming against the older sister-in-law, she just wanted to get along well with her. Usually, the older sister-in-law was cold to everyone except her mother. She also wanted to become a close confidant of the sister-in-law. She understood this family very well. If anyone could lead the family to a better future, it would only be the sister-in-law. Even if the capable person was the eldest brother, if she annoyed the sister-in-law without her permission, she would be in big trouble. The eldest brother and sister-in-law are the most hopeful to lead this family out of the countryside. Even if they can't leave now, what about in the future? Policies won't stay the same forever. She was not uneducated. She had at least attended middle school. She understood much more than He Zhaodi, who only finished elementary school. So, she wanted to hold tightly to the sister-in-law's support. There would be many benefits in the future. She paid extra attention to the sister-in-law's matters. And Sui Lan's smile was so bright her eyes squinted happily. She looked very pleased. She deliberately looked at Du Chunmei, clearly hearing all her inner thoughts. I have to say, Du Chunmei is very clever. At least she's not as foolish as He Zhaodi. And Sui Lan took out 10 yuan and handed it to Little Stone, saying, "This is for you. Save it for school to buy notebooks and pencils." Little Stone nodded and said, "Okay. I will study hard then." Seeing her give so much money, almost half a month's wages for some workers, some with lower wages only get about 20 yuan or a little more, she immediately pushed the two girls toward Sui Lan. And Sui Lan was speechless. But she didn't mind the children. The children are innocent. "Big girl, second girl, come here." She waved her hand, calling the two girls to her side. Li Erhua rolled her eyes at He Zhaodi's behavior. How did her daughter-in-law catch the second son? It's really embarrassing. The two girls stood beside Sui Lan, calling out, "Big lady." And Sui Lan nodded, reached out, and patted their heads. She gave each of them 10 yuan.
"Keep this.
Later, you can buy notebooks and pencils with it. Don't spend it all at once, okay?" The girls nodded. They looked back at He Zhaodi. Actually, the big girl was a little afraid of her mother. Her mother wasn't kind to her either, always scolding her as a useless girl. Holding the money, she felt a bit like holding a hot potato. She didn't want to give it to her mother. Her mother always said that girls going to school was pointless, that she would just end up working for others. It was a waste of money. But she still wanted to go to school. Even if Stones could go, she wanted to go too. Hearing her thoughts, and Sui Lan felt a little sad. To avoid making He Zhaodi feel uncomfortable, she said, "If you can't take care of it well, just give it to Grandma. Grandma can keep it for you, and later she can buy you things." The big girl nodded and handed the money to Li Erhua. The second girl also handed her money over. Li Erhua took it directly. "Good, Grandma will buy you some stationery later. Go play now." He Zhaodi was furious. She originally thought that with these 20 yuan, she could relax a bit and have another son. Now that plan was ruined. It's all because of those two stubborn girls. Useless girls. They dared to give the money to Grandma, and now she couldn't get it back even if she wanted. And Sui Lan smiled slightly. This woman was truly hopeless. And Sui Lan gave red envelopes to several children and then called Chuning and Xiaohe over. She also gave each of them 10 yuan. "Study hard. Don't give up halfway." The girls smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, big sister-in-law. We will study hard." And Sui Lan nodded, very pleased with their behavior. After giving out the red envelopes, everything was settled. The family sat down to drink tea, chat, eat sunflower seeds and peanuts. The children had a sugar rush today. Song Chingen bought a lot of white rabbit candies. The children ate at least 3 or 5 each day. And Sui Lan always didn't let them eat too much to protect their teeth. Time slowly passed. It was about 11 o'clock and the children were still excited. They didn't seem tired. And Sui Lan really couldn't hold on anymore. Song Chingen saw that her eyes were almost closed from tiredness. He said, "Parents, let's go home first."
Sui so sleepy.
Li Erhua waved her hand and said, "All right, let's go back." The two of them stood up and left. As they left, others gradually also went away. In the end, only Song Joy was left alone. He was now worried about what to do with his work. His older brother hadn't said anything, so he had to ask his parents. "Parents, what should I do about my work? My brother said I can stay at home and study after the new year." Song Baoping nodded and said, "Just listen to your brother. Wait for him to give the word. He knows what to do." Song Joy. Even if he said it, it wouldn't help. He waved to his parents and said, "Parents, I'm going back to sleep. I'm so tired." After she left, Li Erhua directly closed the door of the main room. The old couple also went back to rest. Lying on the bed, Li Erhua was still muttering, "Tell me, why is that second child's family so petty? Seeing her makes me angry. She's not even a little bit generous. Look at Lon Lon. She does everything openly and never drops things on the ground. Not to mention Chun Mei, she's also from the countryside, and her family is very poor. She does things openly, but look at that shameful behavior. It makes me upset just thinking about it. Song Baoping turned over and sighed. Ah, if I had known she would cause such trouble, we shouldn't have agreed in the first place. Li Erhua said bitterly, not agreeing? That foolish son of yours insisted on marrying her. I don't know what trick you used, making our son listen to her. I think even the second son might regret it. Song Baoping shook his head and said, don't talk nonsense. We have children now, and they are important. Li Erhua disagreed with him. What's the big deal? Anyway, they're both girls. At most, we just take care of them. In the future, it's just about getting them married. Getting rid of that troublemaker is a good thing, even if they split up. She didn't know when she started thinking like this. In short, she just couldn't stand how petty Hijadi looked. Today's behavior, if it weren't for the new year, she would have already dealt with her. It was just that she used to be too soft. Song Baoping waved his hand, a bit worried, and gave instructions. Don't interfere blindly. As long as they can get by and not divorce, let it be. Do you think marrying someone else will definitely be better? What if she's even more difficult and petty?
How do you deal with that? Lia wasiga sadly.
That was exactly what troubled her. Even if she didn't like Hijadi, she couldn't tell her son to get a divorce. Forget it. She couldn't control it anymore. When she died, she wouldn't see or worry about it. Anyway, the two old folks would stay with the eldest son. When they split the household later, she wouldn't have to face that nasty face anymore. Now, just seeing Hijadi made her angry. After Sui Lan and Song Chungan returned home, they went inside to wash up. And Sui Lan was very tired. She didn't even wash her hair, just took a quick shower and came out. By the time Song Chungan finished washing and came out, she was already asleep. Since she got pregnant, she felt more tired and easily exhausted. Now her belly was slightly rounded. If it got bigger, it would be even more tiring. Song Chung and gently stroked her face with his big hand, full of tenderness and concern. Thinking about how to make up for it later, even though they had spiritual spring water, he still felt she needed extra nourishment. There were chickens and ginseng in the space. He heard ginseng was very good for warming and nourishing the body, but he wasn't sure if pregnant women could eat it. He planned to ask his wife tomorrow. If she could eat it, he would give her small amounts often to help her recover. Seeing her like this made him feel heartbroken. He dried his hair, lay on the bed, and held her in his arms. Gently, he kissed her on the forehead. Sway, you've worked hard. The next day was the first day of the Lunar New Year. They didn't get up until after 9 in the morning. Their custom was that on the first day of the new year, no one should wake others up. The reason was that the first day was the start of the year. If someone woke you, it meant you had to start working. Then, the whole year would be busy and restless, with no space to relax. Another saying was that the first day of the year was rare free time, so you should rest well. These were old rural customs and traditions. So, they slept until after 9, and no one came to call them. After washing up, they went outside. During these 2 days of a new year, they couldn't light fires at home because they hadn't split the household yet. Dad, Mom, have you eaten already?
Liawanudda.
Yes, I will cook dumplings for you. And Sui Lan pulled on her sleeve. Mom, I can't eat many, so don't cook too much.
Liawas milat.
Got it. They went into the main hall, where Song Baoping was smoking. Seeing Sui Lan come in, he automatically put out his cigarette and stopped smoking. And Sui Lan smiled and said, Dad, you smoke every day. Don't you find it unpleasant? Song Baoping chuckled. It's only unpleasant to your nose. I find it fragrant. Anyway, and Sui Lan doesn't like the smell of smoke. Fortunately, Song Chung and doesn't smoke much. Even if he smokes occasionally, it's outside, never at home. She is quite happy about this. Soon, Li Erhua brought over 2 bowls of dumplings. And Sui Lan was surprised. Mom, there are too many. I can't finish them. It's okay. If you can't finish, just leave some. On the first day of the new year, we want to have leftovers for good luck. And Sui Lan understood. There are many rules. As soon as they sat down to eat, Song Jui rubbed his eyes and got up. Li Erhua pointed at him. Lazybones, the dumplings are in the pot. Later, go serve yourself. She had cooked extra, so she didn't have to trouble herself later. Song Jui went to the kitchen and served himself a bowl of dumplings. He even added a little vinegar on purpose. He carried the bowl to the main hall. Big brother, anything fun today? Song Cheng shook his head. No. Do you want to go somewhere to play? Just stay at home and read a book. After today, the new year will be over. From now on, you'll stay at home every day to study and read. Song Jui's face immediately fell. Oh, heavens! It felt like it was going to take his life. Every day studying and reading, so exhausting. He didn't dare say it out loud, only shouted silently in his heart. And Sui Lan covered her mouth and giggled. Song Jui was quite funny. Song Cheng saw him and couldn't help but smile. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, wash your bowl. Song Jui. He always did the chores. After they finished eating, Song Jui obediently went to wash the dishes. Li Erhua smiled and said, You've eaten breakfast. Qingzi, take Lan Lan and go for a walk around the village. Visit the homes of the old and young men and pay New Year greetings. They didn't need to bring anything. Mainly during the new year, visiting the elders' homes was enough. Just standing there was fine. Song Cheng nodded. As they got up, a group of people entered the yard. They had finished breakfast and come out to pay New Year greetings. Most were young men, young women, and young wives. Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year. Suddenly, a crowd rushed into the yard. Li Erhua cheerfully hurried to greet everyone inside. The once relaxed main hall was now packed with people. Song Cheng held his wife to prevent her from being bumped. Sui, stand over here. Li Erhua quickly took out sunflower seeds and peanuts. The crowd didn't eat much. These days, no family was doing well. They each just took a little just for fun. Some families with poor conditions only had a plate of peanuts and sunflower seeds to celebrate the new year. Everyone took only a little when they went, showing good manners. Some people, however, loved to take advantage of others. But Li Erhua didn't mind. During the new year, she wouldn't argue over small things or cause trouble. The house was lively and noisy, full of cheer. Only now did Sui Lan start to feel a bit of the New Year's atmosphere. After these people had been there for a while and then left, Song Cheng took Sui Lan out. A few brothers followed behind. Did He Zhaodi and Du Chunmei also follow? They usually go with their older brother for New Year visits, or they have to go out again. So, Sui Lan was taken around the village by him, and she almost knew everyone. Then they returned home. On the way past the youth settlement, Sui Lan suddenly turned into it.
Sisi, Li Mei.
The two were still inside, having not gone out yet. Lan, you're here, Sui Lan smiled and gently pinched her face. Kong Sisi pushed her hand away and looked at her angrily. What are you doing? Pinching me as soon as you arrive? Sui Lan covered her mouth and chuckled, because your face is soft to pinch. Kong Sisi said, Go pinch your man instead.
And Shu Lan.
This girl. While they were talking, Shun Hualin heard the noise and came out. Song Cheng naturally stood with them, chatting normally. This was just friendly conversation, and no one noticed anything unusual. But Sui Lan didn't stay long. When they were about to leave, everyone followed out. The first stop was the village head's house, then the accountant's and the party secretary's homes. They played at Song's house for a while, then went to the accountant's and secretary's houses. Gradually, everyone was sent home. Li Erhua finally said, Leftover food for lunch.
Chunmei, Sadi, go cook.
Du Chunmei didn't mind and happily went to the kitchen. She took the spot by the fire first. She cooked every day. He Zhaodi always lit the fire. This time, she was quick, so He Zhaodi had to cook. After everyone finished lunch, Sui Lan and Song Cheng went back behind the house. Qingzi, do we still need to go tonight? Song Cheng nodded. Yes, today is the first day of the new year. We won't go to eat tomorrow. Every day there's meat and dumplings, it gets boring. Although Li Erhua's cooking was delicious, she still preferred her husband's food. The next morning, and Sui Lan woke up early. Song Chung and cooked porridge in the space, so she could eat when she got up. That night, they decided not to go out for dinner, but to cook their own food behind the house. Before it got dark, Shen Hualin and Li Kong arrived. Big brother, sister-in-law, Happy New Year. Song Chingen nodded. Yes, Happy New Year.
Sit down.
They put down their things and sat in the main hall. Eat here. I'll go cook. They immediately stood up. Big brother will help. They followed Song Chingen to the kitchen. Song Chingen asked, Have you visited Grandpa these days? Shen Hualin nodded. Yes, I went to see him. Big brother, I need to tell you something. Song Chingen looked confused. What is it? You're hesitating. Shen Hualin thought for a moment, but decided it was better to say it. Auntie and second aunt heard that Grandpa found the eldest uncle and plans to visit. But Auntie and second aunt are not easy to deal with, so you should be prepared. Song Chingen asked, What should I prepare? It doesn't matter, let them do as they want. They look down on us, and we don't want to be related to them. Shen Hualin. He knew it would turn out like this. There's one more thing. Before the new year, I called the leader and heard that Grandpa's situation is almost settled. Auntie and second aunt probably decided to come after hearing the news. His face looked unhappy. They weren't like this before. When Grandpa and Grandma had problems, they hurried to cut ties with them. Didn't leave any room for reconciliation. All the good things in the house were taken by them. My parents didn't have time to come back. I was in the army and they took advantage. This time, they came because they smelled something. Song Chingen nodded. Let them do as they please. I will deal with it. Hualin, tell me about the family. I don't know anything about them now. Shen Hualin nodded and shared a lot about the family. After hearing a few details, Song Chingen understood that these two aunts had been spoiled since childhood. They married and grew up, but they didn't change for the better. They just grew crooked. But that doesn't concern them. From Hualin's words, it seemed they were closer to Grandpa and Grandma and naturally took more advantage. Still, they should take good care of the elderly. But when they visited, they only asked for money or other things. They never truly cared about the elders. Song Chingen shook his head. Every family has its difficulties. Now he felt that the old man's current situation might also involve their hands. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it is the Lantern Festival. The factory is about to start working, but Song Chongqing's work still shows no progress. He had been told he would get a job, but there's no sign of it. He promised to help Chongqing, but nothing has happened. He Zhaodi is very worried, wanting to ask but afraid to. She fears it might ruin everything. Song Joy is also anxious. He runs to ask his older brother and sister-in-law, Brother, what should I do about my job? His sister-in-law has been watching me every day these past few days. I feel uncomfortable all over. Song Chingen frowns. Why is this fourth brother so impatient? What are you so worried about? They're the ones who are anxious. Song Jui, but that's my job. If I don't go, won't it be considered absent without leave? Song Chingen waves his hand. All right, call the two of them and our parents over. Joy quickly stands up. He goes back to call his second brother, sister-in-law, and parents, then they all go to see the eldest brother. Big brother, what's the matter? Just tell me. Song Baoping pulls over a stool and sits down. Song Chingen smiles and says, It's about the fourth brother's work. He Zhaodi is happy to hear this and immediately says, Big brother, let Chongqing have the job. Our family only has him without work now. We're burdened enough. It's perfect for him.
And Shui Lan feels BJ.
Why is this person so annoying? Honestly, she doesn't want this job for herself. Oh well. Big brother Song Chingen is doing his best. Song Chongqing glares at He Zhaodi. Zhaodi, don't talk nonsense. Behave yourself. Song Chingen then says, although this job can be given to you, you can't take all the wages. He Zhaodi is alarmed. If Chongqing works and gets paid, what's the point? No way. Whoever works gets the wages. Song Chongqing feels helpless with his wife. Can she just stop talking and wait until Big Brother finishes? Manhwa can't hold back anymore. She raises her hand and slaps her. Shut up. Wait until Big Brother finishes talking before you speak. This is so annoying. If you ask me, this job shouldn't be given at all. Zhao blushes and dares not say another word. Chongsheng, your monthly salary for the job is 28 yuan. You can only take half of it, and the other half goes to our parents, and the other half to the fourth brother. If you agree, go to work. If not, I'll give the job to someone else. Zhao hears about the salary and feels very happy. But when she learns she has to give half away, her heart aches. Song Chongsheng nodded and asked, Big Brother, I don't know, how long do I have to give this money? 2 years. Starting from when you begin working continuously for 2 years. After 2 years, you won't have to give it anymore. Song Chongsheng nodded again and said, Okay. I agree. Zhao said, I don't agree. Everyone. Song Qing'an patiently asked, Then tell me, what will make you agree? Zhao said, Big Brother, Chongsheng works and the fourth brother doesn't need to do anything but still gets 7 yuan 50. You say the work belongs to the fourth brother, we give him that, but why do we also have to give money to our parents? Song Qing'an had his reasons. It was because Zhao was unreliable, otherwise they wouldn't have to give money to their parents. Actually, this is also a way to indirectly guarantee for Deya and Erya. With Zhao's current attitude, it's unlikely they won't divorce. After the divorce, the second brother will definitely find someone else, so this money is a guarantee for Deya and Erya. If they don't divorce, this money will eventually belong to them. It's just that now they're not giving it. And Sui Lan said, Zhao, this matter is settled. Chongsheng, do you agree? She turned again to her parents. Parents, what do you think? Li Erhua nodded, understanding her eldest son's decision. She thought, Zhao is becoming more unreliable? All right, we agree. Song Chongsheng nodded and said, Good, since everyone agrees, I will go to work. Zhao, angry, scratched her ears and cheeks, still feeling dissatisfied. She wanted to continue fighting for it. And Sui Lan said, Zhao, you better think carefully. If you don't want these 14 yuan, then you're causing trouble. Trouble until the end, and you'll have nothing left, just digging in the fields for food. Zhao lost her confidence. And Sui Lan was right. If she didn't even get these 14 yuan, it would be too frustrating. Anyway, it's only 2 years. Let's settle it this way. Everyone else left. Only Song Joy and Sui Lan and Song Qing'an remained in the house. Big Brother, why didn't you talk to me in advance? I didn't expect you to handle it like this. Song Qing'an smiled and said, I have my reasons. You'll need money to go to school later, even if it's just a little. Zhao's current attitude isn't good for Deya and Erya either. Giving money to our parents is also a guarantee for them. Your second brother is too soft and lacks backbone. And Sui Lan shook her head and said, I think this family will fall apart without you. What about your job? Song Qing'an smiled and said, Tomorrow. And Sui Lan felt bored staying at home, so she thought about staying in the county town for a while. Tomorrow, I'll go to the city with you. I'll stay there for a bit. Okay, that's perfect. I won't have to come back every day, so I won't worry her or make her unhappy. Song Ji said, Big Brother, take me too. I don't want to stay at home, just reading books all day. That's so boring. Song Qing'an waved his hand. Go back and read your books quickly. Song Ji smiled awkwardly and left. The next day, Xiao Lu arrived early in his car. Boss, let's go. Song Qing'an nodded. At that moment, and Sui Lan was still sleeping. He decided to wake her up and they all got in the car. Xiao Lu was surprised. Sister-in-law is coming too? He looked at the luggage in the back. So, you're staying in the city? Song Qing'an nodded. Yes. They traveled bumpy and slowly to the county town. And Sui Lan felt very dizzy from the ride. Song Qing'an bought steamed buns and millet porridge at a state-run restaurant. He took her back to the big courtyard and then hurried to work. And Sui Lan didn't feel like sleeping anymore. After the new year, even the sheets and pillowcases needed changing. She planned to tidy up the room. She just took off the sheets and pillowcases. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. She opened it and saw an elderly woman standing outside. Girl, I saw you came back this morning. Here, these are some cabbage I grew. Take a little. Since I just arrived here, I need to organize everything. And Suelon smiled and thanked her. Grandma, I was just about to go buy some vegetables later. The old woman waved her hand. No need to buy. I grew these. Just go to the empty lot outside the courtyard when you have time and pick some. And Suelon didn't know whose grandma this was and didn't dare to accept too much, worried it might cause trouble for Song Chingen. She only took one piece. Grandma, I won't stay here long. One piece is enough. Thank you so much. She took the cabbage inside and poured a cup of red sugar water for the old lady. Here, Grandma, have some water. The old woman left in less than an hour. Everyone in the courtyard knew that the secretary's wife had arrived. Gradually, more visitors came to call. With her special skill of reading minds, and Suelon quickly figured out the routines of these people. In short, she wouldn't cause trouble for Song Chingen. At noon, she wanted to learn how to cook. There was coal here. She asked the old grandma, who brought her vegetables in the morning. She took a piece of burning coal from her and lit the stove at home. There is meat in the room. She prepared a piece of pork belly, trying to imitate Li Erhua. She made braised pork belly with cabbage and rice noodles. The rice was steamed in a pot. She finished chopping vegetables and started frying the meat. There was too much oil, splattering everywhere, which scared her a lot. Fortunately, she was wearing multiple layers of clothes. When Song Chingen came back, he heard her not cooking and looked a bit funny. Sway, why are you cooking by yourself? Why didn't you wait for me to come back? And Suelon handed him the spatula. Here you go. I'm not good at cooking. Look at what I made. Song Chingen smiled. It's okay, I'll help you. He quickly fixed the dish that didn't look good before, making it look nice. Thanks to his help, and Suelon thought her lunch was very tasty. She was very hungry now and usually snacked on fruits and small treats between meals. After eating, Song Chingen washed the dishes and pots. Sway, don't cook any more in the future. I'm pregnant now, and I don't feel comfortable. Can I cook after I get off work? If not, just eat something else when you're hungry. This stove is still dangerous. Okay, I understand. I won't cook anymore from now on. And Suelon stayed here for a few days and felt bored every day. One afternoon, she was very bored and decided to visit her sister in the county town who sold her snow cream. After the new year, her snow cream was almost finished. She had mentioned before that she wanted to introduce her to some customers. She went to find her. When she arrived home, her sister was there, pulling in Suelon into the house. Xiao and come in quickly. Look at me now. Do I look very different?
And Suelon not that.
Your skin is fair and smooth. You've changed a lot, sister. Haha, luckily I bought your snow cream. I'm very satisfied with the results. I want to keep using it all over my body.
And Suelon.
Unintentionally, she had found a big customer. Her sister held her hand happily. My name is Li Jia, but you can call me Sister Li. How many boxes did you bring? Later, I'll take you to meet my friends. During the new year, they saw me and were all shocked.
And Suelon smiled.
Okay, Sister Li, how many boxes do you want? I'll give them to you. Give me 5 boxes. I want to put it all over my body, so I'll need a lot. And Suelon took 5 boxes out of her basket. Sister Li paid her 150 yuan directly. And Suelon took out a jar of homemade canned fruit from her basket. Li Jia, try this. I made it myself. Taste and see if it's good. Li Jia was stunned. Girl, you can do everything. Even making canned fruit. And Suelon smiled and opened the jar directly. Big sister, try it. If you like it, I'll bring you some next time. Li Jia got up and went to the kitchen to get a spoon. She scooped some and put it in her mouth. Delicious. Sweet but not greasy, with a little tang from the fruit. Very tasty. If you sell this, it will definitely be a big hit. And Suelon laughed. It's too heavy to carry around. I can't take it out to sell. Li nodded. All right, let's go. I'll take you to see my friends. They've been talking about you for a long time. If you don't come soon, I was about to go find you myself. Li Jie led her through winding paths into a large courtyard. It was a steel factory staff housing area, home to well-off workers. That day, An Suelon sold 3 boxes of her product. Then she found another person, who bought 2 more boxes. By noon, she had sold a total of 15 boxes of her cream. She earned 450 yuan in one morning. And Suelon thought she shouldn't let Li Jie work so hard for nothing. She took out a jar of her cream and handed it to Li Jie. Big sister, this is for you. Li Jie smiled happily. Oh, you shouldn't do that. And Suelon pressed it into her hand. Don't refuse a gift in return for kindness.
Keep it.
After saying goodbye to Li Jie, she headed back home. On the way, she visited a department store but didn't buy anything and just returned. Song Qing'an was waiting anxiously at home. If she didn't come back soon, he would go out to look for her. Suisei, where have you been? And Suelon held his hand. I went to see Li Jie and sold some cream. I made over 400 yuan today.
Look.
Song Qing'an nodded. Next time, don't go alone.
I'm worried.
After staying in the county for a few days, and Suelon felt it was too boring. There was no one to talk to. She didn't want to get involved with the people in the big courtyard. Song Qing'an was young and as a leader, he was under close watch. Her presence here also affected his work. It was better to go back home. Qing'an, I want to go back and live at home. It's uncomfortable and inconvenient here. Song Qing'an nodded. All right, if it gets too much, just come back. That evening, after work, they left the space and returned to the village. Li Erhua and the others were still having dinner. The 2 of them just arrived perfectly on time. Lan, why are you back? Living in the county town is uncomfortable. And Sui Lan grabbed her arm. Mom, I missed you, so I came back. Xiaodi wrinkled her nose. That girl always uses that trick. Mom loves her so much, probably because of that. And Sui Lan didn't want to pay attention to her.
Liawash milat.
Sit down, I'll make you some steamed egg cake and stir-fried vegetables. She got up to cook for the 2 of them. Du Chun Mei put down her chopsticks. Big brother, sister-in-law, I'll go help Mom. Li Erhua steamed the egg cake and stir-fried some hot and sour shredded potatoes, then brought them out. Come on, eat quickly. I've heated up some steamed buns for you. And Sui Lan looked, and the children were also eating mixed buns. She tore open a bun and divided it into 3 parts. She handed them to the 3 children. Here, eat quickly. The more you eat, the taller you'll grow. She couldn't finish the bun herself. Song Qing'an didn't mind. Sui, you eat the bun, I'll eat the mixed pancake.
And Shui Lan not dead.
She really couldn't swallow the pancake. After eating, they went to the back. All the household items needed to be washed again, but luckily there was a washing machine, so they just hung things to dry. Song Qing'an was responsible, and she just rested. Home is still more comfortable. Living in the big yard, I always feel restricted. With so many people living in one big yard, coming and going every day, it feels like there are no secrets at all. Song Qing'an tidied up and sat down. Sui, why don't we buy a house in the county town? That way, we wouldn't have to live in the big yard. And Sui Lan shook her head. No need. We won't be living in the county town for long. We'll go to Beijing in the future. Song Qing'an also thought so. Even if they bought a house, they'd only stay for a year or 2. Eventually, they'd return to Beijing. Actually, the home was quite comfortable. Sui, Joy is a bit slow, especially in studying. I'll have him come here to learn. Please teach him well. And Sui Lan nodded and held his hand. What about you? What are your plans for the future? Song Qing'an smiled. I feel the same. The higher-ups support us officials going to university, and we get some subsidies while working. I also want to take the exam, but after I get into university, no one knows where I'll stay. But I still want to stay in Beijing. There should be more opportunities there. And our 2 daughters at home. Who knows how they're doing at school now? This weekend, they have time, and you should also let them read and study. I think they listen to you more. Auntie Anne smiled. They listen to me, but it's mainly because they respect you, big brother. They also know we are right. Joy doesn't have a graduation certificate. In autumn, he should take the test to get one. Auntie nodded. All right, if you want strawberries, go pick some for me. Song Ching'an pulled her and quickly disappeared into the space. Sway, sit and wait. I'll go pick some strawberries for you. Song Ching'an picked the strawberries, washed them, and handed them to her. Auntie and pointed to the ripe corn and wheat nearby. Chingzi, you harvest these first, then plant more. Now, we need to stock up on food. Song Ching'an followed her instructions, controlling his mind to carefully gather the wheat and corn. He packed them into bags and replanted the seeds, which was quite tiring. He broke out in sweat. From now on, I'll handle these brainy tasks, and you just rest well. Auntie nodded. Okay, from now on, I'll leave these to you. I also noticed the rice over there is ripe. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Chingzi, if you can find seeds for peanuts, soybeans, and rapeseed, bring some back. Plant them in the space. These crops can be pressed for oil, which is very useful. Song Ching'an nodded. Got it. The next day, Song Ching'an really brought back these seeds. Their team doesn't usually plant these crops. Most of their fields are wheat and corn. The others are only in small amounts. He showed his wife, then directly planted them in the space. Now, the space has a few more types of crops. After the new year, the weather got warmer, and Onion was worried about the big flood in the neighboring city. Although it happened in summer, she kept trying to find ways to stop it or help people evacuate. But she had no proof, so no one would believe her. Song Ching'an also thought it was about time to speak up. That day, he went to see Yang Xinghua. Little Song, why are you here today? Come, sit quickly. Yang Xinghua was happy to see him and pulled him to sit down. Is there something you want to say? Song Ching'an nodded. Uncle Yang, what I'm about to tell you might sound unbelievable, but you must take it seriously. Since the new year, Sui has been having the same dream every night. This was the best excuse he could come up with after discussing with his wife beforehand. He couldn't say that his wife was from another time. Otherwise, they might think she was crazy. Yang Xinghua indeed became interested. Tell me, what kind of dream is worth making you come here? Song Ching'an immediately looked serious. She dreams every day about a big flood somewhere. It's caused by continuous heavy rain, and the dam at the reservoir can't hold, so it breaks. Many people die in this flood. But at first, she didn't know exactly where it was. Yesterday, she finally got a clue. The name of the reservoir is Yunchuan Reservoir. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xinghua suddenly stood up. What? Confirmed. Song Ching'an nodded. Yes, I don't know if this place exists. Secretary, do you know?
Yang Xinghua nodded.
I know. It's a well-known reservoir in the neighboring city. If Yunchuan Reservoir breaks, the death toll would be much more than just a few. This is a big matter. Even if it might not happen, many people would definitely need to evacuate. If it really happens, you too will have saved most of the people in the neighboring city. Song Ching'an just wanted him to believe what he was saying. Uncle Yang, I can't say for sure either. You see how this goes. Yang Xinghua waved his hand. Don't worry. I know the mayor of that city well. I will personally go there and make sure to pass on the message. You little guy, you've made another big contribution. Song Ching'an smiled and declined. Uncle Yang, I hope you won't mention my name. Yang Xinghua was initially against it, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded. If this turns out to be false, he would take responsibility. If it's true, he wouldn't want any credit for himself. Song Ching'an was thinking about his wife's crossing and the secret that must not be revealed to the outside world. The best way was for this matter to have nothing to do with them. Although they had different ideas, they coincidentally thought the same way. Just as Song Ching'an was about to leave, Yang Xinghua stopped him. Xiao Song, I know you're capable. Recently, Lu City is short on food. If you can handle it, you might want to go there. Song Ching'an. His first reaction was that Uncle Yang already knew about his black market dealings. Yang Xinghua chuckled. Don't overthink it. If you have the ability, go ahead. If not, pretend I didn't say anything. This is a referral letter. When you get there, find the city's secretary. I'll vouch for you. I've also prepared other relevant proof for you. He patted Song Ching'an on the back. Even if Song Ching'an didn't come, he would still go himself to personally discuss this matter. The old leader's son-in-law is not simple at all. He was able to see that right away. It would be good if he could help save the people. Song Ching'an took the introduction letter and other proofs he was given and left the office. When he returned to the office, he immediately locked the door, entered his space, and went home. Sui, I've already told Uncle Yang. He said he'll inform the others. And Sui Lan nodded. That's good. I was worried he wouldn't believe it. Song Ching'an took out the introduction letter and other proofs. Sweetheart, take a look. And Sui Lan took it and looked at it. What is this? What are we going to Loose City for? Uncle Yang said there's a shortage of grain there, so he gave me this. He didn't say anything else. And Sui Lan was surprised. Uncle Yang is so clever. He figured out your secret after just a few meetings? Do your parents know? If he knows, it must be because Dad told him. That also shows he's trustworthy. Go ahead and do your work. Will you go personally, or will someone else go? Song Ching'an was worried about this. As a secretary, should he go himself? But if he didn't go, it was a big deal. What if his team messes up? And Sui Lan thought for a moment and decided, you go. Don't show your face. Just follow them and disguise yourself. Then they won't know who you are? Song Ching'an thought this was a good idea. Okay, will you stay at home for a few days? And Sui Lan smiled, not sure. Anyway, the space can still be used to meet. Be careful. When do you plan to go? The sooner, the better. All right, I'll prepare in the next couple of days and then I'll go. Actually, and Sui Lan also wanted to go, but she was pregnant now. Brother Ching'an, let me go with you.
No.
As soon as she finished speaking, Song Ching'an firmly refused. And Sui Lan pouted. Why can't I go? If we go together, it's better. We don't need others, and we can do things our way. Hearing this, Song Ching'an hesitated a bit. Since the grain was in the space, it would be more convenient for both of them to go. But now Sui was pregnant, and he was worried. He shook his head. I'll go alone. You stay at home and rest well.
And Sui Lan not dead, and I.
But you must be very careful. Song Ching'an didn't stay long in the space before returning to the county office. There were many things to arrange. Before leaving, he needed to make sure everything was in order. Call Xiao Lu over. Xiao Lu, is there anything left behind that I need to sign or review? Bring everything here. Today, everything has been taken care of. There are some urgent matters, too. Bring those as well. I have to leave tomorrow, probably for about 7 or 8 days. Xiao Lu was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. He knew about the boss's affairs. But today he was going to the city and then leaving. He still didn't understand what was happening. Boss, where are you going? What are you doing? Song Ching'an looked up sharply and said coldly, don't ask questions if you shouldn't. Xiao Lu. He understood. This matter couldn't be discussed in the office. Okay, I'll go now. Xiao Lu turned back to the office and moved all the urgent documents needing signatures and reviews into the secretary's office. Song Ching'an spent the whole day in the office. Near the end of the workday, he held a meeting. After everything was arranged, Xiao Lu bought train tickets for tomorrow. Boss, where are you going? Can I go with you? I'm worried if you go alone. He was not only the boss's secretary, but also had the task of protecting him. Song Ching'an shook his head. This matter only needs me. You just focus on your work in the county. Xiao Lu nodded.
All right.
He felt that the boss was being very mysterious. That evening, Song Ching'an returned home. And Sui Lan was already eating in front. Sui, I have to leave tomorrow. You be good and stay at home.
And Sui Lan not dead?
Okay. Don't worry, I'll be obedient at home. Song Ching'an was worried. He would be gone for several days. Sui would be alone at home without anyone to take care of her. He decided to tell his parents. Let's go to the front. I need to tell my parents. The two went to see them. Parents, I will be leaving for a few days soon. Please take good care of her. She doesn't know how to cook. Li Erhua waved her hand. All right, don't worry. She won't go hungry. Sui smiled. Mom, Ching'an probably hasn't eaten yet. Can you cook him a bowl of noodles? Sure. Li Erhua went to the kitchen to cook noodles and even made 2 boiled eggs for her son. Song Baoping was smoking and said, Boss, be careful when you're out. Don't sleep too deeply on the train. It's still not very safe. There are many pickpockets on the train. Song Ching'an nodded. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Even if there were pickpockets, he wasn't afraid. He was traveling alone, carrying nothing. If someone tried to steal, they wouldn't get anything. All other belongings were placed in the storage space. Song Ching'an ate some noodles, and then the two of them went back. Since they got married, they have hardly been apart, being separated for 7 or 8 days, and Sui Lan actually feels quite reluctant to leave him. Qingzi, if you're going away for 7 or 8 days, I want to go too. I don't want to be apart from you. Song Ching'an sighed. Sui, if you weren't pregnant, I would definitely take you with me. But your current health isn't suitable for long trips. We can still meet in the space. Don't worry, I will tell you everything immediately if something happens. And Sui Lan nodded. She knew her body couldn't handle too much exertion. But she still couldn't help but worry about him. When Sui Lan woke up, he had already left. In the morning, Xiao Lu came to pick him up. They left at 6 in the morning. They bought buns at the collective restaurant. On the way to the city, there was about half an hour left before boarding. Xiao Lu looked at the boss and hesitated, asking, Boss, really, you don't want me to come along? Song Ching'an nodded. Go back, quickly. Xiao Lu. Boss, please take care of yourself. Finish your work and come back soon. Song Ching'an. Why does he feel more clingy than Sui? He shook his head, thinking he was imagining things. Go quickly, handle your work, and come back. Xiao Lu waited until he entered the station before leaving. As soon as he got on the train, he was very happy. His boss was out, so they could relax a lot. It was all an act earlier. Now that the boss was gone, he had never felt so free. He could relax for several days now. If Song Ching'an saw him acting like this, he would definitely give him a big scolding. Song Ching'an found his seat on the train. Because the journey was long, it would take 2 days and a night. Xiao Lu had specially bought a sleeper for him, still on the lower bunk. The sleeper car was relatively clean and quiet, unlike the noisy hard seats. Xiao Lu did a good job with this. And Sui Lan was home alone, and felt very bored. In the morning, after eating in the front, she returned home. Feeling very bored, she read a book at home. In the afternoon, Song Joy came over with some questions. She explained a few problems to him, and Song Joy's learning ability was quite good. He could understand most of it. He was currently studying the 8th grade textbooks. Starting to review from middle school was still manageable. He needed to strengthen his basics. After solving the problems, Song Joy went back to the front. And Sui Lan was bored, so she picked up a newspaper that Song Ching'an had left at home and started reading. There wasn't much in the newspaper, just a column with a serialized novel. Most of these are stories with educational and moral lessons. And Sui Lan felt happy inside. If others could write, maybe she could write too. She found the address for submissions and wrote it down. With her 2 notebooks full of knowledge, she wondered if she could write a story. Although her stories were different from those in her previous life, she believed she could learn. She gathered all the newspapers at home, which mostly had serialized stories. After reading them, she got some ideas. She took out paper and a pen to make a rough draft. She started writing quickly. Once her ideas took shape, she wrote even faster. She finished the first 2,000-word beginning. She shook her hand, feeling the pain in her fingers. She wanted a computer. After finishing, she checked her work again, fixing typos and unclear descriptions. Then she copied it neatly. After finishing, she thought about her pen name. What should she choose? Suddenly, a bright idea came to her. Sui Ping'an. It included her name and Sheng An's name. That's it. She wrote her pen name as Sui Ping'an. Then she took her manuscript and the address to the front.
Yuye.
Song Jioyi heard the voice and came out of the house. Big sister-in-law, what's wrong? I have an address and a letter.
Can you help me send it?
The post office isn't closed yet. Hurry and ride your bike there. Song Jioyi nodded, not sure what his sister-in-law was up to. But he rode off on his bike. When Song Jioyi returned, and Sui Lan was eagerly waiting. She wondered if her story would be accepted and if she'd get a small payment. The address for submissions was in Shanghai. Even if she got a reply, with the editor's review time, it probably wouldn't take more than half a month. So she didn't think much of it. She didn't expect her first submission to be accepted. They just thought she asked Song Jiuyi to help send a letter to her family. Li Erhua smiled and said, Lan, if you have time, go to the city and call your parents. It's been a long time since the new year, and you should get in touch. And Suilon was surprised but didn't say anything. She just nodded and said, okay. It wasn't time for dinner yet, and Suilon pulled Li Erhua into the house. Mom, now that the weather is getting warmer and we still have some fabric left, should we make a few more clothes? Li Erhua agreed. Yes, but you must be very careful. The next day, Li Erhua started making clothes every day again. This time, the style was a little different from before. She has become very skilled at this, almost immediately understanding what to do when Suilon speaks. Li Erhua makes clothes, while she reads and does homework in the bedroom. Song Chungan on the train slept all night. He has nothing with him, not even luggage. All his belongings are in the space. He's not worried about theft, so he sleeps deeply. He wakes up early in the morning. He turns and goes to the bathroom, washes up in the space, then comes out. Thinking it's still early, he doesn't call Sui. They can meet again when they arrive. The food on the train isn't tasty at all, but it's enough to fill him up. Tonight, they will arrive late at night. And Suilon waits at home all day, but Song Chung and doesn't enter the space. She thinks they can meet again tonight. Li Erhua is worried she might be scared alone. In the evening, she takes her quilt and pillow and comes over. Lan, I'm here to keep you company. Afraid you'll be scared alone again. And Suilon nods. Okay. Li Erhua sleeps in the west room, each with her own room. When she enters the bedroom, she immediately locks the door and slips into the space. She sees Song Chung and waiting inside. Where have you been? Was the trip safe? Song Chung nods. Yes, very good. I bought a sleeper ticket, it's not bad. We'll arrive at the station in the early hours of the night. They spend a little time together in the space. He has only been gone a day, but Suilon already misses him. Be careful on the road, especially in Lu City. Song Chungin smiles and pats her head. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Thanks to Uncle Yang's introduction letter, I'll be fine. Be good at home. Tonight my mother will sleep with me. She's in the west room. Song Chungin nods. Good. Rest early. I need to leave quickly. They talk for a while, then Song Chungin leaves. The train keeps moving, and finally, late at night, they arrive at the station. Song Chung and gets off the train easily. After leaving the station, he finds a quiet place and enters the space directly. After washing up, he comes out and gently lies on the bed, holding Sui from behind. And Suilon feels the familiar scent nearby and knows he has gotten off the train and entered the space. She turns over and mumbles, "You got off the train." Song Chungin pats her head and makes a sound. And Suilon snuggles into his arms and falls asleep again. He sleeps in the space for about 3 or 4 hours. When dawn breaks and Suilon is about to get up, he finally leaves the space. He asks around a few people and then heads straight to the state-run restaurant. Is the taste at the restaurant here still different from over there? Overall, the flavor is quite good. I don't know if Sui likes it, but he bought some local specialties and took them directly to the space. Here, rice is the main ingredient. For breakfast, they eat something like noodles made from rice. It's also pretty good. After breakfast, we wandered aimlessly along the busy street. The people here all look thin and pale, as if they haven't had enough food for a long time. He, being a normal person, dressed cleanly and decently, clearly doesn't fit in here. For him, as a black market boss, finding the entrance to the black market is easy. Once he found the entrance, he hid somewhere safe, dressed up as Sui told him, changed clothes, and then went inside. At the alley entrance, 2 people were guarding. He went straight in. They reached out to stop him. Stop. New guy, 5 cents. Song Chungin had no money and simply said, "Tell your boss I have grain. Do you want it or not?" The 2 were stunned. knowing how short of food they were. He immediately revealed he had grain. Did he not fear they would tie him up? Song Chingen looked calm, with no sign of fear. After a moment of thought, they said, "Wait here," and went into the alley. Soon after, they came out and invited Song Chingen inside. He followed them easily. Until they reached an old, rundown house, they arrived at the place. He was invited into the inner room. Before the person could speak, he sat down on his own. The leader, with a scarred face, clearly not a minor figure, sneered. "You have grain?" Song Chingen nodded. "Yes." The man looked suspicious. "If you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences." Song Chingen nodded again. "Prepare a warehouse." The scarred man thought for a moment. "What do you have?" Song Chingen said, "I have everything you need." Scarred man, 8,000 jin of rice. Song Chingen nodded. "What about wheat and corn?" The scarred man was surprised. Although rice is the main food here, the rice yield isn't high, and some families need other grains. Wheat and corn are unique to the north. Could this person be from the north? The scarred man nodded. 8,000 jin of wheat. Song Chingen, rice, 90 cents. Wheat, 50 cents. Song Chingen sneered. "By the small river to the east, tonight at 8 o'clock, exchange money for goods directly." Finally, he looked at the scar and said, "Prepare the money. If it's not enough, you can use antiques or jewelry to make up the difference." The scarred man watched him calmly, moving back and forth here. He was quite surprised. What exactly does this man do? He looks even more confident than the scarred man. Song Chingen had already walked far away. He wondered if he had taken too little. Now, everywhere is short of food, and these 2,000 grains won't last long. The scarred man was very confused. Why didn't this person seem afraid at all? He was so brave, yet his subordinates trembled in fear when they saw him. Forget about this gentle-looking man. He clearly has little fighting ability. Why is this man so arrogant in front of him? He stood up, feeling quite annoyed, and went to the mirror in the room. Looking at his own strong image, he increasingly thought Song Chingen was just pretending. But he didn't dare to act rashly, because he was too calm. So calm that he thought this person was one of his own. At that moment, a subordinate came over and asked, "Boss, should we send the brothers over tonight?" He didn't finish his sentence, only angrily raised his fist. The scarred boss was startled and gave the subordinate a hard slap. "Are you trying to die? If you want to die, don't drag me down. Get lost." Song Chingen hadn't planned to give them anything. But in the end, black market goods always end up in the hands of ordinary people. As for directly giving it to the local residents, he was worried something might go wrong in the middle. He couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. He left the black market and wandered aimlessly on the street. After walking for a while, he arrived at the city hall. He carried a letter of introduction and went inside. He knocked directly on the office door of the city leader. He explained his purpose straightforwardly. "Hello, leader. Here is my letter of introduction. I was sent by Secretary Yang of Yunshan City." The city leader, Liu, was a middle-aged man. When he heard the purpose, he immediately smiled and said, "Oh, Brother Yang already called me. On behalf of our people, I thank you." He then stood up and bowed deeply. Song Chingen quickly helped him up. "Leader, do you know roughly how much grain you need? I have some here." Liu thought for a moment, took out his phone and made a call. Soon a man entered, probably his assistant. After some discussion, they gave Song Chingen a rough estimate. Any type of grain is fine. Although money has been allocated, they still cannot buy enough food. They have even visited the black market, but there is no grain available. The food from other cities is just enough to feed their own people. They have already transferred a lot of grain from other places, and most of their city stockpile has been used up. The remaining supplies are for the city's safety and cannot be used all at once. He has been thinking for the past 2 days about whether to open the warehouse and give all the grain to the people. When Song Chingen arrived, he was very happy. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. They are grateful that the grain was sent, but it was paid for with money. He estimated how much grain they could buy with the money allocated from above. Adding the funds from above and all the money in their city, they probably have around 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. With the high grain prices in their city now, they cannot buy much grain. He smiled and asked, "Comrade, I want to ask about the price of grain here." Song Qing'an had already thought it through. The black market prices could be slightly lower, since black markets are different from official channels. I have rice, wheat, and corn, about these few types. But you need to grind the wheat into flour yourself, and the same goes for the corn. Rice is a bit more expensive, about 50 cents per gene, wheat 40 cents per gene, and corn 15 cents per gene. He asked them to consider how much they needed. The city leader thought that since corn was the cheapest, they should buy more of it. We want 60,000 gene of corn, 50,000 gene of wheat, and 50,000 gene of rice. This amount would almost use up all their money. If they still need more later, they would have to find other ways. They don't have enough money to buy so much at once. If they distribute the grain daily based on the number of people, it would be enough to last for a while. Song Qing'an nodded and said, "Okay. The delivery will be at the small river on the east side at 9 p.m. He stood up and said, "I need to go now." At 9 p.m., you will check the goods. Pay first, then deliver. If the money isn't enough, other items can be used as compensation. They all understood what he meant without him explaining further. He was also planning to visit other counties. Although this is a city, a typical city usually governs 8 or 9 or even more counties. This amount of grain is just a drop in the bucket. The people in the counties might not get any at all. He had overestimated the situation here before coming. It seems I won't be able to return for 7 or 8 days. He went directly to the guest house and rented a room. After entering the room, he immediately entered the space. At this moment, Sui Lan was still at home, and Lier Hua was making clothes. She was in the bedroom reading a book and doing exercises. Suddenly, she heard Song Qing'an calling her. She locked the door and quickly slipped into the space. Song Qing'an was standing inside the space, smiling warmly at her. "Sweetheart." And Sui Lan nodded and threw herself into his arms. "How is it? Was it smooth?" He nodded. "Yes, pretty good. I'm now at the guest house. Things are going well, don't worry."
And Sui Lan smiled.
"How's the situation over there? Is there a serious food shortage?" Song Qing'an nodded. "Indeed, it's not easy for them to hold on until now. You must be very careful outside, absolutely, absolutely careful." Song Qing'an ruffled her hair. "I know, don't worry. Sui, I might stay a few more days. I also want to visit the nearby counties. The situation here is so bad, let alone the villages and counties. I think other city areas probably aren't much better. They are all in this region, so the situation is likely similar. Only Lu City's situation is a bit more serious."
And Sui Lan nodded.
Before Song Qing'an left, she was already mentally prepared. She had heard about such things many times in her previous life. Thinking for a moment, she said, "You should find the grain processing factory there and sell all the grain to them at once so they can sell it to the people. This way it will save us trouble." Almost every city has its own grain processing factory. Song Qing'an nodded. He hadn't thought of that. "Good, Sui knows a lot. I'll go find them soon."
And Sui Lan chuckle.
"Of course I do. Who do you think I am? Naturally, I know a lot. But you must be very careful yourself, absolutely careful." The two of them stayed in the space for a while. Then Song Qing'an left. He listened to his wife's words and went straight out of the guest house. It wasn't lunchtime yet, so most people hadn't finished work. It was a good time to go now. He asked a few people and headed to the rice factory nearby. This area mainly produces rice, with some flour and corn as well. He explained his purpose, and the guard took him directly to the manager's office. Right now, everywhere is short of food, and anyone claiming to have grain is a big deal. The guards wouldn't dare stop him. Song Qing'an was taken to the factory director's office. He sat down on the sofa by himself. "Director, I have some grain. Do you need any?" Director Wang. He had never met someone so direct. Song Qing'an didn't have time to play guessing games. He had other things to do. "Of course we need it. Our factory is almost out of grain. How much do you have?" Song Qing'an looked up at him. "How much do you want?" The moment he looked up, his presence changed completely. He exuded a strong aura that completely overshadowed Director Wang. Wang was surprised inside. This person didn't have a local accent, but his presence was definitely more impressive than that of this middle-aged man. This made him dare not underestimate Song Qing'an. He chuckled awkwardly to hide his surprise.
We can eat as much as you have.
Song Qing'an smiled slightly, showing that this factory's business was quite good. But he also knew a bit about factories, so he understood a little. I have rice, wheat, and corn. Which do you want and how much? Director Wang didn't believe he really had so much. He was trying to test him. Song Qing'an warned, this is the only chance.
Don't test me.
Wang was startled and quickly changed his words. I want 100,000 jin of rice, 50,000 jin of wheat, and 100,000 jin of corn. This should be enough to support their operations for a long time. Song Qing'an nodded. All right, by the small river to the east, at 10 p.m., I will arrange for someone to deliver the goods. Remember, inspection at exactly 10 o'clock, payment upon delivery. If you don't have enough money, other items can be used as payment. You understand? Wang nodded. He felt he might have asked for too little. This person was so calm and relaxed. It was clear he really had the goods. So much grain, and he was so relaxed about it. He immediately regretted asking for less. Song Qing'an smiled. 5 mao for rice, 4 mao for wheat, and 1 mao 5 for corn. Wang thought the prices were reasonable, but they weren't much different from usual. This person wasn't asking for unreasonable prices. Song Qing'an stood up and walked out confidently, just waiting for the evening. He went directly to the state-run restaurant, ordered a bowl of rice and a small dish, and simply had a meal. After eating, he returned straight to the guest house. Then he entered his space, waiting for his wife to finish dinner so she could come in, and they could enjoy a nice nap together. And Sui Lan was eating in front now. Li Erhua had been making clothes all morning and cooked dumplings for lunch. They still had quite a few dumplings left from the new year. After lunch, there was only a little left. She smiled and said, I'll leave this little bit. I won't eat it. When Chengzi comes back from his trip, I'll cook for him. And Sui Lan smiled and said, Mother, there's no need. He eats all sorts of good food outside, every day. Song Jui nodded repeatedly and said, Exactly, Big Brother has eaten lots of delicious things. Li Erhua gently patted him on the back. You don't know anything. Your big brother doesn't like eating outside food. Home-cooked meals are always better. And Sui Lan didn't say anything. This isn't just dumplings, it's deep motherly love. After lunch, she went back home. She needed to rest for a while every day. Even if she didn't sleep, she would lie down for a bit. Li Erhua called He Zhaodi and Du Chunmei. Old Second's family and Old Third's family, clean up the pots and bowls. She said this, and then left. As soon as Sui Lan returned home, she arrived. Lan, you should lie down and rest for a while. I can take care of myself, she said, and went to the west room to the sewing machine. And Sui Lan nodded, locked the door, and entered the space. She saw Song Qing'an already waiting for her inside. The strawberries had been picked and washed. He took out a big strawberry and offered it to her. Sui, try this. And Sui Lan opened her mouth and took a bite. It was very sweet. She didn't dare eat too much because she was going to nap later. She only ate 2 strawberries. The rest can wait until I wake up. The couple lay on the big bed in the space and took a nap together. And Sui Lan rested in his arms and fell asleep unknowingly. When Song Qing'an woke up, he didn't want to wake her. By the time she woke up, the sun outside had already set. She hurriedly came out of the space, opened the bedroom door. Li Erhua was still sewing clothes in the west room. When Sui Lan entered, she brought a cup of spiritual spring water. Mother, have a glass of water. It's almost dark. You're still sewing clothes now. It might hurt your eyes. Li Erhua drank the water, then got up. All right, I won't sew anymore.
What do you want to eat tonight?
And Sui Lan thought for a moment and said, I want rice. There are vegetables and meat in the kitchen. Mother, I'll call Dad over. We can eat here.
How about that? Liawanudda.
Good, I'll go call him. You rest here, she said, and hurried out. Old man, let's go to the back and start the fire. Song Baoping knew right away they were going to make something delicious. Li Erhua also told her two daughters-in-law, you two cook your own meals. Jui, you go too. The three of them went to the back together. Du Chunmei didn't have any particular feelings, but He Zhaodi looked quite displeased. All the good things went to the main house. They didn't get even a little benefit. Du Chunmei didn't think that way at all. She asked He Zhaodi, second sister-in-law, what shall we eat? Should I cook or you? He Zhaodi smiled and said, third sister-in-law, why aren't you angry at all? Look, our parents are becoming more and more biased. Du Chunmei quickly waved her hand. Stop, stop, stop. Don't talk to me about these things. I don't have so many little schemes. She still hoped her eldest sister-in-law would help them out in the future. She couldn't be like the second sister-in-law, causing trouble every day. He Zhaodi felt embarrassed and kept quiet. Du Chunmei hurried to start the fire and ignored her. She didn't want to cause herself trouble. Li Erhua steamed rice in the back, while Sui Lan secretly took out a piece of pork belly. Seeing such good pork, Li Erhua made braised pork with potatoes, cabbage, and vermicelli. The best part of this dish, besides the meat, was the vermicelli. Song Jui ate with his mouth full of oil. Delicious, really delicious. I want to eat another bowl of rice. And Sui Lan smiled and said, if you want to eat, serve yourself from the pot. They all ate happily this meal. He Zhaodi was eating pancakes and pickles in front, looking dull and uninterested. She seemed to be lost in thought, which made Du Chunmei feel a shiver. She decided to stay far away from her in the future. Song Qing'an from Lu City finished dinner early. He was waiting at the guest house for the time to pass. Around 7:30, he finally got up and went to the small river. He packed the leftover grain into 100 jean snakeskin bags. With a wave of his hand, the grain that the black market people wanted appeared by the river. 2,000 jean of rice in 100 jean bags, a total of 20 bags. 2,000 jean of wheat, also 20 bags. 1,000 jean of corn, 10 bags. A total of 50 bags of grain. After waiting about 20 minutes, Scarface and his men arrived. He looked at the packed grain, and his men opened a few bags to check. They were very satisfied. Boss, all good stuff. Especially the rice, not a single stone. Song Qing'an ignored him and pointed at the grain. Everything is here. Scarface was tempted, but with so many people, even if he didn't pay, he didn't think he could do anything to them. But this person felt very mysterious, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He honestly paid the money. However, he only gave 2,000 yuan. His men then brought over a bag of other items. Song Qing'an opened it and looked. It was good. A complete set of headgear, some with gold, some with jade. The item is in good condition and looks quite new. Did the scar-faced man take good care of it? Later, Sui said this item is very valuable. Right now, though, it's a risky item that no one dares to keep. Song Qing'an nodded happily. All right, this will be worth 750 yuan, just right. He took the money and the item, then turned to leave. But the scar-faced man called out to him. Hey, do you have any grain? We want a little more. It seems a bit too little, he added. Song Qing'an looked at him. Not tonight, but at the same time tomorrow. Tell me in advance how much you want. The scar-faced man thought for a moment. Add another 2,000 jean of each item. Song Qing'an nodded. Okay, come here at 5 a.m. tomorrow. The scar-faced man nodded in response. Song Qing'an left, but he didn't go far. Instead, he secretly entered his space. After watching them take everything away, he finally came out. Then he took out the grain he planned to give to the leader. They wanted a lot of things, 3 types, totaling 1,600 bags. The total value was 54,000 yuan. He waited over 40 minutes until they arrived. Without any unnecessary talk, the leader directly paid him. The people they brought arrived in a vehicle, carried the grain, and left. The only one left was factory director Wang from the rice mill. Following the usual process, Song Qing'an waited until director Wang arrived. Director Wang had a total of 85,000 yuan, but He only paid 80,000 yuan, with the rest offset by the items. Song Qing'an was very satisfied. This trip was worth it. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about money for any plans. After Director Wang and his team left, he slowly walked away. The total amount he earned was 136,000 yuan. And those items were worth quite a bit too. He returned to the guest house. At 4 a.m., he woke up on time. He prepared all the grain Scarface man wanted, paying him fully this time. Most of his supplies were probably gone now. He gained another 2,900 yuan. Next, Song Qing'an went to the county town below. He looked for black market food factories there. The county's purchasing power was clearly less than the city's, but he still made a good haul, about 80,000 yuan in one day. So he decided to go to the city. On the third day, he arrived at the neighboring city of Lu City. He spent 2 days in Lu City, gathering all the information he needed. Then he stayed 2 days in the neighboring city, which had even stronger purchasing power, totaling 150,000 yuan. He returned to Lu City again. Once more, he found Director Wang. Manager Wang originally thought that they needed less grain this time, as their factory is the largest grain producer in the city. This amount of grain isn't enough to last very long in the city. There are still several months before the harvest. He is looking for Song Qing'an, but he has already come himself. Manager Wang is smiling and says, "Hey brother, I've been looking for you. Do you still have grain? We want to buy some more." Song Qing'an nods and replies, "Yes." Seeing that he looks calm, Manager Wang is surprised. How much grain does this person have? Why does he always look so composed? That night, they traded 170,000 units of grain by the small river. That's all the funds the grain factory has. Song Qing'an knows this well, so he leaves directly and goes somewhere else. They agreed to return in about 7 or 8 days. But he ended up staying here for more than 20 days. Because he visits almost every city every 2 days. Lu City is short of grain, and other cities are not much better. They are all in the same province with similar situations, just better than Lu City. During these 20 days, Song Qing'an sold large amounts of grain almost every day. The smallest amount was a few thousand units, the largest was 80 or 90,000. In total, he earned 638,500 yuan in these 20 days. Adding the 538,900 yuan he earned in Lu City a few days ago, the total is 1,177,400 yuan. Over 1 million yuan. Only after the grain in the space was almost gone did he buy a ticket to go back. If he didn't return soon, Xiao Lu would be overwhelmed. He doesn't know where the boss has gone. Everyone, except Yang Xinghua, thought he was on a business trip. Until he boarded the train back, Song Qing'an still felt reluctant to leave. This was simply too profitable. He made a lot of money this time, more than ever before. He had never seen so much money. When he counted his total earnings, his hands were trembling. In these 20 days, he hardly ever calculated the total. He never expected that one trip would earn over 1 million yuan. Although he was very happy inside, he kept a calm face. No one could tell that he was a wealthy man with over 1 million yuan. Sui Sui once said that Guang City is the best place to go. He wondered when he could visit Guang City. He also doesn't know how things are developing there now. After 2 days and nights on the train, he finally arrived in Yun City. After getting off, he immediately took a train back to the county seat. He arrived at the county town, found a quiet place to clear his mind, and then went to the big courtyard. Little Lu saw him return and almost threw himself onto him. "Boss, you're finally back. I was about to go crazy. Quick, there's some information here. Take a look. Later, I'll take you home first." Song Qing'an didn't say anything. He took the documents and went straight into his office. After more than an hour of handling work, he finally finished. Then he asked little Lu to take him back to the village. On the way, he was very excited. He wondered how happy Sui Sui would be if she knew he earned so much money. She would probably smile from ear to ear. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Lu was surprised and said, "Boss, what are you smiling about? You're so happy. Why do I feel like you found money?" Suddenly, Song Chingen stopped smiling and shot him a sharp look. Drive your car properly. Little Lu chuckled. I know, boss. You're probably eager to see sister-in-law. Hee, married people really are different. Song Chingen ignored him and let him say whatever. Little Lu knew his boss was in a hurry, so he drove without slowing down. The road was bumpy and rough, making the ride quite jolting. But during the whole trip, Song Chingen didn't speak. After about 2 hours, they finally reached the big team. Song Chingen opened the car door and got out quickly. Little Lu wanted to get out too, but he was met with a cold remark. Go back by yourself. Little Lu.
No.
Boss, you have to go to work tomorrow. I need to wait for you. I'll sleep with Brother Jerry. Song Chingen said, do as you like. As long as he didn't disturb him and his wife, it was fine. He first went ahead. His father was sitting on the Kong, a traditional bed. Boss, you're back? Song Chingen nodded. Dad, where are Mom and Sui Sui? Song Baoping replied, they're behind. Your mom is making clothes. Before he finished speaking, Song Chingen had already walked out quickly. Song Baoping's face twitched. This kid. He no longer seemed to see him as his father. He was about to scold him when he saw Little Lu standing in the yard. His expression immediately changed. He smiled and said, Little Lu, did you bring the boss back? Little Lu hurriedly smiled and said, Uncle, I'm not leaving today. Tomorrow I'll go to work with the boss. Song Baoping nodded. All right. Hurry up, come, play a couple of rounds with me. He didn't care whether Little Lu wanted to join or not and pulled him away. Little Lu still wanted to sneak some food from the back. This was pulled along by the old man, and he couldn't escape anymore. He had no choice but to play chess with the old man. Song Baoping had been very bored these days. Now he didn't need to work, as his sons had already gone to their jobs. Only Song Joy was at home, but he refused to play with him. He kept saying he was just a bad chess player with no skill. It made him so angry. Finally, he caught Xiao Lu, and he wanted to have fun with him. Song Chingen walked quickly back home. The gate was not locked. He pushed open the door and entered the yard. He heard his wife and mother laughing. The tiredness from traveling seemed to fade after hearing their laughter. He smiled gently and walked quietly toward the house. And Sui Lan was standing at the door of the west room, talking to Li Erhua. They were giggling together. Song Chingen approached, but Sui Lan didn't notice him. It was Li Erhua who saw her son returning first. And Sui Lan was still talking and smiling. Suddenly, Li Erhua stopped talking and poked her arm. Lan, look behind you. And Sui Lan didn't understand what was happening, but she turned to look. First she was shocked, then she was happy. Suddenly, she jumped up and threw herself into Song Chingen's arms. Li Erhua was worried. She was pregnant after all. Why was she so reckless? Song Chingen didn't think much, just wanted to hold her tightly. They hugged each other closely, and Sui Lan completely forgot that Li Erhua was still there. She only wanted to hold Song Chingen tight. Li Erhua couldn't bear to watch anymore. Oh dear. She had to leave quickly and couldn't stay as a third wheel. I'm leaving now. You can go out for dinner tonight. After saying that, she ran out of the yard quickly and casually closed the door behind her. Song Chingen carried her directly into the bedroom. When Sui Lan heard the sound, she remembered her mother-in-law was still there. She blushed with embarrassment. He put her on the bed and gently held her hands, looking at her quietly. He could only look, not touch. It was so frustrating. And Sui Lan blinked, about to remind him she was pregnant, but before she could speak, Song Chingen's lips already pressed down on hers. Qingzi. At this moment, Song Chingen's eyes were full of love for his wife, and he softly responded, Sui, don't speak. I just want to kiss you. And Sui Lan. She didn't dare speak or provoke him. He pressed her and kissed her for a while, almost losing control. But then he snapped back to his senses, held her tightly for a long time, and finally calmed down. The older man patted her head gently and said, Sui, I need to go wash up first. Wait for me. And Sui Lan nodded. He had already disappeared into the space. During the last few days outside, Song Qing'an hardly returned to the space, so they didn't see each other during those days. And Sui Lan didn't know when he would come back. About 20 minutes later, Song Qing'an came out of the space, soaking wet. And Sui Lan scolded him playfully. Why didn't you dry off before coming out? Don't catch a cold. Song Qing'an sat happily on the Kong bed. It's fine. It'll dry quickly. The stove inside was still burning, keeping the room warm. He wouldn't catch a cold. He pulled his wife's hand. Sui, guess how much money I made this time? And Sui Lan shook her head. I don't know. She hadn't asked about it much these days. Even though she was in the space, she didn't bother to count the money. Song Qing'an waved his hand, and a pile of money appeared on the Kong. And Sui Lan was shocked. There was so much money, it looked like a whole bag full. She asked, how much in total? Song Qing'an smiled happily. Over 110,000 yuan. And Sui Lan's eyes widened in surprise, almost cursing out loud. She never expected to see so much money in this era. There were no bills over 100 yuan now, only tens and even fives. She said, that's a lot. We should separate the money. Put it in groups of 10,000. Song Qing'an nodded. Good idea. There were elastic bands in the space used to tie the money just right. They first sorted out the 10 yuan bills, then grouped each set of 10,000 and tied them up. They kept counting. There was so much they probably wouldn't finish today. By dinner time, they had only counted about 40 or 50,000. Most of it was in 10 yuan bills, which was really hard to handle. They didn't know when they would find bills of 100 yuan. They kept working until Song Jui came to call them for dinner, and only then did Sui Lan put the money away into the space. They went to the front together. Li Erhua steamed 2 bowls of rice at night, adding sweet potato chunks to the rice. They also boiled the leftover dumplings. A few dishes were cooked. There was both meat and vegetables. The dumplings were shared between Song Qing'an and Xiao Lu. It was the first time Sui Lan had eaten such thick rice, and she found it quite tasty. The sweet potatoes were sweet, mixed in the rice, and tasted very good. But Song Qing'an didn't let her eat too much. Because when he was a child, his family was poor, and he ate too many sweet potatoes. Although sweet potatoes are good, at least they could fill the stomach. Eating too much can cause a full stomach and stomach acid, which is common. Now that Sui is pregnant, eating too many sweet potatoes isn't good for her. So Song Qing'an picked out all the sweet potatoes from her bowl. He only left her 2 pieces. After dinner, Xiao Lu followed Song Jui back to his house. Li Erhua even brought a pair of quilts. Song Qing'an and Sui Lan went to their parents' bedroom. Their father was already in bed. Song Qing'an took out 100 yuan from his pocket. Parents, this money is for you. Li Erhua waved her hand.
No, keep it.
You will need money for many things later. Song Qing'an directly handed it to her.
Take it.
Don't I know our family situation? Spring and summer are starting school, and they need notebooks and pens. Don't save on these things. You can't cut costs here.
Liawanudda.
All right, you've worked hard. Always helping the family. Song Qing'an smiled. Mom, what you said is right. We are part of the family. If we can, we should help more. If I really can't, I wouldn't be able to help even if I wanted to. Don't think too much. I'm your son. I should do my part. Suddenly, Song Qing'an remembered something. Mom, Dad, I told you last time that Aunt might come over. It should be soon, since it's past the new year. Song Baoping nodded. I know. What's coming can't be avoided. Song Qing'an, I'm going to find Hualin later. The situation at home isn't good for them to come here. Just let them come to see Shun Hualin's purpose. I think they're so eager this time because they want to pick up the old master. Very likely, the old master might leave with them. But it's not certain. I'll call Dad tomorrow. Song Baoping nodded. All right, you handle these matters. They didn't stay long, and were about to leave. Just outside the Song family gate, they headed toward the Jiqing station. Currently, Shun Hualin and Li Kong live alone. Song Qing'an knocked on Shun Hualin's door. Li Kong answered. They weren't asleep yet. He quickly brought them inside. Big brother, big sister-in-law, why are you coming so late? Song Qing'an smiled. Last time, you mentioned they might come. How is that? And Grandpa's situation? Shun Hualin smiled. I was just about to find a chance to tell you. Grandpa and Grandma's situation, it will be in the next few days. Aunt and the others are coming soon. They are here to pick up Grandpa and Grandma. Song Qing'an nodded, feeling good about the good news. So, if you have anything to say to them, say it soon. When there are many people, it might be hard to speak freely. Li Kong tugged his sleeve. Brother Lin, when the time comes, the old master will be back in his official position. Why hide it now? Song Qing'an shook his head. It's better to keep it a secret for now. There are many family matters.
Li Kang nudda.
The two stayed for a few more minutes before returning from the youth camp. When they got home, and Sui Lan asked, when Grandpa and Grandma go back, should we not tell them yet? Let's wait and see. I always feel like He Zhaodi is a troublemaker. Especially her mother, she's like a ticking time bomb. If they find out about these things, or if her mother finds out,
And Sui Lan nodded.
it's sad. How did Chongqing end up marrying someone like that? Song Qing'an replied, it's because he wasn't very smart. He was so enchanted by He Zhaodi back then.
And Sui Lan chukka sopti.
Since she had been with him for a long time, her tone of speaking had started to sound a bit like his. Let's wait until there's no other choice, and talk about going to Beijing then. For now, let's keep it a secret. The next day, Song Qing'an's first task at work was to call his father-in-law. He learned that the situation with Grandpa and Grandma had mostly been settled. They were just waiting for the final decision from above. He Tyron was very fond of his daughter and asked about her condition. He even wanted her to come back and stay for a few months. Then she could return later or give birth here, and after a few months, go back. He discussed it with Xiao Song for a long time. Xiao Song said, let's wait until she has the baby. Even if she goes back, no one at home can take care of her. I don't feel comfortable about it either. Tyron knew he was speaking the truth. Both he and Yu Zhen had to work, and their jobs were busy. They really didn't have time to take care of Nanwan. After hanging up, Song Qing'an closed the door and went straight into the space. He called Sui to come in and told his wife about it. And Sui Lan nodded. Okay, I understand. Dad isn't angry, right? Song Qing'an smiled and rubbed her head. No, he's not angry. Besides, your belly is big now, and long trips aren't suitable. That evening, after dinner, Song Qing'an and Sui Lan went to the cattle shed. Near the cattle shed, Sui Lan carried a lunchbox and Song Qing'an held a basin. Inside was their dinner for the night, chicken soup noodles with chunks of chicken on top. And Sui Lan was holding a steamed bun in her hand. Two people entered the cattle shed. The others were not asleep yet and had woken up. Song Qing'an put down the basin, took their bowls, and started serving food one by one. Hurry and eat, it will get cold soon. While they were eating, Song Baoping and Li Erhua also came over. They knew that the older siblings often brought food here. Tonight, they insisted on coming to chat, or it would be hard to talk once they left. After the elders finished eating, Song Qing'an took Sui Lan home. Song Baoping and Li Erhua stayed in the cattle shed for a while and talked with Shen Yifeng and Ma Cuiwei for a long time. Then they left. 10 days later, the legendary aunt arrived. Because Shen Hualin had called ahead, they didn't rush into the Song family immediately. That was also the idea of the two aunts. They thought the Song family was just common folks and didn't want any trouble with them. They were surprisingly self-aware. That was good. They didn't have to get involved with the common folks. There were 4 people in their group. Shen Yifeng's eldest daughter Shen Mingjun, his youngest daughter Shen Mingzhu, and Shen Hualin's parents, Shen Mingzhi and Meng Yue. The 4 of them traveled to the village committee, where the head had already been notified to receive them. Today, Song Qing'an was at home, but he and Sui just stood on the side watching. He thought, since they're siblings and can't recognize each other now, they will eventually. He greeted them with a smile. Come in. Rest at my house? Before Shen Mingzhi could speak, everyone knew he was their older brother. He was very happy and wanted to find a chance to talk to him. But Shen Mingjin immediately fanned herself and looked very disdainful. Stop the nonsense. Why are we here?
You know why.
Quickly take us to the cattle shed. We need to bring our parents back to Beijing. Shin Mingzhi immediately scolded sternly, Mingjin, can you be a little polite?
We are.
He thought of his son's instructions and quickly changed his words. Be a little polite, the village head, right? We are here to pick up Comrade Shin Yifeng and Comrade Ma Tsuewei. The village head nodded and liked him more. Good, they're at home now. Just go directly to their house. When he heard they were coming today, the village head had already arranged for someone to take the two elders to the village committee. Last night, Li Erhua went over, boiled water, and helped the two elders wash up properly. Today, they would go back together. Yesterday evening, Song Baoping and Li Erhua secretly stayed together in the team. When they returned to the city, they planned to write a letter to talk. Song Qing'an looked at Shin Mingjin and Shin Mingzhu with a frown. Just as Hua Lin said, they are really annoying. Grandpa is such a polite and humble person. How can he have two daughters who are so impolite? Song Baoping took people to the team office. The two elders had already dressed neatly. Seeing their daughter and son nearby, they felt happy. But thinking about what the two daughters had done before, they probably felt a bit uncomfortable. Shin Mingjin and Shin Mingzhu ran up to them, choking with tears as they expressed how much they missed them. And Suilon rolled her eyes at the scene. It was such a bad act. Hua Lin looked at Song Qing'an and they exchanged a glance in the air. Hua Lin smiled awkwardly. Today, not only are the two elders leaving, but Hua Lin and Li Kong are also leaving. They received a notice from the army that their mission was successfully completed, and since Grandpa is going back, they will go back too. He walked over to Song Qing'an. Softly, he said, Big brother, we are leaving today. If you need anything, call or write. Song Qing'an nodded. Almost everyone in the village had come. They all gathered around the team office to watch. Shin Mingzhu and Shin Mingjin couldn't stand it anymore. Why do these rural people smell so strong? It's so unpleasant. Shin Mingjin grabbed her father. Dad and Mom, let's go. We're going back. You won't have to suffer or work hard here anymore. Shin Yifeng looked at Song Baoping, then at Song Qing'an and in Suilon. Finally, he took his wife and stood up. Let's go. Home. Without even sitting on a bench, they left directly with their people. When they came, they arrived by car from the city, arranged by the officials. Now, when they leave, they will be taken back to the city to catch the train. It was lively, and everyone left at once. Hua Lin and Li Kong also left. Now everyone knew they were soldiers sent to protect the two elders. Their task was done, so they naturally went back. When the people left, Song Baoping felt a little sad. He went home, entered the house, and sighed. Li Erhua knew he was worried about the two sisters. But since the old man is back to his official position, the sisters probably won't dare to act out. Alright, don't think about it. Think too much. You can't change it anyway. Just focus on living our good life. That's the most important. Song Baoping nodded and said, Yes, I know. It's just a little uncomfortable. Look at Shin Mingjin and Shin Mingzhu's behavior. Why do they look down on us farmers so much? Li Erhua smiled and said, Look down on us? That's fine. Anyway, we don't expect them to think highly of us. As long as our parents respect us, that's enough. Song Baoping felt that they cared more about their parents' opinion than about Shin Mingjin and Shin Mingzhu. Never mind. He quickly understood the situation. Who cares? He decided to wait and see when they meet again. Li Erhua saw that he seemed to have recovered and happily went to cook. She called out in the yard, He Zhaodi, Du Chunmei, come out quickly and start cooking. With her loud voice, both of them came out of the house. Go cook, you two. I'll check the back. This morning, busy with the old master's affairs, she didn't make any clothes. There were a few buttons to sew on, so she sewed them. She wouldn't go in the afternoon. Song Qing'an had been away for many days, and she had made dozens of clothes. Lon Lon said they could now sell some for money. Since earning so much last time, she had become addicted. She wished she could make 100 or so at once. But she was also worried. This kind of shady business could cause trouble for her son and daughter-in-law. If it caused trouble, it wouldn't be worth it. Song Qing'an was resting at home today. He made chicken soup for Sui Lan to nourish her. Now that the child was older, she needed more nutrients. If she didn't eat well, she would become weak. There was an old hen in the space. Today, he cooked one. Tonight, he planned to go up the mountain to catch a few wild chickens and keep them in the space. Wild chickens are definitely more nutritious than farm-raised ones. Li Erhua entered the yard and immediately smelled a strong aroma. It was the smell of chicken soup. Song Qing'an was using a firewood stove, simmering slowly over low heat. It had been cooking for an hour, and Sui Lan sat beside him, both watching the fire in the stove. When Li Erhua came in, Song Qing'an was kissing and Sui Lan on the lips. Li Erhua said, oh no, will you grow nails on your eyes now? And Sui Lan saw her mother come in and blushed slightly. She got up and went to the bedroom. Song Qing'an looked calm as usual. Mom, why are you here? Li Erhua pointed at him and said, look at you, so useless. Now she's pregnant. You need to be careful, don't mess around. Song Qing'an rubbed his forehead. Mom, what are you talking about? Li Erhua waved her hand and said, all right, you know best. I'm going to make clothes. It's just a few buttons. I'll sew them on and then go back. Songtan hurriedly said, Mother, you eat here.
I've made chicken soup and rice.
Later, I'll cook another dish. Li Erhua waved her hand. No need, I'm already cooking. I'll just put on the buttons and go back. Later, I'll cook some more. You two should eat first. Lan needs good nutrition, so eat more. And Sui Lan came out of the house, pulling Li Erhua inside. Mother, don't go back yet. I've prepared some good stuff today. It's good for women to eat. Li Erhua said, no need, I'm old now. Eating well won't help much. And Sui Lan replied, all right, I'll have Qingzi send it over later. Li Erhua went into the west room, took a needle and buttons and started working. And Sui Lan admired her. She rarely rested. Don't they feel tired? And they have to take care of such a big family. Mother, once I finish these clothes, I won't make more. I'll rest and make skirts when it gets hot.
Liawanuda. Okay.
I'll listen to you. She sewed on the buttons and then went back. And Sui Lan couldn't keep her here. Song Qing'an finished boiling the soup and stir-fried some spicy pepper meat. And Sui Lan wanted something spicy, so he picked a few peppers from his space. These peppers weren't very spicy. Eat a little less, it's fine. Li Erhua and the others were eating, and Song Qing'an brought over a small basin of chicken soup. There was also quite a bit of meat. Li Erhua waved her hand. Oh, we said don't bring it. We're full. Song Qing'an placed it on the table. Parents, try some. The kids can have a little too. After saying that, he set down the things and left. Song Qing'an walked back quickly. And Sui Lan was already waiting in the kitchen. He bent down and sat, smiling. Why didn't you eat first? And Sui Lan pouted. I was waiting for you to come back. We're a family. Of course we eat together. Song Qing'an reached out and tousled her hair. All right, time to eat. And Sui Lan took a sip of chicken soup. So fresh. She couldn't help but sigh happily, feeling very satisfied. Song Qing'an also smiled gently. Tastes good, right? Drink more later. And Sui Lan hadn't finished her rice, only drank 2 bowls of chicken soup with a little chicken. That was enough to fill her up. Worried she might be hungry at night, he stored the remaining chicken soup in his space to keep warm. She could eat it any time she was hungry. If not, she could also cook noodles in the space. And Sui Lan smiled. No need. I feel full. Song Qing'an looked at her belly and gently touched it. Every year, thank you for your hard work. If you're hungry, you must tell me. And Sui Lan nodded. Okay, I understand. After speaking, she quickly entered the space. Song Qing'an shook his head with a smile and went to wash up. Now, and Sui Lan's belly was starting to show, and he was a bit worried. Thinking of this, he quickly followed her into the space. He stood guard at the bathroom door. Gently knocking on the door, he said, Sui, if you need anything, call me. Okay. And Sui Lan stayed inside for about half an hour, washed herself thoroughly, and then came out. Today, she washed her hair, which was still wet, and let it hang loose. Song Qing'an helped her dry her hair and told her to go out afterward. And Suelon nodded, okay. Her hair was a bit long, so drying it didn't take long. Song Chingin was very patient, drying her hair completely before letting her out. After finishing his own washing, Song Chingin came out of the space. And Suelon was already almost asleep while waiting. The weather was gradually getting warmer. That day, and Suelon went alone to the county town. She took off her heavy cotton-padded coat. The sun was very strong, and she wore a wool coat. She wandered around the county town. Today, she didn't tell Song Chingin she was going out. She just stayed at home feeling bored, so she decided to take a walk. She would go back soon. She went to the department store and bought some things, brown sugar and egg cakes. Although she already had these in space, she still enjoyed the feeling of shopping. After buying some items, she continued wandering around the town. Walking along, she saw many people gathered in front of something. She strode over quickly. There was a pregnant woman lying on the ground, clutching her belly and crying in pain. Next to her, an elderly woman was holding her back, trying to stop her from moving. Hey, stop moving. Don't move anymore. Later, you'll press on my grandson. The woman was in severe pain, tears streaming down her face. Mom, I need to go to the hospital. I need to go to the hospital. The old woman held her back, refusing to let her go. No, just give birth here. Going to the hospital means surgery. We don't have the money at home for that. Their family was so poor they could barely make ends meet, and this troublemaker still wanted to go to the hospital and spend money. She was just a wasteful person. And Suelon looked closer. The woman was already bleeding quite a bit. That was amniotic fluid. It looked like the amniotic fluid was almost drained. It was likely a breech position. Otherwise, she would have already given birth under such circumstances. Seeing her clutching her belly, in severe pain, with a pale face and lips without any color, she knew something was very wrong. And Suelon was herself pregnant and couldn't bear to see such things. She pushed through the crowd and went inside. She saw that it was urgent, by the looks of it. Even if they took her to the hospital, it might be too late. It seemed like she was about to have a difficult labor. She knelt down, touched her belly, which was very hard, and she could no longer feel contractions. It was probably painful for a long time. Ma'am, quickly prepare a blanket. If you don't deliver soon, it will be too late. The older woman pushed and pointed at Suelon. Who are you? This is my family's matter. If she's going to give birth, she should do it at home. No one gives birth on the road. And Suelon said, her amniotic fluid has already drained. If she doesn't deliver now, both mother and baby will be in danger. The woman was already weak and clutching Suelon's hand tightly. Help me, please help me, she begged. And Suelon looked at the man. You're a man. Can you really watch your wife suffer and die? Touch her belly. It's already hard. If we wait too long, it will be too late. The old woman was deliberately doing this. She didn't like her daughter-in-law and was always thinking of making her son marry someone else he liked. Now she saw an opportunity. She refused to go to the hospital and insisted on giving birth at home. The daughter-in-law ran out herself and stubbornly wanted to go back home. Anyway, her son always listened to her. It would be better if she died. Then her son could marry again. Those who had jobs at the factory were so lucky. This unkind woman just stayed at home, eating free meals every day. And Suelon held the man's hand and pressed it on his wife's belly. Feel it yourself. Her belly is already hard. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. Find a place quickly. I will deliver the baby. She used her hand to give her some spiritual spring water. The woman looked a little more energetic. And Suelon continued, if your wife dies because of childbirth, can you live with that? The man seemed moved. He immediately bent down and carried his wife toward their home. It wasn't far from here. And Suelon quickly followed. After about 2 minutes, they reached an alley. When the woman was laid on the bed at home, and Suelon quickly checked her pulse. She looked cold and said, Ma'am, stay here and help me. Everyone else go outside. Go boil some hot water, quickly. At this moment, the man stopped talking and immediately went to boil water. Neighbors also came to help but were driven out by Suelon. She took out her acupuncture kit from her sleeve. To the elderly woman, she said, "Grandma, pour some water here. She needs to regain her strength to have the baby." The grandma listened and poured hot water, and Sui Lan added plenty of spiritual spring water inside. She fed the woman the water, and Sui Lan took out an acupuncture kit, which she had already soaked in spiritual spring water. There was no need to worry about sterilization. She lifted the woman's wrist, removed a silver needle, and inserted it at the midpoint on the back of her hand, on the radial side of the second metacarpal bone. Then she lifted her little leg and inserted another silver needle at the San Yin Jiao point. Next, she moved to the Guan Yuan and Qi Hai points, and Sui Lan's hand rested on her belly, feeling the contractions gradually strengthen. After 5 minutes, she removed the silver needles. She took out a pill from her space, usually given to elders to boost their health. She fed the pill to the woman. "Now, listen to me. I want you to breathe in deeply, breathe out, and push hard, okay?" The woman nodded. The woman's pants had already been taken off, and Sui Lan quickly checked. Her was already open. The main issue was that the baby's position was wrong, and Sui Lan placed her hands on the woman's belly, feeling the baby inside. Gently applying pressure, she turned the baby around. She asked the old lady to lift the mother's hips. She inserted her fingers into the birth canal and felt the baby's head. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief, as a cesarean might not be necessary. She wiped her hands. "All right, now follow my instructions. Breathe in, breathe out, push hard. Yes, just like that, push." And Sui Lan guided the mother to push. She gave her some spiritual spring water again during the process. The old lady watched nearby, and Sui Lan shot her a quick look. "Hurry up and check if the hot water is ready." The old lady was obedient and immediately went out to bring back hot water. By now, and Sui Lan could see the baby's head. "Good. I see the baby's head. Breathe, push hard." The mother's face was twisted with effort, as if she had used all her strength. Finally, with one last push, the baby was born. Because the baby had been in the too long, her face was bluish and looked like she was not breathing. And Sui Lan quickly cut the umbilical cord. She began to rescue the baby, gently pressing on the baby's chest, then cleaning the dirt from her mouth. The rescue lasted about 5 minutes. The baby's mouth moved slightly, and Sui Lan felt a surge of joy. She immediately patted the baby's bottom hard.
Wow, wow.
The baby cried loudly, healthy and strong. She was a bit too thin, but it seemed she had endured a lot. The elderly woman looked closer and saw it was a young girl, and immediately looked down on her. "Born a worthless girl. What's there to be happy about?" And Sui Lan wrapped the baby with a nearby blanket. Then she began to clean the mother's placenta. Half an hour later, and Sui Lan washed her hands and checked on the baby and mother. The mother was awake now, weakly holding and Sui Lan's hand. "Thank you, kind person,"
she said.
And Sui Lan waved her hand. "I'm just a doctor. It's my duty. Rest well." She took out a pack of milk powder and a pack of malt extract from her basket. "Keep these 2 things. Take care of yourself and don't neglect your health." The old woman saw such good things and felt unhappy, thinking, "Why is she giving this to a girl like her?" After the girl left, she quickly grabbed the items. A worthless girl. Why does she get such good things? And Sui Lan came out of the house. People outside were still waiting. Seeing her come out, they asked, "Is it a boy or a girl?" And Sui Lan smiled and said, "It's a girl, very pretty." The woman's husband was not happy inside, but he didn't say anything. Inside the house, the old woman saw her son come in and immediately pushed him out. "Hurry and go outside. The woman just gave birth. It's unlucky for men to stay here." Seeing the man pushed out, and Sui Lan understood. She asked a kind-hearted older sister, "Big sister, can you help me make a phone call outside?" The older sister was surprised and nodded quickly. "Okay." And Sui Lan took out a coin and told her the phone number. "Just wait here. Sui will come over once he gets the message." The older sister ran out. At the county office, Song Ching'an was reading documents when suddenly the phone rang. He picked it up skillfully. "Hello? The older sister's trembling voice. This was her first time making a call. Hello, someone asked me to call you. She said Sui is waiting for you. Song Ching'an was surprised. Where is he? After giving the address, she hung up and ran back. When she returned, she saw Sui Lan still sitting in the yard.
And Sui Lan not dead.
Thank you, big sister. She could have left, but since she had saved the mother and the girl, she decided to help fully. Seeing the old woman's attitude, even after the baby was born, she probably still wanted to find a way to send the child away. She asked Song Ching'an to come over. First, because most people now are afraid of officials, and with Song Ching'an there, the old woman and the man wouldn't dare do anything. She can only help up to this point. About 10 minutes later, a small car stopped at the door. Ajui Lan's eyes lit up. Xiao Lu got out of the driver's seat, followed by Song Ching'an. Everyone was surprised. This is a poor area of the county, so why is there a small car? Their family is so poor that they can't even afford basic things. So, who is driving a car here? The older sister looked at Ajui Lan, who nodded in response. Song Ching'an walked over quickly. US way, I thought someone was fooling me. Xiao Lu also smiled and said, Sister-in-law, why are you here? Ajui Lan smiled and explained briefly. Then she whispered something into Song Ching'an's ear. Song Ching'an quietly told Xiao Lu something again. Xiao Lu strode over to the older woman and the man. He went straight into the kitchen. Then he closed the door. People outside couldn't hear what was being said inside. Xiao Lu looked very commanding. The man was a little scared, but the older woman stood stiffly, looking proud. Xiao Lu frowned and said, What are you doing? Are you trying to harm someone? And you, as a husband, don't even care about your wife's life or death. I've given you face today by not saying this publicly. Do you know who the person who saved your wife is? That man is the county party secretary. We all know what's happening in your family today. If you dare to abandon or give away your daughter, or if it's not good for the mother, don't blame me for being rude. If I find out, you'll be in jail. Hearing this, the older woman shrank back like a quail, too scared to speak. The man was cautious too. No, we know we were wrong. We won't do it again. Xiao Lu was satisfied and came out. Ajui Lan saw that he finished his work and then left in the car. After they left, the neighbor asked, What did that person just say to you? The man didn't dare say. Xiao Lu had already warned him about their true identity. He could only make up a lie. It was nothing, just asking about the situation, and then they left. The neighbors dispersed one by one. Only then did the man go inside, looking at his wife on the bed. He felt a bit scared and didn't treat his wife badly. There was still room for change. Otherwise, if his wife relied on her connections, he wondered if he would have a future. He decided he couldn't listen to his mother anymore. He and his mother shared the same idea. They thought this woman was too weak, not even having a job, just staying at home all day. He no longer thought that way now. He touched the woman's forehead and then turned to go to his mother's room. Mother, be nicer to Xiaoyun in the future, or don't blame me for being unfilial as a son. Don't mention her again. She's my wife, and she'll be my wife for life. The old lady was still shaken and hadn't recovered yet. She nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. As long as she didn't have to go to jail, it was fine. And Sui Lan followed Song Ching'an back to the county compound. They went straight to Song Ching'an's office. Sui, why did you come to the city today? And Sui Lan smiled. I was just bored at home, so I came over. Don't be mad. She giggled, pulling on Song Ching'an's sleeve to act cute. Song Ching'an smiled and ruffled her hair. Okay, I won't be mad. But next time, tell me before you come. I worry about you. And Sui Lan nodded. Got it. I can still run and jump now. Just wait a bit. Soon I might not be able to walk at all. Song Ching'an suddenly remembered. Sui, since you're here, let's check on the baby. The baby is already over 3 months old. It's good to see how it's doing. And Sui Lan thought about it and agreed. She wanted to see Bai Chao. Now, they should be able to tell if it's a boy or girl. While talking, they went directly to the county hospital. Song Ching'an drove her there, straight to the hospital. They went to the obstetrics and gynecology department and found an older doctor. The doctor looked at her and immediately gave her a form to go upstairs for the ultrasound. And Sui Lan lay down inside, while Song Chung-in waited outside. He wanted to go in and see what the baby looked like. As soon as Sui Lan lay down, she asked the doctor, "Doctor, can my husband come in and see?" The doctor nodded. "Yes, just you alone now. Let him come in." And Sui Lan called Song Chung-in to come in. The doctor pointed at the screen for him to see. "Look, this is the baby's arm, leg, head, and foot." Song Chung-in looked carefully and listened closely, his face full of smiles. This was his child. His and Sui's child.
Suddenly,
the doctor's tone suddenly changed. "Oh, there's still another one inside."
and Sui Lan's smile.
She already knew when she was feeling the pulse at home. She just hadn't told Song Chung, and Song Chung-in's heart tightened, and he was momentarily stunned. "Doctor, what's going on? What do you mean? There's another one?" The doctor chuckled and said, "Ha, this is the first time I've seen it. Twins." Twins indeed. Song Chung-in was surprised at first, then realized the doctor's words meant twins. He was overjoyed and quickly grabbed his wife's hand. Sui, my wife, twins. You're carrying 2 babies." And Sui Lan patted his hand and said, Yes, I knew it already.
Don't get too excited.
Only then did Song Chung-in start to calm down. "This is wonderful. Truly wonderful." The doctor smiled warmly and helped Sui Lan to stand up. "Get up. You need to be careful from now on and take good care of yourself. Drink more milk powder or malt drinks." Song Chung-in happily agreed. "Okay, thank you, doctor. We understand." After leaving the hospital, it was time for Song Chung-in to finish work. They went straight to a state-run restaurant. And Sui Lan ordered braised pork ribs, some braised pork, and a vegetarian dish. They ate until they were full, and the leftovers were packed into their space. They returned to their home in Song Chung-in's hometown. After a nap, they finished work in the afternoon, and then went back together. As soon as they arrived home, Song Chung-in couldn't wait and pulled Sui Lan to the front. "Mom, Dad, I have good news to tell you." Li Erhua frowned and asked, "What is it? Did you get promoted again?" Song Chung-in waved his hand and said, "No way." Song Baoping put out a cigarette and smiled. "What good news? You look so happy you can't hide it." Song Chung-in sat down with Sui Lan and said, "Today I took Sui to the city for her checkup. The doctor said she's carrying twins." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Erhua's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" Song Baoping said, "Twins. 2 babies?" Song Chung-in nodded. "Yes, 2 babies. Mom, Dad, isn't this great news?"
Liawan udarapatadli.
Yes. It's a happy event. We'll cook something delicious tonight. Make some cured meats and sausages for you.
Sui, eat more.
In the future, you need to take good care of yourself and eat nutritious food. Big brother, you shouldn't work so hard every day. Take care of your wife, too. Buying things in the city is easier. When you come back, bring her some snacks. Song Chung-in nodded. "I understand, Mom." Li Erhua was so happy she hummed a little tune as she went to the kitchen. She called her 2 daughters-in-law to help with cooking. Li Erhua was feeling very happy and worked more efficiently. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma. Song Baoping couldn't help but explain, "Lalan, don't be so reckless in the future. Stay at home. When you're bored, come to the front and let your mother chat with you to pass the time. The weather is gradually warming up. Soon you'll be going to the fields to pull weeds and till the land. Just stay at home and rest well." And Sui Lan nodded. "Okay, I will listen to Dad." Hearing this, Song Baoping felt happy. Li Erhua cooked rice at night, adding sweet potatoes, which made the rice taste sweet and delicious. But Song Chung-in didn't want his wife to eat too much sweet potato, just a few pieces at most. However, the cured meat and sausages at night were very tasty, and Sui Lan ate quite a lot. The next day, Song Chung-in went to work early, and Sui Lan woke up early, finished breakfast, and took a walk in the yard. It was still a bit cold in the morning. After walking for a while, Li Erhua pulled her back inside. "All right, go inside quickly, and don't catch a cold." Li Erhua was used to making clothes every day. Today, she came again. But Suelon didn't ask her to make a coat. She started asking her to make skirts instead. There was plenty of fabric for skirts in the space. She took out some and asked Li Erhua to make them slowly. She drew many different styles. Li Erhua liked them more and more as she looked. Today, she made 2 skirts for Suelon, both fitting well. Suelon chose 2 styles and asked her to make more, then let people from the black market sell them. Maybe they could earn a bit more money? Now everyone in the family knew she was pregnant with twins. Li Erhua didn't let her do anything, afraid something might go wrong. These were 2 children after all. She had to be very careful and take good care of herself. In the evening, Song Qing'an came back. They didn't go to the front, but made 2 small dishes, stir-fried shredded pork with green beans and tomato scrambled eggs. After eating happily, they washed up and prepared to rest. Song Qing'an hugged her and said, "You sleep first. When you fall asleep, I'll go up the mountain. They're waiting for me there." Suelon nodded. "Lock the door from the outside when you leave. Be careful. Don't be too greedy. Just enough is fine." Song Qing'an nodded. "I know. After the new year, meat from the meat factory is especially scarce, and there are many people buying meat. Once this layer is done, we'll have to wait for the next opportunity. Anyway, wild boars in the mountains are not to be wasted. If they're not hunted, they'll increase and damage the crops when they come down the mountain." Suelon also agreed. "All right, be careful, you guys." She shook her head, thinking that this man was always thinking about making money and never resting. Not to mention their wages, the income from the black market was already quite good.